Outside the city, on a picturesque meadow, there was a secret laboratory. It was used to conduct certain kinds of experiments. Right now, they were working with one subject. He was told that from now on his name would be Zero. They continued to introduce new information into him, in particular that the embryo organization is his home, his homeland. And now he has to forget about his past. He had to make sure that he became the most loyal member of the organization. Do everything for the sake of the interests of that organization. He does not need to hide anything from them. From now on, his existence is to follow the organization's orders. The guy was sitting chained to a chair. His head was tied with wires. He was told that he had to be ready to give his life in the name of the organization. The lab workers instilled new habits in him. It didn't matter to them how Zero would carry out the orders given to him by the organization. They told him that even if he had to become a scarecrow, he was still obliged to fulfill any order. After all these impositions, Hell's supervisor came closer to Zero and asked him if he knew who he was now. The guy replied dejectedly that his name was Han Xiao. Before he came here, he was a game booster. Han Xiao used to lead a carefree life, working online from home, playing games. He had his regular customers and found new ones. He was a powerful player. Among other players, he earned the nickname Godless Booster. Everyone hated him because of the level he played at. On the one hand, he was doing it to support himself. It was the main source of his income. On the other hand, he really loved to play. In that game, Han Xiao had his own nickname, under which he was mega famous, the Mad Lover. He really enjoyed communicating with virtual fans. He was crazy about the admiring glances of other players. This time, while walking the streets of the virtual world, he met an electric bus reporter who asked him to give him a short interview. Han Xiao's face lit up with a wide smile. He was extremely pleased to hear such words, and he, of course, agreed to his admirer's request. The reporter was shocked that his hero agreed so quickly. He did not expect it to be so easy. Never before had such a mysterious fighter agreed so easily. The reporter thought Han Xiao would not be so open. He was in such a stupor that he even forgot that he wanted to be interviewed. It took Han Xiao himself to bring him to his senses and remind him that he wanted to ask him something. The reporter began frantically recalling all his questions. He began by saying that the Mad Lover had finished 47th in today's tournament. Everyone knows that those who take the first 100 places are the strongest and most skilled participants. And the first question in that interview was whether the hero had any plans to join the military, to which the Mad Lover easily replied that he did not. This surprised the reporter. He pondered this answer and continued to ask if he could find out the reason for this decision. The hero simply replied that it was a secret. He added that for now he needed to talk about something else and then talk about his plans. He came closer to the cameraman who was filming the interview and started looking for a better angle. After that, the Mad Lover began to advertise himself by reaching out to potential customers. If they still don't know how to get to the top 10 in the arena, if they are tired of resurrecting a corpse every day, then they are welcome to a professional booster. It offers gold grinding, leveling up, revenge on enemies, and raising turnips, and all this for a small price. Discounts are also available. The guy continued to advertise himself. He was about to give his ID, but the reporter suddenly stopped filming because boosters are banned by moderators and they cannot show it live. The crazy womanizer stuttered in mid-sentence, and the reporter finally realized why there was no information about this player. This always offended Han Xiao. He did not want to accept that a booster was something bad. After all, he was better than any professional. Over the past year, he has boosted more than 10 accounts. He even managed to get into the top players. The game Han Xiao worked on as a booster is called Star Sea, and it is played by more than 10 million bored people. You can get into space, to the Earth, and to other locations of the endless Star Sea using virtual reality gaming devices that immerse the player in full. Han Xiao was one of the first testers of the Star Sea game. He liked it so much that he became a fan. He's been playing it for over 10 years. He knows every task, every location. Hell, he knows where the smallest crystal is. The Star Sea is more real to him than the sad world outside. That day, Han Xiao was sitting at his computer as usual. He received another paid order from a newbie. It was a task he could easily handle. He readily put on his virtual reality goggles and got to work. At that moment, he thought that his life would be as simple and boring in the future. He activated in the game in a new role, and he headed for the main city. Someone's voice was heard in the laboratory, giving the order to inject the Valkyrie serum into the 24th test sample, and they began to observe the reaction 2 minutes and 45 seconds later. Han Xiao opened his eyes and tried to get up from the chair in which he was injected with the serum. So, he was alive. However, I immediately heard the sound of a fire siren, which is activated when a disc or fire is detected somewhere. There was also a burning smell. Han Xiao held his head because it was hurting him so much. He did not understand why, and he did not know where he was. He saw the lab worker running out of the room as fast as he could, shouting to tell Miss Hell that the sample had come back to life. The boy wondered if he was the one they were talking about. The employee began shouting on the radio to call security and immediately take control of the sample. Han Xiao saw armed guards running toward him. This surprised him greatly, because he thought he was starting to play a game. And then such a strange beginning. The guy did not understand what had happened at all, and decided to get away from that place as quickly as possible. And since he was not tied to the chair, he simply got up and ran. On the way out, he was confronted by guards who used their weapons against him. Han Xiao defended himself with his hands because he was unarmed. He was very surprised why he was feeling 100% pain, because the limit in the game was 40%. He realized that in such a situation, he should disconnect from the game as soon as possible. But Han Xiao did not manage to escape. He was caught, brought under control, and put in a cage. Then the guards reported that the danger had been eliminated. They threw him into a small room with bare walls, right on the floor. He was massaging his arm because it was still very painful. He could not understand what was happening to him. Han Xiao paid 300 to the game's developers, and it broke. Something was clearly not going according to plan. He was angry because the developers had also given him a 6-month warranty, and then this happened. Nevertheless, the guy decided to start the game all over again because his account was still newly created. He looked at the screen and saw only the usual information about the game's characteristics, but he could not find the exit button. Han Xiao was surprised that the game model was NPC, the first version before the game was opened. But that was more than 10 years ago. However, the boy saw that the character's face was very similar to his own. He was looking for an explanation. There were thoughts that he himself had physically moved to the Starry Sea. Suddenly, the door opened and a whole team of people stopped on the threshold, whom Zhang Xiao could not see clearly. An armed woman with a magnificent uniform stood in front of me. She asked if this was the live specimen. Then she introduced herself to the boy. She said that her name was Chief Hell, and she threatened Han Xiao that if he tried to escape again, he would be killed. Han Xiao remembered who she was. He nicknamed her the Red Viper Hell. She was the boss killer of the newbie version 1.0. In the game, she was called the Fighter Sister. She ordered to take the boy for a blood test as soon as possible, because she needed the results immediately. On the way to the lab, Han Xiao recalled all the information about Hell's supervisor. She was the mistress of the Aquamarine Star. Now he also paid attention to the NPS costumes. They were the uniforms of the embryo organization of the initial versions of Starry Sea. Now Han Xiao finally realized for sure where he was. This was the Valkyrie Laboratory. It was here that a plan was created to develop superpowered warriors. It was a crazy organization whose goal was to overthrow the government. According to this scenario, Han Xiao is a specimen. He will be sent for an autopsy or brain cleaning, and then he will be sent to the battlefield as a trash. The guy was angry that he had been transported here so strangely, and why the game had such a shitty start. Then he had a blood test, which showed no abnormalities. The laboratory worker whom Han Xiao saw wake up before the escape attempt said that, in his opinion, the boy's period of short temper had already passed. He continued his report to the head of Hell. He said that the main effect of the essence was to stimulate brain activity. He suggested opening Han Xiao's skull, as he believed that analyzing the boy's brain would give them much more information. Han Xiao was nervous about this, but the supervisor, Hell, objected, saying that this was not the way to do it. And that's because Han Xiao was the first specimen to come to life, and there's no point in destroying it without studying it. The lab worker agreed and said that now we just need to observe the sample. Dr. Hell added that one should be extremely careful here and that the sample should be sent for brain cleaning for overall safety. Han Xiao was very annoyed by this decision, as he had guessed that he would be sent for brain cleaning. Now he's had his fun. He thought to himself that he was only a first-level weakling, but he was surrounded by guards of at least the 5th level, and some of them even the 8th. However, the worst part of it all was that Hell's supervisor was right there, and this reduced his chances of escape to 0. So there was no point in even thinking about escaping. He had to think about how to avoid the brainwashing. Han Xiao began to think intensely about how to avoid the brainwashing. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a shelf of books. He found a list of literature for laboratory technicians. Abruptly, he freed his hand and grabbed the book with the list. Immediately, the guards who were leading him to the brainwashing pointed their guns at his head and ordered him not to move. A lab worker who was closely monitoring all this stopped the guards and said that they needed to see what their revived sample was trying to do. This is exactly what Han Xiao was trying to do. He wanted to show himself to be a complete weakling and a moron. The first successful sample was his own body. The guards lowered their guns and just watched the guy open a book and read something. Han Xiao opened the book to the page where the chapter on the basic concepts of mechanization began. So he started learning these basic concepts of mechanization and realized that everything in the game was working as it should. Although he is now an NPC, he has a player system. This means that he can level up like a real player. Supervisor Hell and other employees were watching Han Xiao's actions closely. And the young man realized that now he could do whatever he wanted, and it would be perceived by everyone as model learning features. It was very convenient for him. The employee immediately took notice. He decided that the serum in the sample had enhanced his learning abilities. Hell's supervisor also noticed these unexpected successes. She thought that their sample could become a brilliant warrior. Then they would be able to produce many such warriors, and their cannon fodder would increase in value. Then she asked if they had prepared the equipment for brain cleaning. The guards replied that the system was already fully prepared, and then turned to Han Xiao, ordering him to stop reading and follow them. Han Xiao asked to wait a bit longer because he had almost finished reading. But the guards snatched the book out of his hands, calling him just a stupid specimen. However, the boy was lucky. He managed to finish the book and was able to acquire the skills of a mechanic. The mechanic's tree of knowledge is now open to him. He received the profession of novice mechanic and also rewards. Key energy plus 10, intelligence plus 1, endurance plus 1, empty attributes plus 2. They can be spent on other attributes. In the room where Han Xiao was brought, there was a huge screen with a picture of a brain. A lab worker told Hell's supervisor that they could start cutting the brain. The worker thought to himself that it was a bit of a pity to clean this unusual specimen. After all, they could ruin everything. He asked his supervisor, Hell, if he really couldn't do the autopsy before he started cleaning the specimen's brain. Han Xiao was very worried about this, because the lab worker insisted on performing an autopsy to examine his brain. It made him look like a pervert. Hell's supervisor told the employee to talk less and trust more. It was time to start the procedure. The employee agreed and added that sooner or later the sample would end up in his hands anyway. He pressed some buttons on the machine's panel and wished for exemplary success. The brain cleaning process began. The danger is announced. Brainwashing begins. The device has requested a decision. Han Xiao's intelligence as a player was 5 units. His low spiritual plasticity was +3, and his free determination was 8 units. This was too little for free decision-making, and therefore his brain had to become completely clean in 15 seconds. Han Xiao knew very well that in order to avoid the brainwashing, he needed at least 10 units in free determination. He was very happy for himself that he had managed to raise his level. He immediately decided to add 2 free attribute points to the intelligence level, and then the decision that the sample was supposed to make was restarted. It was only a matter of time. In the end, Han Xiao successfully managed to avoid brainwashing. He went through some terrible moments, but he managed to get his way. Now he realized that in the future he just needed to play along with everyone so that no one would guess anything. Supervisor Hell and the lab worker saw that the brainwashing process was complete. Han Xiao will now have to play a new role to fool everyone into thinking that everything went well for them. Hell's supervisor leaned close to the boy's face and told him that from now on his name would be Zero. She went on to tell him right in his ear that the embryo organization was now his home, his homeland, and that he must now forget about his past. Hell's leader told him that from now on, he could not hide anything. He had no right to hurt any of the organization's members. She was so close to him that it took his breath away. He noted that she was very beautiful, and he had passed her by so many times before. He realized that this was no longer a game. He looked at its forms, while the Red Viper kept telling him that he now had to execute, and that the only thing he should be concerned about is doing everything for the greatness of the organization. This was his destiny now. Han Xiao stopped himself from thinking that it was a waste of time to look at the Red Viper now, because the situation was very dangerous for him. He ordered himself not to look, not to move, to be patient, and not to reveal himself. The laboratory worker thought about the procedure. Something was bothering him, but he had done everything as usual, in a certain order. Han Xiao serenely raised his head and said his new name, Zero. The lab worker said that Valkyrie's essence enhanced Zero's learning abilities. The essence's side effects might have worsened his emotional connection to his environment. Hell's supervisor suggested that the experiment must have failed, to which the lab worker replied that, on the contrary, they were a huge success. Hell's supervisor and the employee continued to discuss the consequences of the procedure they had performed on Zero. They talked about why cannon fodder needs feelings. Now he heard and understood everything perfectly. Mentally, he was glad that he had escaped the brainwashing and knew that he would not become the usual cannon fodder of this organization. Hell's supervisor ordered Zero to be taken to the rest area. However, the security guard said that the break room for the experimental samples was not yet ready. To this, the Red Viper replied that in that case, let them take Zero to her room, because the management had put him under her care. Han Xiao did not like this idea very much. He didn't understand why he would be taken to the boss's room. She was so tempting that his thoughts were focused on one thing, seducing her. But he tried to push them away. The guy realized that living with such a girl in the same room was beyond his patience. Just thinking about her made his pants tight. Meanwhile, Hell's supervisor was reporting to the higher-ups that Zero's condition was normalized. She was asked if the brainwashing was complete. Hell replied that it had been successful, that she had personally been there. Then she asked what plans they had for Zero. She heard that Valkyrie's goal was to raise a warrior and was ordered to start training him. And then the manager added in a hushed tone that she was eager to finally see her sister. Zero heard all this perfectly. And he heard Hell's request to see her sister. He remembered that the Red Viper had a sister. When she asked, Hell received a sharp telephone reply that this was not the agreement. She's allowed to visit her sister once every 2 months, and let her not cross that line. Hell hung up the phone and was very depressed by the answer. This made her very angry, and she slammed her fist against the wall. Zero could see how upset Hell was. The Red Viper allowed herself a moment of weakness, which Zero saw, and he forgot for a moment how strong she really was. Han Xiao saw that Hell was beginning to take off his armor and weapons. After that, the beautiful woman took off all her clothes. The guy did not know where to go. His imagination was playing tricks on him, and he could see her coming up to him completely naked. Han Xiao told himself to keep his temper in check, because if Hell realized that he hadn't been brainwashed, then a big trouble would happen. After Hell undressed, she went to her bed. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief that this time he had managed to avoid any problems, and that Hell hadn't found out. And then the guy saw that there was only one bed in the room on which a beautiful naked woman was already lying. He wondered where he should go to rest. But since he could not see another bed anywhere, he had to lie down next to the head of the department, Hell. It was very difficult for him to restrain himself, and he was worried about how the night would go. In the end, Han Xiao didn't sleep at all. He could hardly wait until morning to finally not lie next to Hell's naked body, because it was extremely difficult to restrain himself. In the morning, Hell's supervisor took him to the training pavilion. She told him that starting today, he would begin training in his combat skills, specifically hand-to-hand combat and shooting. Then she threw him something for protection and ordered him to put it on immediately. Han Xiao didn't even have time to do anything before he was kicked, and as he spat out his own blood, he thought that Hell was very fast. After the first blow, the guy fell to the floor. The Red Viper came up to him and ordered him to get up immediately and continue the fight. As soon as Han Xiao got up from the floor, he immediately received another elbow to the face. Then Hell kicked him in the stomach and then kicked him in the chin. After all this, the guy lay exhausted on the floor, completely beaten and defeated. In the end, this was exactly what he expected, because the Red Viper was extremely strong. Han Xiao realized that even though his system was like the NPCs, he could level up and learn new skills as a player. He became a player with an NPC system. In the meantime, Hell's supervisor left the training pavilion, and Zero lay on the floor alone for some time. Then the door opened again, and another member of the embryo organization entered the pavilion and ordered the boy to get up. He introduced himself to the boy as his shooting instructor. He was also the deputy head of the base, and his name was Baluwoda. Baluwoda gave Zero a gun and told him it was loaded with 10 bullets. The mentor told him to aim at the targets directly at his head. Zero saw that the targets would be constantly moving. He wondered why he was given such a difficult task at the very beginning. After all, only Olympic champions can handle such a task. Han Xiao was disappointed with his training because he never hit the target. But this was not unusual, because he was not yet strong enough and his performance was still quite low. Suddenly, Zero felt a sharp pain from a knife stab. His mentor had stabbed him in the left shoulder. The guy twisted and gritted his teeth in pain. Blood was pouring out of his shoulder. Han Xiao thought that Baluoda was a bit crazy for allowing himself to stab his student with a knife. Licking the blood from the blade, the instructor said that he needed to repeat the training. He added that until his student achieved the task, he would punish him with a dagger. Han Xiao thought to himself that Baluoda was a deranged bastard. He decided not to let him do this to him at any cost. He thought that he would be able to overcome it right now. NPCs do not respawn. This means that he has only one life. But the guy realized that for the sake of his future, he would have to endure those trials now. He took up his revolver with determination and started shooting again at the moving targets. Unfortunately, there was no hit again, and his mentor started laughing at him, showing that his dagger was always ready. This annoyed Zero, and he thought, let Baluoda laugh while he can, because soon he will make him cry. Other members of the embryo organization watched the shooting training. They said that Baluoda did not appreciate such an unusual specimen as Zero. The lab worker said that it would be better if Zero was given to him for experiments. However, Hell's supervisor objected. She said that the organization would never agree to his demands. The lab worker just huffed and said that the organization would give him Zero after they had sucked out all the value they needed from the guy. He looked at Zero with a special look because it was his light hand that created such a creature. After training, Han Xiao returned to Hell's room, where he had been temporarily placed. The Red Viper was sitting on the couch, wrapped in a towel because she had taken a shower before. She told him in a disgruntled tone that today's training was extremely unsuccessful and the boy had performed poorly. Looking at his half-naked mentor, Zero ironically wondered how judgmental the situation was and whether Hell was going to punish him for such bad behavior with her knife. Meanwhile, Hell got up from the couch and ordered the guy to come over to her. He frantically wondered why she couldn't at least get dressed now that he was here. Hell ordered him to undress. There was a bathtub with warm water nearby. Han Xiao stood still, afraid to move. He wondered if Hell would invite him to take a bath together, but that was too much. The Red Viper asked why Zero was hesitating. Can't he follow such simple orders? Then the boy took off his clothes. The mentor came closer to him and began to examine his shoulder, barely touching it with her gentle hands. Zero thought that maybe she was testing him in this way, but let her do nothing, because he was still a virgin. The gentle touches of his naked torso began to drive him crazy. He silently endured it all and realized that it was a violation of the rules because no one could resist being in his place. Hell's supervisor stepped back from him, sighing, and said that Zero looked rather cowardly. She went into the water herself and, holding the boy's hand, invited him into her bath. At the same time, she said that if he wanted to live, he had to try. Otherwise, the organization will decide that they don't need him at all and will give him to Lin Weixiang for analysis and brain dissection. But Han Xiao knew that this would not happen soon, if at all. Hell said that the bathtub was filled with regenerating liquid. Let the boy lie in it for at least an hour, and by morning, all his wounds will be healed. The guy was disappointed by this turn of events because he would have liked to take a bath with a beautiful woman like Hell, but she calmly got out of the bath and told him to feel at home. Sitting alone in the bathtub, Zero pondered his fate. He knew that he had become a successful experiment for the organization, but that didn't mean he would live forever, because the organization will continue to conduct experiments and create new instances. So he had very little time left. He just needed to get stronger and raise his level as soon as possible. Hell met Lin Weixiang in the corridor. He told her that tomorrow he would go to the management and demand permission to open Zero's body. He was quite confident that he was unlikely to be denied permission this time. Hell's supervisor suggested that he wait a little longer, since the organization had rejected him just last week. It had been a little too long to ask again. Lin Weixiang still wondered why the organization needed this scumbag. And then he asked Hell if maybe she was too used to their model. It was also possible that she had developed some feelings for him. The Red Viper replied that this was absolutely impossible. Lin Weixiang then told her to stay out of it with her suggestions, because he knew better than to act in this situation. The leader, Hell, and Zero were sitting together in the dining room at a table. Zero kept cleaning his gun. Hell noticed and said that he should stop cleaning his gun. She added that the gun had long been damaged and was constantly malfunctioning. In general, it is better to throw it away. Hell said that you shouldn't play with a gun like a child. Unusable things are garbage, and garbage should be thrown away. She then added that Zero needs to grow. If it doesn't, it will become unnecessary and will simply be thrown away. But by repairing his revolver, Zero completed his mechanical restoration, basic. Thus, he earned 69% of the completion. He remembered that disassembling any items could bring him extra experience points. It's a pity, though, that there aren't many of them, but he can try to get more different mechanisms to disassemble. Then Hel noticed that Zero had fixed his revolver. This surprised her greatly. After some time, the supervisor said that she reported to the higher-ups that Zero had repaired his revolver, and the higher-ups had granted him access to the armory. She could see that he liked to tinker with different mechanisms and weapons, so perhaps the armory was the right place for him. Han Xiao was very pleased with this decision, because collecting and restoring various mechanisms will allow him to gain experience, which is exactly what he needs. He never dreamed that he would have the opportunity to get into an arms depot. So Hal and Zero went together to the armory of the base where they were stationed. Seeing so many powerful weapons, Zero was incredibly surprised to find out if this was the same combat training of the embryo. The guy's eyes were darting around. He saw an incredible amount of weapons and realized how much experience he could gain here, and thus, he would be able to raise himself several levels up. Hel reminded herself that the boy had once liked a book about mechanization. She told Zero that she had found a few more books on mechanization and that he could read them whenever he had free time. And then she walked out of the armory, leaving the boy to deal with all the mechanisms on his own. After Zero worked at the arms depot, he returned to Hel's room, where he was temporarily housed. It was a surprise for Hel. She was outraged that Zero came to her room. The mentor told her that the armory had a specially allocated restroom for the boy, and from now on, he would sleep there. After all, he is a man, and it is considered unacceptable to share a room with her. Zero laughed to himself as he wondered if she had thought of this only now. Hel opened the door and told Zero to get out of her room and go to the armory immediately. The guy was a little disappointed because his time with such a beautiful woman was over too soon. She said that starting today, he would train every morning in the training pavilion, and she would be waiting for him right there. Zero dejectedly left the room that he had taken such a liking to his mistress, and Hel handed him a revolver and told him to take it with him. She added that the revolver now belonged to him because he had repaired it. Taking the revolver from his mentor's hands, Han Xiao walked alone down the corridor to his room, which was located in an arms warehouse. Looking after him, Hel's supervisor wished her student to survive. At the arms depot, Zero did not sit idly by, nor did he do nothing. He knew he had very little time, so he immediately started working on himself. He took any mechanism and disassembled it, studied it, and reassembled it. As a result of his hard work, Han Xiao has risen to a higher level, and it gave him plus 12 strength, plus 1 intelligence, plus 1 endurance, and plus 2 empty attributes. How much does leveling up give you? In 2 days, the guy got the 3rd level. He calculated that it would take him 6 months to get out of there. He was pleased to note that by that time, no one would stop him here. The training continued. They took place every day. Zero did everything politely, listened to his instructors. Hel was still able to beat him with ease. She wondered why such a capable student hadn't achieved any visible results. After all, 3 whole months had already passed. Falling once again from his mentor's punch, Zero thought that he would not reveal to anyone what he had actually already achieved. Hel shook hands with her student and told him that Lin Weixiang had contacted the management again and asked to be granted permission to research Zero. However, the organization is in no hurry to grant him permission. Then she turned to her student more sharply and asked if he really thought the organization would continue to allow him to spend its money because he didn't look good. She asked the guy directly how long he thought he could last this way. Han Xiao knew that sooner or later he would be asked such questions. But no matter what, the guy continued to gain new levels and gain fresh experience. This is all he needed to make his escape. One day he saw that one of the surveillance cameras in his room had been turned off. This indicated that the organization was no longer interested in watching him 24/7. On the one hand, this was a positive development for Zero. On the other hand, it indicated that he was in danger of falling into Lin Weixiang's hands. He also noticed that disassembling and reassembling mechanisms did not bring him as much experience as before. He decided that it was time to try to strengthen the objects. He was confident that the experience he had gained would be enough to do it. But he also realized that when he reinforced objects, he had to return them to their original form. Otherwise, the organization would find out about all his new skills. This made his job a little more difficult. He simply hid some mechanisms so that no one could find them. In this way, he tried to gain new experience for himself. At a regular meeting, Zero was told that the organization was disappointed in him and therefore cut his funding by 80%. Zero looked at the clothes of the person who told him this and saw the number 1. This is how he realized that it was the second specimen to survive after him. Specimen 1 defiantly addressed Zero, saying that he knew he was the first surviving specimen created before him. He added that the organization had spent a lot of resources on him. He also shamed him for the fact that Zero is still just disassembling and reassembling mechanisms at the armory. He concluded his speech by saying that Zero was an unsuccessful experiment for the organization. Sample number 1 stated that the organization decided to put him in his predecessor's place, and he thinks it was a very good decision. Han Xiao noted that sample number 1 underwent a complete brainwashing, and the embryo organization is a whole universe for him. It is his everything. He realized that he shouldn't interfere because he could give himself away. Since Zero's funding was cut almost completely, he was deprived of his place in the armory. The entire operation was led by the number 1 specimen. Valkyrie Laboratory expected exactly this when creating new samples. Those samples had to have combat talent, be strong in body, and have a high learning curve. They had to be real fighters. Laboratory workers mocked those samples that failed to reach a certain level of fighter, calling them useless insects. Those specimens were used for experiments, and now they will become ordinary cannon fodder. In addition, they were completely brainwashed, turning them into obedient fighters. In this case, it's better to just leave the world. Another employee told his colleague not to talk about it too much, to which the talker asked what difference did it make to him what and how much he said. He added that all the samples had been brainwashed anyway, so they couldn't think and wouldn't understand what they were talking about. But all this was very well heard by Zero, who listened attentively to every word of the employees. He was insanely annoyed by the fact that all the employees looked at the test subjects as if they were just cattle. After all of Zero's belongings were taken out of the armory, specimen number 1 shoved him in the back, telling him that he was just a failed experiment. Han Xiao realized that for the embryo organization, all of his samples were just ordinary cannon fodder, just living weapons. He continued to disassemble and reassemble weapons to which he had full access. Zero smiled slyly, thinking about how interesting it would be when the organization's own model destroyed itself. It would be interesting to see the look on their faces then. The top management got in touch with Zero's mentors. They turned to Lin Weixiang in particular and allowed him to finally dissect the sample. Lin Weixiang bowed in reverence, sincerely thanking the management for the permission he had been asking for so long. He continued to stand in a respectful bow. Baluoda was unhappy with this decision because he was interested in working with the Zero model. It was a toy that he hadn't had time to play with yet. It was time for morning training, and Zero arrived at the training pavilion as usual. There was something about today's training that worried him. He was just now undergoing self-defense training. The guy noticed that Hell was too aggressive today. She kept yelling at him to defend himself and counterattack her. She punched him in the face with all her might, expecting a decent response. Then, very quickly, the mentor used kicks, hitting Zero everywhere she went. She hit him so hard this time that he fell to the ground and bled. He still didn't understand why Hell was acting so aggressively today, what he had done wrong. While he was coughing up his own blood, his mentor started attacking him again, yelling at him to counterattack her. She was shouting at him, asking why he was fighting back so weakly if he hadn't eaten breakfast today. Zero wondered what had happened because usually everything goes much easier. She even let him rest for a while. He decided to follow the order and counterattack his mentor. Hell managed to grab his arm, but Zero still struck her. However, the Red Viper noticed that this blow was too gentle for a fighter. She sharply pushed him away from her with a powerful blow and shouted, wondering if this was all his awareness and desire to survive. The mentor was about to strike her student again, and he was wondering when it would all stop. He fell weakly to the floor and realized that he would not be able to get up after another such blow. Completely beaten and defeated, Zero lay on the floor in front of his mentor, who mocked him for being so weak. She said she expected much more from him. Hell said it was over. She added that now he could go to his room, have a good rest, sleep, and tomorrow there would be no more training. The boy asked what was wrong. It was difficult for the mentor to tell him about the organization's decision because she was attached to the boy. However, she made up her mind and, leaving the training pavilion, said that tomorrow they would take him for an autopsy. Hell added that nothing can be changed. The decision has been made unequivocally. Now Han Xiao realized that this day had come, and that explains all the aggression his mentor had been using in training today. He thought that she couldn't bear to watch Lin Weixiang poking around in his brain, so she beat him to a pulp herself. He explained this as a strange behavior of women. Zero also noted that during the 6 months he spent in the organization, only one Hell treated him like a living person. Everyone else saw him as just dumb cannon fodder. All the members of the organization mocked him and tormented him. After all, they knew that the prototype would never fight back because he had no right to do so, and worst of all, they considered this behavior normal. But Han Xiao remembered every drop of blood shed from such abuse. Do they really think that after this he will allow himself to be destroyed? For 6 months, Zero worked tirelessly at the armory, gaining new levels and experience. During this period, he managed to gather a lot for himself. For him, these 6 months flew by like a month of normal life. Although he didn't kill mobs or complete any leveling tasks, he made up for it in the limited realities of the mechanic class. Here, he managed to raise a lot of experience while sitting in the same room. His current experience level was 600,000 points. Each character can have an unlimited number of professions, but every 20 levels, a challenge appears. To continue to level up, you need to complete a special task. The general maximum level restrictions change with the release of new patches. In version 1.0, the maximum character level is 60, but Zero's personal screen says that his level is unlimited. Thus, it means that he has a power that exceeds any other player. He was sure that the next step would be gambling drawings. Blueprints are the blue screens used by the mechanic class to create weapons and mechanisms. Creating blueprints is the most important ability of the mechanic class. 60 types of knowledge can be used with each other to create a mechanism. Each connection contains many blueprints, but after connecting the knowledge, only one direction of creation can be explored at a time. Some blueprints have preliminary requirements. Therefore, when knowledge is merged, it is not known in advance how many blueprints can be obtained as a result. But when knowledge and experience merge, the player loses points in any case. After all, there's a chance that another drawing will be created. That's why this stage is called gambling drawings. It was a little difficult for Zero to cope with this task, as there were drawings that he did not need at all. Over and over again, drawings were created that the guy did not need at all. The experience points he had gained were running out catastrophically. Zero might not have had time to create the drawing he desperately needed. Still, he was successful today. The guy managed to create a lightweight exoskeleton. Han Xiao was determined. He said that today everyone would learn what it was like to create their own enemy with their own hands. The third group of Sova fighters arrived at the laboratory. The team captain introduced himself and said his call sign was Yin Dao, which means Silver Blade. Yin Dao said that they had received orders to transport a team of Valkyrie samples. Hell replied to the supervisor, "Let them do as they were ordered." The woman added that there was an SUV in the garage, but she was taking their helicopter instead. She irritably told them not to waste her time. Every 2 months, Hell leaves the base. Today she left very early. This was to Han Xiao's advantage because if Hell was on the base, he would have had a hard time. The guy had a firm intention to leave this prison today. Right now, Lin Weixiang came for him. Today was his last and only chance to escape. Suddenly, he saw a strange white envelope under the table. When Han Xiao opened it, he found a photo of Hell and her little sister Aurora. Aurora also had superpowers, but at the same time, she was the complete opposite of Hell. She has very powerful healing and regenerative skills. She's even able to prolong life, and moreover, Aurora can resurrect the dead. At the end of the 1.0 version of the game, the Embryo organization created a huge amount of Second Life essences from Aurora's body. This angered Hell so much that she began to destroy everything around her. At this point, she was given the nickname Goddess of Death. Han Xiao was very impressed by this photo. He decided to do something for Hell, as she had once had great hopes for him. Suddenly, he heard a voice addressing him. He was told to report immediately to the central hall to receive orders. Immediately, the voice asked the security guards in the central hall to bring the Zero sample to his lab. This voice belonged to Lin Weixiang. Han Xiao put the photo back in the envelope, deciding that he would deal with the matter later, and that he needed to get out of here first. The entire Valkyrie base was under surveillance. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. It was very difficult to move around unnoticed. So Han Xiao's first target was the control room. He ran there as fast as he could. It was necessary to exclude the possibility of following him. When Zero got to the control room, he eliminated all the guards who were monitoring what was happening at the base. So, the beginning was made. The all-seeing eye was eliminated. Next in line was Lin Weixiang. On the way to his laboratory, Zero did not hesitate to destroy everyone who came across his path at that moment. 20 minutes later, Lin Weixiang was informed that the Zero sample had arrived at his laboratory. Lin Weixiang ordered it to be brought to him. The doctor was already holding a scalpel, anticipating how he would perform Zero's autopsy. He had been waiting for this permission for a very long time. He happily greeted Han Xiao with the fact that he had finally arrived at his laboratory. He went on to say that now he would be able to perform an autopsy and be able to understand what made Zero different from all the other specimens. And when he found out what the cause was, the corpse of specimen Zero would decorate his lab with its own effigy. As Lin Weixiang approached his shelf of autopsy tools, he looked at it all with nostalgia and thought that Zero was their first specimen after all. He was so immersed in his own memories that he did not notice that something terrible had happened. He turned around and saw a bloody guard lying on the floor. He immediately started screaming that this was impossible because a brainwashed specimen could not possibly kill someone in the organization. Covered in blood, Han Xiao smiled at Lin Weixiang. The doctor could not understand what had happened because for 6 months there had been no problems with the Zero sample. Lin Weixiang was immediately attacked by Han Xiao. The boy rushed to him with a knife and stabbed the doctor with great pleasure. Han Xiao told Lin Weixiang that he had killed everyone in the control room with his own hands. Bleeding to death, the doctor finally realized that Han Xiao had been skillfully playing the role of someone who had been brainwashed for 6 months. The guy asked him what he thought about what really happened in the lab. Lin Weixiang could not believe it. He said it couldn't be, that the guy couldn't have fooled all the members of the organization. Stabbing the doctor's body one after another, Han Xiao coldly said that nothing is impossible in this world. The guy was just mocking Lin Weixiang, not inflicting a fatal blow to make him suffer as long as possible. The doctor asked him how he could do this to him. After all, he is its creator. After finishing with Lin Weixiang, Han Xiao took his keycard to move around the base more freely. He knew very well that only 3 people in the entire base had access to all the doors. Lin Weixiang was one of those people. He began to think about what he should do next. After all, if he went directly to the exit door, he would be stopped by the guards immediately, and the game would be over for him in just 10 seconds. He knew that this was not the way to go. So first, he changed into a security guard uniform. According to the basic plan, he first of all had to cut off all communication. He had to achieve at least a few hours of silence, so that no one would talk to anyone. The communication equipment is located 3 floors below the wall. The guy would have to use mechanisms to break through the wall. First of all, he had to go back to the 2nd floor and take the prepared mechanisms. He realized that there were several people on the base who might recognize him. They were Hell Number 1, Lin Weixiang, and Baluoda. The first 2 are not on the base. Lin Weixiang has already been eliminated. Han Xiao was also confident that other ordinary employees of the base, the guards, would simply not notice him. He was only worried about whether he would meet Baluoda. As Han Xiao was thinking like this and walking straight down the corridor, he suddenly felt someone's hand on his shoulder and someone's voice asking him what group he was from, because they hadn't seen him anywhere before. And it was Baluoda. The guy met him so quickly. He turned to his mentor and said that he was new here, from Group B. Baluoda looked at Zero suspiciously and asked when the newcomers had arrived, and why he didn't know anything about it. And then he added that he had heard that voice somewhere before. Meanwhile, Han Xiao had already turned away to walk on, but Baluoda pulled out his revolver and ordered the boy to show his face. Han Xiao said that he did not want to resort to Plan B, and he clutched his trusty dagger. Baluoda heard him say something and asked him what he meant. Throwing off his cap and taking off his glasses, Han Xiao attacked his mentor with a scream, bringing his dagger over his head. Trying to strike him, he shouted that he had long wanted to tell Baluoda to get himself checked by a psychiatrist. Han Xiao tried to eliminate his mentor, but Baluoda was a good fighter. Of course, the mentor recognized his student Zero. The guards immediately reacted and the order was given to shoot. Han Xiao clearly knew that it would take him 2 seconds to reach the machinery room. He also knew that it would take 3 whole and 7/10 of a second for Baluoda to get up. At the same time, he punched the guards. Han Xiao continued to think, as he ran as fast as he could down the corridor, that the 3 guards would not be able to harm him in 4 whole and 2/10 of a second, and the backup would arrive in 25 or 35 seconds. Meanwhile, Baluoda got up and asked if Zero had really decided to hide in the room. He said that this was the worst of the options. The mentor continued to chase Han Xiao and said that he was very gentle. So he came to the door behind which Zero was. Suddenly, the door opened and a Zero specimen in excellent equipment appeared on the threshold. Its very appearance had already caused a list of pursuers. The guy mercilessly started hitting everyone who came under his hands. Baluoda was shocked at how Zero looked now. He had not expected this from his student. After all, he considered him a complete moron. And so Han Xiao attacked his mentor and said that he might die now. He directed all his hatred at him. After those words, the boy struck a devastating blow to his crazy mentor. Falling exhausted to the floor, Baluoda only managed to say how this could have happened. How had their demented specimen Zero managed to become so strong. Han Xiao used his armor to punch a hole through his mentor's body. Baluota had no chance of survival. Zero, having destroyed another of his enemies, had once again won. Now he had to think about what to do next, because he had caused quite a stir at the base. And now he was standing in front of his crazy mentor and remembering all their training sessions together. 6 whole months. During this period, Baluota constantly mocked him and managed to stab him 420 times. And now he would like to hear what his mentor felt when he was justly punished for all his cruelty, but he will never hear it again. After a while, armed guards came running to the place where Baluota was lying. They were shocked by what they saw. The guards tried to contact the control room, but there was no response. Then the commander of the security team ordered to immediately report the situation to Dr. Lin Wei-xiang. But he was immediately informed that Group C had found the doctor's corpse in the laboratory. No one understood exactly what had happened at the Valkyrie base. Now all the security guards at the base put on protective masks. Everyone was ordered not to panic and to immediately find the enemy. They were allowed to open fire on the enemy. Group A was sent to the armory. Group B was to check the control room. Group C was sent to the laboratory to protect sample data, and Group D was sent to the main gate. Suddenly, a loud sound of an explosion came from somewhere, startling everyone on the base. The group commanders tried to find out what was going on by communicating with each other by radio. But the commander of one of the groups could not answer anything. He was eliminated, as well as other members of his group, by a powerful explosion. Instead, Han Xiao picked up his radio and started talking into it, addressing the other teams. He said that part of Team C was dead due to severe injuries. He also said that they had blocked the target in the lab and that the guys had even managed to shoot him. Then Zero urgently called for help there, and he received a reply that the others would arrive soon, that Group B was already on the way. Group B fighters ran to the laboratory in full gear with their assault rifles aimed at immediate destruction. The group commander stopped and asked what was going on up there. Then he ordered some of his men to stay put and led the rest of them onward. Meanwhile, Zero used the keycard he had taken from Dr. Lin Wei-xiang to open the main gate of the base. The soldiers of one of the groups asked him why he did it, more precisely, how he managed to open the gate, and who he was in general. Han Xiao took off his cap and everyone could see that it was Zero. Meanwhile, the boy ran quickly outside, and when he went out the gate, he immediately closed it, putting the key card to the lock. The soldiers who ran after him only bumped into the closed gate. They realized that Zero had locked it from the outside, and they let him escape. Han Xiao was finally free. He opened his arms to meet the warm sun he had been longing to see. Putting his face under its gentle rays, the boy breathed in the fresh air of freedom. Meanwhile, Hell's supervisor was informed by her superiors about what had happened at the base. She couldn't believe it. She said it was impossible. In response, she heard that it did happen. Zero had escaped. She was then ordered to return to the base. Hell tried to object, because right now she was flying to her sister, whom she could see only once every 2 months. But she was immediately interrupted, not allowed to finish, and ordered to be silent. They reminded her that she had no right to bargain. Hell's boss thought about the situation, about Zero, and she realized that he had been pretending for 6 months playing the role of an ignoramus. The Sova group also pursued the fugitive Zero. Their car stopped where the road had already ended, so they decided to continue on foot. They were sure that the Zero specimen could not get far. Specimen number 1, who was part of the Sova group, resented being ordered to catch some petty fugitive. They had sent a whole group of owls to do it. He added that it was as if they were not considered human beings at all. The group commander replied that they hadn't had any missions for a long time, and now they had a chance to warm up a bit. He announced the following order. Whoever catches the fugitive first will be rewarded with half a day of rest. The commander gave 30 minutes to fulfill the order. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was hiding as best he could. He knew that 3 cars had been sent to search for him. But he was calm, because under the cover of night, it was quite difficult for them to find him. But then suddenly he saw a bright light pointing directly at him. Han Xiao realized that he had been discovered. The pursuers had night vision devices. He had to close the distance between himself and them. He began to think about how to approach them unnoticed. The remaining experience points he had would have to be spent on melee combat. One of the pursuers sat in ambush among the thickets and tried to find out where Zero was. The soldier opened fire to kill and fired a bullet that ricocheted directly at him. The bullet destroyed that fighter because Han Xiao had successfully used his experience points. In doing so, Zero earned 1,500 experience points and received 3 hand grenades. It was pretty good. And then the other members of the SOVA special group opened fire on him because they saw that Zero had destroyed sample number 4. But Han Xiao skillfully fought them off, skillfully applying the skills he had acquired. He only mocked them, saying that they had decided to shoot him in vain. After killing 2 more soldiers, Zero got 3,000 experience points. Then someone shouted that they needed to throw a grenade at Zero. Coming closer, the Special Forces fighters saw another of their colleagues destroyed by a Zero. And immediately they started shooting at them. Some were also immediately killed, while others started shouting that they needed to take cover. Han Xiao was only satisfied to count the fighters of the Owl Special Forces he had killed and was gaining more and more experience. The group commander said to himself that Zero was just an ordinary soldier, like all the other soldiers. He could not understand how the guy managed to destroy his entire unit. And then in the midst of the thicket, he saw a Zero specimen approaching him holding a weapon. Han Xiao gave himself a quick report to see how he was doing. He saw a disappointing picture. The armor of the light exoskeleton was reduced to 10, and the ammunition was almost gone. He realized that he would soon run out of energy as well, and he needed to end this battle as soon as possible. Then suddenly, he was attacked by the commander of the special group SOVA, who tried to inflict a devastating blow on him. But Han Xiao sharply counterattacked him, and the commander failed to realize his plan. The guy noted that it was quite difficult to fight the commander, and the commander began to blame himself for underestimating Zero, and it was because of this that the guys of his group died. He began to feel guilty that he would no longer be able to live in peace in this world. He pulled out his dagger and shouted to Zero that he would send the boy to hell with his own hands. The commander of the special group rushed at Zero, but the guy skillfully defended himself with his shield. Having repelled the attack with his dagger, he lowered his shield, looking at the attacker with anger. The commander's dagger was stuck in Han Xiao's shield. He could not get it out. Immediately, Zero struck him a crushing blow. The commander did not have time to defend himself. Zero was awarded 5,000 experience points for killing the commander of the special squad. He became even stronger. Han Xiao was pleased with himself. After all, he had just dealt with an entire special forces unit that had been sent specifically to catch him. But after all these battles, the guy's exoskeleton completely collapsed. His equipment was destroyed. However, he was glad that he had the blueprints with him. This meant that as soon as he had the right material, he could create a new exoskeleton for himself. Han Xiao knew very well that Embryo's reinforcements would soon arrive in the area, so he needed to get out of there as soon as possible. The forest he was in looked immense. The guy had no idea which direction to take. Of course, first he had to find a place where people lived, create a map, and move on. Meanwhile, an important emergency meeting was held in the main hall of the Embryo organization. The head of the base was very unhappy that the Zero sample had managed to escape. He shouted that one failed experimental sample managed to eliminate as many as 30 armed guards. In addition, he destroyed the laboratory's data, completely destroyed the SOVA Special Forces, and he also deprived Lin Weixiang of his position as the head. And finally, he managed to escape unharmed. He scolded his wards and told them not to tell him fairy tales. One of the wards reported that the Valkyrie serum injected into the body of the Zero specimen had led to side effects that no one had been able to prevent, and that Zero had gained a talent for mechanization and an incredibly high level of intelligence. The leader asked if he meant to say that the brainwashing did nothing for Zero, did not affect him in any way. The ward made excuses, saying that it must have happened. I would also add that Zero's sample did not show any anomalies for the first 6 months. Perhaps he was pretending, but in fact he was developing his plan to escape from the base. Then Hel entered the conversation. She said that she was well aware of Zero's combat power and that he could not have become so strong so quickly. Accordingly, it seems to her that the Zero specimen managed to awaken special abilities. The head of Embryo was tired of hearing all this. He was irritated by all those explanations and told the department heads to stop making excuses. He clearly ordered that until they had completely eradicated all the abnormalities of the Valkyrie serum, they were not allowed to create any new samples. He also ordered that all other samples be brainwashed, and he added that he didn't want any more new appearances of Zero. This decision was taken very negatively by sample number 1. He was annoyed that his loyalty was being questioned, so he stepped forward decisively and, beating his chest, told his superior that he was ready to lead a new squad to destroy Zero. The commander agreed to this. Lighting another cigarette, he gave the order to find Zero and bring him back to the base. It didn't matter if he was alive or dead. It has been 7 days since Han Xiao made a successful escape from the Embryo organization's base. He had already run out of food and water. but he was glad that at least his wounds had not become inflamed. And this was all thanks to the fact that he had a lot of points in endurance. Now he was calmly cooking poultry meat over the fire. As he tasted the food, he wondered when he would finally be able to get out of that forest. He wasn't Bear Grylls to survive in the wild forest. He wanted to get to people as soon as possible and eventually get himself cleaned up. After eating properly, Han Xiao moved on, and then he suddenly fell into a trap. Someone threw a large net over him and then came closer, pointing a gun at him and ordering him not to move. Han Xiao was lying on the ground, bound by a net. He saw a guy in field clothes with purple hair demanding that he give him everything of value and get out. Han Xiao stood up a little and realized that he was trapped by a common thief. Meanwhile, the robber shouted at Zero to stop just looking at him. But Han Xiao was not so easy to catch. He stood up sharply, throwing off the net, and hit the robber hard. So hard that his mouth bled. Zero then got to his feet, holding the thief's gun. The robber, falling to his knees, began to apologize to him for not recognizing him as a real fighter. Now he begged for mercy. He added that he felt very guilty. Picking up the gun, Han Xiao asked him why he had only now decided to confess. He said that the muzzle of his gun was crooked. And is it really possible to rob people in the forest with such a gun? After all, if you shoot it, you can easily set your face on fire. The thief on his knees continued to apologize, calling himself very guilty of what had happened. Finally, Han Xiao asked what he was guilty of. The thief tried to explain. He asked Zero feebly if he needed to take another gun. This made Han Xiao laugh a lot. Then the thief tried to escape and said that if the gentleman was no longer angry with him, he would leave, or rather crawl away, because he knows how to crawl best. But Zero grabbed him by the clothes and asked him how he could just run away now, if he had caught him in a net before. This did not suit him at all. He ordered the robber to tell him where the nearest town was. The thief began to answer that there was a town not far from here, just 1 kilometer to the east. All kinds of vagrants gather there. And again, he started asking Zero to forgive him and let him go. Of course, Han Xiao let the unfortunate robber go. He said that he was not as strong as he seemed. After that, Zero continued on his way east, hoping to come across the town the thief had told him about. He eventually reached the place where the tramp's camp was located. As soon as he entered this territory, he was bombarded with various offers. One merchant urged Han Xiao to come over and inspect his high-quality products, which he was bartering, and promised that everything would be fair, no cheating. Zero liked this offer because he didn't exactly have no money, so a barter deal was his way out. He started rummaging through his backpack, saying he needed a map, 3 buckets of water, and 5 kilograms of food, dried meat or bread. After searching his backpack for anything of value, Han Xiao pulled out a few rounds of ammunition and said he could pay with this. The vendor said that those rounds would not be enough for everything he ordered. He added that he could agree to give what Zero wanted for 150 rounds of ammunition. Han Xiao disagreed and said that the trader was overcharging him a little bit. The merchant defiantly replied that he didn't care because there was no other camp within a 50-kilometer radius of that area. So if the guy doesn't have enough, he doesn't have to buy anything. But then another tramp named Hu Hongjun came up to them and asked the trader, whose name was Kalo, why he was deceiving the people again. He added that it was hard for people to survive in the forests and that he shouldn't behave like that. This turn of events came as a surprise to Han Xiao. The merchant, scratching the back of his head, said that he had almost made a deal. Hu Hongjun told Zero that Kalo was an old speculator and not worth doing business with. He added that Han Xiao must have been wandering in the forest for a long time. He offered him to stay in his tent tonight. He had a place to live and food there. He also said that what the boy needed did not cost any money, and in the evening he would cook everything for him. Han Xiao only managed to modestly thank him for his kindness. He thought to himself that Hu Hongjun did not look like a scoundrel. But even if he is a scoundrel, he is not scary now. Afterward, the two of them went to Hu Hongjun's tent, where his wife Anne immediately served them drinks. Han Xiao greeted her politely. Anne smiled kindly at the guy and said that all the food they had was homemade, so she didn't know how much he would like it. Then Anne added that the guests should eat and stay overnight. Han Xiao sincerely thanked him for the offer. He was very hungry because he hadn't eaten in 3 days. Anne brought many different dishes to the table, and Zero began to eat. He praised every dish he tasted and thanked the hosts for their hospitality. All this raised his level of well-being, and Hu Hongjun only teased his guest's appetite and asked him to eat more. It was evening. Han Xiao and Hu Hongjun were resting on the couch, and Han Xiao was interested in the tent owner's rifle. He asked if he had served in the military before. Hu Hongjun just smiled and said that this gun had protected him for many years. Zero noted that his weapon was in very good condition. Hu Hongjun replied that he was now an old man and would hardly need the rifle. He said that his homeland had been invaded by another great power after the armistice. But he wasn't going to explain anything. He just said that a peasant like Zero wouldn't understand it anyway. He will not be able to understand Embryo's cooperation with 6 countries. But there is one thing Hu Hongjun definitely does not want anymore. Namely, he no longer wants to fight. He likes a quiet, measured life. Then he interrupted his thoughts and said that it was late. Let Zero go to bed, and in the morning he would continue on his way to his business. The boy agreed and went to bed to rest. And early the next day, he was ready to go on his way. He sincerely thanked Hu Hongjun for such warm hospitality. And then he saw the thief who had caught him in his nets a few days ago. Han Xiao asked the owner of the tent if he was his son, but Hu Hongjun denied it. He said that he was his nephew, whose parents were killed in the war. Hu Hongjun added that his nephew came home very late last night, so he sent him to sleep in the car. He said that the kid was completely naughty. Zero noticed that the thief was behaving rather suspiciously. Han Xiao said goodbye to his benefactors, thanked his brother Hu once again for his warm welcome, and expressed his hope that they would meet again. Hu Hongjun wished Zero a safe journey and added that next time they would drink a bottle of something stronger. And then a group of pursuers from the Embryon base, led by the #1 specimen, arrived at the vagrant camp where Han Xiao had been so warmly received. They realized that there were no other camps within a 50-kilometer radius, and therefore, Zero had been here. They began to ask the camp residents what they were interested in. Sample #1 showed a portrait of Zero and asked if they had seen this guy. When he received no response, he repeated the question, asking if anyone had seen this guy here. Hu Hongjun took the liberty of answering the question and said that they had not seen the man depicted in the portrait in their camp. Sample #1 got angry, thinking that they had taken the wrong road and ordered everyone to get in their cars and leave. However, he suddenly noticed that Hu Hongjun's nephew was very agitated for some reason, so he ordered his soldiers to grab the guy and take him with them. The soldiers did just that. Sample #1 approached the guy and ordered him to be searched. During the search, they found a gun under the guy's clothes. Specimen #1 immediately recognized this pistol. It was the weapon used by the Sova Special Forces. After Zero destroyed them, he took the gun for himself. Sample 1 asked the boy how he got the gun if he claimed that Zero was not in the camp. He pointed a loaded gun at the young thief and ordered him to confess to everything. Sample #1 added that if the kid didn't confess, his men would shoot everyone here. Kalo turned to Hu Hongjun in fright and said that he had hosted the guy in his tent that night, the one the embryo fighters were looking for. He asked why Hu Hongjun was not telling the truth, and he began to insist that he tell everything because no one here wants to get into trouble. Specimen #1 repeated that he should be told everything immediately. There was no point in denying that Zero was in their camp. His patience was running out. He said that I should have told him everything at once. He added that he didn't like the fact that they wanted to wrap him around their fingers, and now he would have to pay for such audacity. Han Xiao continued on his way, but he began to feel a strange sensation. It was so painful that his eye began to twitch. He thought someone had touched his backpack, so he sat down on the ground, opened it to see if all his things were in place. All his equipment from Embryo was there. He realized that if at least one thing was left in the camp, all the residents would be in big trouble. He started counting everything in his backpack. He counted 300 rounds of ammunition, 10 pistols, and then he noticed that one pistol was missing. He remembered how strange his brother Hu's nephew had been acting in the morning. So, it became clear that the little thief had stolen one pistol from Han Xiao's backpack. Zero decided to immediately return to the tramp's camp. And when he got there, he saw a terrible picture. All its inhabitants were killed and lay on the ground, bloody. He exhaled a frustrated breath because he was late. He turned around to leave, and then suddenly someone's hand grabbed his leg. Someone asked him not to leave. It was Kilo. He said with the last of his strength that it was an embryo unit. He also said that they did not turn him in and paid for it with their lives. Kalo asked that Han Xiao, on behalf of Hu Hongjun and in the name of his hospitality, take revenge on Embryo for the crime. But then Hu Hongjun's little nephew spoke up. He told Zero not to believe the merchant Kalo. The guy said that Kalo himself handed over his uncle Hu Hongjun to the embryo fighters. And Hu Hongjun did not say a single word until his last breath about where Han Xiao had gone. Zero fell to his knees in front of his brother who was already dead, and saw that his hand was pointing in the opposite direction from where he had gone. So he abruptly stood up, picked up a pistol, and pointed its muzzle at Kilo's head. Kilo began to ask the guy to wait and not shoot him, but to give him a chance to explain everything. However, Han Xiao was relentless. He said that Hu Hongjun did not give him up until his death. He did not give up a guy he had known for less than 2 days. And Kilo stopped searching for words and told Han Xiao that a real man died because of him, a scumbag like him. Zero only said that Kilo would have the opportunity to apologize to his brother Hu in the afterlife. Han Xiao knew full well that the path Hu Hongjun had pointed out led nowhere. This meant that the embryo squad would soon turn in the opposite direction. So he decided to stay in the camp and set up an ambush. He activated a Class E task, that is, revenge. The task was to destroy the sample unit. 15,000 experience points would be the reward for this. Zero really wanted to avenge his friends. In revenge, Han Xiao even took the gun of his dead friend Hu Hongjun. He was determined. His revenge would be terrible because innocent people had died. After preparing everything properly in the camp, Zero went outside the camp and took a comfortable position to be able to see the road leading to the camp. Driving through the area where Hu Hongjun had directed them before his death, the embryo fighters finally realized that Zero was not there. That means he's in the other direction. Specimen number 1 was wondering how far Specimen 0 could escape. Suddenly, the car they were traveling in stopped abruptly, and the driver reported that the tire must have exploded. The squad leader started to get angry. He asked how a low-pressure tire could explode. He added that it was most likely an attack. He ordered everyone to get down in their cars and follow the armored vehicles. And when they got close to the target, they were to immediately get into the jeeps. Han Xiao heard all these orders and was very pleased with this decision of his rivals, because this was exactly what he had expected. The strategy adopted by model number 1 was correct, but very easy, and Zero easily figured it out. Therefore, he launched a surprise attack on the embryo unit and immediately killed several fighters. The soldiers scattered as far as they could, but the faithful bullets caught up with them and did not allow them to escape. Zero's revenge was in full swing. Feeling weak, Specimen number 1 became very nervous. He screamed frantically, demanding that the person who dared to attack them show up. Han Xiao came out of his ambush holding a rifle, and everyone was shocked to see him. Specimen number 1 could not believe that a weakling like Zero had managed to single-handedly eliminate an entire specimen squad. He kept saying he didn't believe it. Han Xiao only laughed, saying that he had heard such a phrase in his direction once before. He added that the person from whom he heard this was already 2 meters underground. Zero was referring to Baluoda. The head of the embryo organization interrupted their conversation. He offered Han Xiao to return to embryo. He said that he would guarantee him the safety of all his memories. He also promised him a high rank and that he would definitely not be an ordinary model anymore. The guy asked how the boss thought he would want to work for them. The leader continued to speak. He said that their organization is all over the world. They do great things, and it is natural to work for them. If the guy refused the offer, the world would not be so big for him and definitely not safe. Han Xiao replied only that he would destroy them all. He immediately shot the Valkyrie model number 1. In doing so, he earned another 900 experience points. The revenge mission was completed, and an additional 15,000 experience points were earned. However, Han Xiao knew that his current strength was no match for embryos. Therefore, he would have to rely on his own knowledge and team up with a force that could withstand the entire embryo organization. With that, Han Xiao decided to go to the Star Dragon Empire. The road was long, but this journey was worth the result. There was no turning back. Han Xiao continued to acquire knowledge. Apart from the embryo organization, only 6 nations in the world possessed advanced knowledge. This meant to him that joining the 6 nations was a must to complete the task. Now he has started factional relations with the embryo organization. Embryo's goodwill has dropped by 1,000. The embryo organization is hated, another minus 1,000 points. Han Xiao received a Class A mission, the fall of embryo. In addition, he received advice. The mission will be long. The reward for it will depend on the progress of the destruction of the embryo organization, directly or indirectly. Currently, the progress is 0%. Han Xiao understood that since embryo was constantly expanding and developing, he was required to destroy 20% of it to complete the task. Thinking about it, Han Xiao came to the conclusion that he could not cope with the task alone. But he still made the choice to accept this task, as he considered it his main mission at the moment. Finally, after a long journey, he arrived in the western capital of the Star Dragon Empire. Since Han Xiao was now being searched for everywhere by the embryo organization, The Star Dragon Empire should have already received all the information. This meant that he was unlikely to be lucky enough to pass through the checkpoint. But he loved such challenges of fate and thought to himself that such a trifle would definitely not stop him. He knew very well that the players on the red list, who were wanted by their people in their past lives, could not pass the control. But that is until they find the hidden NPC in charge of smuggling and give him some money. Then he will take them to the city. Han Xiao was counting on this. He found a hidden NPC and asked him to take him to the city. And of course, he offered a certain fee for the service. The smuggler liked Han Xiao's payment, and he showed the guy where he needed to hide so that he could safely transport him to the city. The Star Dragon Empire is one of the 6 planets of the Aquamarine Nation. During the previous war, the Embryo Organization signed a secret treaty with the enemy Star Dragon Nation and organized several large-scale terrorist attacks on this territory. Thus, the Empire lost its position among the 6 nations and began to be at odds with the Embryo. Han Xiao remembered everything here well, and now he saw that this place hadn't changed at all. He began to recall where he would end up if he walked through this neighborhood and another 2 kilometers to the east. There is an inconspicuous repair shop at the end of the road. This is a hidden plot point. Han Xiao knows about it from the files of other people in his past life. Now he had no rivals, so he could get ahead of anyone. In his past life, he hadn't had this chance, but this time he would definitely take it. As Han Xiao approached the repair shop, he peered through the window and saw the man he was looking for at a table. He was playing a board game. There was a fierce struggle. The game was not easy. Everyone wanted to win. Han Xiao went inside and began to watch the game that interested him closely, and saw that the black pieces were formidable against the white. He could see the intense tension during the game. The guy wondered why there was so much noise from an ordinary board game, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice apologizing for his interference. A nice young girl in a black suit with yellow headphones approached him and asked what he needed to repair. It was strange for Han Xiao to see a girl in this place. He had been here many times before and had never noticed her. By the way, he noted to himself that the girl was quite cute. He apologized for his interference and asked if the workshop accepted students for training. The girl happily replied that of course they do. She walked closer to Han Xiao, took his arm above the elbow and told him to come in and not to get cold. He asked if the word freeze meant sunstroke in their dialect. The girl showed him a device and said that it was a mobile terminal and that it had been broken for a long time. She added that this would be a test task. If Han Xiao could do it, he could become an apprentice in the workshop and stay on to study. The boy agreed without any problems. Suddenly, one of the 2 old men playing Go at the table stopped the game and told me to wait. He asked Han Xiao why he should start studying at the workshop. Han Xiao was a little worried. Did the old man know who he was? But that was impossible. He needed to calm down and collect his thoughts. Finally, he answered that he was just looking for a job. And then the girl who had first started talking to Han Xiao interrupted the conversation. The old man who was asking the boy questions was her grandfather. So she told her grandfather to cut him some slack, that the boy was just looking for a job. She added that they finally had a student. He can't be scared away because she already has a lot of work. The old man introduced himself as the owner of the workshop. He told Han Xiao that in order to work here, he needed to pass a test. Han Xiao was interested in what kind of test the workshop owner would give him. He said he was ready. The owner liked the boy's confidence and courage. He told him to listen very carefully. And he began to announce the task that Han Xiao had to do. To begin with, he had to make another old man a mechanical prosthesis in 3 hours. And if his rival liked the prosthesis, Han Xiao would be able to stay working in the workshop. Immediately, the old man's rival began to object to why he should be involved in all kinds of tests. Suddenly, that opponent looked closer at Han Xiao and said that he remembered him. The granddaughter of the workshop owner reproached her grandfather for saying that planning and drawing alone could take several hours. And to make a complete prosthesis in 3 hours is simply unrealistic. The grandfather told his granddaughter, Lu Qian, not to interfere. He said that Han Xiao had to show something worthwhile if he wanted to work in the workshop. Then he turned to the boy and said that if he was scared, he should get out of here before it was too late. But Han Xiao is not the type to give up so quickly and without a fight. So he agreed to the challenge. Lu Qian only said that he was crazy because it was impossible to do it in the time allotted to him. Han Xiao immediately set to work. He could use everything he needed in the workshop to complete the test task. Lu Qian came to him and offered to help him create a drawing to save everyone's time. To do this, she brought a pile of paper with her. In return, She asked Han Xiao to tell her about his plan. Han Xiao just smiled and replied that he didn't need to draw a drawing. He had already thought of everything in his head. Lu Qian's mouth dropped open in amazement. She couldn't believe that it took 2 minutes to come up with the blueprints for making a prosthesis. Then his grandfather intervened and told him to stop showing off. He, like his granddaughter, said that it was unrealistic to come up with a complete drawing in just 2 minutes, even for a professional mechanic like himself. So he asked Han Xiao how he could do it, and he added that it was all hogwash. But the guy stood his ground. He only said that they would see for themselves later. The owner of the workshop was still wondering what the boy had come up with so quickly. Han Xiao was not wasting his time because he was running out of it. He was completing his test task, and the prosthesis he was ordered to make was already beginning to take shape. The owner of the workshop decided to watch the boy work. He carefully studied all the parts Han Xiao had prepared to assemble the prosthesis and saw that there was not a single missing part. It was hard for him to believe that the boy had really come up with all this in his head and not drawn a drawing. The old man saw Han Xiao already handling the folded prosthesis and kept repeating that it was impossible. And his granddaughter, who was also watching Han Xiao perform the test task, told her grandfather not to move the boy. Finally, Han Xiao finished his work, picked up his creation, turned to the owner of the workshop, and said that everything was ready. A friend of the workshop owner came into the room and asked Han Xiao to make the prosthesis for him. All 3 observers were shocked at the speed of the boy's performance, and Lu Qian could not believe that Han Xiao had completed the test in only 2.5 hours, not 3. A friend of the workshop owner took off his clothes to try on the prosthesis he had so kindly offered him. Putting it on, he immediately started testing the prosthesis, bending it at the elbow, clenching it into a fist, and was pleasantly surprised by such a skillful work. It was hard for him to believe that the prosthesis could be so mobile and that it was as functional as a real arm. Moreover, it is very smooth and does not irritate the arm at all. Han Xiao crossed his arms over his chest and told him that if he liked the prosthesis so much, he could have it. The old man thanked him and said that he was now indebted to the boy. Here the owner of the workshop intervened in their dialogue and sternly said that all the materials used to make the prosthesis belonged to him. So his friend would be indebted to him. He also made a remark to Han Xiao that he had not even asked the old man's permission. And the guy said that in that case he would ask for permission now. And he asked the owner of the workshop if he was skilled enough to stay in the workshop. The owner of the workshop allowed Han Xiao to stay. He added to himself that he would be interested to see how long he could stay here. The guy needed this, because now he will at least have a place to live. He also realized that sooner or later, he would get all the mechanical drawings he needed from the master. An acquaintance of the workshop owner, whose name was Buddy by the way, said goodbye to him, saying that they would see each other later. But Buddy was very annoyed about something and said goodbye rather rudely, telling him not to come back. Han Xiao was glad to be accepted as an apprentice in the workshop, because here he would be able to improve his level faster, and also to have a good rest. Meanwhile, Buddy's friend, the owner of the workshop, went to his car, where his personal driver met him. Suddenly his phone rang and the driver handed it to him. Already sitting in the car, he answered the call and said over the phone to inform the intelligence that Zero, who was wanted, had entered the Western capital. And immediately this information was delivered to the address. It was received by the 13th Division of the Star Dragon Territorial Strategic Defense Headquarters. 2 intelligence officers were taking the elevator. One of them, a man, said that Zero was a deserter wanted by Embryon. There is a $150,000 bounty on his head. This means he is either a genius or extremely capable. The threat he poses is incalculable. The woman replied that they had been instructed to act carefully. The man added that they had to be prepared for any outcome. He ordered her to provide protection to the informant, and they also had to hide his presence in the Western capital from Embryon spies. They got off on the floor they needed, went to the room where the grid monitoring team was working, and the man ordered them to intercept all messages that somehow mentioned Zero's whereabouts. He also told them to make sure that no information leaked out. Han Xiao came to the Cloud landfill in the 7th District. In particular, he needed the head of the gray zone of the 7th District, Leopard, who, lighting a cigar, asked the newcomer who he was and why he was looking for him. Han Xiao replied that it didn't matter who he was. In his opinion, Leopard would not mind working with him. At the same time, he played with a gun he had just stolen from one of the guards. Zero continued to announce the purpose of his visit and said that the arms trade is very profitable today. and he offered to cut costs, and in return, he asked for a small fee. The leopard was surprised to hear that the boy knew how to make firearms. He was very interested in the offer. So he put down his cigar and asked what kind of cooperation the guy had in mind. Han Xiao replied that he would present the list later. He needed materials and parts from Leopard, and he would do the production and assembly himself. He also added that he would work there for 2 hours a day. Han Xiao asked for $230 for each gun, and he will also be able to take any mechanical waste he wants from the dump. The leopard replied that all the materials here belonged to him, and he could only pay Han Xiao $150. Han Xiao, leaving the premises, said that he was satisfied with the salary. He added that Leopard should prepare the equipment and materials, and he would return tomorrow. In the meantime, he was going to the landfill. Zero was putting all kinds of mechanical garbage in a big bag and thinking that it costs a lot of money to produce mechanisms, and he would miss his salary from the workshop. But then he added that he didn't have to worry about money now. The 13th Division would easily guess that he was working for Leopard to earn extra money. He realized that they knew how good a mechanic he was, so they would definitely come after him sooner or later. Finally, Han Xiao returned to the workshop, where he was met by Lu Qian, who demanded to know where he had been for so long. He replied that he had been digging in a landfill. Lu Qian said that the landfill was a rather dangerous place. She warned him not to go there too often. Han Xiao told her that he would obey her, so she shouldn't worry. The girl told him to wash his hands and go downstairs to eat. The guy was thinking about the fact that completing the task to level up to the 20th level requires mastery of 5 mechanical bases, and he still didn't have a weapon base or a book of basic materials. But he knew that old Lu had the entire collection. He just needed to find a way to get it. So when Han Xiao went down to the dining room, he immediately asked Mr. Lu to let him use his books on mechanics. Mr. Lu angrily replied that the boy shouldn't even think about it. He said arrogantly that he had no books for the boys. Han Xiao laughed back and told Mr. Lu not to be so greedy. He suggested that he think of this request as an investment in the youth and also as training a potential employee. This made Mr. Lu even more angry, and he said that the boy was very impudent, even more impudent than the old man had thought at first. He added that he would never give the boy his books. And then suddenly Mr. Lu Qian's granddaughter came up to him with a pile of books and said that her grandfather was just joking. It was nothing special, and she handed those books to Zero. Mr. Lu was shocked by his granddaughter's prank because he did not want to share his books with the boy. Han Xiao simply took the books and thanked Lu Qian. The guy immediately opened the book and started studying. He decided to invest his potential points in the training of the armed base and the book of basic materials. Now he had learned the 5 mechanical bases of the weapon branch, mastered new skills such as basic cleaning and reloading, and received a new robot ranger blueprint. Han Xiao knew that in the battle against Embryo, using others was commonplace, but what really mattered was his own abilities. Now enriched with knowledge, he closed the book, thinking that time waits for no one and he needed to start preparing. Late in the evening, when it got dark, a man in a hat and a long cloak came to the workshop and said that the target had been identified. A tired Lu Qian yawned, stretched, and said that it was quite hot today, and that was why business was not going well. She asked Zero what he was doing there for so long. The guy replied that it was nothing special, just some work, just for fun. Lu Qian only said that Han Xiao is very hard-working. She added that it was no wonder why he was so good at it. The next day, a man in a classic suit and carrying a diplomat entered the workshop. Han Xiao immediately noticed him. Lu Qian ran out to meet him and asked what he needed. The man replied that his car had broken down nearby, at an intersection. The girl said that she would take a look at the car without any problems. Han Xiao was tinkering with some machinery. He overheard old Buddy inspecting the machine and saying that it had a very dirty engine. He suggested that his new employee and apprentice take care of it. Meanwhile, Zero noticed that the man who asked for help had strong and steady feet. This means that he is trained, and most likely from the 13th Division. Lu Qian was upset with her grandfather for not offering to repair the car. She said that he thought she was afraid to get her hands dirty. And what kind of stereotype is that? Han Xiao told her to take it as an opportunity to relax and let him take care of the car. Zero then walked with the man in the suit to his car. A man in a suit asked the boy a strange question about whether he was still young. Han Xiao lifted the hood and began to inspect the car. He told the man that he was 30 years old. The man continued to ask questions. This time he asked the man's name. Han Xiao replied rather sharply that a man should introduce himself before asking the other person what his name was. The man in the suit was a little nervous, but said his name was Feng Jun. As Han Xiao fussed over the car, he simply replied that the man had a nice name. Then he looked up at Feng Jun and said that he had misunderstood him. He was just waiting for a cigarette. The man, of course, gave the boy a cigarette, and he told him his name, Han Xiao. Feng Jun continued to ask 0 new questions. This time he was interested in whether the guy was local or not. Then he asked a more precise question, namely, where Han Xiao came from. In the meantime, the guy finished repairing the cars, closed the hood, and said that everything was ready. He explained to Feng Jun that a hydraulic pipe had broken in the car and quoted a fee of $9 for the work. Feng Jun agreed with this fee, but he still had some questions he wanted to ask Han Xiao. So he said that the guy was quite capable, and he wondered where he had learned to be a mechanic. Han Xiao replied that he was self-taught. Feng Jun, taking the money out of his jacket, admired the fact that he had acquired such abilities on his own, and asked him again where he came from. Han Xiao decided to play dumb and told the man that he was from the village. Then he asked if the man expected him to give him a discount for the repair. Feng Jun handed the guy the money, and Han Xiao started to mock him, saying that he already thought the man's wallet was in the deepest pocket he had ever seen, and he thought that Feng Jun would take forever to pester him. Then Feng Jun contacted someone by phone and reported that preliminary surveillance showed that the target was a mechanic and that the danger from him was not yet established. It is only known that the target calls himself Han Xiao. On the other end of the call, he was asked what the target's personality analysis was. Feng Jun was thanked for using the workshop services and wished him success. Han Xiao worked hard and responsibly. One day, Lu Qian told him that customers kept coming to their store, and that if they continued to do so, they would be able to expand their business. She also added that she did not know the reason for this, but that their customers often asked her about him. Han Xiao replied that he does his job well and doesn't try to push a so-called membership card on clients. Therefore, it is not surprising that clients like him. But the girl was surprised to say that everyone who was interested in the guy was a man. She added that Han Xiao shouldn't worry about anything because she wouldn't change her attitude toward him no matter what. But Han Xiao was outraged at this and said that she was misunderstanding everything. It was not what she thought it was. He was really angry at Lu Qian's remark. He thought that girls are too crazy nowadays. Meanwhile, Han Xiao didn't waste any time, but tried his best to improve his level. He had already managed to assemble the last element of the Ranger. Then he had to assemble it. So he finally made a crawling Ranger. He has added 5,000 experience points to his experience. The Ranger's basic attributes are as follows: armor value, 800 defense, 18, engineering energy rank, 58 top speed, 23 kilometers per h, height 118 m, weight 65 kilograms. Han Xiao liked his work and decided to name his creation Ranger 1.0. Now Han Xiao had a new task. He had to escape. But he didn't understand how he could be chased if the western capital was heavily guarded. He realized that this was planned by the 13th Division to see how strong he was. So he accepted the task and thought, let them see what happens. Han Xiao then put the Ranger 1.0 on the cart, covered it, and told Lu Qian that he had somewhere to go, so he was taking the day off. Lu Qian was a very kind and compassionate girl. She thought Han Xiao was in some kind of trouble, so she did not hesitate to offer the guy her help, not knowing what it was. Han Xiao replied that he was fine, so she shouldn't worry for nothing. A beetle was parked near the workshop, with 2 men hanging around. They were watching Han Xiao. One of them was surprised to see a guy who was being promised $1 million for his life, because he looked like an ordinary boy. And those men were being watched by others who knew they belonged to the stinging bee squad and were pursuing a target. Meanwhile, Han Xiao headed for the dump, and the guy specifically went there because he realized that if they had to fight, they could harm ordinary people in the city, and here it should be better. The boy approached the leopard and said that he had come to get some materials. The leopard said it was almost time for dinner and invited the boy to join him. Han Xiao agreed, noting how the leopard smiled slyly afterward. At dinner, the landfill owner said that he had spent a lot of money finding out who the guy really was, where he was from. He hadn't expected to get such information. He said he learned that Han Xiao was just a traveler who had just arrived in the western capital. Han Xiao asked Leopard if he had ever thought that the source of his information might not be telling the truth. Leopard, who was pouring drinks, said that for his own good, the guy should tell him everything he knew about making weapons. Then he added that he hoped for cooperation. Otherwise, he would have to get that information by force. Han Xiao asked why Leopard was so confident that he could easily deal with him. The Leopard just laughed and said that the guy was just a traveler, So what could he do to him? Han Xiao replied that it was obvious that the landfill owner's informant did not have complete information about him. He then suggested that Leopard open a computer and look up the price for his head on the darknet himself. The landfill owner did not relent from his position. He told the guy that many such assholes had bluffed him, and the last of them didn't even get a funeral. Han Xiao pulled something out of his backpack and asked Leopard if their conversation was over. And then he felt the muzzle of a revolver put to the back of his head. He just exhaled a tired breath. Han Xiao stood up abruptly and immediately started shooting at his attackers. None of Leopard's guards had time to fire a single shot as they were immediately killed. The Leopard watched what was happening with fear and could not understand anything. He immediately began to call all his bodyguards who were outside. He ordered them to run to his aid and kill Han Xiao. One of the guards said that it was just one guy, so why should they all run to help? The other agreed with him, because he didn't understand how the guards who were near Leopard couldn't handle one young man. And then a civilian mercenary organization, the Stinging Bee Squad, arrived. This was not good for Leopard at all. Han Xiao just laughed at them all. The squad leader said that they were in the capital of the Star Dragon, so they needed to keep a low profile and finish everything quickly. Meanwhile, Han Xiao had already escaped through various bunkers, of which there were many, and this saved him. The commander continued to give orders to his men. He ordered Group A to open fire to detain the guy and get closer to him. Then the squad leader ordered Group B to squeeze the guy from the rear. Some group managed to capture the target. Han Xiao had to urgently change his position. Meanwhile, Leopard's bodyguards were shouting in frustration, wondering where those mercenaries had come from. Leopard assumed that they were after the guy. Han Xiao was frantically thinking of a plan for how to proceed. He pulled out a laptop computer from his pocket, but he was glad that he had guessed this situation and was therefore prepared for it. The squad commander saw the robot, Ranger 1.0, which Zero had placed in his defense, so he immediately ordered the guys to open fire and destroy it. Han Xiao saw that he had only 27% of ammunition left. He realized that his Ranger 1.0 would not last long. He had to finish off the mercenaries here. The commander of the Stinging Bee unit saw some success in their cause and then ordered his men to continue shooting. The Leopard calmly watched the fight, lit a cigarette, and noted that the robot had just temporarily diverted the attention of the pursuers, and he immediately ordered his henchmen to use the chaos around them to their advantage and catch the fugitive. When the mercenaries got closer to the robot, Han Xiao noted with satisfaction that this was exactly what he had expected. He immediately pressed the button to start the self-destruction. The program began to load. Having already run too close to the robot, the mercenaries noticed that something was wrong with it. It was too late. The robot exploded. The blast wave was so powerful that it even knocked out the Leopard and its guard who were standing next to it. The landfill owner was shocked that Han Xiao had blown up his robot right in the city. It was crazy. The people who monitored the work of the Stinging Bee Squad heard the explosion. Their superiors were giving them a request for a covert operation. And now, it would be on all the front pages of the news. They decided to get out of there as soon as possible. However, they were immediately detained by officers of the 13th Division and ordered to stay still, put their hands behind their heads, and surrender immediately. From his hiding place, Leopard Park saw the 13th Division's men arrive. He did not want to cross paths with them. He feverishly recalled what Han Xiao had told him at dinner. He could not believe that the boy was telling the truth. So he decided to take the guy's advice to look into the computer and check all the information himself. And there it was stated that the guy's name was Zero. The bounty on his head was $1 million, and he was wanted by the Embryo organization. Zero is now a deserter from Embryon, the 13th Division, and the Star Dragon. The Leopard, having read all this shocking information, said that he had had enough. The 13th Division came for him and his bodyguard and arrested him. The commander of the Stinging Bee unit and his men who survived the robot explosion were also arrested by the 13th Division. Han Xiao did not like what had happened, because the whole operation had gone awry because of those mercenaries. However, he could not let the 13th Division steal his skills, so he opened fire on the prisoners and hit the commander of the Stinging Bee unit. Immediately, a fighter of the 13th Division shouted who authorized him to open fire. He said it was the last warning and ordered Zero to put his weapon on the ground and surrender immediately. The computer told Han Xiao that he had completed the assault class task and received 10,000 experience points for it. It also told him that he had to kill all the attackers. Therefore, he received a basic skill upgrade card. There was an offer to accept the reward, but the guy realized that it was not the right time. All the arrested have now been interrogated in the interrogation room. There was an intelligence officer from the Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Division sitting there. He told Han Xiao that it was not the first time they had met and asked if the boy remembered him. Han Xiao happily said that of course he remembered, because the officer was the man in the business suit who had asked for help at the workshop where the boy worked and who had a very deep wallet. Another employee of the 13th Division did not like Zero's loose form of communication at all. He abruptly ordered all jokes to stop. He immediately addressed the guy directly and asked for an explanation as to why Embryon had put a bounty on his head of $1 million. And if he doesn't know why, he should give us all the information he has. Han Xiao continued to joke and said that the man looked very scary. He added that if they wanted him to cooperate with them, they should show him a little respect and let him talk to someone competent. He told his two interrogators directly that he was not going to talk to them about anything, and all because he does not consider them competent. Then the officer stood up from his chair and clearly stated that he was the chief of intelligence of the 13th Division. He asked whether Han Xiao considered him competent enough to conduct the interrogation. Now the guy agreed to answer the questions. The intelligence chief started the interrogation anew. He asked whether Han Xiao was a member of the embryo organization. He said that he was. The officer then asked what position he held in that organization, to which Zero replied that he was a logistician who studied mechanical weapons. The head of intelligence started to get a little nervous. He said that Embryon would never put a $1 million bounty on some logistician. Let the guy not deceive them. He added that they have many methods to make him tell the truth. The guy just sighed. Han Xiao continued to give out information. He said that the date in the notification log was June 4th, 687, according to the galactic calendar year. Signal location, the planet Aquaria. Destination, the 8th base of the planet Dark Star. The content of the message is top secret. The interrogators looked at each other because they had not received the basic information. The intelligence commander asked if the guy was sure of the information he had provided. Han Xiao realized from this question that the officer had called his bluff. He replied that if he hadn't seen that message with his own eyes, then how would he have known about the Dark Star? According to the game's settings, the interstellar powers of the planet Aquaria are still a huge secret. The interstellar forces that came into contact with the advanced civilization of Aquaria, the Vasanas, are called Kedolas. The Dark Star was originally part of the Kedolas, but later broke away from them. Now they are at odds. If Embryo made contact with the Dark Star, all 6 nations would be in trouble. Han Xiao realized that in that case, he could quickly capture the attention of the Star Dragon if he simply mentioned the magazine. He asked again if they could now move on to the plan for their cooperation, and he agreed to it. He didn't care what would happen to Embryo afterward. He then began to mark on the map the locations of Embryo's secret bases in Star Dragon. He added that the officers should consider this his show of respect for their cooperation. The officer asked him if he only knew about 3 secret embryo bases. Han Xiao replied that of course he knew more. But first, he would wait until they had verified the information he had already provided, and then they would discuss the next one together. The intelligence chief asked the young man clearly what his conditions were. Han Xiao replied that he just wanted to work with them on the embryo case. The officer said he would report their conversation to his superiors. He added that, unfortunately, he would have to stay here for now. Han Xiao warned them not to make him stay here for too long because he had only taken 1 day off. The officers went to a meeting with their superiors and said they had reason to trust Han Xiao and cooperate with him. Another officer said that he could not be trusted in any case, that perhaps the boy had given false information. He was rebuffed, saying that this was unlikely. Han Xiao is a fugitive from Embryo, and he can only rely on them to survive. Therefore, there is no reason to doubt his veracity. A quarrel broke out between the council members. Another said that he insisted on detaining the guy and asking for all the information, because the 13th Division does not need to negotiate with anyone. He has already been told that this is nonsense. Han Xiao has already shown them his honesty, and they should not push away anyone who wants to help them. The officer who did not want to cooperate with Zero insulted the one who favored Han Xiao, calling him a coward. In return, he said that he was being completely unreasonable. The chairman of the meeting replied that they could both cooperate with the boy and control him at the same time. He added that it would be useful to have him join their division. This did not sit well with the officer, who did not want to negotiate with Han Xiao, but he said that if the director insisted on it, then it was worth sending the guy to the logistics department. That way they can maximize the benefits of him and at the same time keep a better eye on him, since no one from that department is allowed to go outside. The director said that they would get something out of the boy anyway. Han Xiao has experience in battles. In that case, it would be better to send him to the Covert Operations Department and let him fight against Embryo. That way, they can really trace his true intentions. Meanwhile, the 13th Division's laboratory investigated Han Xiao's mechanism. They saw that this hacked mechanism has 4 levels of encryption, and that's why whoever made it is just incredible. The member of the meeting who opposed Zero asked the lab worker if he could do it or not. That is, whether he could break the mechanism. The lab worker replied that there was nothing special about the mechanism. The encryption itself is very well done. Most likely, its creator is an ordinary peasant for whom any garbage has some value. That's all. A member of the meeting laughed at the employee, asking him which of the incomprehensible things he had made himself was better than the mechanism he was currently researching. A sticky bomb covered in clay, or a mechanical gun that can't hit the target. He continued to mock the employee, listing his not-so-successful works. Among them were fake breasts with nipples that released poisoned games. He reminded him of the 2 agents who got stuck with their own needles because they wore the wrong breast. Those poor guys are still in the hospital. Meanwhile, the officer who defended Han Xiao reported by phone that he would make sure that the boy was taken to the Covert Operations Department. He was on the phone with an informant, the same man Han Xiao had made the prosthesis for. He was asked if he was sure the guy was really worth all the trouble. The informant said that the boy could provide them not only with the information they needed, but he had a feeling that he would play an important role in their fight against Embryo. Everyone was angry about how the Embryo organization dared to set up its secret base in their country. They decided to destroy it. They sent several units there. The first group was to target the Embryo base. The commander ordered to show the members of the Embryo organization what they were made of. Embryo's guards were caught off guard by a sudden surprise visit from the 13th Division. They wondered how the Star Dragon could have known their location. This happened on the territory where Embryo's secret base number 45 was located. In the Star Dragon Special Agent Department, the agents were outraged because they were supposed to be resting while their captain recovered from his injuries, but they were suddenly called away on an urgent mission. They said that their superiors didn't treat them like human beings at all. There were 3 special agents who needed to get inside the base. To do this, they had to break the access key. During the penetration, they were identified. The system began to initialize the format. An alarm went off at the base and a message was sent that the main security system had been hacked. A call went out for all units to immediately go to the main room. A female special agent shouted at her colleague Lin Yao to move faster. So Lin Yao managed to get in. He needed 3 more minutes, but the enemies would be there in less than 1. Then they pulled out the new gear their commander had given them before the mission. Lin Yao asked if they were sure this thing wouldn't explode, because the R&D department was full of idiots. The girl putting the equipment on herself said that they had no choice anyway. And if the data was damaged, all their efforts were in vain. All hope was in the arm, which was their equipment. Having dressed and prepared herself properly, she took a breath and ran as fast as she could. She hit the door with all her might and made a hole in it with her new equipment. It was a very powerful blow. It was unexpected for them. Lin Yao shouted that he would hack the enemy database and let his colleagues cover him. The enemies have already arrived. The fight began. Special agents skillfully fought them off. Lin Yao got to the main system and worked on the database. He formatted everything and started the self-destruct system. She asked him if everything was ready and received an affirmative answer. Now they could get out of there. It was already quite late. At one of Embryo's secret bases, they were still awake. A member of the organization reported to his supervisor that base number 45 had been destroyed. When the supervisor asked who it was, the short answer was that it was the Star Dragon. The leader asked how Star Dragon could have known about the existence of that base. He was told that it was unknown, but they suspected that Zero had provided the information. The supervisor asked how an ordinary test subject could learn about something as secret as the location of the base. He let his speaker go. The manager immediately decided to act. He logged into his personal line of communication. He ordered his agent to secretly check everyone who had access to information about the location of the base and immediately inform him if he found anyone suspicious. He added that it was time to clean up the organization. Meanwhile, the Star Dragon special agents returned to their base, having done their job well. Their manager said that this time they received a lot of relevant information. The top management is very pleased with them. He added that the equipment they had taken with them needed to be returned to headquarters. Then he asked her how the mechanical arm was useful to them. The girl replied that it was thanks to that mechanical arm that they were able to evacuate quickly. And she asked the leader who made such a wonderful piece of equipment. The leader said he could not answer her question. The girl also asked if the headquarters would continue to give them this arm to carry out missions. Meanwhile, in the workshop where Han Xiao was working, Lu Qian was having dinner with her grandfather and was missing Han Xiao because he had been gone for 3 days. Her grandfather told her that she should be optimistic and that Han Xiao might already be dead. The girl tearfully asked her grandfather to do her a favor and ask someone to help her find a boyfriend, to which her grandfather replied that he would let the girl dream about it. He reminded her that when she stole his books to give them to Han Xiao to read, in defiance of her grandfather, she did not remember that she was his granddaughter. Then Lu Qian said that in that case, she would sell all the wine her grandfather kept under the floor in his bedroom. Grandpa pretended not to know what she was talking about and asked if she really thought he was that petty. He added that if Lu wanted to find Han Xiao so badly, she should rely on him. He would help her with it. Mr. Lu called his friend and asked why they had taken his student and employee. The answer was that the guy just wanted to work with them for a while. Mr. Lu said that they should send the boy back immediately, otherwise his granddaughter would destroy her grandfather's entire wine collection. His friend replied that he couldn't do that because the rules didn't allow it. Mr. Lu replied that this was all nonsense, and he knew very well who made up all the rules. He doesn't care about their rules, just let them send the guy back. He reminded him that his friend still owed him for the last time. Han Xiao returned to the studio. Lu Qian immediately attacked him with reproaches, asking him where he had been for so long and that they were very worried about him. Then she cried and said that he was not from their country and something unpleasant could have happened to him. And she and her grandfather were about to report him to the police about his disappearance. Finally, the girl shouted loudly where the hell he was. Han Xiao replied that he was just out for a walk. Lu Qian grabbed him by the ear, started pulling and scolding him for coming up with such an illogical story. The boy was still trying to justify himself. Then Lova put her hand on Han Xiao's shoulder and said that she had watched the news on TV yesterday, and they showed a shootout that took place at the landfill. She lowered her head and said that she was very worried that nothing bad would happen to him. Han Xiao thought about what she had said. He hadn't even thought about her worries, and he blamed himself for not thinking to call her. Then Mr. Lu came out to meet the boy and said that he thought the boy would not come back alive, and he was sorry about that. Lu Qian looked at her grandfather reproachfully. After that, the girl told Han Xiao that she would buy him a phone so that he could always be in touch. The guy said he didn't need a phone because he already had one, and pulled his phone out of his pocket. Mr. Lu was surprised by this turn of events. Looking at it, he said that it was a phone with the code of the 13th Division, so he asked Han Xiao if he had joined them. The guy replied that he was an important suspect, and that the 13th Division had given him this phone to keep an eye on him and contact him whenever necessary. Han Xiao must carry that phone around with him 24 hours a day. Mr. Lu grabbed the boy by the collar and asked him if he thought the 13th Division would have told him if they wanted to spy on him. He explained that there was no escape from joining the 13th Division, and he had to leave immediately. Mr. Lu immediately suggested that perhaps the boy could stay in his workshop because he was interested in his granddaughter. Lu Qian blushed with shame. Han Xiao began to make excuses that Mr. Lu had misunderstood. This disappointed the old man. He said he didn't really understand the feelings of young people, and his granddaughter is no longer a little girl, and he really wants to hold his great-grandchildren in his arms. So let the boy try harder. Lu Qian turned away from them and covered her face with her hands. The old man left, and Han Xiao began to console the girl by saying that her grandfather was just joking and that he had misunderstood. Lu Qian had an ambiguous reaction to the boy's explanation. Finally, Han Xiao retired to his room and thought about how old people who want grandchildren scare him. Then his computer gave a signal. It was a notification. The guy thought that he had sent the report to the 13th Division for a reason. The computer showed his progress on the A-class task, the fall of the embryo. At the moment, it was 1.6%. It turns out that the connection to intelligence was recognized by the system as an indirect penetration. Han Xiao also realized that it was better for him to fight embryo directly. Embryon is definitely strengthening its forces now, so the guy needs to take a risk to get new blueprints and improve his equipment. Han Xiao was able to develop new mega explosive bullets. That was enough for now. But this is an entry-level weapon. You can't use it too powerfully. The guy heard a noise. It sounded like a car was approaching. It was a vehicle of the 13th Division. Han Xiao approached the car, from which an agent got out, and the guy asked him why he had come. The agent replied that the report he had submitted to the 13th Division had been verified, and now they have reason to trust him, his truthfulness in their cooperation. The agent held out his hand to Han Xiao and said that the leadership had decided to accept him into the 13th Division. The guy smiled to himself with satisfaction. This was exactly what he had planned. The agent continued to talk. He said that the management decided to send him to the Covert Operations Department, and then he would be assigned to some unit. They shook hands. From that moment on, reputation building with the new faction began. The favor of the Star Dragon Strategic Defense Department increased by 300 points. Han Xiao realized that this way, he could directly attack Embryo. Now the agent said if he had no more questions, let him pack up, they would go report to the division. Meanwhile, Lu Qian couldn't calm down from what her grandfather had said. She sat on the floor with her knees together, hugged her pillow, and thought about how she just felt a little respect for the guy, not admiration. She also wondered what if Han Xiao really did have feelings for her. Suddenly he came up to her and said he wanted to talk to her. The girl recoiled from him in fright and said that he was a really good person, and then stopped talking. The guy asked himself what she was thinking. This made Han Xiao very happy. He said that since he was such an incredible worker, the country wanted him to become a civil servant, and of course he couldn't refuse them. And then he added that he would definitely help with the workshop because he didn't want the business to suffer. Lu Qian calmed down. She was proud of Han Xiao and told him to be careful. And then she added sternly, let him remember that he had promised it himself. Therefore, he must keep his word. If not, she would cut his salary. Han Xiao agreed with this, and he exhaled that apparently there were no more misunderstandings. Meanwhile, the 13th Division's logistics department continued its routine work as usual. A special agent who had recently stormed one of Embryo's secret bases came in. She asked which of the employees was named Liu Xiang. All the guys in the department noticed the beautiful girl with 2 turquoise tails. One of them said that was his name, and asked who she was. The girl briefly replied that her name was Li Yalin. Then she said that she had heard that Liu Xiang was an ace in the logistics department. The guy was embarrassed and replied that he was not that good. But Li Yalin went straight to what she was interested in and asked if he had created the mechanical arm. Liu Xiang laughed and asked what was wrong with that hand. He went on to say that it was not surprising because such a simple man had made that hand. The girl objected and said that she really liked the mechanical hand, so she came here to make a personal order. Liu Xiang was very excited because it was not he who invented and assembled this hand. Li Yalin got angry and asked why he didn't tell her right away that he hadn't created the mechanical arm. She had just wasted her time. The guys around him laughed, but Liu Xiang said that the new guy who created the arm would most likely be sent to their department, and then he would take care of him properly. Han Xiao came to the Covert Operations Department of the 13th Star Dragon District. The other special agents were already waiting for him. Li Yalin was the first to turn to him and ask if he was the new recruit the director had assigned to their team. The guy introduced himself to his new colleagues. He said he was a mechanic. The first to answer him was a guy with short green hair, Hacker Lin Yao. Next, Sniper Lambert introduced himself in a sharp and stern manner. Li Yalin continued. She asked Han Xiao why he was wearing a mask, why he was hiding his face. Did he not trust them? Han Xiao replied that it was his personal privacy. This made the girl think. She wondered why this mechanic was hiding. She then asked if he was the same mechanic who had created the mechanical arm. Han Xiao asked how she knew. Then the girl came up to him, put her hand on his shoulder, and asked him kindly if he wouldn't mind creating another such hand just for her. Han Xiao said that any whim was on her, and he thought that he didn't even know her name. The girl seemed to read his thoughts and told him her name. She said she was a melee fighter. Han Xiao asked if there were only 4 of them in this unit. They replied that there were 5 in total. There is also a captain, a fist fighter. Right now, he is in the hospital. The mechanic was stressed by the fact that even the captain himself was injured. He guessed that the unit was performing rather complicated and dangerous operations. Li Yalin replied that the captain was in the hospital due to poisoning. Suddenly, a notification came to his computer, and Lin Yao went to read the message. He said that a newcomer had just joined their squad, and the management had already dropped a new task on them. They needed to catch a black spider that was hiding in the western capital. Li Yalin asked if he was a well-known bounty hunter. She said that the last time their agents failed to catch a black spider, he even managed to blow up 2 streets. Now Han Xiao has a new task, to destroy the black spider. For this, he will be able to receive a reward of 9,000 experience points. In addition, he will receive a special reward of 4,000 points or a mind stabilizer. The boy thought that this was too small a reward, but still better than nothing at all. Meanwhile, Li Yalin continued to talk about the Black Spider and suggested that he would not dare to stay in the Western capital any longer. Lambert asked when they would go on the mission. Li Yalin replied that they didn't need to rush because the intelligence department had already spotted the location of the Black Spider, so they will go there at night. The night came. The squad arrived at work. Everyone except Han Xiao got out of the car. Since this was his first job with them, he was given the task of simply getting to know the area. He will be the eyes and ears of the squad and must gather all the information. They are relying on him. Han Xiao agreed. He thought it should be a fairly easy task, but he really wanted to kill some mobs. The squad climbed to the top of one building and Li Yalin pointed to a small building ahead. A black spider was supposed to be hiding there. The sniper pointed his rifle there. The girl went on to say that the black spider was on the 3rd floor, and he must be very careful now. She warned them to be as quiet as possible. Han Xiao radioed them that they should not be too quiet because the black spider had already spotted them. Li Yalin sharply asked where he got this information from. Suddenly, she noticed that they had already been spotted by the enemy. She adjusted her earpiece. And then they were attacked by armed men from the Black Spider squad. Hacker Lin Yao shouted that the information provided by the management was false. On the other hand, the Black Spider himself pointed the muzzle of his rifle at them. He shouted at them that they had dared to put their paws on him again. If they did, he would destroy them. The moon illuminated his face and it became clear that he had a spider painted on his cheek. He ordered his unit to destroy the agents of the 13th Division. Li Yalin told her colleagues to work on destroying the Black Spider squad. She decided to personally deal with their boss. She drew her sword and began to attack the Black Spider with anger. The Black Spider quickly realized where the girl was going to strike and jumped away. The Black Spider arrogantly said that he respected her courage, but he would quickly destroy her. Li Yalin asked how he could be so sure. The Black Spider sharply raised his gun and fired a shot with the words of farewell to the beautiful girl. However, the girl managed to dodge the shot with lightning speed. The Black Spider realized that she was very skilled in close combat and fist fighting, so it would be difficult to deal with her. While he was thinking about it, Li Yalin quickly attacked him and struck him on the head, which was uncovered. This inspired the girl because she realized that the Black Spider did not have good close combat skills, and now she has a very good chance to defeat him. That's why Li Yalin jumped up to him once more, sharply stabbing the Black Spider in the neck with her sword. Her sword had the ability to elongate at certain necessary moments. The wounded Black Spider fell to the ground holding his neck. He was surprised by the power of his opponent's sword. He noted that the girl fought very well. And then he angrily asked her if she thought that was enough to destroy him. He confidently stated that she would not succeed. Falling completely convulsing to the ground, the Black Spider was still saying that it could not be destroyed. Finally, he completely lost consciousness. Li Yalin radioed Han Xiao to tell him that he had created a wonderful knife. The mechanic told her not to let her guard down because the Black Spider was still alive. But the girl claimed, looking at her opponent's eyes, that he had already been eliminated. Han Xiao said that the Black Spider is a superhuman. It is not easy to destroy. He has no ordinary strength. He suggested that she take off his mask so that she could see for herself. Li Yalin just laughed at this suggestion. She decided that the newcomer was trying to make a name for himself, so he was making up all sorts of tall tales. The girl kept laughing. She said that she knew better how to proceed. But Sniper Lambert decided to listen to the girl's words and still removed the mask from the Black Spider. So he came closer, took off his mask, and saw a face that was not human at all. Han Xiao immediately told them to tear off the Black Spider's head and remove the masks from his entire squad. When the agents began to remove the masks from all the Black Spider fighters who seemed to be lying dead on the ground, they saw that they all had no faces. Han Xiao told them that in 3 hours, this corpse, which the drone he had launched now, would come back to life. To prevent this from happening, they need to cut off his head. The other corpse was to come back to life in 4 hours. The drone was guided from one to the other. Some corpses were supposed to come back to life in 5 or 6 hours. Han Xiao directed his colleagues in the squad from one corpse to another, and the agents took turns cutting off their heads. Finally, only one corpse of a Black Spider remained, and everyone wondered what to do with it. They heard its voice asking them not to destroy it. Then he got up and started to run away. Han Xiao offered to break his arms and legs so that he could not move. He started talking feverishly about how he could not be killed. Let them not waste their energy, because they would not be able to destroy him anyway. But Lambert knocked him down, threw him face down on the ground, and began to break his limbs. The black spider screamed, wondering how they knew about his strength. Han Xiao replied that he had the ability to parasitically copy. This means that once in a while, he can create copies of himself without a face. The clones he creates follow him within a fixed radius. In this way, he can reincarnate endlessly into nearby clones. There are only 10 of them here, and he has scattered the rest of the stragglers around the world. That's why they are his secret trump card. The black spider could not believe that someone had found out about his secret. He shouted out who the hell he was. The computer informed Han Xiao that the E-Class Black Spider task was completed. He received 5,000 experience points. The secret condition, capture the Black Spider, is fulfilled. Now he can choose his special reward, 4,000 points or the Mind Stabilizer. Han Xiao was unhappy with the offer of so few points. The Mind Stabilizer is only useful for psychic attacks. There are few other uses for it. The next day, Han Xiao went to the workshop and was greeted by Lu Qian. She told him that the workshop's permit was almost ready and that they would soon be able to use the new premises. She was very grateful to him for that. Han Xiao received a lot of orders from agents for a switchblade knife and was very happy about it, because in this way he could get rich quickly. The logistics department of the 13th Star Dragon Division was having a heated discussion. One agent was indignant that the new recruit Han Xiao was unwilling to share his drawings. He said that the boy really thought that without those blueprints they could do nothing. He ordered me to find an agent who could buy a switchblade from Han Xiao. So the management sent an agent from the office to buy a throwaway knife from someone. He said they could name any price. Li Yelin said menacingly that they all realized that the management just wants to copy the blueprints of that knife. She added that you can't do that to people. That's why all the special agents turned around and left, leaving the one sent by the leadership with nothing. Li Yalin could not calm down. She was indignant that the management itself could not do anything, so it wanted to steal from others. They would be ashamed of themselves. They understood her well, but knew that it could not be otherwise. One agent pulled out his knife and decided to sell it. Others said that Han Xiao could certainly create a new weapon, but let him not sell his knife. But the agent didn't care and asked for a price of 30,000 for the knife. The seller and the buyer agreed on that. The knife was sold for 30,000. After receiving the knife, the management handed it over to Liu Xiang from the logistics department. He examined the weapon and saw that it was rather crudely made and had no code, so he decided that he could easily recreate the knife's blueprints. The manager said that he was counting on him in this case. And he promised that if Liu Xiang copes with the task, he will no longer have to serve in this department. He would promote him to the research and development department. Li Yalin immediately called Han Xiao and informed him of what had happened. She said that all the agents had refused to order the knife because the R&D department had copied the knife's drawings and was now mass-producing it. Han Xiao had by then managed to create a considerable number of knives to fulfill orders. He was extremely unhappy with this turn of events. He decided to turn the case in his favor, and the leadership of the 13th Division would definitely not like that. He took his findings to the 8th District, in particular to an underground weapons store. The guy was told that his product was quite good and asked if he could supply it on a regular basis. But Han Xiao had his own proposal for that. He asked the head of the company to whom he was showing the throwaway knife if he was interested in buying the blueprints for the weapon. He offered his selling price, 5,000 for each of the 1,000 throwaway knives and 1,000,000 for the blueprints. The head of the firm asked if he could expect a lower price, to which Han Xiao replied with a firm no. The day before, they confirmed the report of the Research and Development Department. Now the switchblade belongs to them. The agent who brought the news thanked him for his trust. However, the executive director was not so positive. He was probably worried about how Han Xiao would react to all this. That's what the director of the Research and Development Department thought. But the guy has no intention of joining the 30th Division, so there's no need to pay attention to it. Then the executive director began to slowly pull out an envelope. For some reason, the director of the Research and Development Department became very excited, realizing that the envelope might contain information that was negative for him. The executive director asked him directly why the agent had used his position and his opportunities to resell weapons to the division. He summarized that he was extremely disappointed with his work. In the office of the 13th Division, they started talking about an inspection of the director of the Research and Development Department. They said he was selling weapons illegally. They also said that Han Xiao must have set him up. Others said that the guy must have gotten the support of the top brass. Suddenly, everyone fell silent when they saw Han Xiao coming. All the agents noticed that even the CEO was being very polite to the mechanic Han Xiao. They wondered who he really was. Han Xiao was personally invited to the meeting by the executive director. He invited him to his office. The guy was extremely surprised to see who was there. There was the old man with the mustache whom Han Xiao had once met in the workshop and for whom he had made a prosthesis. He thought that the old man still thought he knew nothing about him, so he decided to play actor. He took off his mask and asked in surprise who he was. The old man told him not to worry, that he was just taking an active part in the life of the 13th Division. While smoking a cigarette, the old man asked Han Xiao what suggestions he had to resolve the situation. Han Xiao, without hesitation, angrily said that he was demanding compensation. The director of the Research and Development Department said that the guy had already made enough money by selling the blueprints, and he had just been searched. Isn't that enough for him? Han Xiao attacked him and said that if he hadn't stolen his blueprints, he would have earned much more. From the very beginning, it was his own work. After that, don't let the director call it compensation. He added that if the director hadn't stolen the drawing from him, the guy might have sold it to the division. All he had to do was ask. The director was caught off guard by this turn of the conversation. The executive director intervened and asked Han Xiao what his conditions were. He replied that he hoped this would not happen again in the future. The man with the prosthesis assured him that it would. Han Xiao then added that he wanted to look at the knowledge of advanced mechanical engineering. He thought to himself that it was a very good idea to ask this, because the 6 nations in embryo have completely different information. He knew very well that only very reliable and trusted people had access to that knowledge. This would determine his future success. He realized that if he failed, it would take him too long to get the security clearance. The man with the prosthesis crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back, saying that he would grant Han Xiao such access. But then, the director of the Research and Development Department intervened and objected to the decision, saying that advanced knowledge required a 5th level of security clearance. This would be completely against the rules of the division. The man with the prosthesis said that the boy was only going to look at it and ordered that he be given 1 hour to do so. Han Xiao was now taken to the underground headquarters of the 13th Division. He was accompanied by a man with a prosthesis and the executive director. They stopped in front of the entrance. The executive director said that before the guy went in, he needed to read out the rules. So the underground headquarters is monitored around the clock, so the mechanic shouldn't even think of doing anything funny there. The entrance to the headquarters will automatically close in exactly 1 hour. Han Xiao mentally told himself that an hour was too long. He could learn everything in 1 minute. The guy was looking for advanced knowledge of weapons. In particular, the fist-fighting skills Shockwave and Lightning. The Star Dragon has only one advanced material, but it is very powerful. Han Xiao found it. The synthesis of advanced material began. There was a request for its study. The guy clicked on the approval. The study began. It was impossible to pause it. After a while, the computer indicated success in the study. The advanced mission was complete. Now it was necessary to choose one of 3 options: gunsmith, mechanic, or mechanical wrestler. Of course, Han Xiao chose a mechanic, because in his past life he was the best at it. So he got a new class, Mechanic Apprentice, and also Strength plus 30, Dexterity plus 1, Endurance plus 1, Intelligence plus 3, 3 more attribute points, and 1 talent point. The boy felt as if his whole body was filled with energy. The man with the prosthesis and the executive director watched him closely. The latter asked why their mechanic was smiling so much. Han Xiao closed his eyes in bliss and rejoiced that he had succeeded. After leveling up, his aura began to radiate magnetism, which is quite unusual for the mechanic class. Aura is the main power of superhumans. After learning the techniques of pumping his aura, his power will start to grow extremely fast. Han Xiao sat down on the floor. The computer reported that he had mastered the aura technique. His degree of perfection is 81%, aura plus 3. It's a pity that training requires experience and stamina points. Since he still needs to craft weapons, he will be able to train twice a day. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a message from Li Yalin. She wrote that the captain had been discharged from the hospital and urgently asked everyone to gather. Meanwhile, the Secret Service Department of the Star Dragon gathered for a meeting. One of those present said that Han Xiao would no longer sell him weapons. The other laughed and said that he didn't really care, because Han Xiao was just a useless mechanic. If he really needed it, he would pay someone to resell it to him. But they were all very concerned about something. At a meeting of the squad, which included Han Xiao, the captain finally had the opportunity to meet him personally. Hacker Lin Yao told their mechanic that he was their captain. In general, they can only hire new people if the captain agrees. Lin Yao whispered in Han Xiao's ear that his candidacy was being considered by the leadership because their captain was undergoing treatment at the time. So the captain might be a little unfriendly to him, and that he advised him not to worry because their captain, although strict, was a very kind man. The captain decided to introduce himself in person and said his name, Zhang Wei. Han Xiao smiled slightly behind his mask. He was amused by the captain's name because it was very popular in China, and they often joke that if someone is called that, then their parents are completely indifferent to their child. Meanwhile, the captain continued that there would be 5 of them in the team together with the mechanic. He ordered him to take care of the rear and supply. He frankly told the guy that he had no experience and had absolutely no faith in his abilities. The captain was peeling a tangerine and said that he would memorize all Han Xiao's instructions, and the boy was obliged to follow them carefully. But if he fails to meet the captain's expectations, he will immediately kick him out of the squad. It would not matter to him who made the mistake. And the captain defiantly threw the tangerine peel into the trash. Zhang Wei thought the guy had gotten into the unit by paying a lot of money. Even the Secret Service department can now be accessed through acquaintances. No one thinks about the safety of their wards at all. And this made him very angry. He said that money can't buy everything. This offended Han Xiao quite a bit. He was uncomfortable with being perceived as a person with a lot of connections. Suddenly, hacker Lin Yao noticed that a fresh message had arrived on their computer. Their superiors sent them a new urgent mission that had to start immediately. The captain was worried about what had happened. Lin Yao read out the news that Ma Qingyang's squad was ambushed while preparing to surprise attack the embryo base. Therefore, their unit is asked to provide urgent assistance. The hacker said he would provide the rest of the information on the plane. Everyone quickly packed their gear and set off. The captain ordered Lin Yao to take care of the rear. Han Xiao said that he was still new, so he should learn from Lin Yao. Zhang Wei then added that it was difficult to accept change at first. He told him to fight to be useful to everyone. Han Xiao only briefly replied that he agreed. He surprised the hacker with this answer. Then he asked for another minute of attention. Everyone stopped and turned to him. He opened the black case he had brought with him. There were 12 red cartridges in it. Han Xiao said let them take it as a gift from him. Li Yalin looked at the new development of their mechanic with admiration. Han Xiao warned them not to use it too much yet. Now they all went to the airplane. Han Xiao received a new E-class mission, To the Rescue. The task description is to help a covert operations team that is being pursued by the enemy. His role is to help the team complete the mission. Main task, successfully assist Ma Qingyang's team. Reward, 8,000 points. There are no special rewards. The hacker Lin Yao walked up to Han Xiao, put his hands on his shoulder, and calling him Brother Han, said that the captain had nothing against him at all or anything like that, and let him not take it to heart. Han Xiao gratefully replied that he understood everything. The secret base of Embryo, which Ma Qingyang's unit was supposed to attack, was located in a vast desert. The ambushed unit was eagerly waiting for help. They could not do anything on their own. Immediately, a team from the Covert Operations Department landed from a helicopter to help those trapped. They all gathered and were ready to continue their mission. Captain Zhang Wei reported on the radio that they had arrived at the site. He was told that Ma Qingyang's unit was 13 kilometers away. There are 15 armored SUVs and another helicopter headed straight for them. Lin Yao said that the rendezvous point was 3 kilometers away on a hill. Their goal was to stop the enemy and successfully rescue the squad. The hacker had already sent them the coordinates. He gave everyone an order on the radio to get ready. Watching all this, Han Xiao saw that they had a prototype of an armored combat suit. This is the only one of the basic instances of Aquaria version 1.0. He copied this model for himself. It was incredible. The embryo fighters were ready to attack a unit of the 13th Star Dragon Division that had been ambushed. Their commander ordered them to open fire. An ambush attack began from all sides. They shot to kill. The soldiers of Ma Qingyang's unit were happy to see the arrival of the Secret Operations Unit. Ma Qingyang, the squad commander, told Zhang Web that there were too many embryo fighters and that they should retreat. An order was given for everyone to hide in a shelter. A psychological attack was used. They are superhumans. Han Xiao knew that the commander of the soldiers who had ambushed Ma Qingyang's unit was Red Viper Hell. Commander Zhang Wei gave the order to retreat immediately. He shouted at Han Xiao what the hell he was doing. Melee martial artist Li Yalin received a personal order and immediately began to fulfill it. Melee martial artist Li Yalin received a personal order and immediately began to fulfill it. She left the ambush and ran to attack the embryo fighters. Li Yalin attacked the embryo's combat commander, namely Hell. A close fistfight broke out between them. Li Yalin realized that the difference between them was too great. Even a melee fight would not give her much of an advantage, so she knew she would lose anyway. She asked Han Xiao to come up with something immediately. Han Xiao gave her recommendations to try to find a way to use the mechanical arm. Then he recommended that Lambert should immediately fire when the enemy opens up a little bit. Sniper Lambert, crouching down on his knee, prepared his rifle to fire. He aimed directly at the temple of the Red Viper Hell, the embryo's combat commander. Two girls, Li Yalin and Hell, joined the fight. Li Yalin was about to attack again. Suddenly, the Red Viper angrily asked the girl what kind of relationship she had with Zero. Li Yalin did not understand who she was being asked about. She did not know any Zero, so she asked who he was. Here, Han Xiao told his commander Zhang Wei to take Li Yalin and immediately flee, that they should not linger for a moment. The commander immediately accepted the order from the rear and ran to take Li Yalin away. Approaching the girl, Zhang Wei took her on his shoulders and quickly carried her to the car. In the car, the squad leader Ma Qinyan was waiting for them, ready to move immediately. He said that Embryo's cars were slower than theirs, and the superhumans were quite badly injured. That's why they won't be able to pursue them. If they make it to the plane in time, they can escape safely. As he prepared to head to the plane immediately, the commander exhaled that everything should be in order now. But Han Xiao told them not to forget that the enemy still had a helicopter on alert. Lambert was ordered to shoot the enemies in the helicopter. But the sniper replied that he had run out of armored ammunition and that regular ammunition was unable to penetrate the target. Will they really all die here? Here Han Xiao reminded his colleagues of the gift he had given them before the mission began. The friends opened Han Xiao's black case and started taking out red ammunition. The squad leader, Ma Qingyan, asked what they were doing. Han Xiao only replied briefly that they would try it and then see what would happen. The commander driving the car said that their enemies got scared and ran away. Lin Yao said that their plane was almost there, and they had to hurry. And the squad leader, Ma Qingyan, was not satisfied and kept asking what kind of ammunition they had. They can pierce even an armored helicopter. He asked where the mechanic got them. Finally, the help task was completed. Han Xiao received 8,000 experience points, as well as plus 100 reputation, Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Agency. Red Viper Hell reported to her boss that they were on the trail of Zero. The covert operations team returned to the base. Hacker Lin Yao told Han Xiao that he was very cool. Han Xiao, laughing, asked if Lin Yao had just realized it. Suddenly, the commander of their squad told the boy to forgive him for doubting him earlier. He added that without his command and new equipment, they simply would not have survived. He extended his hand to Han Xiao. He said that he was happy to welcome him to their ranks. Han Xiao replied that there was no need to apologize for such trifles. They shook hands. The mechanic added that he was a nobleman after all. It sounded quite sarcastic. Now they were all gathered in a room. Ma Qingyan, the commander of the squad, came to see them. Zhang Wei asked him why he had come to see them, because his squad was in a meeting. The commander laughed, scratching his head with his fingers, and said he wanted to ask if those cool ammunition they used at the very end of the mission was for sale. The commander of the covert operations unit, hugging his mechanic by the shoulders, asked him what he thought about it. Han Xiao replied that of course they were for sale. 1 round will cost 50. The squad commander, Ma Qingyan, folded his arms and said that he wanted to order 200 pieces in advance. Of these, 20 should be for a small caliber pistol, 150 for a submachine gun, and 30 for a sniper rifle. Han Xiao replied that they could pick up the order tomorrow. Immediately, Li Yalin tapped their mechanic on the back and said that from now on, she would bring customers to him for a discount for herself. Coughing up the surprise, Han Xiao said he would accept a 20% discount and no more. The guy thought that he could make a lot of money by selling the shells in bulk. Fortunately, he has a lot of experience in making them. As long as there is a demand for them, he can forget about the need for money for a while. Meanwhile, in the logistics department, Liu Xiang tried to figure out Han Xiao's new invention, although his supervisor did not allow anyone to study the flammable ammunition. The guy laughed to himself that the manager was just scared of Han Xiao. He thought that you were giving away that those cartridges were actually made at a military factory far from the Western capital, and he was going to report to his superiors, and Han Xiao would be in trouble for that. So he separated the main part of the cartridge from the other. Now he could examine its components. Liu Xiang thought that if everything went according to his plan, the management would start looking at him differently. They would appreciate him more. Suddenly, the fire alarm went off. The fire started in the workshop department of the headquarters. The director of the R&D department, the executive director, and a security guard immediately arrived. They asked the guy what he was doing here. While examining the main part of the cartridge, Liu Xiang handled it carelessly, and an explosion occurred. And then his supervisor saw the shattered head of a flammable cartridge. He shouted at his mentee, how dare he disobey his order not to study such shells. The executive director angrily asked the director of the R&D department to explain what was going on. The director of the research and development department denied that he knew nothing about it, that no one had asked him for permission. Meanwhile, the guards began to put out the fire. The director of the R&D department asked Liu Xiang if he had anything to say in his defense. The executive director intervened again. He said he remembered the guy. He remembered that he was from the logistics department. He abruptly told him that he could get out of his position. He was fired. An employee approached the covert operations department with a request to sell him flammable ammunition. Li Yalan squinted and said that Han Xiao had said that he was on his blacklist. Therefore, he does not want to have anything to do with him and will not. Then she added that he did not need an apology either. Then the employee approached his colleague, who had just bought some ammunition he was interested in, and asked him to resell it to him. He was willing to pay 200 apiece. The employee pulled away from him and said that he would absolutely not sell a single round. And another added that he should forget about trying to buy ammunition, because reselling it to him would be tantamount to insulting Han Xiao. And it's not worth his money. After all, no one knows how many other cool things he has in there. Meanwhile, the logistics department was putting everything in order after the fire started by Liu Xiang. Now everyone was laughing at him, and he silently carried his things out because he was fired. It was only now that Liu Xiang realized what his desire to stand out in any way had led him to. He felt very sorry for himself because he was still very young and already had such bad references. Meanwhile, a meeting was held at one of Embryon's bases. They discussed the situation in the desert. The Star Dragon special agent had a strong arm like Zero's, and the 13th Division had managed to destroy their secret base. Only Zero could give them the secret of their location. But he didn't have the authority to get access to this kind of confidential information. However, everyone in the Embryo organization remembered Zero's words that he would cut them all down to the root. They could not understand who he really was. The leader has issued an order for a fresh set of new recruits. Then they will need to be sent to the Star Dragon to keep an eye on Zero. And if they manage to find any clues, they will need to send Nose to deal with him. Han Xiao was immediately informed that Embryo's spies in the Western capital had begun to act. They are looking for him, and it seems that they have already guessed that he is working for the 13th Division. Han Xiao had already guessed that he was wanted here in the Star Dragon, but in the 13th Division, they reassured him not to worry, because he would always have a guard by his side. Han Xiao asked for help getting 2 Crazy Eagle pistols from their weapons warehouse, which was granted. Han Xiao had been waiting for the Embryo spies to appear for a long time and decided to prepare more thoroughly now. A new sunny morning came. Han Xiao woke up, had breakfast, and went to work in the workshop. He began detailed preparations for self-defense against the Embryo fighters, who would sooner or later come to him and start a new battle. Using all his skills as a mechanic, he began to work on creating something new and powerful. He managed to create a wonderful platinum alloy, and for this he received 3,000 experience points. The guy was pleased with himself because he made a good quality alloy, and rare minerals pay very well. Han Xiao then created a sophisticated saber made of high-quality platinum. Its class, green. An additional effect of the saber, strength, the admixture of alloys reduced wear. Note: a one-handed weapon whose blade can act as a shield. Suddenly, he received a notification that he had been authorized to receive a Crazy Eagle pistol. These pistols would be left for him in the department of his squad. Han Xiao continued his regular training in the gym. Now Li Yalin was there with him. She asked the mechanic about the newly created saber, whether it was an updated version. She asked to be allowed to evaluate it. After trying to fake the blows several times, she liked the saber. It was razor sharp, much better than the previous version. Meanwhile, Han Xiao practiced shooting. He fired the Crazy Eagle and noticed that the gun had a lot of power. When Li Yalin gave the boy the saber, she said that she was very sorry to part with it and asked Han Xiao to bring it back next time. The boy, of course, did not refuse her. In the evening, Han Xiao returned to the workshop. He now had enough weapons to face the Embryo men. Suddenly, he felt his level rise again. Given the current development dynamics, it will surpass the first group of players by many levels by the time open testing begins. A closed test was planned to be opened. The data was collected and the time was set, namely 12 days. Han Xiao wondered why the testing would be closed. Apparently, it was because it would be held for a limited number of players a week before the open test. One day in reality is equal to 6 days in the game, so in terms of game time, there are more than 40 days left until the start of open testing. Han Xiao wondered if the Game Watch could work differently while the service is disabled, and he came to the conclusion that it probably does. Each time a version is updated in reality, several days pass, but in the Starry Sea universe, the time span is calculated in years. In this case, with each update, the guy will have much more time for development than the players. Now he wondered if he should think about his overall life expectancy. The computer reported that the NPC functions were unlocked. The player forum was also unlocked. Han Xiao didn't know what the NPC features were, so he decided to look into it. As for the forum, the guy decided that he would definitely need it. He decided to register and try to log in. The computer gave an error. Attempting to connect to immersion pod, no player detected, registration failed. Han Xiao remembered that accounts can only be created with the user's unique immersion pod ID. He realized that he would not be able to register on the forum. He yawned, stretched, and thought that when the players showed up, he would think about how to find a way to get access to read the forum. So far, he has received the character ID Violent Sword. Normal settings were selected. The character creation is now complete. Race, carbohydrate life form, yellow. Based on his wishes, he will appear in the newcomer zone on the planet Aquamarine. The random selection of the place of birth was completed. The starting point was the village of Veliki Horn. The coordinates for the appearance of the character Violent Sword are 24.152, 182.644. The character had reddish-brown hair, purple eyes, and elfin ears. The birth had begun. We had to wait. A character named Raging Sword has been created. He has successfully appeared at the coordinate location. In this area, newly created characters began to appear here and there. Star Dragon, a gathering place, the village of Big Horn. One of the characters suggested that this was a village of newcomers. He started thinking about what to do with himself. The other one was also trying to figure out what to do next. Suddenly, they saw an old man with a stick approaching them. He addressed them all, calling them foreigners. He was an old man with almost no teeth. He said that if they wanted to eat, they should find work, because they, the locals, did not need lazy people. The old man went on to say that their village needed to harvest the crops, and the tailor and armory shops in the south needed experienced workers. A shipment of goods had just been delivered to the central gate. It needs to be unloaded. In conclusion, the old man added that all the newcomers should work hard so that no one would die of hunger. Violent Sword knew that there were very few resources in the newbie village. Closed testing would not last forever, so if he wanted to get ahead, he needed to develop his strategy as soon as possible. As he walked through the village, he was going to examine as many places as possible and settle down as profitably as possible. First, he decided to buy a map of the area. It cost 3,000. The map showed the territories of the Star Dragon Empire. The closest city to it is the western capital. The Violent Sword decided to inspect everything in order, looking for resources along the way. Near the post of the western capital of the Star Dragon, a long line of people formed in front of the checkpoint. There was also a cafe nearby to take a break, have a drink or something to eat. Han Xiao was sitting at a table drinking a drink from a can. He was waiting for someone. Meanwhile, the Sword of the Storm, using the map, reached the checkpoint to the western capital. He had already reached the second level. Then he realized that he had a feeling that someone was watching him. He noticed Han Xiao at the table and realized that he was the one who had been watching him. Their eyes met. The Violent Sword felt a mortal danger to himself in this look. He was afraid of this because he thought it should be safe in the city. So he decided to pass by unnoticed. He did not want to die at all. But then Han Xiao turned to him as he walked by. He rebuked the Sword of Lust that it was extremely unethical to examine someone he was seeing for the first time. The Violent Sword took a defensive posture, made his fists, and stammering, asked Han Xiao what he wanted from him. Han Xiao replied that he needed help, and he asked if the Violent Sword had some free time. A bunch of chaotic thoughts immediately appeared in the head of the Violent Sword. First, he thought that Han Xiao was an NPC. Then he wondered if the chance had come to him so quickly. Would he be given a hidden mission? Perhaps the heavens had chosen him. This is great news for him. How wonderful he is. Meanwhile, Han Xiao said that he needed a piece of bread, and he asked if the Sword of Violence could help him with this, that is, get him some bread. The Sword of the Storm was glad that he had already been given his first task. But he was surprised why a high-level NPC had such an easy task, and, accordingly, why the reward was so small. The task was to give Han Xiao a piece of bread. The reward? One aquamarine dollar. The Sword of the Storm knew that if the NPCs were high-end, then the tasks should be appropriate. He thought it would probably be a chain of missions, and after completing one, he would get the next one. For some reason, he was sure that this would be the case. He was pleased with his wit, because the years he spent playing various games were not in vain. They helped him understand their logic. When he started the first task, the Sword of Lush took out all the bread he had with him and offered it to Han Xiao, which surprised the latter. Now he was looking forward to a new assignment. Immediately, a new task appeared, to hit 10 passers-by on the backside. For this, a reward of one aquamarine dollar was offered. Kicking the soft spot left and right to all the passers-by, the raging sword eventually had to run away from those who intended to give him a fight. The next task was to take off the patrolman's pants at the post. The reward was the same one aquamarine dollar. Raging Sword was shocked by each subsequent task. Then he had to dance like a ballerina. While dancing, he thought that his NPC was somehow too slutty. He turned to his computer to find out who the NPS was. He opened his store to see what he could buy. Han Xiao offered a folding saber for $30,000, flammable ammunition for $100 each, a Wasp 73 traumatic pistol for $15,280, a Jackson assault rifle for $35,000, and a bayonet rifle for $38,000. The Sword of the Storm saw that these were all very cool things, but too expensive for him. Han Xiao also offered the basics of hand-to-hand combat, 100 experience points, for 100 aquamarine dollars, the basics of weaponry, 500 experience points for $100, and the energy training technique, 10,000 experience points for 3. Violent Sword remembered that the basics of weaponry were from the mechanical faculty's curriculum. Now he looked at Han Xiao as a mysterious supervisor. He thought that this was his great chance as well. He immediately calculated that if he studied with him, he would overtake all the players in no time. The computer asked him if he wanted to become a mechanic. Swordfish realized that if he neglected this chance, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Han Xiao went on his way, and the Violent Sword asked where he could find him later. He received a note with an address, and it was clearly written, Block 5, House 46, Repair Shop. The Sword of Rage decided that it was necessary to keep this NPC hidden from other players. In this case, during the closed testing, the Sword of Rage will be able to outrun any player. Han Xiao, meanwhile, thought to himself that the Sword of Violence was quite a busy man. He reminded himself that he had once been one of the 20 best martial artists who had made it to the semifinals in China. And now he's enrolled in the mechanics class. At first, this class is unremarkable, but if you set a goal, he will thank it in the future. Han Xiao saw many other new players in the city. They offered their help to various workers here and there to gain new levels. The guy concluded that many of the players had probably already completed the story of the newcomer's village. Suddenly, he saw a homeless old man sitting on the ground, and in front of him was a hat turned upside down, into which he asked him to throw money. Han Xiao saw that most players are obsessed with their own gain. They don't care about the game itself. The players were ready to perform any task for money. Here, Han Xiao thought that perhaps those players could become his main support in his fight against Embryo. He decided to appeal to them, so he called out to those who were near him. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he needed their help. One player immediately suggested that Han Xiao looked like a high-level NPC. So we responded to his request by asking what he wanted. Han Xiao knew that there was a limit to the possible number of rewards, and he could not set the amount of points to exceed that limit. He still could not add the task, Destroy the Embryo Organization. The difficulty level of this task, A. His reward point limit is not enough. Also, he can't make the limit public on his own. The guy had to find a way to increase that limit. The players who responded to his request became nervous and said that if he had a job for them, he should tell them what it was because they had enough on their plate. Then they received a new assignment. They began to read it with interest, and they all saw a mocking task, to give a piece of bread for $1 of reward. All the players returned to their previous jobs because they didn't want to do such an easy, cheap task. They were better off laying bricks. Here players read that refusing a task entails a breakdown in relations. They were unhappy because they saw this as stingy NPCs. Time passed. The Violent Sword was constantly hanging around Han Xiao. Lu Qian noticed and asked why he was hanging around the mechanic every day. She asked if he was a stalker. Then she added that it seems like this guy is not a bad guy. Maybe Han Xiao should give him a chance. Han Xiao, meanwhile, came up with a new task for the Sword of Violence and told him to go outside and pretend to sway a seaweed for 10 minutes. In the meantime, The Sword of Violence had already reached the 3rd level. Han Xiao said that everything is not what it seems at first. Performing various, not entirely adequate tasks, Violent Sword thought that the kind of God's Guild paid well. Han Xiao, who was watching him from afar, saw him looking at the computer and thought that he had come to read the forum. The Violent Sword sometimes dreamed about how to find Zero. Han Xiao recalled that it seems that the first time the B-class task appeared after the open test. He did not understand why it was given out this time. The first B-class task appeared on the screen. To learn Zero. To do this, it was necessary to provide any valuable information and receive a monetary reward. The contact details were also listed here. Below were 1,000 red envelopes that were to be distributed randomly to those who responded. The red envelopes contained a monetary reward as a gift. Han Xiao realized that his presence had changed the course of the game. So far, the players do not pose any threat to him, but we must not let our guard down. Lu Qian came out to him and said it was time for lunch, but Han Xiao replied that he had to go to the shop immediately. The girl thought to herself that the same thing happens every day. She concluded that workaholism is a very scary thing. The computer showed the guy that he had provoked a new sudden task, a secret murder. There was a hint that the killer would appear soon. He was required to survive, and there would be an unknown reward for completing this task. Han Xiao thought that the assassin had managed to hide from the 13th unit. He was sorry that old Lu was not at home right now. But before worrying about the players who will join the embryo organization, the guy needs to deal with his killer. Lu Qian stayed in the workshop, so in theory, she would be safe. Thus, while wandering the streets of the city, Han Xiao wandered into a deserted alley. It was a great place to fight. Suddenly, he saw a black bird fly right over him. This alarmed the boy, and then the birds increased significantly. They all started circling around the boy. Han Xiao was not prepared for this turn, for the battle with the birds. He saw that his enemy was not so simple. He could not escape the trap he had fallen into here, in this deserted alley. He wondered if this was just another illusion. There was a powerful level here, just like hell's. The boy saw that the more he resisted, the tighter the ropes tied him down. He couldn't get out of it anymore and was frantically thinking of some way out of that shitty situation. Immediately, he read into the computer that he was under the influence of the illusion. But since his intelligence level is above 50, he can definitely resist these effects. Therefore, Han Xiao immediately used his intellectual abilities and managed to completely destroy all the ropes that bound him. As soon as the fog of illusion cleared, Han Xiao saw that the muzzle of a gun was pointed at him, and the owner of the gun said goodbye to him. He pulled the trigger, and the corresponding sound was heard. Han Xiao used his sliding shot skill, so the bullet flew on without hitting him anywhere. The killer was shocked how Zero managed to dodge that shot at such a close distance from him. Han Xiao now activated his overload ability and began firing his 2 pistols in the direction of his killer. The guy saw that his killer had the same defense as Hal. This was not an easy opponent. The killer mentioned information that, according to intelligence, Zero's abilities are at best at the level of a special agent. But in reality, he is much stronger. The killer saw that the information provided to him was inaccurate. Now he had to retreat and think over his plan to destroy Zero anew. Again, the blackbirds appeared and began to circle Han Xiao. The same illusion was used again. The guy's computer also told him that it was an illusion, and he was able to resist it because his intelligence level was above 50. He quickly reloaded his pistols with flammable ammunition and began to counterattack. The killer still could not understand why he was not succeeding in destroying Zero. Drowning in the flames, he shouted that he recognized the powerful power of Zero. Han Xiao replied that the same techniques would not work on him twice. Suddenly, a car with Han Xiao's bodyguards pulled up, and a special agent ran out of it, apologizing for arriving so late. Then he asked if the guy was okay. Han Xiao pointed to a fresh wound on his cheek and asked if it was unnoticeable that he was not well. The special agent lowered his head and began to apologize, saying that he was very sorry, he was delayed, and that was why they were late. Han Xiao calmly told him not to blame himself, because the killer was an officer in the embryo organization and the best killer who always saw his work through. The special agent shouted in shock, "Or was it Nosa Krakunu?" Han Xiao replied that it was indeed him. He was still putting his body in order after a hard battle. The special agent ran up to him and asked him if he was able to overcome Nosa even after he unexpectedly attacked him. So, he is incredibly strong. Han Xiao replied by asking if it was obvious that he was. Han Xiao got into his car and looked at his computer. There he received a notification that he had completed the unexpected task of secret assassination. He received a challenge card from the character. It was a nice gift from Embryo. The special agent said they would first stop by the general staff and report on the overall situation. Han Xiao said that if Nosa found him, it means that Embryon has information about his location. The special agent denied that this could be an incorrect assumption, because hackers from the intelligence department control the network and track any information about the guy. He added that the messages referring to him were not going through. Han Xiao asked with disbelief if it was really true, if he was sure of his words. The special agent replied that Nosa would not have gone AWOL. He definitely passed on information about Zero to other spies in the capital, and they in turn talked to each other through a closed network. Or they could have personally left the capital to report to their superiors. Han Xiao pushed the special agent out of the driver's seat. He said that at this rate, Embryon would soon find out where Zero, who was wanted by them, was. The guy himself, unbuckling his seatbelt, said that the special agent should ask the management to close the entire city. The special agent angrily told him to behave calmly. No one knows who exactly is a spy. In this case, whom he is going to catch. Han Xiao just laughed at the words that it was unknown who the spy was. He got behind the wheel and immediately drove off. The guy knew very well who the embryo spy and his killer were. He immediately contacted Li Yalin and told her to go to the 8th district. He had already sent her the coordinates. He asked her to get there as soon as possible. The girl wondered why they would go to such a slum. Han Xiao replied that she shouldn't ask too many questions and should immediately go to the place where he had asked her to go. He had already reached the 8th district. There was an abandoned church in that neighborhood. There he met Li Yalin. She asked the mechanic what was going on, what was the rush. Han Xiao only said as he passed her that she should follow him. He opened the door sharply, entering the abandoned church. Everyone who was there turned their heads toward the exit. Han Xiao was sure that there was an embryo liaison among them. After looking around the church, he did not find the person he was looking for. So he grabbed hold of a monk and asked him where Lu Gorn had gone. The monk replied in fright that he had not seen him all day. Han Xiao then pulled out a sketch of Lu Gorn and asked him again, clearly, if he had seen this person here today. She looks exactly like the person in this sketch. The man's eyes are wide set, his nose is crooked, and he has a short haircut. Not finding any answer to their question in the church, Han Xiao and Li Yalin left. The guy gave Li a sketch of Lu Gorn and asked her to send it to the bureau. Let them contact all the posts and check if he has left the city. And he himself would go to the nearest post and check it personally. After all, anything can happen. While they were driving to the nearest post, the bureau had already received a reply that the person depicted in the sketch had not left the city. Han Xiao warned the girl to hold on tight because he was driving very fast. Li Yalin was indignant at this remark. She said, crossing her arms over her chest, that Han Xiao should not underestimate her. After all, she was a warrior. She was not afraid of his speed. Han Xiao thought about the fact that Lu Gorn could not have left earlier than an hour ago, since he had received the information only recently. He definitely had to head to the nearest post. Most likely, it would have been the northwestern post. Suddenly, Li Yalin shouted for the mechanic to slow down immediately because a train was coming in front of them. She asked the boy, frightened, if he was tired of living. Han Xiao was deep in thought, and he was trying to drive very fast, so he didn't pay much attention to the road. Finally, they reached the northwestern post at the exit from the city of Western Capital. Here, they saw a huge line of people who were indignant about why the exit from the city was blocked. Some were shouting to be let out immediately because they had to go on business. Others stood with their children because they had come to take a walk around the city. And now they were returning home, but they were not allowed to leave. The post was blocked. Lu Gorn was also standing in line near the exit of the post. He was frantically thinking about why the post was blocked. He couldn't believe that Nosa had lost the battle with Zero. Han Xiao told the guards at the post that he was a special agent of the 13th unit. He was immediately asked to show his personal documents. This request also concerned Li Yalin, who was still unable to recover from the near miss with the train. Han Xiao just laughed at her. She had claimed to be a warrior, and now she was suddenly sick of this trip. At the post, all the guards already had a sketch of the person they had to catch, so they had no problem with that. Han Xiao got there just in time. He immediately shot Lu Gorn, right when the guards were tying him up. The guards were shocked by the special agent's actions. Han Xiao received 3,500 points for killing Lu Gorn, level 12. He knew very well that he had poison in his teeth and under his fingernails. They would not have been able to stop him from killing himself anyway. Another secret embryo base called the Black Crow Valley Base was located on the border of Star Dragon and Haiyang. The organization's fighters carefully studied the new information. They read that the clue to the task they were performing had changed slightly. The map showed them that Zero's location was Star Dragon, the western capital. Now the search area has narrowed. Let the organization send people there after the open testing. They will surely be able to find Zero there. The soldiers lively discussed the fact that the reward for completing such a B-class task would allow them to leave other organizations far behind. Again, the name Zero appeared in everything. Embryo could not get rid of him. The head of the organization was by no means going to give up. Even though Zero now had defenders, he was no longer fighting against their organization alone. The leader gave the order to find Zero's exact location, even if he was hiding in the headquarters of the 13th unit. He ordered 200 SAVA agents and 5 commanders to be sent there and finally destroy their enemy. He even authorized the use of short-range guided missiles. The leader intended to stop at nothing to eliminate Zero. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the 13th Star Dragon unit, Han Xiao was sitting in front of his computer at a general meeting. The closed testing was now over. The countdown to open testing had begun. 122 days, 1 hour, 23 minutes. The guy was right about the fact that the real time does not correspond to the game time when updating. Then the executive director came to him and asked him menacingly why the mechanic was wagging his finger in the air. He asked the guy how much secret information he knew about the Embryo organization. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was deep in thought. He was worried that the Embryo soldiers had discovered that he was in the Star Dragon. Of course, they don't know the exact location, but they know for sure that it's somewhere in the Western capital. The guy was nervously twiddling his thumbs. He was well aware that Embryon would send new killers here again. Since Han Xiao still hadn't answered the executive director's question, he asked him again what he was going to do next. Han Xiao suddenly pulled off his mask and said that he would no longer hide and would openly oppose Embryo. The executive director frantically argued that this would not be a good idea. We can't do that. It was too dangerous. Han Xiao now showed on the map exactly where the Embryo organization's Black Crow Valley base is located. It is located near Haiyang. The base itself is very large and not at all like the 3 bases we have already had to deal with. The guy added that he would personally take part in its destruction. He has already received objections from the executive director here. He said that it would be a big foolishness, because Embryon would definitely use this opportunity to end Zero. Han Xiao replied with a smile that he could create one little thing that would change his image. He got a good creation of that little thing, and we decided to return to that topic later. Han Xiao knew that the Star Dragon leadership would mostly agree to attack the base in Black Crow Valley. This base is located quite close to the point of loading newcomers. By destroying it, the number of players who would join Embryo during the open test would be reduced by several times. Returning to the workshop, Han Xiao saw that old Lu was at home. That was exactly what he needed. He immediately turned to him, sweetly calling him Uncle Lu. Han Xiao explicitly stated that he wanted to use Mr. Lu's library and read books about mechanics. While drinking wine, Mr. Lu asked the boy why he needed his books on mechanics. Han Xiao knew it would not be easy. Asking Mr. Lu for something was very difficult. Now he had to come up with a decent answer. But the old man, without waiting for any response from the boy, got up from the couch and ordered him to follow him. He took him to his office, pointed to the bookshelves, and said that the books he was interested in were here. He gave Han Xiao permission to choose the books he needed, but not to spoil them in any way, and he left the office. The guy only managed to shout a big thank you after him, wondering why Mr. Lu was so cooperative today. Mr. Lu also asked the boy not to tell his granddaughter Qian that he had led the killer away from the workshop, and he personally thanked him for it. Han Xiao immediately began to study new information about mechanics. He mastered the following sections: basic energy resource, basic biochemistry, basic optics, basic laws of electromagnetism, basic laws of mechanics, basic digital electronics, basic mechanical engineering, basic weapons, basic equipment, advanced material synthesis, and others. The boy was pleased to note that all his mechanical skills had risen by 1 level. Now it was time to create a drawing of the thing he needed to survive the battle with Embryo. Basic knowledge, which covers as many as 3 sections, has strict requirements for the level of knowledge. In addition, only a mechanic is able to perform the merging to obtain the required drawing. The fusion was successfully completed. Han Xiao managed to create a smart optical mask. He was pleased with himself because he had definitely created the best optical mask that existed at the moment. Meanwhile, the following was happening in the secret department of the 13th Division of the Star Dragon. The hacker Lin Yao was working at the computer, and their supervisor Zhang Wei was standing next to him. Lin Yao had just sent a report to the secret department. Han Xiao was also present. Suddenly, they were visited by the executive director. He immediately turned to the mechanic and told him that he had already warned him that it was too dangerous for him to take part in the operation against Embryo. He asked if the boy had already created the thing with which he could change his image. The guy replied that, of course, he had already created such a mask. Just let the CEO wait a minute and turned his back on him. Now Han Xiao turned his face again and asked if the changes in his image were noticeable. And if so, could he join them? The executive director came closer, took a closer look at the mechanic, and said that the guy really didn't look like himself. Then he said that the optical mask was quite a good thing, and whether Han Xiao could sell them the blueprints for it. The guy replied that it was an ordinary mask, so why did they need the blueprints for it? They could make one themselves, couldn't they? The executive director replied that it was probably true. Han Xiao exhaled, because he didn't want to sell the drawings of his new creation. This mask not only changes the external image, but also scans the faces of other people, storing their features in memory. But he realized that it was better to keep quiet about this function of the mask. After all, the time would come when it would play into his hands. As he left the room, the executive director authorized the mechanic to join his squad for the task. He added that since there was still half a month to go before the task was to begin, they should all prepare thoroughly. Immediately, Li Yalin rushed to Han Xiao and asked him to let her try out the newly created optical mask. She really wanted to play with such a cool thing. But the mechanic told her not to make any noise now, because he had to tell his colleagues in the squad something very important. He first asked Captain Zhang Wei to send him his prototype armor later. The boy was going to adjust it. This made the captain very happy, because his armor had long been in need of some improvement. Han Xiao said that he wants to improve the energy efficiency of the vehicle, adjust the power mode, make it a little lighter, and add an endoskeleton to make it easier for Zhang Wei to move around in it. Then he will check the fire tracking and control system so that the captain's long-range weapon can be homing. And on top of that, if there is still time, he will install basic melee weapons on the armor. The captain was incredibly pleased with what he heard. Han Xiao summarized that if there were no more questions, he would let the captain pay for the assembly first. The captain said it was no problem and asked how much he should pay. I told him the price. It was 360,208. The guy added that they would agree on a price of $360,000. The captain was incredibly shocked by this offer and asked why it was so expensive. He recalled that it used to be a little cheaper. Han Xiao asked him if his parents were still alive. The captain replied that they had died a long time ago. The mechanic kept asking questions. He asked if the captain had any brothers or sisters. Zhang Wei replied that he was the only child in the family. Han Xiao then asked if the captain had a wife or girlfriend. The captain sadly replied that he was all alone. The mechanic summarized all his inquiries and asked the final question. Why would Zhang Wei, in this case, save up money? This brought the captain to tears. Lambert went to his commander to comfort him a little, and Han Xiao finally got ready to prepare the necessary equipment. From behind the closed door, everyone heard a voice telling him not to be disturbed in the near future. 10 days passed in this way. All this time, Han Xiao had been working diligently in Old Lu's workshop to perfect what his squad would need to successfully complete the mission. He did not answer any calls or messages. Li Yalin had already sent him several messages. She wrote when Han Xiao would finally get in touch. Then she wrote that she was being stormed by customers. Finally, she wrote to ask if their mechanic was still alive in his workshop. And Han Xiao was creating new interesting projectiles and improving the existing ones. He was carefully preparing for the great battle with the embryo. He also developed the Cloud Swallow hang glider. He modified it. Han Xiao did everything he could to maximize their chances in the fight against embryo. Finally, everything he had planned was ready. Now he could go to battle. The gathering was announced at the station of the western capital of the Star Dragon. Not everyone had arrived at the meeting point yet. The captain of the squad, Ma Qinyan, asked Zhang Wei on the radio where his men were. And then members of the covert operations unit drove up in a chic, cool car. Then a soldier with a mustache and glasses named Qi Baojia approached everyone from the train on the platform. He introduced himself to them and said that he would be leading their unit on this mission. He immediately offered to discuss all the details. So they will work together with the Haiyang Military Intelligence Department. The Haiyu military intelligence officers are all ready at the border and ready to move at any time. The task of their unit is to penetrate the enemy's territory unnoticed, determine the location of the guards, and report back. Qi Baijia went on to say that the Haiyis had sent them a map. It shows that the topography of the Black Crow Valley makes it inaccessible, hiding it in a dense forest. Because of this, The exact location of the embryo base could not be determined from the aerial photo. The task leader added that since they did not know the exact coordinates or the level of the enemy's military power, they would have to carry out a ground invasion of the enemy's territory. While sipping her drink and listening attentively and analyzing the information, one of the girls from the squad said that according to all the data, the embryo base was heavily guarded. It was Disusu, a special agent of the 13th Star Dragon Unit. She asked if the forces of Haya's squad would not be enough. Chibaijia's supervisor, shaking his head, replied that they would not agree to this. Here Li Yalin attacked Disusa out of the blue. So why is she asking such ridiculous questions? And if she has specific suggestions on how to act, then let her voice them now. Meanwhile, Chibaijia continued to talk about the offensive plan. Next to the Black Crow Valley is the village of Crow Forest, which is home to many travelers. Since this village is located very close to the embryo base, there are already scouts from the valley there. It will be possible to find out the information they need from them. Chibaijia pinned the portraits of 3 people to the board and said that they could be approached on the spot as excellent informants. Their main leader is named Pan Quan. He is an E+ martial artist and uses a blade called the Soul of the Blade. He is a big, burly man with red eyes and a huge scar on his right cheek. There is almost no information about his deputy, Gigi. He is an interesting-looking guy with blue eyes. He wears a monocle on his left eye. The head of Domung's security is fluent in a variety of small arms. He's a very well-trained special agent. He has a different stern look and brown eyes. Chibaijia said that the Hayas have sent their special reconnaissance team. When they arrive at the site, they will join them. The head of the Covert Operations Unit asked if he understood correctly that the 2 special agent units would work together. Li Yalin also intervened to ask if they would not interfere with their task. She wanted to add something else about the 2 squads, but suddenly the train stopped very abruptly, and she almost hit her head on the seat in front of her. Now the girl asked why they stopped so suddenly. Perhaps they had already been attacked and needed to prepare for battle. And then a huge black monster burst into their carriage and began to destroy everything around them. It was a black earthworm. His level, 48. It has an unknown amount of health. It has extremely strong armor, an attribute of darkness, and deals additional damage to metal surfaces. Han Xiao only wondered why such a heavy monster had come across their path. The monster began to devour everyone who came across it. The order was given to open fire to kill. But ordinary bullets did not penetrate the earthworm's armor. Li Yalin decided to join the fight. She was a master of close combat, so she decided to try to defeat him in this way. She thought that, in close combat, it would be possible to somehow break through the earthworm's armor. In the meantime, let everyone else think of something else to destroy the monster. Disusu suggested setting it on fire, because all worms are extremely afraid of fire. Sniper Lambert agreed to try this option. Li Yalin exhaled and thanked Lambert for his help. It was good that he was here. They were rescued, and the train moved on to the place of the mission. Finally, they arrived at the railway station in the country of Haiyang. The train had been badly damaged by the battle with the black earthworm and needed to be repaired and restored. The newly arrived guys were surprised that the girls were wearing bikinis and the guys were topless. It looked quite relaxed, quite free customs. Here a man in a straw hat and flip-flops greeted them. His name was Yi Fan. He was from the Haiyang Intelligence Department. Now they needed to send the report to the command center. It's a simple procedure, but it has to be done. They went up to the colonel's office and Yi Fan reported that the agents from the Star Dragon had already arrived. The colonel, watching the fish in the aquarium, ordered the new arrivals to rest out of the way and make sure they didn't wander too far around the area. The hacker Lin Yao expressed his observations that the high soldiers did not look at them in a friendly manner, and the colonel did not pay them any attention at all. But it turns out there were reasons for that. In the past, the Star Dragon and Hai had a very tense relationship. That's why they're disliked here. Lin Yao said sadly that all they could do was just focus on doing the job well. So it's better to have a good rest now, while you still have time. Han Xiao, who was in the same room as the hacker, told his friend that he was going out for a smoke. He saw that his computer had issued a group assignment. He activated the task, Operation Black Crow Valley. Brief description: this is a small military operation. As a member of the 13th unit and a participant in the operation, he should pay attention to what he can do. There was also a hint here. The task is one of a series of group tasks. If he completes it, he will be able to receive certain rewards. Han Xiao liked it very much. He received his first group assignment here. In this task, the following items were also mandatory. Decapitate the head of security Du Meng, decapitate the deputy leader GJ, and decapitate the leader himself, Mr. Quan. At the end of the task, a reward would be given based on individual statistics. Usually, this reward is very generous, so you need to do very well and get more rewards. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a girl passing by. She asked him if he had come from the Star Dragon. The guy replied briefly that he probably did. Suddenly, the girl tried to attack him and put a knife to his neck. She was very surprised that the guy did not even try to dodge the attack. Han Xiao confidently replied that he saw no need to evade. She asked him if he really thought she wouldn't dare cut him. Then Han Xiao stretched out to his full height and told her to try to use her knife against him. However, he immediately had a trusty pistol in his hand, and it was already pointed at the girl's stomach. The girl stepped back and introduced herself. Her name is Vina. She is a special intelligence agent. The guy briefly replied that his name was Han Xiao. The girl then left the place where they met, saying she would remember it. The leader of their Star Dragon squad, Chi Baojia, saw this strange encounter from the window. He was pleased to note that their meeting did not confuse Han Xiao at all, and did not aggravate their relationship. The leader saw that the boy was very strong and performed well. Meanwhile, Vina returned to her unit. They asked her how the meeting went. The girl replied that Han Xiao was a pretty tough nut to crack. Yefan said that when everyone was finally assembled, they could begin the mission. They already have a reliable stronghold in the Crow Valley. He then asked the leader Chi Baojia, pointing to one car, if it was their rear service car. He added that this car was very remarkable. Chi Baojia replied that there were many such vehicles in the Star Dragon. His trainees noticed how their boss was showing off. After all, they don't even have cars like this. It looked very funny to them. But it's good that they have a mechanic in their unit. Li Yalin was sitting in the front seat of the car, driven by Han Xiao. He had bought a cigarette. She said that he was driving surprisingly calmly today. Lin Yao leaned out of the back and said that they had already lost sight of their own. They should have caught up. Han Xiao phlegmatically replied that there was no point in doing so. After all, when they see that they have fallen behind, they will have to stop and wait themselves. Then the car in front of them asked where they had gone. Does Han Xiao really not know how to drive? The detachment began to complain that Hasey's men kept picking on them, but in no case should they give in to provocations. Zhang Wei replied that this was a very sensible decision and offered to catch up with them. But Li Yalin was afraid of driving too fast. She told the captain not to do it. Zhang Wei asked her what she was afraid of. Was it the first time they were traveling so fast? Li Yalin replied that the captain didn't want to stay alive before arriving at the place. But Han Xiao said that he would only speed up the ride a little bit. He confidently stepped on the gas pedal and told everyone to hold on tight. Li Yalin shouted at her captain that he would regret suggesting that she go faster. Everyone was very shocked that an ordinary truck could drive so fast. Li Yalin started to have a real hysteria. She screamed that she wanted to get out of the car immediately. Lin Yao, the hacker, was also feeling a little sick. He asked Han Xiao to drive a little slower. Their truck was moving at an incredible speed, overtaking all the cars in front of them. As a result, they were the first to arrive at their destination. It was the Haisi stronghold in the Raven's Woods. Li Yalin looked out of the window and vomited all the things that had long wanted to come out of her during such a crazy ride. She only added that they had warned everyone about Han Xiao's driving. The mechanic just shrugged, saying that they had asked him not to follow behind, but to catch up with everyone in front. Zhang Wei finally began to come to his senses and asked the boy if he had ever driven a bumper car before. Han Xiao just smiled at all this. He said that he used to ride mechs. Sniper Lambert, who still hadn't gotten out of the car, threatened Han Xiao not to drive again. Otherwise, he's ready to jump out of that car on the move to avoid feeling so shitty after such a ride. The stronghold was quite unpretentiously built. There was nothing special about it, just a simple place for temporary stay and shelter. Yifan invited everyone to a large room with a screen and suggested that they immediately proceed to the briefing before the mission. He said they had 2 tasks. The first is to disguise themselves as travelers, sneak into the village of Raven's Forest, and find out as much information as possible. The second was to find the sentries in the vicinity of the Black Crow Valley who were left alone and interrogate them. Winna suggested that they deal with the sentries and let the people from the Star Dragon go to the village of Raven's Forest to find out information there. Han Xiao noted to himself that the Haya people had given them a difficult task from the very beginning. After all, they were not familiar with the terrain or the locals of the Crow Forest, so they risked not only returning empty-handed, but also falling into the hands of the enemy. This was very mean of the Haisai people. Everyone from the Star Dragon squad realized that it was much easier and safer to catch a sentry who was alone. But everyone is silent because they are well aware of the benefits and costs of each of the two tasks they are about to perform. Yefan summarized his briefing by saying that if everything is clear and suitable for everyone, if no one has any objections, then we can start performing the tasks. For support, he suggested leaving 4 people from each unit at the base. The events will now take place in the Raven's Forest Travelers Village. Disusu said that everyone in the village would immediately pay attention to the newcomers. So she suggested that they first find a place where they can settle down. Han Xiao, as always, stayed in the rear to direct the actions of his colleagues in the squad. He told them over the radio that it was quite normal for travelers to be curious about the situation around them. If they deliberately hide, they will, on the contrary, arouse unnecessary suspicion. The leader of the Kibaijia said that ideally, it would be great to start acting tonight. The village of Voronyachi Les was quite large. The people from the Star Dragon who went there to collect information did not know how to track down the embryo organization's spy. Han Xiao said that there was a casino in the south of the village where a bald man was supposed to be. It is from him that they will need to find out information about the Black Crow Valley. So our people went to the south of the village of Voronyachi Les. We arrived there in the evening. There was indeed a large casino of travelers there. So they agreed to go inside because there was no turning back. The casino lived its own life. People at the big tables were placing bets, winning and losing money. Di Susu, looking at all this from the height of the balcony, said that in such a place you can really find out a lot. Li Yalin suddenly shouted that she saw the bald man they were probably looking for. He was sitting on the couch, accompanied by 2 half-naked beauties with rabbit ears. She quickly ran down the stairs and attacked the bald man. The girls jumped aside in shock and did not understand what was happening. Han Xiao said that everything seemed to be going according to plan so far. He asked Lin Yao to take over his post because he wanted to get some sleep. Meanwhile, the fighters of the Haiyu squad moved quickly through the Black Crow Valley in search of the lone sentry. Of course, they coped with their task quite quickly, as it was quite easy to accomplish. The firewall of the Black Crow Valley was breached. They gained full access to the information. When they went there, they copied all the information for themselves. Win smugly said that the results of their work would far exceed the results of the people from Star Dragon. Meanwhile, the embryo organization's secret base in the Valley of the Black Crow was restless. They realized that their secret network had been hacked. Now they needed to find out what data had been stolen. The organization's agent frantically began to report that the coordinates of the base's location, its layout, and the laboratory log had been stolen. Gigi, sipping his drink, calmly replied that it was nothing. They just swallowed the bait. Now all they have to do is wait for the fish to bite. Then he went to talk to his supervisor about the situation. He said that their external fake server was hacked. Apparently it was the people from Haiyang. It is likely that they will be attacked soon. Mr. Quan asked him what he thought they should do in that situation. Gigi thought about it. The people from Haiyang had stolen fake information, but the existence of the base itself had been exposed. He recommends that the boss start evacuating, taking all the equipment and information. But first, he suggested defeating the enemy. The manager fully agreed with him. Mr. Quan, the chief executive of the embryo organization, said that if he needed to join the fight, he would only have to be told about it. Han Xiao noted in the computer that their task had begun. After that, he fell asleep. When he woke up in the morning, he asked Lin Yao how everything went during the night. The hacker replied that they had managed to find out the specific location of Embryo's base in the valley. But the people they caught were quite low-ranking and didn't know any particularly sensitive information. This is their result overnight. It was expected. If they had learned something more important, the computer would have shown Han Xiao that the Reconnaissance 2 mission had also been completed. It was agreed that their agents should return to the stronghold. Meanwhile, people from the Kaya unit returned here. Winna boastfully said that they had managed to obtain top-secret information about the embryo base in the Black Crow Valley. They had successfully accomplished their task. The head of the mission, Chi Baijia, asked if it was really true, if they had succeeded. Yefan confirmed that Win had taken the prisoner. Accordingly, the mission was completed. He added that their men could now return to the stronghold. Then they will put together all the data they have received and pass it on to the Haiyan military. Han Xiao suspected something was wrong. The panel on his computer saying that the Intelligence 2 mission was completed had not yet appeared. This meant that something was wrong with their data. So he asked the people of the Haya squad if they could confirm the accuracy of the information they had received and tell him about the operation in detail. Winner replied that they could easily do so. Han Xiao asked her if she thought the task had gone too smoothly. Perhaps their data was unreliable. Win replied that nothing suspicious happened to them during the mission. Apparently, the enemy was simply not prepared for a surprise attack. She said with satisfaction that this time the victory was theirs, and he just suspects everyone and everything. She began to tease him by saying that maybe he just doesn't like to lose, or maybe he had reasons to believe otherwise. Han Xiao replied briefly that his intuition told him so. Ye Fan interrupted their conversation. He said that distrust is a good thing, but if there is no evidence, then you shouldn't go overboard. In short, he summarized that the task was complete. Tomorrow at dawn, they need to leave the stronghold. Han Xiao said if not, then not. He realized that he would need to figure it all out himself. To do this, he took his rifle and went to look for the embryo organization's guards. He managed to eliminate a bunch of guards. Accordingly, he received a lot of experience points. He completed one task after another. He knew that soon the embryo organization would have to send people from the base to check the situation. So the guy decided to set up a small ambush for the next guard who would pass by. To do this, he simply threw a rope around the guard's neck. Thus, I eliminated another chat room attendant and earned additional experience points. He heard a sound from the radio of the guard he had killed. The other guards took turns reporting on the general situation. When it was the turn of the guard who owned the radio to answer, the others were worried about where he had gone. But Han Xiao took over. He radioed in to say that he had found a dead sentry on his territory. He also assumed the guise of a security guard at the embryo base. He did not even expect that he would need the function of copying someone else's face so soon. The security guards of the embryon base went to that place and started looking for traces of the enemy. But they found nothing. Then the order was given to get back in the cars and return to the base. Finally, everyone arrived back at the base to further decide what to do. The base already knew that 13 sentries had been killed in the valley. GG said that their opponents had already obtained the necessary data, but why did they decide to stay and gather even more information? They are being much more calculating than they thought. The secretary told him that it didn't matter how vigilant they were. They still wouldn't be able to tell which information was false and which was true, and so they would very easily fall into the ambush created for them. Gigi said that their leader had already prepared for the evacuation. Reinforcements for them will arrive in 5 days. Then they will retreat. In the meantime, they will prepare a huge surprise for Haya. Han Xiao was now at the embryo base. He could see that the Reconnaissance 2 mission was still not complete. He knew that there must be a secret location somewhere on the base. As he walked through the base, he saw that civilians were packing up all the equipment while the soldiers remained on cover. It all looked rather strange. After all, Hai's men had invaded yesterday. That would have been enough time to evacuate, but it was unclear why they hadn't left yet. They were talking among themselves about whether everyone had received the evacuation order. They suspected that they had been targeted by Heisei's men. Others said that their leadership said that the connection with the scouts in the village of Voronyachi Lis had been lost. Everything is going to the beginning of the battle. Here, the men turned to Han Xiao to tell them if he had noticed anything strange at his post. They were completely unaware that they were not talking to their colleague, but to the enemy in disguise. Now Han Xiao at least knew that the person whose face he had taken on was named Taramand. He replied that there was no optimistic news. He said that the enemy had killed all their sentries. Han Xiao saw that these were ordinary rank-and-file soldiers who most likely did not have any secret information about the base. He needed to target the key leadership figures. The military said among themselves that they envied the civilians because they would be the first to be evacuated from the base. The head of the guard, Dumen, approached them and told them to get to work immediately and not to sit around. He ordered them to start carrying things. Han Xiao immediately realized that Domeng must have some secret information. He told his boys that he was going to the restroom. They just laughed at him, saying that he probably wanted to take a little break. Han Xiao did not have time to see where Domeng went. He started walking the corridors and looking for the secret door through which the head of the base's security had disappeared so quickly. He realized that he could not stay in that room for a long time because someone could come in at any time. Then he would feel very bad. He launched his little search spiders, which he had made just in case, and here he needed them. But he did manage to record the location of the secret door. Just then, it opened and 2 agents came out. Han Xiao thought that the 2 agents must know something. It was necessary to finally reveal the mystery that shrouded the base. The 2 agents walked out the outer doors of the base to the street. Han Xiao followed them, but was stopped at the exit by a guard. He said that it was strictly forbidden to leave the base without a separate order. But Han Xiao replied that he had just encountered those two agents and they had accidentally dropped their ID card. He said that he would return the card to them and go right back to the base. The guard allowed him to do so. Han Xiao turned to those two agents in black suits and said that one of them had just lost his ID card at the base. The agents thanked me and wondered how this could have happened. But Han Xiao immediately attacked them and tied them to a large tree with a rope. They began to call for help. However, Han Xiao was not very concerned, because they were in the middle of the mountains and no one could come to their aid. Putting a knife to one of them's neck, he ordered him to give up all the secret information he had. The agent began to make excuses that they were both ordinary employees and had no access to classified information. However, Han Xiao insisted that he had seen the two agents leave the base's secret door in a cell. As a result, scared to death, they told Han Xiao everything they knew about the base. The guy's very excited about his next task. Now his computer was displaying that the Reconnaissance 2 mission had finally been completed. He received 8,000 experience points for it. Meanwhile, the Star Dragon squad was about to leave the stronghold, but they couldn't find Han Xiao anywhere. At first they thought he had fallen asleep in the car, but since no one got out of the car, it became clear that he was not there. Jiang Wei decided to stay at the stronghold and wait for their mechanic to return. When the captain was asked whether it was necessary to wait for the mechanic, Jiang Wei replied that he was the one who had the keys to the car. The Haiyang squad was told that one of the Star Dragon squad had disappeared, so they decided to stay behind and wait for him to return. Yefan replied that they had actually agreed to return together. He asked who was missing. He was told that an agent wearing a black mask, Han Xiao, was missing. Win thought about it because the day before, Han Xiao had rejected the data they had received for no reason. And today he had disappeared. It was very suspicious. They missed the point that Han Xiao was a spy for the embryo organization. Meanwhile, they came to report everything that happened to the Hasia Operations Center. They told the head that an agent from Star Dragon had gone missing all night. He never came back. The manager asked if they were sure of their information. Win replied that after they returned from their mission with the data on the Black Crow Valley, he simply left without saying anything to anyone. Yefan added that the guy's behavior was extremely suspicious. The leader said that he would later ask Star Dragon for more specific information about this guy, but for now, let them tell him what they had learned during their mission. They reported that they had captured a prisoner who had already been interrogated on a lie detector. This means that he did not lie to them. They stole all the data from the enemy's network, so they can fully guarantee its authenticity. The leader said that in this case, it was necessary to attack the embryo base as soon as possible, before they had time to change anything. But Yefan denied this. After all, if they attacked now, the agents of the 13th Division who remained in the stronghold would be in danger. But the manager replied that in order to achieve the overall goal, it was quite possible to sacrifice a few people from Star Dragon. He added that those people are not one of them at all, so there is no need to delay, and even more so to worry about them. Meanwhile, Han Xiao returned to the stronghold, leading the tied-up agents from the embryo base, and realized that he must have been too late. Now the agents finally realized that he was the very Zero their organization was looking for around the world. Han Xiao decided to contact his colleagues by radio. Jiang Wei started shouting at him, asking where he had disappeared to for the whole night. He said that everyone had already left, and they were the only ones left at the checkpoint waiting for him. The guy said that he had infiltrated the Delina base and obtained classified data. He began to tell me that the entire base is divided into internal and external. The inner sector is its core. It is located deep in the mountains. Low-ranking personnel are completely unaware of the existence of that sector. The communication path between the sectors can be closed at any time. In the internal sector, there are many evacuation routes that can be used by the management to get out safely and unnoticed. After hearing all this information, the head of the 13th unit immediately called Colonel Kei. He calmly got in touch and asked what was going on. Chibangja began to report clearly that one of his team members had obtained very important information that he needed to know about immediately. He suggested that the colonel speak to Han Xiao personally. The colonel said he already knew everything. He just wanted to know how he had gotten the information. Han Xiao replied that he managed to infiltrate the base and take 2 prisoners who were employees of the internal sector of the base. He heard the colonel shouting into the phone that he was lying. For some reason, Zasia's people were sure that the guy could never have pulled off such a thing. They don't know that he can change his appearance with the help of an optical mask, and copying facial features is his trump card, which should not be revealed to anyone. But the head of the 13th unit said that they had 2 prisoners from the base as evidence. The colonel ordered to bring them to him. At the same time, the colonel ordered the troops to go on a mission. Their target is the Black Crow Valley. The head of the 13th unit shouted on the phone that he was categorically against this decision because his men were still there. By his actions, the colonel exposes them to direct danger. The colonel replied briefly that it was not up to him to decide what to do next. Han Xiao also heard all this. He realized that the colonel wanted immediate results. Therefore, he moved on to the stronghold, dragging his prisoners with him. He finally got there. He was greeted by friends and colleagues. He ordered Lin Yao and Lambert to take the prisoners' ID cards and infiltrate the inner sector of the base. They needed to find out more about Embryo's evacuation plans. Then he asked Li Yalin to take them closer to the base while he created masks from the prisoners. Lin Yao was worried because he had no experience in espionage. Perhaps it would be better to let someone else go. But Han Xiao said that he was their only hacker. No one else would be able to handle the task. Meanwhile, everyone at the base in the Black Crow Valley continued to prepare for evacuation. Lin Yao and Lambert were returning to the base in the guise of prisoners. They were very worried about being discovered. Finally, they came to the main gate of the base and opened it with their ID cards. They were able to easily get inside the base. Next, they started looking for the cell with the secret door. Now they saw that the inner sector did exist. Suddenly, the alarm went off in the cell, but the guys realized it wasn't their fault. Gigi told the secretary that he had already heard that the Hai had sent their troops to them, so they were about to arrive there. Then he added that they have already sent an armed group from their own side. They will be able to hold back the enemy for quite some time and let everyone continue to prepare for evacuation. Our guys here have already reported that the Hayas are going to attack Embryon, so they should all leave the stronghold. Jiang Wei could not calm down that the colonel had treated them so badly. As Han Xiao drove closer to the base, he told Lin Yao and Lambert to get out because they might get hurt when the attack started. Suddenly, their car was spotted by soldiers of the base. They had to immediately flee from that place. They immediately moved forward and were pursued by several enemy vehicles. Li Yalin was worried that they were about to be caught up. She didn't know how to drive too fast. But Han Xiao told her not to worry about it because he had installed nitrogen acceleration in the car. This did not calm Li Yalin down, but rather made her even more excited. She shouted that they were driving in the mountains and there was a huge risk that they would crash, unable to control the car at that speed. Han Xiao told his superior Jiang Wei to change into his armor that he had prepared for him, and we need to start the battle. Jiang Wei quickly pulled himself in and felt the full power of the advanced armor. He immediately began to attack the vehicles that were chasing them. The enemies fired back, but the armor reliably protected the captain from the shells. The captain was pleased with the performance of his new armor. He was glad that he had not paid such a huge amount of money for it in vain. The soldiers of the Embryon base tried to eliminate the captain and his powerful armor first. Han Xiao could see that Embryo had too many soldiers coming up more and more. Finally, the time had come to test his newest development, a time-delayed projectile. The shell fully met the hopes of its creator. The soldiers were smashed to pieces. After this battle, Han Xiao received many different awards and a lot of experience points. The next task, called Direct Conflict, was completed. He received an additional 35,000 experience points. All the soldiers were shocked that just one jeep managed to destroy a lot of enemy vehicles, eliminating half of the pursuers. They could not understand what kind of power it was. But the battle did not stop. The soldiers kept advancing and continued to pursue the detachment of the 13th unit. The order was to kill everyone. Han Xiao could see that they were not doing very well. Therefore, he ordered Li Yalin to immediately use nitrogen acceleration. He realized that they had decided to simply sacrifice the Hayas and blow them up along with the embryo soldiers. However, they were still alive and trying to escape from that hell. The head of the 13th unit tried to appeal to the colonel's common sense. He said that he could be charged with war crimes for his actions. But the colonel confidently said that he was just doing his job, and the people from Star Dragon have no right to tell him what to do. He ordered to take them to the medics. Han Xiao and Li Yalin arrived at the camp of the Haiyang Logistics Detachment. One of the soldiers had already approached them and said that he had orders from the colonel to take them to a doctor to treat the wounds they had received during the battle. Han Xiao suspected that they were simply being followed. He calmly told the soldier that he did not obey their colonel's orders. The soldier replied that their superior had also given orders to let them rest and make sure they were okay. Han Xiao thought that perhaps Chief Chi was worried that he would go to the front lines again without permission to risk himself. Then he got in touch with the hacker Lin Yao. He asked how he and Lambert were doing, and if they were still alive. Lin Yao joked that unfortunately they were still alive and tried to report to the mechanic, which he learned on the spot while at Embryo's secret base. He said that the outer sector is now fighting off Haya's attacks, and other employees have retreated. The exact evacuation route has not yet been announced, so for now they just have to wait for things to become clear. He also said that all the information obtained by the Hayu squad was fake. If they blindly follow that information, they will suffer a lot of losses. Han Xiao asked the hacker if he had already told them about it, but Lin Yao replied that he hadn't told anyone yet. He had only called him first. The mechanic said he didn't need to tell them anything. The hacker did not understand why, but Han Xiao explained to him that the colonel had deliberately set them up, putting them in direct danger. They all could have died. Lin Yao could not believe it, and Lambert said that if the Hayas did not hide their intentions to kill them, they would not help them. There was a bloody battle near the base in the Valley of the Black Crow. Hai Si's soldiers confidently advanced, completely unaware of what awaited them next. They were simply following the orders of their colonel, who was blindly leading them to certain death. Haya's soldiers were somewhat comforted by their small victories. They even said that Embryo's defense was very weak. But this was false information that their scouts had obtained. Then they blew up the outer wall and moved to storm the base. The soldiers were inspired by their small victory and ignored safety rules. Eventually, they ran into an ambush set up by Embryo fighters. Kai's soldiers exploded on mines. They were scattered around the neighborhood. Fighters from the Embryon organization counterattacked. They realized that the attackers had taken their bait and opened continuous fire on them. While mercilessly shooting back at the stormtroopers, they also made fun of the situation and invited the Haze soldiers to come even closer to the base. One soldier painfully exclaimed that he would definitely avenge his fallen comrades. In addition to the military, the command center was occupied by the chief executive officer, Pan Quan, and his deputy, Ji. The soldier sitting at the console said that things were bad. The ambush they had set up for Haiyang's soldiers had worked, but many enemies had invaded the base. He said that not all of their men had managed to evacuate yet. To this, Mr. Quan said that he would join the battle and delay the advancing enemies. Everyone knew that Mr. Quan was a very strong, experienced warrior. His direct involvement in the battle would cause many casualties. The order was given for Hai's soldiers to fire at Mr. Quan exclusively. Embryo's lead singer, Mr. Quan, without hesitation, rushed into the thick of the attacking soldiers. Some soldiers threw down their weapons in fright. To Mr. Quan, they were all weaklings. Hai's soldiers immediately decided to attack him with tanks. Those powerful machines moved forward together, firing devastating shots. Mr. Quan rushed into the battle despite all the military equipment advancing on him. Then he was told over the radio that all employees of the internal sector had already been successfully evacuated. So if he did not want to continue the fight, he should join them immediately. Mr. Quan agreed. Hai's soldiers radioed that the third squad had encountered Mr. Quan. They also said that the entire unit was killed. Winna could not believe that one man had destroyed a detachment of 200 people. Now she saw that the data on the location of the enemy's defenses was too far off from reality. Yefan finally realized that their information was fake after all. Embryo used their own people as bait. This is very cruel. He realized that his boss, Carl, was too radical in his decisions. He should have listened to Han Xiao, then they would have been able to save their people. The report that the troops had suffered heavy losses reached the leader. Yefan told him that the information they had received earlier was somewhat unreliable, so they should listen to Han Xiao. The commander just snorted and said that the result justified all the losses. He ordered the soldiers to carefully check the base wall, and if there was an inner sector, let them destroy it to the ground. Hai's soldiers entered the base and began to explore it. They were looking for a secret passage. 2 hours have passed since they carefully examined the base, meter by meter. If there was a passage, they would have found it by now. The manager was told that no secret passage had been found. Then the leader ordered Han Xiao to be brought to him. Now he wanted to talk to him. The soldier replied that the logistics unit had reported that Han Xiao had wounded 2 guards and was missing. And the people from the Star Dragon who were there said they didn't see him leave. The head of the department rose to his feet in rage. He shouted that they were all scoundrels. There were so many of them, and they couldn't keep an eye on one person. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was on his way to intercept the Embryo people. He intended to prevent their escape. Mr. Quan and Ji were sitting in an armored car. Now all the important staff had left the base. Ji said that it was time for Hai's people to sign for his gift, and he confidently pressed the red button. The head of the military, Hai, tried to contact Yefan, but he did not hear a response. Finally, A voice broke through the phone, and Yifan reported that the base's internal storage was full of explosives. The base had just detonated. Everyone who was there was killed. The leader turned pale at the news. His soldiers were buried alive. They had suffered great losses. He was angry with himself that the enemy had made all their losses useless at the last moment. After all, the database data was also destroyed. He also realized that since he personally led the operation, he would not escape accusations. He immediately ordered us to contact the 13th unit. Then he asked Zhang Wei what other information they had about the base. Zhang Wei replied that 2 of their agents had infiltrated the evacuated unit. So they will know exactly which way everyone went. As soon as they know, they will report back. The manager was worried that the damage from the operation was much greater than planned. He needed the result to be much more significant. Only in this way could he make amends. Intercepting the enemy is a very good opportunity. He immediately gave the order to group the troops. Immediately go to the neighborhood and wait for orders there. Embryo's evacuation team successfully left dangerous places. GG said that the High never doubted their rightness, so they were hooked. Mr. Quan, however, was not too calm. He said that we must not let our guard down now. Suddenly, the driver interrupted their conversation. He said something was wrong with the connection. And then ahead of them, they saw High's unit moving directly toward them. The driver frantically began to radio that they had been intercepted, but all he could hear was an incomprehensible noise. They could not contact the headquarters. However, they had one more way out, a backup connection. GG could not understand where High's people came from. Who could have betrayed them and told them the details of the evacuation route? Mr. Quan personally started shooting at the enemy vehicles. A new firefight broke out. Mr. Quan saw that there were too many High people. They could not cope alone and the connection was lost. If they get surrounded, they are finished. Hasey sent a lot of vehicles and men to intercept them. So Pan Quan abruptly jumped out of the car and pulled GG with him. He said that they had to run away. An evacuation plane has already been sent for them. Han Xiao was looking for them through his binoculars. He finally saw the objects of his observations. Mr. Quan saw the car Han Xiao was sitting in and thought it was an intelligence vehicle. He suggested that perhaps they had been followed from the beginning. The head of the embryo base decided to flee through the forest. There they would be able to hide their tracks. He kept telling GG to keep up. Han Xiao looked at the map of the area. He found the only road he could follow. So he began to prepare a trap for his enemies. To do this, he had certain instruments and tools with him. When he had everything ready, he still had plenty of time left. Now he just had to wait. All that was left was to wait for the prey. Han Xiao stood among the trees, looking for the fugitives from the embryo through his binoculars. He held his rifle at the ready. GG was weak to physical exertion, so it was difficult for him to make his way through the forest. He was also not dressed for hiking. Eventually, he fell to the ground and said he couldn't run anymore. Mr. Quan supported him. Moreover, they were only a short walk to the hangar, but GG replied that he could only carry him there. He himself was completely exhausted. Suddenly, a bullet flew past Mr. Quan. It almost hit his face. This shot was made by Han Xiao. He was performing his killing 2 task. 100% of his energy was consumed, and he gained 4,000 experience points. GG was eliminated. His body fell into Mr. Quan's arms. The leader heard the sound of a gunshot. So he ran as fast as he could in that direction, hoping to reach his opponent and destroy him. Han Xiao was sitting in ambush. He watched Pan Quan run fast, so he readied his rifle. Seizing the moment, Han Xiao shot at Mr. Quan, but the latter managed to orient himself and defend himself. He put his sword in front of him. A kind of shield formed, which deflected the bullets flying at Mr. Quan. Han Xiao thought that it was some kind of snakeskin that Pan Quan was using to protect himself. The opponent deflected each bullet with his sword. Then Han Xiao left the ambush and ran. Mr. Quan thought he was running away. He told himself that it was too late to run away. Mr. Quan ran after him, but Han Xiao was only going to lure him into a trap. The opponent took the bait. Suddenly there was a big explosion. It was a trap Han Xiao had set for his enemies. Mr. Quan was thrown back and mortally wounded by shrapnel. The slow-motion projectile dealt 34 points of damage to Mr. Quan, damage protection taken into account. Next, the delayed projectile dealt 37 points of damage to Mr. Quan, now slightly burned. The difference between Han Xiao's and Mr. Quan's levels is very large. He can't find out enough information from the latter. Therefore, he decided to spend 520,000 points to get to level 28. Now his level has risen. His strength is 514. His armor is plus 10%. His stamina is plus 10%. His agility is plus 10%. and his intelligence is plus 10%. So far, Pan Quan has remained 10 levels stronger than Han Xiao, but he's not in the best shape, so there's a good chance of destroying him. Mr. Quan, though wounded, continued to fight. He attacked Han Xiao using his skills and abilities. He was very annoyed that he couldn't deal with the guy. After all, Han Xiao defended himself skillfully. He was very fast. The guy suddenly pulled out his gun and shot Mr. Quan. Everything happened very quickly, but the bullets could not penetrate the opponent's skin. His body is very resistant and cannot be pierced by conventional weapons. So Han Xiao decided to replace conventional ammunition with flammable ammunition. He did it very quickly. Mr. Quan only noted that Han Xiao had the audacity to reload his gun in front of his face. And then he also saw that armor appeared around the boy's neck. Mr. Quan did not understand how this happened. Then Han Xiao, using both of his pistols at the same time, began firing at his opponent again. As before, the bullets bounced off to the side because the man was protected by strong armor. Mr. Quan wondered if the boy could put out the flames with his energy. At his level, he would not be able to. But suddenly something went wrong for Mr. Quan. He became more worried. The head of the embryo base realized that he was spending too much energy defending himself. He needed to end this battle as soon as possible. His body was on fire in some places. Meanwhile, Han Xiao ran out of ammunition in his magazines. He was distracted for a moment and was stabbed by Miss Quan's sword. His mask malfunctioned, as well as the strength of his armor. Han Xiao fell to the ground wounded. He realized that he shouldn't be too cautious in a fight with such an opponent. Since the boy's mask was damaged, he assumed his usual appearance. Mr. Quan immediately recognized him. It was Zero, wanted by Embryo. Pan Quan launched another attack on the boy, but Han Xiao managed to deflect this blow by abruptly drawing his sword. Mr. Quan asked if Zero wanted to face him in close combat. Was he upset that he couldn't die? Meanwhile, Han Xiao calculated that the slow-action shells and flammable ammunition had taken about half of Mr. Quan's health. The guy knew that he needed to keep attacking to take even more health from his opponent until the right moment came. But Mr. Quan was an ace in close combat. He laughed at Zero. He confidently told him not to even think about stopping him with his weak hands. He powerfully repelled Han Xiao's attack. The guy received a severe blow to his arm. He fell and was in great pain. If not for the second-generation mechanical arm made of titanium alloy, he would have definitely lost his native arm. But he saw the result of his actions. Mr. Quan's block was not the same as before. It was clear that he had spent too much energy and was very weak. The guy's attacks had had their effect, and his armor would help him hold out for a while longer. It was getting harder and harder for Mr. Quan to fight. Han Xiao watched his opponent's strength decline and finally realized that his chance had come, and he pulled out his trump card. He activated the launch of Kino's nose character card. Mr. Quan was shocked that Zero had used the nose ability. It was a complete defeat for him. He could not accept the fact that Zero was now defeating him in close combat. His body was stiff. He couldn't move anymore. Han Xiao knew very well that a martial artist of Mr. Quan's level could not have more than 50 points of intelligence. His illusion of Nose's ability was successfully utilized. Meanwhile, he recovered his mechanical arm and launched a fresh attack on his exhausted opponent. Finally, Pan Quan was eliminated. Han Xiao received 21,000 experience points for this. He managed to kill an enemy 10 levels above his level. Therefore, he received an additional 280% of experience and 58,800 points. His individual contribution to the battle is 99%. An additional 58,212, 99% experience points were gained. Beheading 3 is now complete. Contribution to the mission, 99%, experience gained, 79,200 experience points. At this point, a voice came from Mr. Quan's radio asking if they had managed to evacuate the base. However, Mr. Quan could not answer. The radio had a screen. It was through it that they saw Han Xiao. People on the other side were shocked by the sight. They asked what he was doing there and whether he had eliminated Gigi and Mr. Quan. Han Xiao greeted them and said it had been a long time. He was asked where he got the information about the Black Crow Valley base. The guy boldly offered to guess how he got this information. The head of the organization asked if Han Xiao really thought that by using such methods, he could harm the entire organization. He added that it was very naive of him to think so. Han Xiao replied that he had already managed to destroy 4 bases of the embryo organization. The manager was really angry. He said he could have crushed the guy with his bare hands. They have a lot of CEOs. The guy won't be able to be blissful forever. And Han Xiao kept repeating the words 4 bases and irritated the head of the organization even more. Finally, the manager angrily threw his computer off his desk and smashed it. Meanwhile, someone knocked on his door. He invited them in. A soldier came into the office and the manager gave him an order. The order was to increase the reward for Zero's capture to $5 million. So Han Xiao completed another task, destroying the Black Crow Valley base. His contribution to the task was 72%, and he received 36,000 experience points. He was done. Reconnaissance 1, Reconnaissance 2, Crow Forest Killer, Direct Conflict, Decapitation 1, Decapitation 2, destroying the Black Crow Valley base. Performance rating, excellent. Han Xiao was pleased with himself because he was given a reward for the excellent grade. Now he had to make a choice. An enhanced body would increase his health points, and an enhanced spirit would be needed to use magic and telekinesis, which he doesn't use at all. Agility increases the range of attacks, as well as the speed of reaction. This is exactly what he needs. That's why he chose agility. The main plot of his game advanced by 1.8%. Now he has received another A-class task, the fall of Embryo. He didn't make much progress, but the Valley base was an important supplier of new players for Embryo. Therefore, having destroyed this base, the pace of the organization's expansion slowed down dramatically. The head of the squad, Haisai, was thinking feverishly about the fact that so many people had died under his leadership. Of course, this would definitely affect his grade. Therefore, he decided to report that the Star Dragon's men were allegedly acting under his personal orders. He thought that the people of the Star Dragon would not find out about what he had written in the general report anyway. They were told that 2 corpses were lying on the side of the road. These were the bodies of Mr. Quan and Gigi. It was as if they had been planted there on purpose. The car stopped and everyone got out to see what was going on. The hacker Lin Yao asked if it was Han Xiao's work. Li Yaling replied that of course it was Xiao. No one but him could have handled Embryo's executives in a one-on-one battle. And after all, it's his style. Then she added that it was unclear why he had left them on the roadside. After all, a feat is a feat, but the Heisei will take credit for all the achievements. Meanwhile, the leader of the Kaisi military was very pleased with the discovery and decided to take credit for the victory. He immediately ordered the soldiers to load the bodies of Mr. Quan and Gigi into their car. The soldiers picked up one body, then another, and saw a mine under it. It could have exploded at any moment, so they ran back as fast as they could, leaving the bodies where they were. But their superior ordered them to return and examine the mine properly. The soldier did not dare to disobey the order, so trembling he approached the mine. He gently picked it up and felt that it was very light. Lifting it up, he shouted to the others that the mine was empty. Accordingly, it could not have exploded. Ye Fan laughed, wondering who could have played such a joke on them, and they were all very frightened. The special agents of the Star Dragon squad laughed even harder. They knew who dared to make such a witty joke. The head of the squad, Haisai, was angry that everyone was making fun of him and said that he did not see anything funny in it. But then his speech was abruptly cut short by a shot. It was Han Xiao who fired from an ambush. The head of the K unit was liquidated. Han Xiao calmly lit a cigarette because he had gotten even with the leader of the Haiyang squad. You reap what you sow. Han Xiao hid in the Star Dragon from pursuers from the Embryo organization. While there, he was able to get their advanced technologies because he is a mechanic. At first glance, one might say that the people of the Star Dragon trust him, but the cell phone he was given was bugged. And now Embryo's attention was focused on the Star Dragon. After all, Zero, who was wanted by them, was hiding there. Han Xiao therefore decided not to go back there, as it was inappropriate for him. So he took the listening device out of his phone and walked away. And there were still 3 months left before the open testing. The Star Dragon's task is the gold mine. Han Xiao realized that he needed to advance in the game as quickly as possible in order to accumulate more funds. But for now, the means he had were enough, so he just walked away. The boy used a paraglider he had made for himself and flew it. The world is huge, and all the roads in it are open. At Star Dragon, everyone was gathering in the conference room for a meeting. People talked among themselves that Han Xiao was going out of his way to attract trouble. At least he didn't leave any evidence. Otherwise, the high people would never have agreed to reconciliation. Others said that they thought the guy had done a really good thing. So finally, everyone gathered in the conference room. The leader asked the audience if Han Xiao's whereabouts were still unknown. One of the executive directors replied that they had traced the signal from a bug in the phone Han Xiao had been given. But that signal was interrupted 24 hours ago. They assumed that Han Xiao found it and removed it from the phone. He suggested asking the guy's partner again here in front of everyone. So he called the hacker Lin Yao and asked if Han Xiao had contacted him recently. The guy replied that he had spoken to him this morning. Lin Yao was asked what Han Xiao had said on the phone. The hacker simply replied that his friend had said he had moved away from Sin. The chairman of the council asked if it was because of the murder of Colonel Hai. What he missed was that Han Xiao was afraid that they would not be able to protect him. But some people thought that the words "away from Sin" could mean that the guy just wanted to run away. At the same time, the information about the Han Xiao Award was updated on the Darknet pages. Now it is 5 times larger than before. Obviously, the increase in reward is related to the destruction of the base in the Black Crow Valley. But the question is, how did Embryo find out about this? Is there really a spy among the Star Dragon people? If Han Xiao's reason for fleeing is that Embryo will come to Star Dragon to settle a score, then his fear is justified. Therefore, while it is necessary to keep his identity a secret, it is strictly forbidden to give out information about him to anyone. An order was also issued to send a search team after him, and Han Xiao arrived in Haiyu in the city of Morrowind. He carefully considered the pile of tasks that need to be completed before the open testing begins in 3 months. First of all, he needs to identify players and complete special tasks that are often passed off as rare skills and abilities. The guy was happy for himself that he hadn't forgotten how to complete such tasks. He sat quietly, drinking red wine. After that, he would need to strengthen the supply channels with parts so that he could complete tasks while on the road, thereby automatically earning experience. He also thought that selling the blueprints for a sophisticated saber would give him a black and gold map of the Fajui group, which would cover the material issue for a while. Han Xiao would also like to find some time to wreak havoc at Embryo. The most important thing for him now is to raise the reward limits for published tasks so that he can use players from the very beginning of open testing, and this will be possible if he improves his reputation. Han Xiao finished his wine and left the coffee shop. His reputation is currently at 0, but if you use the rules of its accumulation correctly, then in 3 months, when open testing begins, it will increase it. Now the guy has joined the Fajui group. He went to the administrator. He was given a list and had to prepare items from this list. Han Xiao had managed to accumulate a lot of livelihoods in the Star Dragon, so now he didn't have to worry about money. The administrator said that with the black and gold card discount, the final cost would be $80,000. Han Xiao thought to himself, how wonderful it is to be rich. The administrator added that their specialist would soon deliver the goods to his room. Han Xiao then said that he still wanted to buy an entry ticket to the Darknet Blood Pact community. Darknet is an underground world of intelligence relays that maintains neutrality. The administrator announced the price at $200,000. This was quite suitable for the guy. The Blood Pact community is an organization that hires killers. If you show them the documents, you can become a contract killer. Previously, the players called this community the Assassins Union. Han Xiao opened a new reputation for the camp. The easiest way to raise your reputation is to get to the top of some lists. Han Xiao wanted to stay at the Vitalia Hotel in Morrowind. For example, you can get into the top ranking of allied killers. Hotel Vitalia has branches in major cities in 6 countries. The organization behind it is Darknet. The hotel administrator told Han Xiao that unfortunately there were no rooms available. The guy was well aware that an ordinary person would not be able to rent a room here, but he asked the administrator if there were really no rooms available. He put the Darknet Blood Pact community's entry ticket on the counter in front of the receptionist and asked him to check the availability of rooms again. This time, the administrator bowed and invited Han Xiao to follow him. He took him to the office to register him. The administrator put a questionnaire in front of the guy and asked him to fill in his data. I also had to choose a code name for myself. Han Xiao decided to write Apostle-Level Observer Hash 9527 of the Cardoon Star Cluster Red Empire as his code name. The administrator, scratching the back of his head, asked if he could shorten his code name a bit. Han Xiao then decided to call himself Black, but the administrator said that unfortunately this option was already taken, so he offered him the code name Mr. Black, and so it was agreed. The administrator summarized by saying that Mr. Black is now a preparatory level assassin. He has to complete 1 task and then he will get the Scorpion level. The administrator also added that private work is also allowed, but in this case, they will deduct 5% of earnings. Before taking on a task, the boy can familiarize himself with the terms and conditions. Then a hot offer came up. 0 is wanted. He must be delivered dead or alive. The reward for this, $5 million. Coordinates, Western Capital, Star Dragon. Another task, wanted, Wang Defu, deliver him alive. Reward, $2 million. Details can be found in a personal conversation. Han Xiao didn't even know that so much was being offered for him now. Embryon is still looking for him in the Western capital. He laughed to himself, realizing that the organization was wasting time and effort. The administrator told the guy that he had received a task. The reward for him, 100,000. Han Xiao thought it was too little. Apparently, someone can't afford to hire an expensive assassin and decided to try their luck with a newcomer. But he decided that the task should be easy, since it paid so little, so he decided to give it a try. The administrator told him that the employer wanted to discuss the details of the assignment in person. Han Xiao went to meet with his employer. He gave him the materials to familiarize himself with. The target is Yue Yuju, located in Morrowind, with 12 to 20 bodyguards with him at all times. Han Xiao said that the payment was not enough for such a task. The customer, Chen Shui, said he simply didn't have enough money. Han Xiao agreed to take on the task and told his employer to wait for him at the meeting point. The employer thanked me and asked how many days it would take to complete this task. But Han Xiao didn't let him finish. He simply said that by the time he finished his lunch, his ordered object would already be dead. Han Xiao's self-confidence confused Chen Shui a bit. He didn't know whether to believe him or not. When Han Xiao left, a man came up to his employer and tapped him on the shoulder. He was another killer who decided to take up the job and fulfill the order because he had some free time. However, Chen Shui replied that he had already passed his order to someone else. The man left with nothing, but said in parting that he would be ready to help if necessary. And then he received a call from Yue Yuju. He asked if he had time for a little work. He replied that he did and would rest later. Then Yue Yuju said that he had sent him all the necessary information. The working conditions remained the same as they were, so the man needed to eliminate Chen Shui. The man was shocked by this turn of events. He wondered if there could be such a coincidence. Perhaps the task from the Shanshui member was to kill Mr. Yue. It was Yuju who was impatiently waiting for the answer whether the man would agree to fulfill this task. Since the man had already seen the object he needed to work with, he agreed. Then Yue Yuju started saying that he was sending him in advance, but his head was already at gunpoint. The next moment, Mr. Yue was gone. His bloody body fell to the ground. Everyone around them was in a frenzy. They saw Mr. Yue lying dead on the ground. No one could understand how it had happened. The man who was about to fulfill Mr. Yue's order realized that something irreparable had happened. Someone had beaten him to the punch. He knew very well that Yue Yuju had many bodyguards. For the money Chen Shui had, he couldn't hire anyone worthwhile. For such a reward, only a novice killer would agree to fulfill the order. The man wanted to see the person who had eliminated Yue Yuja so quietly. He wondered who it could be. The police immediately arrived at the scene of the murder. The area was fenced off. The police told everyone not to bump into anyone and not to interfere with the investigation, and they strictly forbade taking any photos. There were people who said that the killer would not be able to hide in broad daylight, but Han Xiao, with the help of a copying mask, quietly slipped out of the hands of the police while everyone here was recovering from the resonant event. He returned to his client to report that the job was done. Chen Shui was incredibly shocked that it was over so quickly. He said that the guy was really very strong. Chen Shui handed him a diplomat and told him that the payment for the job was there. At the same time, Hai Xiao received 25,000 experience points. The guy said that he would not count the money because he did not have time for that. He had to hurry to do his business. Chen Shui wished him a good day, but when Han Xiao left the restaurant, he felt that someone was following him. Soon he noticed his pursuer, who was allegedly reading a newspaper. That's why the man didn't like the way Han Xiao looked at him closely. He felt a very powerful energy in his address. He realized that the newcomer was very strong and dangerous. Meanwhile, Han Xiao returned to the hotel. He had successfully completed his first task. The administrator said that now the guy has a scorpion level. He will have great powers available to him, and from now on, he will be treated as a VIP in Vitali hotels around the world. After that, the administrator began to enter fresh data. He was extremely surprised that someone could raise his level so quickly. He told the guy that he would be looking forward to his next achievements. Han Xiao only asked where he currently stands in the ranking of Darknet killers. The administrator replied that only the highest-ranked killers are included in the ranking, so he was currently in the thousands. The man then added that young people are always in such a hurry to rise. Han Xiao, meanwhile, recalled that the top 10 spots on the list should be occupied by assassins at around level 40 with average abilities. Only 3 of them are relatively serious opponents, as their strengths are close to the upper limit of version 1.0. The rating consists of completed tasks and other achievements. The administrator was worried about whether he had offended the boy and hurt his self-confidence. So he decided to cheer him up a bit, telling him not to lose heart. He added that, judging by the way Han Xiao handled his first task, he had a bright future ahead of him. The guy knew that he needed to complete as many tasks as possible to move up the list. So he asked to see what other tasks were available. The administrator asked if he was interested in something more serious. He handed him the full list and told him to let the guy choose what he liked. He also said that beginners are encouraged to do something simpler, gradually moving forward. Han Xiao quickly chose a suitable task for himself. The administrator approved of the guy's choice, saying that for a beginner, it was just what he needed. But he was being completely sarcastic. He shouted at the guy, splashing his saliva, as if he didn't understand what easier tasks meant. He said that a lot of experienced killers had died on this mission. So why should he, a newbie, take it on? Han Xiao, wiping himself, replied that he would rather drown in his saliva than be killed by the enemy. He asked the administrator to help him get ready, and he would take care of the rest himself. After forming the task, the administrator sent him off and said that he had warned him about everything that could be done. If something happens to the guy, it's not his fault. The sent task information was received by the Central Information Management. An employee of the department entered the data into the general network. The task Han Xiao chose for himself was called Battle Rose. The administrator informed the guy that he was registered for this task. It was a C-level task, Battle Rose Bounty Hunter. Task information. The Sumal Desert is home to a variety of groups, including travelers and mercenaries. But something about this desolate land attracts so many powerful groups. Perhaps it has something to do with incidents in the past. The contractor had to study and explore the desert territory. Han Xiao saw that there was an additional reward for completing this task. This meant that the task would not be easy. The guy realized that he could not act without thinking through a plan. To begin with, he equipped himself properly. He reached the maximum level in the main class. The conditions for promotion this time were simple. To move to the next level, he had to study 20 drawings. But the guy didn't need to spend experience points to create unnecessary drawings. They are not easy to get anyway. In the next mission, Han Xiao will not have any partners, so he should stock up on a variety of ammunition for different situations. He researched and developed a double-edged piercing cartridge, a Heim cartridge, and a shocklight cartridge. In the Battle Rose, the entire staff is female. Their base is located deep in the Sumal Desert. They have a lot of enemies and they have their own mechanic. The guy decided to create a guided weapon. Han Xiao began to prepare. He didn't manage to create exactly what he wanted, but the sniper will need this thing in the future. So he continued to work, and he tried again. This time, the combination was successful. Han Xiao discovered the electromagnetic pulse interference equipment. This equipment will be perfect for confronting enemies in the desert. The boy thought that he would need more minds. He decided to create a drawing himself. Self-made drawing. You need to use the knowledge and basics of creating other drawings to create a new one. Han Xiao was satisfied. The creation of the drawing was successful. He created a homemade drawing. Thus, a new one was created, a burning poison mine. He created exactly what he needed, and in the future, he will be able to create other drawings specifically for his needs. From there, he can create anything he wants. Finally, all his preparations were almost complete. It was time to hit the road. The first thing he did was make a phone call. We had to arrange for a cargo helicopter. Han Xiao was told that the helicopter is only used for large-scale operations. Even though he was a VIP, he would need to cover all the costs. The guy had no problem agreeing. The dispatcher began to clarify how many people would be transported and at what time the helicopter should be sent. He heard the answer that the helicopter was needed for one person and immediately. The dispatcher tried to explain to the guy that this was an exorbitant cost. After all, the one-time rent costs $50,000. He tried to appeal to his common sense, but the guy confidently replied that he agreed and paid for the helicopter rental. And now he is flying to the desert to fulfill his mission, having previously studied all available intelligence. Looking at the area from the air, the guy recalled everything he had learned about the base. As Han Xiao flew closer to his destination, he saw that the data he had studied was correct. The Battle Rose base is heavily guarded and impregnable. It would be difficult to get there by storming, but it would be possible to ambush them and lure them out of hiding. Han Xiao ordered the pilot to get down in a certain place and then prepare an SUV for him. After dropping the guy off at his destination, the pilot said that the Battle Rose base was not far away, wished Han Xiao good luck, and flew on about his business. The employees of the base went on their missions, but something was going wrong. There was no result. Dorothy said that they searched sectors E4, E5, and D4, and there was no sign of the felony. Wen Li and Cecile are dead. It happened during a battle with the Gidan people. Derogi was an instructor of the Battle Rose. They had already lost many people during the search for this felony. The girls were beginning to wonder if the search was worth the sacrifice. Then an old lady interrupted the conversation. She asked the girl if she was local. My grandmother told me that this place used to be an oasis, and they all lived in prosperity. But the war changed everything radically. The legend of her homeland says that in the depths of the desert are hidden traces of an ancient civilization and its treasures, which have the ability to control the desert itself. Many soldiers came here in search of felony, and the indigenous people lost their homeland during the war and became mercenaries for them. They give their lives to find felony for someone else, and in return they receive resources for sustenance and shelter for their families. Felonia is their hope for the rest of their lives. Han Xiao tracked down his prey. He saw where the SUVs were headed and decided to proceed with the task. The girls saw electromagnetic pulse interference equipment. They were attacked by... They thought it was the Geddon again. But I was surprised because they had never harassed me before. Dorothy gave the order to get out of the cars and get ready to fight. Han Xiao released poison gas on them. As a result, the girls could not defend themselves. The toxic gas made them dizzy and they fell to the ground. Some were already lying unconscious while others were trying to get out of the gas zone. The shots continued. The girls tried to understand where the sound of the shot was coming from. They realized that this could not go on. They needed to defend themselves, to protect themselves. They needed to kill their enemy. And then a shot was heard again. Han Xiao was not wasting his time. He took advantage of the situation that the toxic gas had helped him create. One by one, the girls were wounded. Dorothy ran in the direction where the shots were coming from. She was very angry. But the guy was prepared for such cases and quickly pulled out his gun. Dorothy rushed to attack Han Xiao and swung her axe at him. The guy skillfully dodged the danger. A fierce battle broke out between them. He was invulnerable. Dorothy was also an experienced warrior. Han Xiao's bullet had not yet hit her. In addition to the axe for close combat, the girl also had a pistol. When she suddenly pulled it out and pointed it at Han Xiao, he became alarmed. Dorothy confidently said that no matter who her opponent was, he would not survive a shot at such close range. And the girl started shooting Han Xiao almost at point-blank range. She fired a bunch of bullets, but did not do any damage to the opponent. The bullets bounced off him. Dorothy could not understand how this was happening. What was the reason? Who was her rival who had suddenly appeared on their path? All the bullets fired left a mark on Han Xiao's clothes. However, he was not injured at all. Most soldiers blindly believe that defeating a sniper in close combat is easy. Clearly, a regular sniper would have been weaker. Dorothy felt a sharp pain and blood poured from her mouth. Han Xiao eliminated Dorothy. He received 7,500 experience points for this. Her level was 25. Han Xiao was an extraordinary sniper. He was pleased with his result. The dead girls were lying on the ground. They were all killed by the same weapon. The head of the battle rose and its soldiers arrived at the battlefield. The leader said that she noticed that the sniper who attacked them was working alone. She wondered if he was another wanted killer. So she called and reported that the battle rose had been attacked again. 20 people had been killed. She asked to have people sent to them to deal with the killer. The manager was gloating that the arrogant and impulsive guy who had attacked them would now become someone else's prey. 3 professional killers were sent to them, Yoke 3, Yoke 5, and Yoke 7. They asked them to report on the situation. Afterward, the killers were told that their enemy was an accurate, well-trained shooter. He went to the southeast. There are only 3 structures in that corps. The nearest one is the base of the Fujian group. Su Li, the Battle Rose's mechanic, noticed shrapnel from the mines that had been detonated. She concluded that the enemy had anticipated their actions and set up an ambush. She was not familiar with the model of his mines. Their bodies were made of Fujian materials. After analyzing all the data, Yarmo 3 said that it was no joke with a group of these enemies. They could not fight on their territory. He added that the enemy's target is the Battle Rose girls, so they will be bait. Yoke 3 told them to go as usual, and he and the boys would set up an ambush. As soon as the enemy appears, they will finish him off. The head of the Battle Rose ordered one of her subordinates, Hai Hu, to do as the killer told them. Han Xiao reached the base of the Fujian group. It turns out that the Battle Rose has support from the outside. Now it's no wonder why so many killers died fighting them. The pilot who brought Han Xiao here said that military units in the Sumal Desert have their own sponsors. political groups that clandestinely run killer training camps. The guy's client, the Chisrod's family, is one of them. Han Xiao was surprised that so much effort had been put into finding a felony. He asked what it was. The pilot, sipping coffee, calmly replied that he didn't know either. Han Xiao doubted the pilot's frankness. He thought that the felony had some important secret hidden in it, which might have a hidden reward for this task. So if the opponent has a patron, he will send reinforcements to them. Han Xiao wondered what he should do in this case. First of all, he needs a driver, so that the guy himself could shoot. He told the pilot about it, but the pilot immediately objected, saying that the task was not his, so why should he help? Han Xiao replied that traveling is not an easy thing, so why shouldn't the man go with him to enjoy the beautiful scenery? The pilot pointed out the window at the sad, bare desert landscape and asked the boy if he was being ironic. Han Xiao told him to look deeper because in those places you can find mirages, and in the mountains, water. The desert in general is an amazing place. The pilot replied unfriendly that he didn't think they were close enough to travel together. Then Han Xiao offered to become closer friends. In response, the pilot said that if the guy wanted him to take part in the mission so badly, then the reward would have to be shared. Han Xiao replied that he agreed with this. He could give the pilot 5%, but the pilot was not easy. He said it was too little because the driver is the first target for the enemy. 20% would be a lot more. Han Xiao was furious at this suggestion. He suggested that the pilot go and rob someone if he was so eager for almost free money. The pilot, in his usual style, calmly replied that this was what he was doing. Meanwhile, the Battle Rose was preparing for battle. They tracked down where Han Xiao had gone. They found him in Area C. The killers who came to reinforce the girls were pleased that things were moving in this direction. Han Xiao, wielding a shovel, was digging the desert sand. The murderers laughed at him for this. Yarmo 3 immediately ordered a small decoy unit to be sent there. Han Xiao got into the car and watched the area through binoculars. He saw someone approaching. Then he ordered his driver to drive southwest. The killers also went hunting. They were looking for their prey and, having spotted it, were ready to engage in battle. Han Xiao also prepared to fulfill his task. The car moved quickly through the desert. He opened fire on the car of the girls who were bait. The Battle Rose girls saw that the man who came to kill them had only one car, so they decided to catch up with him. Han Xiao was amused by this. They wanted to surround him. He continued to watch the movement of their car. Suddenly, a bullet hit him. From a completely different direction than he expected. It was good that he had a protective shield. Now he realized that he was being ambushed. He ordered the driver to drive urgently to his destination, but the driver frantically noted that they were still surrounded. Enemies were coming from everywhere. One of the killers pointed his weapon at their car and said to himself that they were going to hell. He fired a shot. The shell hit very close to the car. The car was thrown upside down, but it still missed them. The driver pressed the gas pedal as hard as he could. The murderers laughed at them that they were going to escape, but there was nowhere to retreat. The killers had planned it that way from the very beginning. The driver saw that their situation was far from being the best right now. They were surrounded. They were ambushed. Han Xiao analyzed their situation. He saw that they were surrounded by only 2 cars on the south side. Accordingly, the threat from there was the least. The guy had previously set up traps, but the enemy deliberately avoided that area. But on the one hand, they can still break through. He knew that the slightest explosion would trigger the mines. Then he would be dead for sure. The driver was very worried about the situation. He realized that the only way out for them now was to escape. However, it was very risky to act so recklessly. Han Xiao ordered the driver to continue south. The driver obeyed without question. He only said that he hoped Han Xiao knew what he was doing. Another killer was waiting to attack them. His machine gun was on alert. However, Han Xiao was ahead of his shot. He did it first. The guy fired a stun grenade. This was a painful experience for the killer and did not allow him to shoot back immediately. The killer became even more angry. His eye and head hurt in general. He took up his weapon and started shooting at the car with Han Xiao and his driver. They began to run away as fast as they could. The killers chased them. They fired at the car with powerful weapons. Han Xiao ordered to push for speed. Their lives were at stake. They managed to break away from the pursuers, although there were many of them. Their car was flying like a rocket. The killers were still confident that Han Xiao would not be able to escape from them, but the acceleration did its job. Suddenly, the SUV that Yarmo 7 was riding in and firing the gun stopped. Yarmo 7 asked what had just happened, and then all the cars of the pursuers stopped and stalled. No one could understand what the reason was. Heihu tried to contact the others by radio, but no one could hear her, and her radio was full of grunts and noise. She realized that the communication devices were also out of order. It was all because of the EMP, electromagnetic pulse interference equipment. But Yarmo 7 tried to calm everyone down so that no one would be afraid. He said that the enemy had only one car. He ordered everyone to get their weapons ready. The mechanic of the Battle Rose reported that all the electronics in Dorothy's car had burned out. Hei-Hu realized that they themselves were now trapped. She shouted for everyone to run as fast as they could, and she ran away from that place as fast as she could. The other girls did not realize it so quickly. Han Xiao, meanwhile, launched a missile at their cars. Hei-Hu heard her whistle. She realized it was too late to run away, but she really didn't want to die. The missile hit the target. The explosion destroyed everything around. Hei-Hu hit the ground with an explosive wave. It looked like she might bury herself in it. The flaming mushroom from the rocket explosion rose high into the sky. The cars scattered in different directions. Han Xiao's mines caused 7,233 poison damage to Yarm. Hei-Hu's mines also caused 257 damage. The boy admired his work from afar. Finally, he lit a cigarette. Then he asked his driver if he was surprised or shocked by what he saw. The driver was also amazed by the sight. He said that it had been a long time since he had seen such a beautiful landscape. Han Xiao replied that they had now enjoyed it to the fullest. Han Xiao gained a lot of experience for this task. He eliminated several girls and all 3 killers. Han Xiao studied the situation, surprised by the nicknames of the killers. He finished his cigarette, planning what to do next. Suddenly, he saw that the list of the dead was missing one more name. Han Xiao turned around sharply when he heard a strange sound. It sounded like someone was about to jump out of the ground. Indeed, Hei-Hu's hand appeared from the ground. She was holding a dagger. The next moment, the girl jumped to the surface completely. Waving her dagger, she rushed to attack Han Xiao. Hei-Hu was completely unharmed by the explosion, but she was abruptly stopped by Han Xiao's driver. He caught her hand and slowed her down. Then he quickly grabbed the girl by both arms and threw her over himself. Hei-Hu did not expect such a counterattack. Han Xiao immediately readied his pistol and shot the girl almost at point-blank range in cold blood. That's how quickly Han Xiao and his driver dealt with their rivals. The last person on the task list, Gui-Hu, was eliminated. Han Xiao was awarded 9,400 experience points for her. The guy smiled with satisfaction. One of the tasks was done. The enemy's cars, destroyed by the missile, were burning around them. The driver asked what they would do next. Han Xiao replied that they now had to chase the defeated enemy to the Battle Rose base. Now they have suffered huge losses. Most likely, the enemy forces will want to use this chance to attack again. In this case, you just have to wait until the task is completed by itself. The driver was somewhat surprised by Han Xiao's cleverness. He asked if the boy had planned this for a long time. Han Xiao replied that it was impossible to predict everything in advance. The opponents thought there was only one trap, but the guy was used to always playing it safe. The driver threw his cigarette on the ground and laughed. He praised Han Xiao for fighting brilliantly and coming out of the fight unscathed. He then said that he had to go back and wished Han Xiao continued success. Han Xiao decided to just wait and see how things would work out in his favor. He sat by the window and watched everything as if it were a movie. He could clearly see that the attack on the base had already begun. The enemy began to attack the Battle Rose. They wanted to drive them out of the desert at all costs. The girls fought back with dignity, but they lacked strength. They were sorely short of hands. A lot of defensive structures are without managers. The enemy will soon invade their territory. The head of the Battle Rose thought that they were as weak as ever. That is why they have become a target for everyone. While some are holding back their opponents, the rest need to hide. She made a very difficult decision and ordered the mechanic to gather 5 people. They will all go out together through a secret passage. Looking at everything that was happening around them, the base was in flames. They realized that it was time to leave. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was waiting for a notification about the completion of the task, but it still did not go through. He missed the idea that perhaps the main personnel of the base had managed to escape. The guy pulled out his tablet and started looking for information. He saw the fugitive's car, which was quickly moving away from the base. Several girls who had secretly left the base, led by the head of the Battle Rose, tried to get to neutral territory as quickly as possible. Then the head of the group looked out the window and saw that they were being pursued. She noticed the car that was catching up with them and noticed the spikes on it, the same spikes. And Han Xiao had already launched his projectile at their car. The head of the Battle Rose was furious. She realized that they had no way out. Choking on the gas, she ordered her girls to run away one by one. The girl added that they would not be able to avoid the opponent's striking power. A grandmother and a small boy were walking near the scene of the events. They saw that the fighting was going on again. The boy was very curious to see the battle, but his grandmother strictly told him not to poke around because weapons have no eyes. She also reproached him for telling him so many times to focus solely on finding the felony. Han Xiao could see that the Battle Rose girls were still trying to get away from him. He continued to chase them, and suddenly he and the car were spun into a huge whirlpool. The grandmother, the boy, and other people who went in search of the felony saw all this. Han Xiao himself was shocked by what was happening to him and looked at the computer. He received a notification that he had found a hidden place, a felony. For this, he received 1,000 experience points. The Battle Rose Mercenaries mission was completed. The guy still could not believe his luck. He accidentally detonated a mine in the right place. At the same time, he fulfilled his task regarding the Battle Rose. However, some girls managed to escape. They quickly left the scene. Han Xiao had a hard time catching up with them in his car because it was moving slower than necessary. The guy knew he could use another of his powerful weapons, which the Battle Rose girls are so afraid of. He was going to use an EMP, electromagnetic pulse interference equipment again. The mechanic of the Battle Rose said that their opponent was crazy. He wants to stop them and destroy them with a spike. Han Xiao got out of the car, holding his pistol, and defiantly challenged the girls to a fight. He wanted to end it all as soon as possible. The head of the Battle Rose boldly accepted the challenge and rushed into action. Han Xiao arrogantly fired 3 rounds, but the girl managed to summon a shield to protect herself. It was a surprise for the boy. He saw that the girl's ability was a force field, and it is very difficult to deal with it because it can block the fired projectiles. Han Xiao quickly decided that conventional shells would be useless in this situation. So he loaded the gun with other special shells and immediately fired them. The head of the Battle Rose again created a force shield in front of her, but it failed to protect her because Han Xiao used poison gas shells. The boy knew that the force field ability could not withstand the poisonous gases. The girl would die soon. The head of the Battle Rose realized that she needed to shorten the distance now. Han Xiao's shells flew by without harming the girl. The boy was worried. The head of the Battle Rose used her force field abilities. This was her strong suit. Han Xiao had to avoid the girl's attacks. He had to make a decision immediately. The girl struck after strike. She sincerely wanted her opponent to die. The battle was very hard and tense. The opponents deserved each other. Each of them skillfully used their abilities and skills. Han Xiao had to complete the task, and the head of the Battle Rose defended her territory and took revenge for her girls. Han Xiao concluded that he would have to use force. The girl noticed that her opponent was not very strong in close combat. She decided that this would be the end of him. No one has ever survived the damage of a jolt. However, Han Xiao was difficult to fight. He had enough projectiles that no one had ever heard of before. Luo Qing was very exhausted from the fight. She was also wounded. A Battle Rose mechanic came to her aid. She saw that her leader was exhausted. Now the girls stood shoulder to shoulder against a common enemy. Their chances of winning have doubled. The melee mechanism is the core, around which the skills honed by the mechanic class are tied. Han Xiao noticed that the girl didn't have any weapons in her hands, but she was wearing gloves. Those mittens must be her weapons. Luo Qing commanded the attack to begin, and the girls ran forward. The head of the Battle Rose again used her ability to create a force field, a vortex. It was supposed to knock the opponent down. Then the mechanic joined the attack. She was supposed to hit Han Xiao with her glove, but the guy avoided the collision. Instead, a huge crater was formed in the ground from the impact of such a glove. It was very dangerous. The guy realized that he could not engage in close combat with her. Her mittens were a deadly weapon, so he ran away from her. But then he was shot by Luo Qing. She blocked his path. However, the head of the Battle Rose wondered why the enemy was not attacking, but only defending in this battle. Then, after analyzing the situation, she came to the conclusion that he was behaving this way because of Su Li's mechanic. Then the girl ordered Su Li to crush her opponent's strength. She explained that Han Xiao was avoiding her. Therefore, she needed to distract his attention, and in the meantime, she would prepare the moment for a fatal blow. The girls agreed on how they would attack in the future. The main thing is to act in a coordinated manner. Han Xiao was surrounded. He had to think of a counterattack. The girls tied his hands and feet. They did not allow him to defend himself properly. Han Xiao had to take the risk. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to emerge victorious from this battle. So he used the electromagnetic armor ability, a comprehensive defense. First, he attacked Su Li, wanting to deal with her first, since she was the one who posed the greatest threat to him at the moment. Su Li did not understand why their opponent suddenly went on the offensive. She and Luo Qing hadn't planned things this way. But the girl oriented herself quickly and repelled Han Xiao's attack with her glove. It caused harm to the boy. Reduction of incoming damage is taken into account. The strength of the electromagnetic armor is 100, 206 348. Su Li wondered why she was able to do so little damage to her opponent this time, and how he had such a shield. So she continued the attack, striking after striking. However, there was almost no result. Han Xiao remained unharmed. Instead, he counterattacked and grabbed Su Li. The girl coughed up a powerful blow. Han Xiao was about to finish her off. But then the head of the battle rose, Luo Qing, came to Su Li's aid. She rushed at the opponent, demanding that he let Su Li go and hit him from behind. Suddenly, Han Xiao pulled out his knife and smiled cruelly. And then he coldly stabbed him in the back with a battle rose mechanic. The girl fell to the ground, bleeding to death. For this, Han Xiao was awarded 11,906 experience points. Luo Qing, seeing her friend dead, burst into tears and cried out her name in pain. Han Xiao stood by the body, clutching a bloody sword. He mockingly looked at the head of the battle rose. Then he told her not to worry too much because he would soon follow his friend. Luo Qing rushed at her opponent, saying that she would not spare her life just to kill him. The final battle between them began. Everyone used their abilities and skills. Luo Qing sincerely wished Han Xiao dead. She was furious and motivated by revenge. The opponents clashed. The girl managed to push Han Xiao's hand with the gun away, and the bullet passed her by. But she fought chaotically. She did not control her actions, her strength. She was in a state of affect. Han Xiao pointed the gun at Luo Qing again. Now it will be known what will happen faster, whether the girl's strength will leave her or she will die. Luo Qing was angry and inconsistent. She had no plan, no strategy. She just fought because she was hurt in her heart for the deaths of her friends. Han Xiao decided to act first of all to deplete his opponent's strength. It was as if he was running away. She was frantic and tried to catch up with him on her own. Eventually, the girl became weak. Once again, she was unable to create a force field. Han Xiao achieved his goal. His opponent was exhausted. He had no time to recuperate. This was his chance to win. He abruptly released a fire arrow that pierced through Luo Qing's body. The shot was very accurate. As she was dying, the girl only said words of apology to Su Li that she could not avenge her death. The head of the battle rose fell to the ground dead. Han Xiao gained 12,000 experience points for its destruction. The guy himself was very exhausted from that fight. It was a tough one, but now everything was over. He coped with that task. He then walked over to Su Li's body and removed the gloves from her hands. He decided to take this artifact, 2 thermoelectric gloves with incisors, for himself. Now he had to go to Felonia. When he approached the place he had opened by causing an explosion during the battle, he saw many human footprints. The boy began to slowly descend into the opened crater. There were traces of pilgrims around. Someone had cut a passage in the rock itself. The tracks led there. The wind carried a metallic smell from the passage. Han Xiao moved further along the cave passages. There were some pipes, hoses, and ropes. He wondered what he would find in the end. Finally, he came to a fork in the road. There were crystals everywhere, and they illuminated the road a little. The question arose, which road to take next? The tracks led equally to 2 passages. Suddenly, people started running out of one of them screaming. They were shouting that there was a monster there and urging us to run away as fast as we could. A terrible and loud roar of a monster came from the depths of the cave. Han Xiao covered his ears. The sound was so loud and piercing. The people who came running leaned exhaustedly against the walls of the cave and shook their heads. They said that the monster did not follow them. One old man added that such a vile place as this cave could not be the felony they dreamed of. However, one of the boys on the expedition suggested that maybe this was the very desert treasure that everyone was looking for. The old man was outraged. He said it was impossible because the treasures were magical, and there can't be any monsters near them. After a short rest, the pilgrims began to run on toward the exit. The old man called Han Xiao with them. He told him to get out of here because there was no felony here anyway. However, the guy knew what the system told him, namely, that the lost felony was located right here. According to the game description, there are no magical items on the planet Aquamarine. There are only various mechanisms. Perhaps the magical treasures that the old pilgrim mentioned are just powerful technologies. From his experience, Han Xiao knows that pilgrims act as underground guides who inform the player which way the monster is located. Since the pilgrims ran out of the left aisle, he had to go to the right. The guy put on his trophy thermoelectric gloves for additional equipment. Although perhaps on the contrary, they wanted him to go to the left, Han Xiao thought about the question. Such uncertainty in the unknown are more frightening than a monster. The guy decided to go to the right, because pilgrims were running out of the left aisle. As he walked down that aisle, he smelled a terribly foul odor. He had to cover his nose. Finally, on the floor, he saw a huge paw print of some kind of monster. There was also a large blood stain on that footprint. Then the monster appeared, its red eye glowed in the darkness. The monster was coming right at Han Xiao. It was huge and strong with horns like a bull, fangs like a giant hyena, and a long tail like a reptile. Han Xiao jumped to the side. The monster swept past him without even hitting him. The boy realized that the monster suffered from chicken blindness. He could not see very well in the dark, and Han Xiao had night vision goggles, which he had prudently taken with him and was now wearing. That's why he was perfectly oriented in the dark passages of the cave. Suddenly he heard something rustling from the ground. He saw a claw appearing as if from nowhere. The next moment, Han Xiao noticed a whole paw with claws coming out from under the floor. The boy realized that there were also a bunch of monsters downstairs under the floor. It was very dangerous in those caves. We had to run away from there. While running away, Han Xiao came across a room. There was a table and a chair. A skeleton was sitting on the chair, lying down on the table with his hand under his head. There was also a notebook on the table next to him. Han Xiao walked in, opened his notebook, and started reading. Entry from 13.07. The professor modified felony's serum for the 67th time and injected it into a lab rat. The effect is amazing. It has exceeded all their expectations. If there are no negative reactions, they will be able to start testing on humans. Update 17.07. The lab rat is dead. This is a failure. The cause of death was that its organs began to fail. The professor is disappointed. He locked himself in his room. An employee heard him breaking things there. The laboratory report on the experiment is missing. Entry from 20.07. The professor insisted on conducting experiments on humans. Higher officials approved the request. This is insane. Perhaps they all forgot about experiment 000. The laboratory report of the experiment was torn up and disappeared. Update from 26.07. The database has released a new set of rules. All researchers must hand over their electronic devices. Employees are not allowed to connect to any external networks. Recorded on 5.08. It is the 7th day of the experiment on Human 008. The subject is in a stable condition. There are no major changes. The professor is nervous. Han Xiao now realized that Felonia was not a promised land, not treasure, but simply blood serum. Recorded at 14.08. Tomorrow they will retreat. They are heading to Base 03 to seek shelter. Time is running out. They've backed up all the data related to felony's serum. The guards are huge ignoramuses. They're trying to blow up the entire facility. The professor took a few serums with him. All the rest will be destroyed. Then several pages were torn out of the notebook. Han Xiao was a little disappointed because it looked like he was out of luck this time, because the professor had taken the serum with him. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn to a large chest lying on a shelf, covered with cobwebs. A strange green light was coming out of that chest. Without any hesitation, he took the chest off the shelf and opened it. Inside, he saw what he was looking for. There were some capsules filled with liquid. It was Felonia's serum. 3 vials. However, the serum was incomplete. This is a serum with a healing property to improve the physical characteristics of the body. Today's formula is not perfect. A mutation may occur after use, and these were only 3 remaining serums. Suddenly, a monster entered the room. Han Xiao had been reading so much that he was not quite ready for such a meeting. The monster immediately began to attack the boy. It was several times bigger than Han Xiao. The guy quickly pulled out his pistol and used glancing fire. The monster was wounded. Han Xiao dealt 57 points of damage to Object 002. He has engaged an opponent. Additional information is now available for his level. The guy quickly read it. It said that his opponent's level was much higher, but he's in a very bad condition, so the chances of winning are real. Meanwhile, the monster recovered and stabbed the boy in the back in response. It was very painful. Han Xiao jumped up high, drew his sword, and decided that now was the right time to win. The monster stood at its full height. Han Xiao swung his sword, aiming directly at the monster's head. Then the boy sharply struck the monster's head with his sword, making a deep cut. He expected the monster to fall to the floor, but it kept moving. It moved with a cut on its head. Then Han Xiao decided to use his trophy gloves in the battle. Perhaps with their help he could defeat the monster. The monster finally fell to the floor on its knees, having received another powerful blow from his opponent. But he was still alive. Han Xiao did not understand what was going on, how he could destroy the monster. The guy picked up the gun again and started shooting in the direction of his opponent. Finally, the monster fell down dead. Han Xiao received 32,000 experience points for this. He had eliminated an enemy that was 10 levels stronger than him. Therefore, he received an additional 280% increase in experience. So the total experience gained was 89,600 points. His contribution, 23.7%. He received an additional 21235 experience points. The guy was breathing heavily. He was exhausted. This fight was very difficult for him. And then the next monster managed to get to the surface right out of the ground. It looked like a huge red spider. Another monster began to crawl out behind him. Now they were all crawling out from under the floor because the passage was broken. Han Xiao realized that the best thing for him would be to get away from that place. Some people were talking on the radio. They asked what the situation was inside. They were told that traces of human shoes, paws, and blood were found on the ground. In this case, it was necessary to urgently call for reinforcements. People exploring the cave inside saw that there was no one there. All the monsters had disappeared somewhere in an unknown direction. Suddenly, one of the monsters appeared to them and began to attack immediately. Several armed men were ready to shoot back at the monster's attack. They started firing at him from different sides with continuous fire. But the monster's armor was extremely strong, and the bullets could not pierce it. So the group of people decided to retreat. But there were a lot of monsters, and they were moving quite fast. The monsters began to attack the people. The group of people who went down into the cave was destroyed by underground monsters. The monsters were crawling to the surface. It was impossible to stop them. The people who had come to the cave but remained outside took up arms and began to go down. The manager shouted to everyone that the first person to find the thing they had come for would receive a reward. And suddenly his eyes came across something terrible. A huge army of monsters, desert termites, was crawling out of the cave to the surface. The leader immediately shouted that those monsters were very afraid of fire. He ordered them to be burned to ashes immediately. The soldiers used fire and scared the monsters away. The monsters scattered, and the soldiers continued their attack. When the soldiers entered the cave, they came across a room. Everything around was on fire. Suddenly, another monster came out of that room to meet them. The soldiers realized that they had not yet dealt with all the monsters. They started shooting at him with the weapons they were holding. The soldiers heavily wounded the monster and managed to defeat it. The monster fell to the floor. The head of the squad ordered them to move on in search of what they had come here for. They smelled a terrible stench in the room but continued to search, keeping their weapons ready just in case. It was the same room Han Xiao had recently visited. The boss ordered him to examine everything carefully. Suddenly, one of the soldiers reported that he had found the researcher's diary. He assumed that what they were looking for must be here. But the monsters were attacking more and more often and in greater numbers. The soldiers had to repel the attacks. The manager suggested not fighting the monster, but shooting it in the limbs so that it could not move. One of the soldiers decided to use an axe and hit the monster on the head with it. He jumped high to attack from above. However, the monster quickly realized where the threat was coming from and repelled the attack. The soldier failed to wound the monster in the head. The battle continued. Instead, another fighter was going to wound the monster's lower limbs. The leader of the squad shot the monster directly in the head and blew it off completely. But behind him was another monster, which immediately began its attack on the people. The leader did not have time to reload his weapon. However, the monster was caught in flight by a bullet from another soldier's assault rifle. It pierced his body through and through. Another battle was won in favor of humans. The monsters were dismembered and defeated, but there were casualties among the humans as well. The surviving soldier told the commander that only the two of them were left. He offered to report the situation to headquarters. However, the commander ordered them to continue the search, because in the situation they are in now, only by finding the thing they came here for will they be able to compensate for such numerous losses. Afterwards, they went into the next room, which was also empty, and decided to examine everything there thoroughly. In that room, they saw another corpse of a monster. They realized that someone had already been here before them. Then their eyes caught sight of a suitcase lying on a shelf, but there was nothing in the suitcase. Someone had already taken the serum. Now they were forced to report that they were ahead of them, and the serum was not available. The unit leader said that they would figure it out on their own. He asked to give them another chance, but the head of the headquarters replied that there was no need to do so because he already knew who had taken the serum capsules. Then he added that what they had already learned was enough, and he said that they were in any case not suitable as rivals to the person who took the capsules. Meanwhile, Han Xiao returned to the Hotel Vitaglia to report on the task. The administrator was stunned to see him. He couldn't believe that the guy who had been given 15 days to complete the task had returned in 6 days. Han Xiao smugly replied that yes, he had done it faster, and it was a good thing he listened to the administrator and chose an easier task. The administrator praised the boy and said he was very strong. He admires him. He then entered the fresh data into the computer, which clearly indicated that Mr. Black had completed the new task so quickly. Thus, the bounty hunter, Battle Rose task, was completed. 15,000 experience points have been gained. Reputation in the Blood Oath community increased by 550 points. Mr. Black is currently in a neutral position, 551 thousandths, a Scorpion-level assassin. Requirements for the hidden task. Find Felonia have been completed. Received 25,000 additional experience points. Received a special reward, medium category mixed gene serum. Han Xiao liked this special extra reward. Felony blood serum is a biochemical substance. It is able to improve performance, but its use does not exclude the risk of backlash and mutation. And mixed gene serum can reduce these risks. Han Xiao wondered if he should take a chance with the blood serum. He was afraid that he might turn into the monster he met on his way to find Felonia. If the system gave him mixed gene serum, it means that it wants him to decide to accept blood serum. He decided to do it anyway, as he might not get another suitable opportunity to do so. He injected the drug into his vein. He felt incredibly euphoric. He became extremely calm, as if he was relaxing and eating ice cream in the hot summer. Even his thoughts stopped tormenting him, and he had only pleasant feelings. When Han Xiao regained consciousness, he realized that he now needed to be injected with blood serum. After injecting it into himself, the guy felt terrible pain. Now he used felony serum, incomplete. Mutation progress, 12%. The result is certain. The chance of failure was reduced by the potion of mixed genes. This was the first result. The mutations continued. Progress, 46%. Han Xiao twisted on the bed. The progress of the mutation was increasing. He still hadn't lost his human form. The guy was very sick. He did not know what to expect. But he had already done something irreparable, and there was no turning back now. Finally, the merger was completed. Mutation progress, 100%. Compatibility, excellent. He gained +3 to strength and +5 to stamina. He also gained the ability Basic Life Reinforcement, which converts stamina into additional health points in a ratio of 1 to 15. He was a completely exhausted guy lying on the bed. He liked the ability to transform. It was a useful thing. This time, having completed his task, he received many rewards. After all that, Han Xiao went to take a shower. He currently has 60 points of stamina. This means that he can take out 990 points of health from them, thus practically doubling it. He was very pleased with himself. His level was 30th, and he already had more than 2,000 health points. He remembered that Mr. Quan was level 38, and his health points were nowhere near his. Han Xiao was also pleased that after taking the serum, he did not turn into a mountain of muscles, but retained his usual attractive appearance. Combined with his electromagnetic armor and the mechanisms he has yet to create, his enemies will have no choice but to spit blood. Suddenly his phone rang. The receptionist said that an emissary of the Shayrod family wanted to meet with him. Han Xiao liked the news. He was just about ready for the meeting. A representative of the Shayrod family was named Afan. It was he who was the main leader of the group in search of Felonia. He calmly smoked a cigar. Then he told Mr. Black that it was his family who had announced this award for the Battle Rose. Han Xiao, smoking his cigarette, replied that this was clearly not why Afan had come. Afan became angry and shouted that he would now ask directly. He wanted to know if Han Xiao was the one who had visited the abandoned base in the Sumal Desert. The monetary reward for the task remained unchanged for 3 years. A lot of killers went home with nothing. The fact that Mr. Black did it all alone is incredibly impressive. Han Xiao replied that he was flattered by the remark. Lighting another cigarette, he continued that they were like hirer and hired hand. The task is completed, so there must be a settlement and they part ways. And then Han Xiao angrily added that he had indeed entered the abandoned base in the Sumal Desert. Then he took out one capsule with mixed genes, handed it to Athan, and offered to name his price. Athan wondered why Mr. Black was being so frank with him now. Han Xiao calmly leaned back and said that if Athan and his family needed this thing so badly, let them buy it from him. Without hesitation, Athan announced the price of $1 million, and he looked at the guy with suspicious eyes. But Mr. Black was not so easily fooled. He said that the quoted price was nothing like the true price. Afan added feverishly that this serum had been stored for several decades. Therefore, it is impossible to say for sure whether it has retained its effectiveness so far. The proposed price for it is already too high. Afan wanted to add something else, but Han Xiao interrupted him and said he was willing to sell the serum for that price. This unexpected agreement made the representative of the Shayrod family startle. He could not believe his ears and asked if it was true. Han Xiao smiled ironically and said that a fan should consider it a gift to his friend. The Chizrod's family representative grabbed the serum capsule and said that payment would be credited to Mr. Black's account very quickly. At the end of the meeting, Afin added that both the Chizrod's family and he personally expressed their gratitude to Mr. Black. A new side of Han Xiao's reputation has opened up. His credibility with the Chizrod's family has been increased by 1,800 points. Chizrod's family, friendliness, 1,803 thousandths. But finally Han Xiao asked Athan what this Felonia was. A fan said that in the homeland of the research program, which began as a result of the incessant conflicts that have been going on for centuries in the Sumal Desert, many different bases for scientific and technical research have been established. The serum that Mr. Black brought is one of the products of their developments. Afan continued to walk to his car, accompanied by Han Xiao, and continued to talk. Han Xiao, however, said that he had thought that the magical ruins actually existed. He laughed at that. Although it would seem, where in the world could magic come from? In parting, Afan gave Mr. Black a business card with his phone number and told him that if he needed help, he could contact him. Han Xiao immediately said that he would like to increase his reputation in the Blood Oath community, and he asked if the Chizrod's family had a suitable assignment. To this, Afan replied that Mr. Black had come just in time, and he handed him a tablet to look at the task. There was a task with a top-secret code. Unauthorized access was prohibited. Afan replied that with Mr. Black's current level, such a task was beyond his reach, but he could sneakily gain access. If Han Xiao completes this task, he will receive a dark level. 300 people accepted this task. It was obviously not a simple task. Han Xiao carefully studied everything. He realized that he would need to avoid fights. He also needed to upgrade his equipment. He just needed to create one more drawing to improve his grade. The guy was going to combine some skills, namely basic electromagnetism, level 4, basic energy theory, level 3, basic mechanical engineering, level 4, and basic engineering, level 2. 20,000 experience points will be spent on this combination. Han Xiao began to create a drawing. So far, he was not getting what he needed. Finally, the combination was successfully completed. He researched and developed electromagnetic boots. For this, he received 12,306 experience points. This was exactly what he needed. The task for class advancement has been completed. The grade advancement was successful. Han Xiao has a new class, Trainee Mechanic. He also received Strength plus 50, Dexterity plus 1, Intelligence plus 4, Endurance plus 1, Unassigned Attributes plus 3, Ability Points plus 1. Thorough repair and medium improvement were learned. The guy decided to continue investing his attribute points in intelligence and use the rest to level up. His glancing fire level was raised from the 1st to the 4th. Now it was time to improve the equipment, and Han Xiao took up his mechanical tools. After a long time of hard work, he finally finished, but he was very tired. He created a second-generation combat rover, by type robot. Its main characteristics: strength 2,200 2,200ths, protection 37, power 168, maximum speed 83. Next to them were the newly developed electromagnetic shoes. Their soles create an electromagnetic field that reduces friction, suitable for wearing on different types of terrain. Now Han Xiao needed a combat helicopter to get to the White Seagull City. This city was located in the Star Dragon. He did not think that he would have to return there so soon, and so he stayed in the city of White Seagull in the Star Dragon. A beautiful landscape appeared before his eyes. A river meandered between the gentle banks. The guy approached a building and suddenly a bullet whizzed right in front of his feet. Han Xiao thought that a sniper was lurking nearby. And just then a warning shot sounded. The guy started looking around in search of where the sniper might be sitting. And then he realized that he needed to show his ID first. Then he pulled out his Blood Pack Community ID card. The sniper saw it clearly. The shooting stopped, and Han Xiao took this as an opportunity to move on. Everywhere he was looked at because he was new among them. A man with an assault rifle approached the boy and said that Chen Li would be responsible for him. Chen Li himself responded. He called Han Xiao closer to him. On the way, he asked what the guy specialized in. Han Xiao replied that he was a sniper. Chen Li exclaimed that this was great because they needed someone to shoot from a long distance. But Han Xiao said that he had not yet fully understood what he was supposed to do. Who are they protecting here and how long has this been going on for? Chen Li replied that no orders have been received from the top yet, and the enemy attacks almost every day. Then he pointed to a large building and said that their target was hiding somewhere in that mansion, but hadn't shown himself yet. In the end, no one knows if there is anyone there at all. If they fail to hold off the attack, he will personally flee the place as soon as possible. Chen Li then asked Han Xiao what level he was at, dark or still ghostly. Han Xiao calmly told the truth about his level, which was Scorpio, although he knew very well that he was not welcome here with this level. Such a task was simply not yet available to him. This caused great indignation in Chen Li. He shouted at Mr. Black what he was doing here. His qualifications are not at all sufficient. Han Xiao again calmly replied that he was already here and his level was not important. Chen Li realized that there was no turning back. He said that Mr. Black would be good for something. If he could get a bullet into the enemy, it would be good. Then he showed him 3 fortifications and told him to go to the one in the middle. The Dufeng brothers would meet him there. Han Xiao came where he was ordered. One of the Dufeng brothers actually met him there. He asked the boy his code name, level, and skills. Han Xiao clearly answered that his code name was Mr. Black. His level was Scorpion, and his skills were Sniper. Brother Dufeng covered his eyes and asked why they needed a Scorpion-level newcomer. Then he told him to go to the left fortification. There, his duty would be to help the Sniper and finish off those they missed. So Han Xiao went to the left fortification. When he got there, he didn't wait for any questions, but immediately said 3 things about himself. Mr. Black, Scorpion, Sniper. The man who was there told the boy that he would be in charge of the left side and he would be in charge of the right. When Han Xiao got into position, he noticed that he had a very narrow view. He realized that even with his skills, he would have a tough time here. It triggered a chain of tasks. Call, protection. Brief description. First, he does not need to verify the target's identity to protect him. Secondly, he must not leave his post. Third, you must not allow enemies to enter the estate. You must try your best to be useful. Hint, a chain of tasks. You need to act according to the instructions. First round, you need to repel the first wave of enemies. Reward for the first round, 20,000 experience points. Possible reasons for failing the task. The first is unauthorized entry into the estate. The second is leaving the estate for more than 2 hours. Han Xiao prepared for the task. He decided to complete the first part of the task first and then see what the reward would be for the second part. If he didn't like it, he would refuse. The leader of this task shouted that they were under attack, so everyone needed to prepare for battle. An order was given for everyone to hold back the enemy at their positions. A fierce battle began. The enemy had their first casualties. They noticed that there was a sniper on top of the tower. They had to eliminate him first. Suppressive fire was opened. Everyone had to not only repel the attack, but also save their strength. But the sniper was extremely accurate. Therefore, the number of casualties among the attackers increased. They were defeated. The order was given to retreat immediately. They quickly got into their cars and fled. Han Xiao was satisfied with the outcome of the battle because his work here was the best it could be. Even his partner praised him. He said that the guy shot them very well. For this, he was not awarded many experience points, but there were still additional ones. The first round was over. Han Xiao received 20,000 experience points. The task conditions were changed. The task for the second round was to defend the River Valley estate. Duration, 3 days. Reward, 80,000 experience points. Han Xiao thought about it. For the first wave, he was given 20,000. For the second, 80. Based on the proportions of growth, the third would be 320,000. With nothing better to do, he decided to go to the delivery department. Maybe he could earn some experience points there. And now he has come to the River Valley estate. One fighter asked to have his machine gun repaired, and the local mechanic, Wang Shi, said he would look at it later because now he wanted to sleep. Han Xiao heard this. He went inside and said that if help was needed urgently, he could help. He works very fast. It was a very appropriate offer for someone in need. The mechanic, Wang Shi, replied that the boy could be of no use. But Han Xiao got to work and said that whether it would be useful or not would be seen after he repaired the machine. The fighter liked Mr. Black's approach to the case. He saw that the guy understood it well and behaved like a master. And so Han Xiao completed his first repair in the River Valley. For this, he received 2,333 experience points. The soldier was very surprised by such fast work. He did not believe that it was possible to repair the machine gun so quickly. And then other mechanics came up to him and began to get to know him. They showed him a bunch of things that needed repair, and they said that they did not have time to fix it all physically. Han Xiao was happy to take on the job and said he would be happy to help them repair whatever was needed. As soon as Han Xiao took up the first device, he immediately managed to improve it. The mechanic standing next to him dropped his jaw at what he saw. Han Xiao used all his skills and abilities. He easily coped with the task at hand and fixed everything very quickly. All the mechanics were amazed at his skillful and fast work. Then someone knocked on their workshop and said that the enemy was approaching again. However, the mechanics wanted to watch Mr. Black's work. When Han Xiao returned to his position, his partner attacked him, asking why he had taken so long. After all, the enemies were already approaching, and the left side was behind him. Mr. Black immediately prepared for defense. He adjusted his rifle and waited for the intruders to appear. When the attackers were just approaching the fortifications, Han Xiao was already firing the first shots. The enemies began to fall dead. But this time they came in armored personnel carriers, tanks, and helicopters. They started shooting with all their weapons. They had an order not to retreat. The attackers were talking among themselves that the opponents now have a great sniper. They are in trouble now. Han Xiao noted for himself that this time the wave of attack was much more powerful than the previous one. But for him, enemies were nothing. He knew exactly what was required of him and what he would do in general. He shot so well that the attackers were ordered to temporarily retreat, and they fled again with nothing. The second round was completed. 80,000 experience points were gained. The task for the third round is to defend against the next wave of attack. The reward will be 150,000 experience points. Han Xiao thought about it. After all, if such a reward is offered, then the wave will be severe. But there were many killed and wounded among them. Each subsequent wave brings more and more damage. The chances that they will cope with the next wave are simply negligible. Only 10%. That's what Mr. Black thought. It started to rain. The soldiers began to bring ammunition inside the fortifications to prevent it from getting wet. Han Xiao shared his thoughts with his partner. He said it was perfect weather for an attack, and if the enemy decided to attack again in the evening, his partner interrupted him, telling him not to jinx it. And then I saw enemy vehicles approaching the fortifications. The enemy immediately opened fire on the positions. A fierce battle ensued. The guards fired back at the attackers, but they also had to avoid enemy bullets. The first unit reported that they had a lot of losses. Now it's hard for them to hold their positions. Then enemy attack helicopters arrived and started shooting. The defense sniper was ordered to shoot back only at the helicopters. Han Xiao nervously replied that he should not be rushed. After all, he knew exactly what to do in that situation. Other defenders said they would take over the helicopter. They will aim to shoot it down. However, Mr. Black has already noticed that the glass in the enemy helicopters is shatterproof. This means that conventional shells are unable to harm them. The opponents decided to deal with the sniper first. They were going to blow him up. Han Xiao realized that he had been exposed. He had to find a hiding place immediately. But the guy's partner did not understand what was going on. He called out to him where he was running to. As soon as Mr. Black jumped off the tower, there was an explosion. The fortifications were blown up. Someone said that an old friend should be kind in his actions. Han Xiao saw that he could take his time for now. He made his way to the ruins where he could hide. The enemy dealt many devastating blows, and now we decided to inspect the ruins. Mr. Black and his partner were found again. A shell hit the place where they were hiding. Han Xiao's partner said without hope that the attackers' helicopters were very powerful. They are smashing their fortifications to pieces. It's over. Mr. Black yelled at him to finally come to his senses and look for a place to shoot from. He decided to work on the helicopter. Han Xiao knew that he would need to use special shells he had created to destroy enemy equipment. Meanwhile, the attackers fired more and more shots from the helicopter, destroying positions in the fortifications. The defenders saw that the helicopter was searching for all the hiding places where they were positioned and immediately struck. The enemy had already passed the second line of defense. Han Xiao saw a very favorable position for himself, ran there as fast as he could, and hid behind the ruins. Now he was invisible and struck one of the enemy helicopters from his hiding place. A well-aimed shot crashed the helicopter. The defenders were encouraged. They saw a chance to win this battle, and they were very happy to have such a sniper. Meanwhile, Mr. Black continued to shoot at the helicopters. Now he blew up the second one. He is a sniper on the move. During this battle, the guy learned a new skill called moving sniper. Now he has a reduction in accuracy loss when shooting on the move, as well as plus 2% to the accuracy of firing explosive shells, plus 1% to the rate of fire when using sniper rifles. It was very timely. In the current situation, we need to try it all out. Han Xiao raised his level with experience points. Finally, he set out to shoot down the third helicopter. With the new skill, it was a little easier. Mr. Black did an excellent job with his task. 3 enemy helicopters were destroyed by accurate shots from his rifle. Now the defenders were freer to act because no helicopter threatened them. They were going to avenge their fallen comrades. Therefore, they opened fire from all their positions where there were still fighters. The attackers did not have good shelters, and they did not have time to hide behind cars. They were mercilessly shot. The rest of the enemy, who were closer to the vehicle, quickly fled the battlefield with nothing. They suffered another defeat. The defenders exhaled a sigh of relief. Their enemies had almost broken through the line of defense. They said they were extremely lucky to have a sniper, but they did not understand how a scorpion could be so skillful and experienced. Everyone understood that thanks to the newcomer who had just joined them, they had managed to complete the dark level task. The third round was now complete. Han Xiao received 150,000 experience points. The task conditions have changed. The conditions for the fourth round appeared: to defend against 5 waves of attacks. The guy was annoyed that he was given a defense task again. He wanted some variety. The reward was 40,000 experience points in 1 wave. All the experience he had accumulated would not be lost if the mission suddenly failed. Special reward, 100,000 experience points. Han Xiao thought about it. If there is a special reward, then the task must be difficult. Mr. Black received an order to gather everyone together because the one they were all here to protect had finally come out. Now the defenders were able to meet the man they had been protecting for so long. They were surprised at the occasion. The man thanked everyone for the excellent work they had done. He began to name those with whom he wanted to talk separately. Bennett Anderson was also here. This man is the main character of the planet Aquamarine. The main storyline is built around him. Han Xiao wondered what he was doing here. He is also an instructor of secret abilities. We have already named one fighter. The others encouragingly told him not to forget about his comrades if he was given any rewards. And the last person to be called was Mr. Black. The guy was really looking forward to it. Han Xiao called the representative of the Chizrod's family, which surprised him, and asked him for a few things on loan. Namely, a Silver Guardian sword and a Lockhawk sniper rifle. Afan replied that he would try to find someone who could help the guy with this and collect everything he needed. He would be able to send it in 2 days. Han Xiao paid -300 authority points each for these things. His current status with the Cheeserod's family is friendly. Han Xiao decided that since he was lucky enough to meet the main character of the planet so quickly, he absolutely must not miss this opportunity. Now everyone who was selected for a separate conversation was invited to a large hall. They all sat down around the table. The man who invited the fighters identified himself. His name is Wang Yuan. He said that he would continue to need their protection. He also emphasized that the doors of this mansion would always be open to them if they ever wanted to come here and rest. Wang Yuan then summarized that all those soldiers were the main defense forces of the estate. He would privately give each of them a fee for completing the task. The soldiers were pleased with this turn of events, and they decided to take advantage of the opportunity to rest a bit. Wang Yuan smiled and said that he would let them go to rest. Only Mr. Black was left in the room. Wang Yuan asked if he needed anything else. Han Xiao pointed to the main character of the planet and said that he wanted to talk to him alone. Bennett Anderson was drinking tea. He asked the boy if they had met before. Han Xiao replied that he remembered that Mr. Anderson had once been a legendary man, the commander of a select group of the Horde. He was called the Azure Devil. Han Xiao went on to say that after Bennett Anderson left the Order, a bounty of $15 million was placed on his head. The main character of the planet was only surprised at the guy's awareness, Mr. Black continued. Bennett Anderson literally disappeared for 2 years, and then having become stronger, he began to help civilians who suffered during the war. He founded a large organization that later became the Darknet. Bennett Anderson asked Han Xiao if he was a fan of his, because he thought so. It was a strange thing for Mr. Black to hear. But since he was pursuing personal motives and was going to ask for help, he didn't need to hurt the feelings of the main character of the planet. So Han Xiao gathered his strength and enthusiastically said that it was true. He had already heard so much about Bennett Anderson's deeds that he had always dreamed of meeting him. Bennett Anderson condescendingly replied that the past was in the past. Then he asked the boy why he was looking for him. Of course, it wasn't for an autograph. Han Xiao replied that he was not, and I thought what a smug, self-satisfied bastard Mr. Anderson was. Mr. Black said he heard that the main character of the planet is one of the strongest people on the planet. Bennett Anderson asked if Han Xiao might want to challenge him. Han Xiao immediately denied this assumption. He just wanted to learn a few martial arts techniques. Bennett Anderson was interested in this request because no one had ever asked him to be a student before, but he said that a sniper would not need his techniques. Han Xiao hurried to say hello. He said that in that case, he didn't dare take up any more of Mr. Anderson's time. Again, the same thing. Until Han Xiao fulfilled the preliminary condition, his request would be rejected. He realized that in order to study at Bennett Anderson, he needed to give a special gift. Fortunately, the boy already had everything ready. Meanwhile, a newcomer arrived at the camp, a golden-haired elf. The girl, a mercenary named Golden Fox, asked what was going on here. She wanted to know about the situation. She was told that the number of enemies was increasing with each fresh offensive, but they were not giving up their positions. The north-south and northeast defense lines are under Mr. Black's personal command. This means that everything is under control there. The Golden Fox wondered who this Mr. Black was. He was said to be a scorpion-level assassin, but he was as accurate as hell. But the girl was unhappy and said that it was very rash to leave the command to the scorpion. The soldier just snorted back at her. He said that real strength speaks for itself on the battlefield, and he added that she shouldn't take it on her own. The Golden Fox was a little embarrassed because she wasn't going to argue with their choice, and the soldier had reacted too harshly to her remark. Now she was even more curious about Mr. Black. Where did he get such a powerful authority from? A fresh attack on the River Valley estate began. All the soldiers took up their positions. They were firing from the back slope of the mountain. The Golden Fox was also already at its position. She saw that the enemy's armored vehicles were also approaching from the other side. The enemy was sitting on the armored personnel carrier with a machine gun. The girl could see him clearly. The next moment, a bullet hit him directly in the head. It was Mr. Black's job. Golden Fox was amazed at how quickly their commander worked. She now recognized that he was the strongest sniper she had ever met on her journey. The fighters were satisfied with the way the battle went. All the helicopters were shot down, but they expected nothing less from Mr. Black. Meanwhile, Han Xiao realized that the third wave had begun, and the difficulty of the task was increasing. He knew that he could easily handle it, but he still didn't know what he needed to do to get the secret reward of 100,000 experience points. Suddenly, he received a notification that a man claiming to be a messenger from the Chisrod's family was looking for him. Mr. Black was pleased that his request was granted so quickly. He went out to the messenger to meet him, and the messenger handed him the suitcase he had packed at his request. Han Xiao knew very well that in the game, Bennett Anderson liked to collect vintage items that had already been discontinued. And, depending on the gift he received, he would teach him various cool tricks. The total number of gifts is limited, as is the number of players who can learn from him. In his past life, players used to gnaw each other's throats for various techniques, and he just needs to establish a relationship. So, Mr. Black went to the mansion in the evening to meet with Bennett Anderson. Bennett Anderson personally met him and invited him to sit down. He sipped tea and asked what the boy wanted. Han Xiao opened one of the suitcases, pushed it closer to Mr. Anderson, and announced that he wanted to learn some martial arts techniques from him. Bennett Anderson, putting down his cup of tea, tried to refuse the offer. But I looked into the suitcase with curiosity and saw a beautiful artifact there, the Sword of the Silver Guardians. He cried out in delight, wondering if Mr. Black was going to give him this sword. And how did he know about his passion for antique weapons, after all? Then he added that the guy must really be a fan of his. Han Xiao laughed to himself, but said out loud that it was true. Bennett Anderson replied that he was ready to show Mr. Black some cool moves. His eyes sparkled with such satisfaction that Han Xiao involuntarily thought of something else. He recoiled in fright. Then Bennett Anderson grabbed the case with the Sword of the Silver Guardians and clarified that he wanted to start training. He asked him if he didn't understand without further ado. Han Xiao was pleased with the visit. Now the deed was done, and he was in for an additional reward. They moved on to the training room. Bennett Anderson said that in the old days, he had learned many techniques through trial and error to get rid of his weakness. One of them, which he nicknamed Flash of Will, was not working for him. Han Xiao stood there in anticipation, waiting for the very technique he had been longing to learn. The human body has a power that it does not use because of the burn of the brain. But if you break through the brain's limitations, you will be overwhelmed by a powerful force. However, the consequences of such an experiment would be very severe. Mr. Anderson has experienced many such experiments, but he continued to look for a way to remove the restrictions in combat without harming his health. And finally, he managed to find it. Bennett Anderson taught Han Xiao the Flash of Will technique. Now the boy's intelligence exceeds 100 points, and he has fulfilled the necessary condition for learning the technique. His current progress is 3%. Now they started practicing. It was necessary to consolidate the skill. They sat on the mats opposite each other. Mr. Anderson told the boy to close his eyes and breathe calmly, so the flash of will was now 100% mastered. Han Xiao had gained a new ability. The boy laughed, and Bennett Anderson asked what was so funny and whether he had already learned. Han Xiao replied that he was always a quick study. Mr. Anderson then prepared for the fight and ordered Mr. Black to hit him to see if he had really mastered the flash of will skill. Han Xiao immediately applied his new skill and made a decision. His next attack would deal 136% of the basic damage. The guy learned the following information. Bennett Anderson is level 60. His condition, hidden trauma, reduction of all attributes. Strengths, a happy glow. What he dreams of will come true, and adversity will turn into opportunity. Legendary fighting techniques. 12 attacks deal 40 to 70% additional damage. Skills, strike at weaknesses, level 8, instant shadow charge, level 9. Bennett Anderson abruptly stopped Mr. Black's attack with one hand and told him not to strike him in the face. Han Xiao thought that Mr. Anderson was the main character of the planet for a reason, because he had excellent characteristics. Even though he currently has the status of internal damage, his internal energy level is still lower. Bennett Anderson was pleased with his new student for learning a new skill so quickly. Han Xiao bowed his head in gratitude. Then he returned to his defensive position in the fortification. And then he heard someone speaking to him. He turned his head and saw the golden fox approaching him. She asked him if he would have some time to teach her how to shoot. She came a little closer to the guy and enthusiastically said, looking him straight in the eye, that everyone here almost worships him. Han Xiao turned away and unfriendly told Golden Fox to behave decently when talking to him. The Golden Fox put her hand on his shoulder and replied in embarrassment that she only wanted to consult him and nothing more. Mr. Black said excitedly that she was trying in vain because he did not like girls. The girl recoiled and blinked in surprise. She wanted to clarify something, but Han Xiao abruptly interrupted her and shouted that he didn't like the boys either. Then he took up his rifle and added that in general he was not interested in people at all, and any living creatures as well. The Golden Fox was a little frightened by this answer. She ran as fast as she could from the position where Mr. Black was, and on the way apologized for disturbing him. Han Xiao was pleased with himself. He thought how naive it was of the Golden Fox to pick on him in such a primitive way. After such a busy day, Mr. Black went to rest at the mansion. He was worried about whether the enemy would attack again the next day. Suddenly, he heard a car pull into the yard. He looked out of the window. The car looked familiar to him. And then he saw a girl from the 13th unit. He wondered why she was brought here. Wang Yuan came out to meet them. Moran shook his hand and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Wang Yuan replied that more than 10 years had passed. Moran is one of the trump cards of the 13th Division, and he is the head of the Darknet. If not for the current situation, it is unlikely that fate would have brought them together again. Moran continued that the Star Dragon Empire has been at war for more than a decade, and this reflects very badly on it. He asked what they were doing in the end. Wang Yuan replied that their leadership is behind the neutrality of the party. However, there are some careerist cheapskates who are ready to trade him, and they, the conservatives, are preventing them from doing so. That's why the latter decided to get rid of them. Wang Yuan has already sent Zen to take action against them. Many of his men have already been killed. In the next 2 days, they expect the enemy to counterattack them. Han Xiao heard all this well and calmed down a bit, realizing that the 13th unit had not come to the fortifications because of him. He was a little worried that De Souza, who had come to visit them that evening, might recognize him, so he needed to be more careful. Moran ordered Li Susu to take several people under his command in the fortification and carefully monitor the situation in the battle. Afterward, he would expect a report from her. And then another attack began. The enemy was getting stronger and stronger. The defenders of the fortification suffered more losses. But Mr. Black did not see that his rivals had become particularly strong. It turned out that the hidden condition for completing the task was to prevent the arrival of the 13th unit. If the guy had completed each battle quickly, without causing unnecessary waves, the unit might not have arrived. Meanwhile, the 5th wave of the attack was repelled. The 4th round is over. 200,000 experience points have been gained. The hidden condition of preventing the appearance of the 13th unit is not fulfilled. An additional 5th segment of the task is activated. Han Xiao was not particularly disappointed because the chances of fulfilling that condition were still 50-50. Then he was told that Wang Yuan was calling everyone to his office. At the beginning, his task had only 4 segments, but the failure of a hidden condition activated another segment. He had no idea what it would be like. Meanwhile, everyone began to gather at the entrance to the mansion. Wang Yuan addressed the soldiers that he would need several bodyguards to travel to White Gull to meet with the 13th Division. He then asked Moonlight, Volcano, Hunter, Golden Fox, and Mr. Black, among others, to be his 5 bodyguards. Their rewards would of course be increased. If any of them refused, he would not insist. One by one, the men began to accept the job. Mr. Black also said he was joining. He realized that if he refused, his mission would be a failure. So he had no choice. The terms of the task have been changed. The requirements for the 5th round are to keep Wang Yuan company and cope with the impending danger. Failure condition: Han Xiao's death. Reward: 30,000 experience points. Special reward: 300,000 experience points. Han Xiao thought about the fact that now the condition for failure was death. They were facing a rather difficult and dangerous enemy. He thought that there could not be so much shadow. This is not a joke. So Wang Yuan, accompanied by 5 soldiers, arrived at the Star Dragon in the city of White Seagull. Finally, they were brought to the headquarters of the 13th unit. Wang Yuan, getting off the bus, told the soldiers that he would be safe here so they could walk around the city in the meantime. And tomorrow he will be waiting for them in the same place. The guys immediately began to talk among themselves about where to go. Some suggested going to a club. The Golden Fox replied that she personally would not go to the club because she was only interested in handsome men. We asked both of them if they would go to a club to have fun. One of the soldiers replied that he wanted to patrol the neighborhood, so he refused to go out. Mr. Black has not yet said anything, but he did not want to go to the club either. Meanwhile, the killer Bai Jin, sipping wine, read the terms of the task offered to him. Target: Wang Yuan. Location: Star Dragon City, 20 kilometers north of White Gull City, River Valley Manor. Security: 214 mercenaries, 14 contract killers: Moonlight, Dark, Hunter, Dark, Volcano, Dark, Golden Fox, Dark, Mr. Black, Scorpion. Defenses and firepower are sufficient. Reward: 2 million. Bai Jing snorted. Did anyone really think that he would move for 2 million? It was ridiculous. He repeated once again that he refused to perform this task, but they still asked him, explaining that there was a Bennett Anderson in the estate, and only Bai Jin is able to resist him. Then Bai Jing was immediately offered an increase in remuneration, up to 6 million. The killer could not refuse this offer. He agreed to perform this task. Han Xiao was surprised that he was given time for personal matters on the 5th mission. He thought that danger could lurk anywhere, so he decided to be as cautious as possible. But he also realized that he could not just waste the time he had been given. It is best to complete the task that he will have to do in this city and receive the appropriate reward for it. Suddenly he felt that someone was watching him. He became alert. It could have been either a friend or an enemy from the 13th unit. Han Xiao went into the restroom and destroyed the surveillance camera there with his mind. After a while, he came out of there, slightly changing his appearance. He thought smugly that his pursuers were still too green to follow him. Meanwhile, the control room of the 13th unit was closely monitoring what was happening in the city. The person who was watching Mr. Black reported that he went to the restroom and then simply disappeared. The surveillance cameras were out of order. The observer also collected data from other cameras in the city, but Mr. Black was nowhere to be found. Di Su, who was also in the control room at the time, wondered if they had really found Han Xiao, but she had already rejected this idea. She realized that she could not assume that everyone who disappeared was Han Xiao. She must have worked a little too hard, and she needed to rest. Meanwhile, Han Xiao wandered into Antikna Street in the city of White Chaika. There I came across a shop. There was a nice shopkeeper who admired Mr. Black's beauty. She kindly asked him what he wanted to do in her shop. Han Xiao politely asked her for permission to go inside because he wanted to see the antiques. The girl opened the door for him, and he entered the shop and asked if she was the owner. The girl shyly answered his question in the affirmative. Han Xiao wondered why she was reacting so strangely to him. He was worried that his new look was too strange. She decided to take the customer further to show him more of the assortment. Han Xiao asked her where Tang Shu was. Then he pulled out a gun, pointed it at her, and ordered her to take it to him. So the robber Tang Shu appeared. There can be no mistake, it's really him. The seller of unique items is out of this world. He is so elusive that the only opportunity to meet him comes at a time when a task with a prize fund is being conducted in this city. Han Xiao fired a warning shot into the ground, and when Tang Shu was about to run away, the guy warned him that the next shot would be at him. The robber thought that the guy was sent by some jack. So he excitedly began to ask him to wait until the job was done. Only then could he return the money to Jack. But Han Xiao sat down next to him and replied that he was looking for Tang Shu for a completely different reason. The robber calmed down a bit. Then Han Xiao confidently said that he wanted to join the case concerning a certain Jack. Tang Shu did not understand what the guy's goals were, why he was offering him his help. But it seemed to him that the guy was sincerely offering him his help. He said this because Han Xiao was still holding him at gunpoint. Han Xiao used 2,000 experience points to activate the task, return the antique. Brief description: Li Xin's family heirloom was forcibly taken away by the city museum. You need to help return the treasure to its rightful owner. Requirement: return 10 items of antiques to Li Xin. Number of participants: 1. Accumulated reward: 102,000 experience points. Requirement: the task is 10% of experience for each returned item. Additional requirements: antiques are very fragile. It is necessary to preserve their integrity and not break them. So, the additional task is activated. And then he heard the girl, the owner of the antique shop, address him again. She asked him if she understood correctly that she had to rely on him now. She said that the museum used to ask her father for permission to exhibit 10 antiques. But when her father died, she took them back. However, the museum management got angry and stole them. Han Xiao put his arm around the robber, Tang Shu, and told them not to worry. Now he would take care of everything personally and return their belongings to them. The boy seriously asked when they would go on the mission. Tang Shu replied that as soon as Han Xiao completed his preparations. The robber then asked the boy what he wanted as a reward for his help. Han Xiao replied briefly that he did not want any reward. He wanted to start the task immediately, as he was running out of time. Han Xiao knew that in his past life, the guild had set up a prize pool that eventually grew to enormous proportions. The revenue was incredibly huge. But since he would be the first, all the reward would go into his pocket. So at night, the two of them approached the city museum. Tang Shu said the building had 3 floors. This was their plan. Then he was going to suggest something else. But Han Xiao was not going to listen to him. He acted in his own way. This scared the robber very much. He quietly shouted to the boy to wait. He attacked him with the idea that they had to sneak into the museum secretly to avoid being found out. Han Xiao just laughed at that. He said that the robber was too boring and ordered him to follow him quickly. Immediately, the museum guards came out to meet them and attacked them with weapons and shouts of robbery. Han Xiao, without hesitation, ran into the museum, smashed the windows, grabbed the artifacts he needed, and ran away with them in his hands. The robber Tang Shu simply ran after him, still not understanding how it was all happening. It had all happened so quickly. However, there were a lot of museum guards. They rushed to pursue the fugitives from all sides. Han Xiao turned to Tang Shu and told him that it was time for him to prove himself. Tang Shu was shocked by this. He asked if he looked like a warrior in any way. But Mr. Black pushed him forward and sarcastically told him that this was a confidence boost. The guards immediately attacked the robber, swinging their weapons at him. Tang Shu pleadingly grabbed Han Xiao's pants and said that he would not be able to handle all the guards alone. Han Xiao offered to show him a spell that doubles combat power. The robber was so naive and cowardly that he believed such nonsense. He sniffled and asked if it was true. Han Xiao looked him straight in the eye and ordered him to repeat after him. Then he pushed Tang Shu again in the direction of the pursuers and ordered him to deal with them. The robber was already beaten up, bruised and covered in lumps. But he believed his partner's words very strongly, so he rushed into a fight with the museum guards. And he even succeeded in some things. He slapped one of the guards on the back so hard that he could no longer stand up. But that power was not enough for him for long. He said that he could no longer fight and asked Han Xiao to use his pistol and finish off their pursuers. However, Han Xiao was relentless. Again and again, he pushed the robber to fight alone. He told Tang Shu that he could support him morally, and of course, he could motivate him again if he wanted to. Tang Shu decided to fight back with everything he could and everything he could reach. The museum staff only complained that they could not touch the exhibits, which were cultural monuments. But the robber did not listen to them. He just threw an antique amphora at one of the guards. Suddenly, the police arrived at the museum. Han Xiao and Tang Shu had already run outside. They ran as fast as they could. The policemen quickly got out of their cars and ordered the robbers to stop on the spot. However, Han Xiao quickly grabbed his partner, put a knife to his neck, and ordered the police to put down the weapon. Otherwise, he would stab the hostage. The police were shocked by this turn of events. They knew that there were 2 robbers, and then one of them decided to play robber and hostage. Han Xiao let his partner go and said in disappointment that he had failed in his hostage trick. Tang Shu attacked him with words that he was counting on. Didn't he realize from the beginning that it wouldn't work? Han Xiao replied that he had to try. It didn't make things worse anyway. The robber asked them excitedly what they should do now. Han Xiao ran away from the scene as fast as he could. He said that they had done their job and that all they had to do was hide. The guy was running very fast. He also pulled Tang Shu with him. The robber was absolutely not ready for such speed. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan's other two bodyguards, who had gone to the club, were returning from there. They were very tired. They had also been drinking a little. They had to go back to the 13th unit in the morning, but it would be nice to get some more sleep. Suddenly, one of them suspected that someone was following them. He could barely move his legs. But the other said that he was just imagining things. He drank too much last night, but no one is watching them. Meanwhile, at the headquarters where Wang Yuan was attending the talks, Disusu informed him that 3 of his bodyguards had been found dead. All 3 had the same wounds. It is known that they were inflicted quickly with a very sharp weapon, piercing either the heart or the throat. Judging by the clues, none of the guards put up a fight. The killer was incredibly strong. Mo Ran asked if there was any camera footage. Disusu replied that there were no cameras in that area. Perhaps that's why they were attacked there. Wang Yuan speculated that it might have been the hidden demon. After all, it was the one with the ability to hide and incredible speed. Mo Ran agreed that the hidden demon is a killer with an unusual talent for becoming invisible. He also speculated that the demon might want to take out all of Wang Yuan's bodyguards first. Wang Yuan then asked Mo Ran to have those watching his bodyguards inform them of an immediate meeting. Disusu replied that the Golden Fox was resting in a hotel and Mr. Black had escaped from the observers. Therefore, they do not know where he is now, and there is no way to contact him. Mo Ran continued to tell us that the hidden demon was the sniper's direct enemy, but this time he's likely to have problems. Wang Yuan asked that people be sent to find Mr. Black. We had to do everything we could to find him. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was summarizing his evening. He had completed the task of returning antiques. Current number of participants, 1. Participants who have completed the task, 1. He returned 10 antiques, received 100% of the reward, received 102,000 experience points. That was pretty good. And Tang Shu was lying half on the ground, exhausted. They managed to escape from the police. Han Xiao calculated that in a few days he had already managed to accumulate 700,000 experience points. This was very good for him. And then he felt that someone was watching him. Mr. Black realized that his enemy was invisible. He had to be very careful. Han Xiao quickly turned in the direction from which he felt threatened, grabbed his weapon, and fired. But he didn't even hit his opponent. He was extremely fast. It was impossible to even scratch the enemy with a bullet. Han Xiao guessed that his newfound opponent was the hidden demon. A strange battle began between them. The hidden demon was moving super fast, and Han Xiao was trying to dodge the attacker himself and hit him. There was no turning back. He had to fight it off as quickly as possible. He decided to use an electric shock to somehow be able to detect the opponent. The hidden demon skillfully avoided Mr. Black's attacks, but the guy still tried to hit him with his gun. But I realized that nothing would come of it. The opponent has a great reaction. He's too fast and easily dodges the projectiles. This situation began to irritate him insanely. It was difficult for him to control the course of the fight. The opponent was very difficult. In addition, he had to reload his pistol, which took precious time. And unfortunately, Han Xiao was slightly poisoned. Every second he lost 3 points of health, and the duration of the poisonous fog was 60 seconds. However, Han Xiao was better protected in this situation than the hidden demon, and the general situation played into his hands. Mr. Black realized that his opponent would not be able to get to him. Now he was in a winning situation. He tried to fire a shot, but realized that he would not be able to do so at this point. He would not be able to hit the hidden demon. It was a stalemate. The enemy could have retreated, but this could not be allowed. So Han Xiao came up with a bluff. He decided to pretend that the poisonous fog had affected him very much. He would pretend to run away. Then the opponent would most likely rush to catch up with him, and so he did. He ran away from the place where the poisonous fog had been dispersed, and he watched to see if the hidden demon was running after him. Han Xiao received strong and fast blows. The opponent was doing a lot of damage to him. If not for his electromagnetic armor, he would have lost a lot of health in 10 seconds. Mr. Black was coming up with a strategy on the fly. First, he had to get up to speed. His electromagnetic boots were a great help. He needed speed to dodge the hidden demon's attacks. The opponent could cope with the average power of those boots, but it was not very easy, so the hidden demon would have to sweat a little. At the same time, Han Xiao called Antonio and asked him to send his robot to him immediately. The hidden demon continued to chase the boy. Han Xiao already had a feeling that the battle would end in his favor in a little while. But suddenly Mr. Black felt that the oppressive aura of his opponent was gone. Perhaps he had stopped pursuing him. Han Xiao assumed that the hidden demon had sensed something, was alerted, and left while he still had the opportunity to hide. Here he met Antonio, who asked him, leaning on the car and calmly crossing his arms over his chest, where his enemy had gone. Han Xiao, as if nothing had happened, directly replied that his enemy had escaped. He offered to return to the plane. They needed to repair the equipment and try out something new at the same time. However, Antonio was outraged by Han Xiao's statements. He said that he was not his driver, and he has no right to use him like that. And the hidden demon not only failed to kill the sniper, but also ran away from him. This has already been reported to the 13th unit. Mo Ran was excited by this news. He asked where Mr. Black was now. He needed this information immediately. D'Souza replied that something connected the guy to the Quadrillion group, because he was recorded as being on their transportation plane. Wang Yuan suggested that Mr. Black was just fixing their equipment. He said that there was no need to send a guy to him. Then he asked Mo Ran to send someone to Mr. Black to give him the information to come to the River Valley estate tomorrow morning, if it was not difficult. Mo Ran replied that he would fulfill Wang Yuan's request. Han Xiao, meanwhile, was still in the Quadrillion group's transport plane. He repaired his armor and weapons. Now the power of small arms is clearly not enough in a battle against an enemy with a level above 40. Han Xiao knew that an electromagnetic weapon would do the trick, but he needed to improve his skill in producing electromagnetism. Currently available ability points, 7. Han Xiao decided to try to create mediocre drawings and make do with prototypes for a while. He also decided to improve the basics of electromagnetism to the 5th level. To do so, he needed to spend 1 ability point and 37,000 experience points. This way, he would first level up the skills he already had. So Han Xiao reached the 5th level of the basics of electromagnetism and received the drawings of the new energy battery. He was very pleased. He received a Rubik's Cube. Everything turned out perfectly. He just needed a portable battery. Han Xiao had now attained the maximum level of basic energy theory, the maximum level of basic weapons theory, and the maximum level of basic electromagnetism theory. His training was complete. Suddenly, Antonio came in and said that people from the 13th Division had come. They said that Mr. Black's employer had changed the meeting time. In the morning, the guy had to get to the River Valley estate. Han Xiao liked this. He liked this change in routine. He had a lot of work to do. It was necessary to get to work tonight and complete the improvement of the weapon. So Han Xiao continued to repair his weapons and equipment. He did not succeed in everything at once. He could not immediately make the drawing he wanted. He rejected many models. Han Xiao was already complaining that he would probably not only have to work in the evening, but also stay up all night to make the necessary drawing. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan said that the Sena had captured all the traitors. This time, the operation was very successful. Not only had they gotten rid of the rebels, but the organization had finally begun to implement its plan. To this, Mo Ran expressed his fears that he had a feeling that the war would start sooner than they thought. He added that it was necessary to prepare in advance. He also said that Darknet's help alone would not be enough. We need to start cooperating with other forces and organizations. Wang Yuan agreed with Mo Ran's plan. He said that perhaps 6 nations would agree to help them. But he is afraid that a party interested in self-interest will be looking at their resources. Mo Ran stood his ground. He was convinced that his plan would save many lives. If anyone dared to interfere, he would deal with them personally. The fighters of the River Valley were ready to meet another enemy. Their opponent came without a drop of fear. He was very tired. It was the hidden demon himself, who had escaped from the battlefield with Han Xiao in the city of White Seagull. The soldiers were talking among themselves that Mr. Black was not at the mansion right now, and they would not be able to cope with a man who was many times their equal. But it was necessary not to stand by and watch, but to open fire to kill, and the firing on the hidden demon began. From all the positions of the River Valley estate, the soldiers fired shots at the new enemy. 25-21. The hidden demon smiled confidently and said that no one here could cope with him. The fighters from River Valley continued to fire, but they were horrified to see that all the shells they had fired had melted, flying towards their opponent. The hidden demon had very powerful abilities. He could easily cope with all attacks on him. The soldiers realized that they were going to lose in this unequal battle, so they decided to escape while they still had the opportunity. But it was too late. The opponent was too strong for them all. The hidden demon knew how to control electricity. He had just used a smoke bolt to defeat the fighters. Wang Yuan watched the battle from the mansion. The rebels even dared to hire a high-level criminal. Bennett Anderson huffed and said that the perpetrator was just a young man. He decided to personally deal with the hidden demon, as the soldiers who were protecting Wang Yuan and him could not stand up to such a criminal. The hidden demon saw Bennett coming toward him. He had been waiting for him to appear for a long time. Since both opponents were very strong and of a high level, their fight was going to be extremely powerful. Li Susu knew very well who the hidden demon was. She realized that things could end very badly. She shouted that Bai Jin had a destructive ability. They had to report to the White Seagull immediately. The soldier who came with the girl said he would report it to Moran. The hidden demon continued to behave too confidently. Black smoke was coming out of his ears. During his life, he had killed many different people, but none of this could compare to the destruction of a strong opponent. The criminal was already anticipating his victory. He took great pleasure in attacking Bennett Anderson. Di Susu had already called her supervisor and reported that Bai Jin had appeared in River Valley, and also that Bennett Anderson had engaged him. Suddenly, a shot rang out. The shell hit the hidden demon directly. He fell weakly to the ground. Bennett Anderson himself had absolutely no idea what happened or who opened fire. Then he looked at one of the towers where the shot was likely to have come from and remembered Mr. Black's sniper, Mo Ran Di Susu, and heard a gunshot. He asked what the sound was. Di Susu could only mumble that it seemed Bai Jin had been killed with a single shot. The girl was shocked by what she saw. This shot was indeed fired by Mr. Black. He arrived in River Valley just in time. He dealt Bai Jing, level 48, 200% critical damage to the vulnerable spot. The shot was also strengthened by the use of a flash of will. The game damage is 1.368. He was holding a phantom rifle. He liked this weapon very much. It was a lightweight electromagnetic sniper rifle. Level, white. It had an additional effect, low recoil, which is typical only for electromagnetic sniper weapons. Shooting accuracy is slightly increased. Limitation number 1. Power and range are inferior to the full version. Limitation number 2. Due to technical imperfections, 10 energy points are spent each time. Limitation number 3. The rifle's components are subject to breakage. Meanwhile, the hidden demon was covering his huge wound with his hand. He could not believe that he could be killed so quickly and right here. He got up and, bleeding, began to move off the battlefield. Now the criminal realized that he was up against all the defenders of the River Valley, a skilled and powerful sniper, and Bennett Anderson himself. The best way out of the situation for him was to run away as fast as he could to stay alive. Bennett Anderson ran after him. Lightning flashed in the sky, one after another. Bai Jin tried to charge himself with those lightning bolts because he knew how to use electricity to have the power to escape. It was extremely difficult for him because the large wound continued to bleed. Suddenly, another shot rang out from the ambush. This time, the criminal was hit right in the face. Han Xiao fired at the criminal for the second time, and for the second time, he did it very accurately. He was pleased with himself. Bennett Anderson stopped because there was no one else to pursue. Di Susu and the soldier who accompanied her were also impressed by the sniper's actions. Mo Ran kept trying to find out what had happened in the River Valley, but Di Susu remained silent, unable to come to her senses. Finally, the girl composed herself and told the manager that Bai Jin had just been liquidated. The criminal was lying in a pool of his own blood. Today's battle turned out to be his last. He was killed by 3 shots. The body of the hidden demon was placed on a stretcher and carried away. All the soldiers enthusiastically said Mr. Black's name. No one doubted that it was his handiwork. They sat and discussed this battle. Mr. Black was now a living legend to them. And then Mr. Black himself appeared. As always, he was unruffled, without a hint of a smile, wearing a black trench coat and carrying a rifle in a case behind his back. The soldiers began to greet him, waving their hands. They called him a great man. Bennett Anderson also praised him. He said the guy did a great job. Mr. Black replied that it was a no-brainer for him. He adjusted his rifle case strap around his shoulder. Wang Yuan also applauded the young fighter. He said that the guy is smart beyond his years. He is also an excellent shot. Even he, an old man, was shocked by the sniper's skills. Mr. Black modestly replied that he was flattered. It was just that Wang Yuan was in danger with that criminal, and he did his job. Wang Yuan thanked the boy for saving him and suggested that he go and rest at the estate for a while. She set the table for them, and they sat down to tea. Wang Yuan told the boy that he had studied his documents. and they stated that the boy had been sent to this task by the Chaserud family. When naming the tea, Wang Yuan said that the boy's level was much higher than the Scorpions. He suggested raising the boy's level to Ghostly. This was very appropriate for Han Xiao. This was exactly what he had expected and wanted, so he politely thanked me for this gift. The 5th level was completed. 30,000 experience points have been gained. The hidden task, to prevent Bennett from entering the battle, has been completed. An additional 300,000 experience points were awarded, and no new task was highlighted. Han Xiao thought that the mission was complete. He quickly calculated that with the 300,000 experience points for eliminating Bai Jing, he had more than 1,000,000 experience points in total. Han Xiao decided that it was time to give the second gift. So he went to meet with Bennett Anderson again. Mr. Anderson was happy to meet Mr. Black. Han Xiao carried a large chest in front of him and told Bennett that he wanted to learn another skill. Bennett Anderson was a little upset and asked the boy if he had any other reasons for meeting him. And then Mr. Black opened his chest. In it was carefully hidden an antique weapon. Bennett Anderson's mouth dropped open in surprise and admiration. It was a Lockhawk sniper rifle. So he decided not to continue the argument, but quickly closed the chest, took it for himself, and told Mr. Black to follow him. They moved to another room together and sat on the floor. Bennett Anderson said that long ago he had mastered the silent assassin's walk. It was this skill that he decided to teach Mr. Black. Perhaps it would be useful for a sniper. Level D task, Night Stalker class change, has been launched. Short description: Bennett has taught Han Xiao special skills, but they still need to be practiced in order to perfect the goal. To make 5 kills in the dark, no level restrictions. Reward, Night Stalker, class. In version 1.0, this class was extremely rare. It will help you improve your combat skills. Finally, Bennett Anderson finished. He summarized that he had told the guy all the theory. Now it was just a matter of practice. He then handed Mr. Black a piece of paper with his personal number written on it. He said that if he had any problems, he should contact him. He added that he might need Mr. Black's help in the future. Then he asked what he thought about it. Han Xiao was surprised by this suggestion because this would be his main story task. Han Xiao carefully tucked the note into his inner coat pocket and replied that he would be very happy to respond to Bennett Anderson's request. In the 13th unit of the Star Dragon, everyone was in a great turmoil. The chief of intelligence was told that they had already received the dossier he requested. The soldier asked for permission to report it. There was a dossier on Mr. Black. His background is unknown. He is currently a serial killer. He has completed only 2 missions, killing the Battle Rose mercenary gang in the Sumal Desert, showing an extraordinary ability to sniper when guarding the River Valley estate, forcing the invisible demon to retreat, and killing Bai Jin with only 3 shots. He is extremely alert and has a great ability to hide. Note, he hid from the agents of the 13th Division who were following him. He has the ability of a mechanic. He wears high-speed boots with a sliding ability and has an excellent ability to kill. Uses a special sniper rifle. The chief of intelligence has read the dossier and stamped it. He said that a tough guy had appeared again. The soldier asked who the chief was referring to. Moran said that everyone on the Darknet is shocked by the news. Some even think it's a lie. But the Darknet list has always been fair. Falsification of facts is impossible here. The head of intelligence continued that among the old Blood Pack killers, some died, some fled, and now they want to use the newcomer as their calling card. So he ordered his hacker to find out all the information about Mr. Black. Meanwhile, Mr. Black continued to do his business. A car with a trailer was moving through the desert. Quadrillion is reliable, but nothing in the world is permanent, especially when it comes to relationships between people. The car was driven by Han Xiao. He was driving and thought about the state of his affairs. He decided that he would definitely need to acquire his own secret base. So he arrived at the ruins of Grey Metal. This place was familiar to him. It was this place that was taken away from him by a guild in his past life. He remembered that time with hatred. As Han Xiao got closer, he saw that the equipment there was no longer useful. But in the end, he was ready for it. It could not be otherwise. He brought materials with him from Faijuang. These materials were supposed to be enough to repair the equipment that Grey Metal had left. Han Xiao immediately set to work and soon the secret base was fully restored. The guy went inside with the satisfaction of fulfilling his duty. There were a lot of robotic assistants on track. Han Xiao decided to fix everything inside the base now. The faster he does it, the better it will be for him. He worked on the repairs all day long. And finally, when the sun was starting to set, he breathed a sigh of relief and was pleased to see that he'd completed everything. He stood up from his chair and stretched tiredly. Now he has his own property. Han Xiao has already reached the dark level. He has the task. He has the data. He has worked out an action plan. Now, it's just a matter of following it and finally finishing with his goal. The guy intended to completely deal with Embryo. The 13th unit of the Star Dragon was working hard. The chief of intelligence was sitting in his office, dealing with current affairs. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered the phone and asked who was calling him. He heard a bold suggestion on the phone to guess who it was. The chief of intelligence suggested that it was Han Xiao. He abruptly got up from his chair and started shouting furiously into the phone. How dare the guy call him? The executive director came running in. The intelligence chief immediately told him that Han Xiao was on the phone. The director immediately gave an order to track him down. They needed to find out where he was. When he tried to track where the call was coming from, the monitor displayed a geolocation error sign. An officer from the 13th unit said he could not trace it. Han Xiao is a highly skilled hacker. The executive director said he would try to negotiate with the guy, and took the phone from the intelligence chief's hands. He started telling the guy that he had left the unit without permission and thus violated the unit's code. He also behaved in an unacceptable manner. Han Xiao boldly asked if they wanted to hear when he would return. The executive director said that the guy had already calculated everything. Han Xiao sat calmly on a rock and smoked a cigarette. He also calmly announced that he was not going to return to the 13th Star Dragon Division. The executive director asked if the guy wanted to desert. There is no other way to describe it. However, Han Xiao objected. He said that the director had misunderstood him. On the contrary, he wanted to cooperate with them, but in a slightly different format. The executive director wondered what Han Xiao meant, but he was extremely angry at what the guy was saying. In anger, he threw the phone out of his hands. The intelligence chief rushed to catch his phone. Suddenly, the employee sitting at the computer said that a letter from Han Xiao had arrived. When we opened the letter, we saw a map with the locations of Embryon's bases marked on it. There were several of them, and the coordinates were written down additionally. Apparently, this was the format in which Han Xiao offered to cooperate. The head of intelligence and the executive director began to study the map the boy had sent them. As a result, the executive director gave the order to stop looking for Han Xiao. They would need him as their special agent. It was necessary to move his data to the archive. The intelligence chief exhaled. He said that they were lucky that this guy was not their enemy. And then he immediately received a call from 5 other countries. The chief of intelligence wondered why they were all calling at the same time. We decided to take the call. The head of the 13th Star Dragon unit was asked if he knew who Zero was, for whom Embryon had set such a huge reward. The executive director was shocked by Han Xiao's unexpected behavior. He didn't even know what to say to his colleagues. All the leaders of the countries received information from Han Xiao about the location of Embryo's secret bases in different parts of the continent. But all of them are very cautious about information from unknown sources, but the informant added a label at the end of the message. It stated that the 13th unit of the Star Dragon could attest to the authenticity of its data. The executive director was even more enraged that Han Xiao had shared information about Embryo's secret bases with everyone, and even wanted the 13th Star Dragon unit to act as a guarantor of the data's accuracy. He shouted loudly, so loudly that it could be heard as far as the street, telling Han Xiao and his fuss to go to hell. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was quietly taking a bath in his secret base. His personality was actively discussed in darknet posts. They said that Mr. Black was who he said he was, a black ghost. After that, various rumors followed. They have even composed another legend of the planet Aquamarine. The legend says that it appears from the darkness of the night and every time in a new form. No one knows when he will come. No one knows when he will leave. If someone sees him turning away, it means that death has already put its mark on him in the form of a fresh bullet hole. He pays with a bullet and takes a life. Han Xiao thought that the nickname he had been given sounded rather strange. Black Ghost? Why not White Yaksha? Note: a yaksha is a type of natural spirit. On the one hand, a yaksha can be a completely innocent creature. But on the other hand, it can be a cannibalistic monster, an evil spirit, or a demon. In the forest in the country of Haya, where the traveler's gathering place is located, a dog was sleeping peacefully in the yard. Suddenly, he woke up abruptly because his ears heard a strange sound. The dog was barking. The 22nd secret base of Embryon was located nearby. A soldier who was standing guard saw a jet plane taking off through his binoculars. He immediately warned me that things were bad. A Haiyu fighter jet took off. We had to raise the alarm immediately. But the soldiers wondered how the Hayas knew where their base was. The next moment, there was an explosion that completely destroyed the observation post of the Embryona base. Following the planes, of which there were already several in the sky, several tanks moved to the base. Wang Yuan confirmed that war had broken out again. This time, 6 nations have united to destroy the secret embryo base. The unexpected turmoil forced people to become refugees. Whole families fled for their lives. Small children were crying. They did not understand what was happening, and every time they asked their parents how much further they had to go because they wanted to go home. However, their parents told them that they could not return home. The mother explained to the child that it was impossible to return, and that her father and brother had been taken to the army to fight. The girl cried even more. She wiped her tears with her fists and said she didn't want to go on like this. Bennett Anderson asked why the 6 nations are acting so decisively this time. In the past, they hadn't been able to get on the trail of the embryo. Wang Yuan replied that the Star Dragon has information from Zero himself. He then added that they might have to develop a shelter plan, and Bennett Anderson was upset that they hadn't had time to prepare so many things. But in the end, he recognized that they would never be fully prepared. He told Wang Yuan to contact their allies and independent fighters. We need to gather all the forces together. Meanwhile, the head of the embryo organization could not find a place for himself. He was furious beyond belief. Nobody knew for sure how much information Han Xiao knew, and most importantly, where he got this information from. There was speculation that it was the ability to predict that had awakened in him. In this case, it is clear how he obtained the information, escaped from the laboratory, and hid from prosecution. He had to be eliminated. He is extremely dangerous. If Embryo's agents let him live, they will not be able to hide themselves. The head of the embryo organization ordered everyone to immediately move all bases. We should not be afraid of losses, and get rid of as many things as necessary. He also ordered the implementation of the hibernation plan. Everyone had to go underground. The scouts were ordered to carefully check Zero's tracks, not to overlook a single detail. The leader said that no matter how much Zero knew, he would not take any chances. Before they find Zero, the full-scale war plan must be stopped for an indefinite period of time. Han Xiao sat in his secret base and watched with pleasure as his main task was being accomplished. The current progress of the fallen embryo was now 13.8%. He saw that the chaos had stopped a little. Now he had to go eliminate the embryo forces himself, who continued to evacuate in order to move deeper into the building. A new legend of the planet Aquamarine has emerged. The mysterious Zero betrayed the embryo organization, and thus he undermined its strong foundation with his own efforts. No one expected such an outcome. Zero became the organization's main enemy. Perhaps he needed to protect his identity because many people were looking for him. Han Xiao realized that such rumors were spread because he had leaked Embryo's data. This caused great damage to the organization and caused general unrest in Aquamarine. The guy was extremely pleased with himself. He knew how to create problems in the best way possible. It was 11:59 p.m. on Earth. The countdown began in the Star Sea. Many colored rays were directed at the Earth's surface, the former location of the Black Crow Valley base. Fighters of different levels began to arrive at this place from all over the world. A whole army began to gather through the portals. However, the soldiers thought the base was intact, but it had long been destroyed. When the soldiers were disconnected, this base was still standing on that lawn, but there is no trace of it left. Now they saw that the base in the Black Crow Valley had also disappeared. The soldiers were worried about whether their tasks had been lost, but the tasks were still there. The guys exhaled. Search for Zero, Level A. Zero is a secret traitor. He has done a lot of damage to the organization. It was necessary to find him, and then there is an opportunity to become a great friend of the organization. The fighters also noticed that the level had changed from B to A. They immediately realized that Zero was no ordinary player. At the official introduction to the game, it was said that each star has its own protagonist. And it seems that Zero is the main character on Aquamarine. 2 travelers were walking through the woods, carrying oranges. They were approached by the soldiers who had arrived. They asked if the travelers knew where the ruins in the tantalizing side came from. The traveling merchants first asked if the soldiers would buy tangerines, 20 for 1. They are sweet. One of the soldiers was tempted and bought a tangerine. He spent $20. Then the traveling merchant told me that the ruins used to be a secret base of the embryo organization. A few months ago, it was destroyed. It was the Star Dragon and Haya. It was an unexpected turn of events for the soldiers. They began to worry that all their previous efforts had been in vain. The head of the unit began to remember what had happened before. He saw that they still had their uniforms, and they still had their Class A mission. They needed to find their comrades so they could return to the embryo camp. Traveling merchants passing through the village offered tangerines to everyone, but the newly arrived players didn't want anything. They were disappointed. Meanwhile, in the western capital of the Star Dragon, the violent sword, who had once come across Han Xiao's path, was in a hurry. He ran to the workshop where Han Xiao had once studied and worked. The player remembered that Han Xiao had invited him to learn mechanic skills before. Old Mr. Liu was sitting there, drinking as usual. He was surprised that someone had come here looking for Han Xiao. He told the young man that Xiao hadn't been here for a long time. Mr. Liu took another drink. He also complained that Han Xiao hadn't even said goodbye to him, but had simply disappeared, and no one knows in which direction. The violent sword was disappointed by this answer. After all, he had hoped to learn from Han Xiao. Now he didn't know what to do or where to go. The embryo organization had its own laboratories. One of them was located on the continent of Andia. There were men in huge test tubes. They were being experimented on. They were currently being injected with a drug. In one of the tubes, a guy with yellow hair opened his eyes. He was happy with his start. His level was first, Electrolux. The guy raised his hand, a fire burning in his palm. Professionals in China will be surprised. The lab workers noticed that the guy with yellow hair had woken up. The tests were successful. They drained the liquid from the test tube he was in and opened the door. The guy was released, but they immediately handcuffed him. He was taken from one prison to another. The guy was twisted. He tried to resist. He said that he had just woken up. The guards treated him rudely. One of them shouted at him to shut up. Anyone who wakes up is required to undergo 5 stages of brainwashing and then stay for another month under close observation. Only after all this will they be released. The guy was almost in tears. He was worried that he would not be able to raise his level for a month. In that case, other players would quickly overtake him. Han Xiao watched the whole game closely. The server was up and running. It was time to communicate with the players, that is, to deceive them. He went to a village of newcomers located near Mount Arcturus. The traveling merchants immediately noticed the newcomer. They were interested in his personality. Han Xiao walked in the middle of the players, making them worry. The guys were talking among themselves that this NPC had just appeared. They hadn't seen him here before. They decided to look up information about him. The computer showed that a black ghost had come to them. They were unaware of its level. Features unknown, danger level, deadly. The players were immediately afraid that the level of danger was fatal. This NPC was of the highest category. They wondered how a character with such a level could be in a village of newcomers. Maybe he's the boss, but you wouldn't know it from the way he acted. One player said that, in his experience, he could tell that such NPCs usually give quests with big rewards. Han Xiao immediately saw that the players had taken his bait. Now he could play with them. All the players here have already begun to see what tasks the newly arrived NPC will give them. So the task of finding the snake venom herb appeared. The reward for completing this task was 1,000 experience points. That was pretty good. Now the number of rewards for tasks has become greater than before. The spread of the rumor increased Han Xiao's task limit. From now on, he can give D-level tasks. Maximum reward limit, 36.940 experience points. Rank 40, plus 12, 000, plus 300 promotion level cap. Rank D, plus 10, 000, camps, embryo, sworn enemy. Minus 3.000, unit 13, friend 2.130. Blood pack community, respected 3.950. Chizrod's family, friend 1.300, and so on. Before Han Xiao could look back, he saw a strange picture. A bunch of players had already brought him the snake venom herb. They were waiting for their reward. Han Xiao stood leaning on his car. He politely thanked the soldiers. Then he said that if they wanted, he could give them weapons. The players were shocked by this proposal. They thought he was a mysterious traitor. Han Xiao offered the players a light mechanical hand, left. Everyone gasped with delight. This is a unique thing. The main characteristics are striking power 35, 58, defense 13, 17, power level 38, safety margin 370.370. It is very expensive, 20,000. Han Xiao asked if anyone could buy it. In addition, the requirements for use are 25 power points, level 10. And then he added that small arms are cheap, only 1,500 for a gun. One by one, the players began to volunteer to buy a gun. They saw that the gun was of very good quality, and compared to the other NPCs, it's even perfect. The 2 players decided to try shooting it. They started firing shots randomly and almost hit other players. They started yelling at them what they were doing. They told them to stop immediately. The players who started the shooting stopped this outrage and apologized to the others. The shooter realized that without shooting skills, it was difficult to use the gun. Han Xiao heard that the player did not have the appropriate skills to use his gun and immediately offered his services as a teacher. The players were even more excited because the Black Ghost himself offered to teach them how to use weapons. To do this, you need 5 reputation points to learn one skill, and it costs $500. It's quite expensive. Han Xiao rejoiced at what a great trader he was. He had calculated everything. A girl approached him. She said that she had enough points to buy the skill of shooting the Black Ghost. Han Xiao told her to choose her own. The girl said that she wanted to learn the basics of the language. Other players were a bit indignant. They said that the forum said that it was extremely difficult to get professional skills. Another player said that he also had enough sympathy points, so he asked the Black Ghost to teach him too. Here, all the other players rushed to tell each other that they too urgently needed to acquire certain skills in the use of firearms. They jostled to see who would be first. Finally, everything was somehow resolved. Han Xiao dealt with everyone who wanted to learn the skills. He looked at his computer and saw that his appearance had attracted a lot of attention on the forum. It was written there that this high-level character could be used to purchase inexpensive firearms and ammunition of excellent quality. You can also learn basic knowledge if you increase your reputation to at least 5 points. In addition to the usual skills, such as basic shooting and other basic combat skills, you can gain a lot of knowledge in the mechanic class. Mechanic players will be able to immediately start leveling up by learning the basics. Someone wrote that they were excited because they had never seen such a high-level character. Another wrote that since the Black Ghost danger level is lethal, he wondered if there were any daredevils who wanted to test his strength. He added that if that brave man dies, he will pay him money. He is not very rich himself, so he can only give a small airplane to the person who dies at the hands of the Black Ghost. Han Xiao thought to himself that the evacuated embryo troops should be arriving in a few days. Now was the perfect time to get to work. One of the players bought a mechanical arm. He immediately put it on to try it out and realized that it was a very cool thing, worth the money. Han Xiao went to rest for a while, sat down and smoked a cigarette. He watched the players flaunt their wealth and level of weaponry. He would need such players. Then he turned to them and said that in a few days, an embryo unit would be passing through here, and Han Xiao needs people to help him set traps in the forest. In the end, he asked if they agreed. The Black Ghost sent out a new task to the players. Everyone immediately went to read what it was. Some of them were dissatisfied with the Black Ghost's stinginess, as he offered them only 300 experience points for completing the task. However, another player said that you can raise 3 relationship points instead. Several times you need to complete this task and thus accumulate the necessary points to get high-ranking equipment. The young blonde player resolutely told the Black Ghost that they would definitely help with setting the traps. Han Xiao was glad that he had thought it through so well. Using relationship points as bait was a very good idea. Even without any other bonuses, players would definitely agree to work for him. Yes, it would be hard, but they would be happy to do it. Then the players received traps and went inside the forest to set them. They were unhappy that they were given some prehistoric traps. They did not believe that such traps could harm the embryo soldiers. Han Xiao calmly replied that they would not do any harm, but they could definitely scare them. And then the live broadcast from the Luxury Sanctuary Club began. Han Xiao decided to join it. People in the audience asked Mr. Song questions. One asked if he would switch to the Star Sea game in the future. Another asked why Mr. Song only joined during the open testing phase. And so on. Mr. Song replied that Starry Sea was the game of the century. Its potential was limitless. He was sure that it would become a phenomenon. The World Esports Association has already begun preparing the first competition. Not only he will take part in it, but other players from China will fight for the glory of their country. There was another question for Mr. Song. A French player named Lost Angel stated that he intends to defeat Mr. Song in the Star Sea. He was asked what he thought about this. Mr. Song replied with determination and fury that he was not afraid of any opponent. He said that he would succeed in the Starry Sea, become the champion of China, and destroy all rivals. Many esports clubs have announced their participation in the Star Sea. Starry Sea is becoming more and more popular. The game is about to open pre-sales. Han Xiao saw that there would soon be even more players, and so newcomers began to arrive in the village of newcomers. Everyone who came was happy. The game looked as realistic as possible. And then they noticed that those who arrived in the first batch already had weapons. And at the forum, they were told that it would be very difficult to get weapons from the armed forces. They decided to ask where they could buy weapons, and they were happily told not to go to Mount Arcturus to buy weapons, but to head straight west. There they would find a high-ranking NPC named Black Ghost. He has cheap pistols and can also help with class advancement. Han Xiao's trade was in full swing. People were buying weapons and ammunition from him, ordering new tasks, and acquiring weapons skills. Han Xiao saw that players were telling each other about him. This gives him free advertising and his business moves forward. The guy was a little tired, but finally the players started to leave. Suddenly he heard someone speaking to him. It was a girl named Maple Moon, level 3. She was interested in why the Black Ghost was at odds with the Embryo organization. Han Xiao thought about how to answer. He saw that Maple Moon seemed to enjoy understanding the game's storyline. He turned around and walked to his car without answering the girl. Maple Moon apologized and said that she probably shouldn't have asked that. But the Black Ghost lit a cigarette and replied that Embryo was a disgusting organization. He went on to say that Embryo uses the grief of people who have lost their homeland to manipulate them and fight for their own personal interests. The organization is trying in vain to start a war to wound this world even more. Maple Moon clenched her fists and said that Embryo was just a terrible organization. Han Xiao looked her straight in the eye and asked if she wanted to become an enemy of Embryo. The girl, full of fierce hatred, clearly answered that yes, she did. Her eyes lit up. Now her reputation with the Black Ghost has increased by 5 points. She saw that it was all really part of the game's storyline. Han Xiao told Maple Moon that he could see she was very determined and handed her a cell phone. He suggested that she use this phone to contact him when she was stronger. The girl activated a new task, Invitation of the Black Ghost. She had to reach the 20th level and then contact the Black Ghost. The Embryo troops should have been here by now, according to the Black Ghost's calculations. Therefore, he quickly organized a new task for the newly arrived players. The task had a good prize fund. The task, Hunt for the Embryo. You had to follow the Black Ghost to attack the squad. The task has a prize fund. The base reward is 35,000 experience points. 500 experience points will be withdrawn upon acceptance of the task and placed in the reward pool. The total reward will be proportionally distributed among the top 5 players, or teams. The players were happy with the offer of 35,000 experience points. This was a lot, as the previous tasks were given a maximum of several hundred. One of the players said that it was impossible to allow other players to accept this task as well. He was asked why he had this opinion. That player said that only 5 would receive the reward, and there were more than 100 players on Mount Arcturus. Instead of fighting with everyone, it's better to take 35,000 for yourself. If only your guys take part in the task, they will share the reward among themselves. In addition, if they complete the task as a team, each of them will receive a certain number of points, more than they would have done on their own. The other players agreed again. They decided not to let anyone approach the Black Ghost for the next 2 hours. Han Xiao realized that the players who had arrived in the first batch were up to something. In no case did they let anyone who wanted to buy weapons or ammunition near them. They said that the Black Ghost was currently unavailable and that it was not possible to talk to him yet. Han Xiao guessed that those brave boys had decided to take the entire prize money for the task he had sent them recently. So he decided to teach them a lesson. Han Xiao reduced the reputation of each of those who forbade others to approach him by 10 points with the Black Ghost. So many people now have a reputation with the Black Ghost minus 5 points, and the current relationship, cold. The player who started all this took it upon himself to get his head around it because other players started coming up to him and complaining that they would now not have enough relationship points. He just didn't know what to say to them. The news spread among the players in the newbie village that the Black Ghost had started accepting applications for tasks. Almost all of the players ran to the Black Ghost's car and began to beg him to accept 500 experience points from them so that he would allow them to participate in the task. Han Xiao will not allow anyone to appropriate his fund alone. The task should be available to the maximum number of players. Those players who were allowed to participate in the task began to form their teams. A player named Maple Moon also wanted to join the team. She approached them, but they turned her down, saying that they had already recruited the last player they needed. Suddenly, someone put a hand on her shoulder and called her by name. The girl turned around. It was the Black Ghost himself. He smiled at her and told her that she would be on the team with him. Then he handed her a rifle and told her she could use it. But it was a real sniper rifle. In order to use it, you needed to have the sniper skill level 1. So Maple Moon sighed with regret and said that she would not be able to use it because she did not know how. But the Black Ghost surprised her. He gave her his sniper skill. To do so, she had to spend 2,000 experience points. Maple Moon was very pleasantly surprised that the Black Ghost wanted to teach her the skills of a sniper. The two players, whose names were Azure Sky and Luffa, said that their main rival was the Kill All Guild, which had besieged the Black Ghost. It is this guild that needs to be watched closely. The one who was on Strat's team still couldn't get over the fact that he had lost his reputation points so badly. Strata shouted at him not to think about it too much. Their first priority is to finish the mission. The experience they will gain from it will fully compensate for its loss. The main thing now is not to let Heavenly Territory get ahead of them. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost began training Maple Moon. Stealth was activated. Dexterity increased by 8%. Her next attack will have the effect of a surprise attack. The steady sight skill was used. Her next shot will have a plus 15% to her shooting power. Maple Moon was only surprised during the training. She noticed that she couldn't even hear the Black Ghost breathing when he was adjusting his sights on the target. He is a real ace. Han Xiao, meanwhile, remembered how weak he used to be. But now everything is different. Now let everyone see his strength. And then they saw the vehicles of the embryo organization arrive. Suddenly, the driver of the car that was moving ahead of the others stopped abruptly when he saw an unpleasant surprise in the forest. These were huge traps set by the players as they completed one of the Black Ghost's tasks. If they continue to drive, they will definitely puncture the wheels. The head of the squad, who was traveling in the car, said that they had to be very careful, as there could be an ambush. He ordered the sappers to check the area for mines. So sappers were the first to get out of their cars and start checking the area. Their metal detectors recorded that the area was mined. It was impossible to move further. The players were already hiding in ambushes and tracking down the embryo fighters. As soon as we were convinced that they had arrived, we opened fire on them. The soldiers received an order to lie down on the ground because they were under heavy attack. Bullets were flying everywhere. Soldiers were falling to the ground. There were no casualties so far. Soon, the embryo fighters realized that their enemy had no experience in fighting. All their shots were hitting the air somewhere. The squad leader gave the order to get up and launch a counterattack. Embryo's fighters had a lot of powerful equipment, firearms, and they were trained warriors. Gradually, the first casualties among the attackers began. Some were wounded, others were killed. Players were charged a penalty for death. They paid it with their experience points. The goal of the mission was to do as much good as possible. It didn't matter how many times they had to die for it. The leader of that guild gave the order not to be afraid and to advance. They attacked again. The embryo fighters looked at the attackers in surprise. They could not understand why these people were running to their deaths. The head of the squad said that they were not up to the task and ordered them all to be shot without exception. The players were defeated again. Almost all of them were killed. And again they paid with their experience points. One of them lamented that he knew this would be the case and regretted that he had not chosen long-range combat. The embryo fighters just laughed at them. This battle turned into entertainment for them. One of them decided to give the players an unpleasant surprise. The squad leader only warned him not to get too carried away, because they didn't have time for that. That fighter attacked the players with his sword. He started swinging it left and right, wounding and killing. His name was Saber. Level, unknown. Class, unknown. Danger level, extremely deadly. The players here were already very scared. They were being attacked by a vice-ranked fighter with a lethal level. Other players looked at Saber and admired his power. Some were already questioning who was stronger, Saber or the Black Ghost. Others told them to be quiet. Meanwhile, Saber attacked everyone who came across his path. The players had already begun to beg for mercy. They didn't want to die and resurrect incessantly anymore. Suddenly, a shot was fired and Saber fell to the ground dead. The players were shocked. They looked in the direction where the deadly bullet could have come from and began to realize that it was the Black Ghost. The players breathed a sigh of relief. Now they could calm down and get some rest. The embryo fighters were still standing there, not moving. They were going to end this meaningless battle for them. But then they received information that Saber had been killed. What shocked them most was that their powerful warrior had been killed with a single shot. The squad leader was very worried. He wondered what kind of high-level sniper would have to be able to kill a fighter like Saber. And then he realized that it could be the Black Ghost himself. The thought made him feel very ill. He started shouting frantically for everyone to retreat immediately. But the fighters could not move on as they fell into a trap prepared for them by the Black Ghost. It was probably an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse interference. They got into it and were now under direct fire, and they could not get out. Han Xiao watched the excitement of the embryo fighters with pleasure. He saw how they wanted to escape, but could not. And then he showed me another surprise. In the middle of the clearing, the slabs had moved apart, and a huge hole had formed. A machine gun with firearms suddenly came out of the ground. Similar installations came out of the ground in different places. Terrible shots began to sound everywhere. Vehicles and tanks of the embryo fighters were blown up. Wounded people were knocked back by the blast wave. The players watched all this from their ambush. They were amazed and admired the ingenuity of the Black Ghost. Anyone who knew a little bit about mechanics saw that the turrets, those installations that came out of the ground, had an auto sight. The mechanics class had never been so fierce before. The explosions took place one after another. The embryo fighters were running away as far as they could to avoid the deadly shell. The players also decided to run away from that place. After all, it is not known whether the blast wave will hit them or not. Suddenly, Maple Moon entered the battlefield holding her rifle. She put it on her shoulder and took aim. The embryo fighter did not expect anyone to meet him, but it was too late. Maple Moon shot him. Her bullet hit him in the leg, and then the Black Ghost came to her aid. He easily and skillfully shot all the soldiers around them. Having now completed the shooting, the Black Ghost praised Maple Moon for her work. And then the head of the embryo unit finally became convinced that it was the Black Ghost that was attacking them. Han Xiao walked right up to him, confidently keeping his hands in his pockets. The leader was sitting on the ground next to his dead fighters. He told the boy that Embryo would never give up on him and would take revenge. The Black Ghost corrected the squad leader's words and said that he had mixed up something. He was the one who would not let the embryo organization go just like that. Then the Black Ghost pointed the muzzle of his rifle directly at the head of the squad leader. The players who took part in the task and watched the whole battle were shocked that one person could destroy an entire squad. They realized that the mechanic class is very strong. The task was accomplished. The hunt for the embryo is over. The prize pool is 520,000 experience points. Damage rating, number 1, Maple Moon, solo. Number 2, Azure Sky, team. Number 3, Lufta, team. Players wondered how Maple Moon alone could outperform 2 guilds, Heavenly Territory and Kill All. They realized that she alone would receive 30% of the entire award. They began to envy her. The Azure Sky shouted for players to find this Maple Moon. Maple Moon has received a notification that it has taken first place in the Embryo Hunt Challenge. When everyone saw that the Black Ghost had returned, they quickly ran to him to get a new task. Maple Moon approached Han Xiao. She decided to return his sniper rifle to him. All the players who ran to the Black Ghost saw Maple Moon approaching him and greeting her warmly with a sweet smile. They could see that the Black Ghost was treating her very differently from everyone else. Azure Sky guessed that Maple Moon was going through a hidden storyline in this game. And then the players ran to Maple Moon with open arms and an offer to be friends. The girl was afraid of such assertiveness from the other players. She asked the Black Ghost why they had surrounded them. Han Xiao told her to hide in his car, and he would drive her to the meeting point. Maple Moon thanked him and got into the car. And they went together to the place where the players' training camp was scheduled. The forum again discussed the latest developments, the combat potential of a high-level NPC. The top character was very strong, but he was killed in one shot. They asked if Black Ghost was an advanced NPC from Bighorn Village, what his level was. They wrote that they were very powerful, and apparently this class is very promising now. Someone wrote that unfortunately he was on a planet with magic and there were no mechanics there. Han Xiao is pleased that players are starting to show a lot of interest in the mechanic class. They arrived at Mount Arcturus, where all the players were to gather. The Black Ghost also arrived here. His arrival could not have gone unnoticed. All the players ran to him like scalded eggs. They wanted to become mechanics. They were pushing and quarreling over who was the first to run to him. When players became interested in the Black Ghost class, they immediately realized that if they wanted to level up their abilities as quickly as possible, they only needed to turn to it for mechanisms. Maple Moon wanted to hide quietly while everyone was distracted by the Black Ghost. As soon as she stepped away from the car, she heard someone calling her name. It was Azure Sky who addressed her. He asked if she had some time. The girl was scared. She didn't know what the players were planning to do to her, so she decided to warn them right away that any sexual harassment was prohibited in this game. Azure Sky stopped in surprise. He said he just wanted to ask how she launched the secret storyline in Black Ghost. But the girl did not know how it happened, so she decided to run away from her persecutors. Azure Sky told his friends to ask around the other players. He was sure that someone must have heard Maple Moon's conversation with Black Ghost. Finally, one of the players ran to Captain Azure Sky and reported that he had managed to figure it out. He quietly, in a whisper, told the captain everything he had learned. The Azure Sky now understood how it had happened. The Black Ghost was sitting in his car when Azure Sky and another player came running to him. Azure Sky immediately asked Han Xiao why he was at odds with Embryo. The Black Ghost only replied that he didn't care, and said nothing more. Azure Sky screamed, "Didn't Maple Moon ask the same thing?" Another player laughed at the situation, and then the Black Ghost said that he had to go. The players started asking him to stay. They wanted to reach a certain level to be promoted to mechanics. However, he did leave. After all, the market potential on Mount Arcturus has been exhausted. The game had just begun, and there were a lot of newcomers everywhere. Han Xiao wanted them to become stronger. Then they would be more useful. The Embryo base in the south is just starting to evacuate. The Black Ghost was hoping to get a lot of A-level assignments there. The Sword of Violence also came to the gathering place on Mount Arcturus. He heard that the Black Ghost was supposed to be here, so I asked other players where I could find him. However, he heard a not very pleasant answer, namely that the Black Ghost had long since left the area. The Sword of Violence almost cried when he heard this. He was very disappointed about that. He grieved that he had spent so much time searching for the Black Ghost and that he had simply left. The boy was walking sadly around the village, through the forest, wondering where the Black Ghost could be now, where to look for him. He was very sad, even crying. He desperately needed to find Han Xiao. So he wandered around, not knowing where to go next. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. The guy stood up in surprise. He was a little frightened by this suddenness because he had been walking around in his thoughts all the time, and it was the Black Ghost himself. He asked the Sword of Rage if he was looking for him. The Violent Sword immediately jumped on him, saying that he had finally found him, and rushed to hug him. Barely free from the embrace of the Violent Sword, the Black Ghost shook his head. Then he told him to follow him. The Swordfish could not believe his ears. He asked if they were going together and where exactly. The Black Ghost said that he would have to do some evil deeds. He took the tablet, opened the map, and started tracking something. The map showed the Tedramira River. The Sword of the Storm did not know what kind of place it was, but he looked closely. The Black Ghost replied that this place was a battlefield. His gaze became formidable. His eyebrows drew inward. Military boats were sailing down the Tedramira River. Meanwhile, fighter jets were flying in the sky. One soldier reported that their reconnaissance had discovered the location of the enemy flotilla. After that, the singer of Embryo, Lin Yu, ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle. Lin Yu said that they would sink the Star Dragon and Haiyu navies near the sea. He clearly explained to the soldiers that if they wanted to survive, they had to break through the blockade and make their way further. Lin Yu continued that there could be no mercy for the enemy. Let the soldiers not forget that their homeland was wiped off the map by the shelling of 6 countries. Then he raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and shouted that they had no choice but to fight to the death. The soldiers were energized by the commander's speech. They all started shouting as one that they would definitely fight. It was their fight for life. Red Viper Hell was on the ship next to Lin Yu. She wondered why their warriors were so sure of their plan. After all, with their ships, hoping to break through the encirclement of the Star Dragon and Haiyu navies is complete folly. She was very unhappy with the military commander's order. She was well aware that only a few would survive such a battle. But for the sake of her little sister, she must be among them. The blockade line of the Star Dragon and Haiyu allied forces was located at the mouth of the Tedramira River. The soldiers of these allied troops laid underwater mines in that area near the sea and reported it to their superior. Now the encirclement was complete. Embryo is now nothing more than a cornered animal. One soldier said he had heard that Li Yalin would take part in the battle. He wanted to find her. She still hadn't returned his money for the flammable shells. This was a task of particular importance. Mistakes are absolutely unacceptable here. Warrior Hao Yue must personally see to it. However, the soldier easily replied that the commander was too worried. Over the past month, he had never failed in a mission. Li Yalin was hiding somewhere in the bushes. She breathed a sigh of relief that no one had noticed her, fortunately. And then Hu Yue came up to her and asked her what she was thinking about. Li Yalin snapped back that it was none of his business. But the guy laughed at that and said that they were partners, so it was inappropriate to be angry with each other. But the girl got even angrier and told him to leave her alone and not to bother her. Hu Yue didn't want to let her go that easily. He asked her to stay and talk to him about all sorts of things. A completely furious Li Yalin turned her face to Hu Yue and, kneading her fists, asked him if he was too fond of talking. He was very frightened by this. Hacker Lin Yao laughed at Hao Yue and said that he was still such a coward. He called him a monkey. Then he added that only his brother Xiao is an example of courage for him. Hao Yue asked who Xiao was. He had never met him before. He thought that soldiers who were not in the squad were removed from the list. He wondered why no one had taken his place yet. Lin Yao did not know how to answer this question. He began to make something up as he went along. Captain underscore 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 came to his aid. He said that Han Xiao was their partner, but special reasons forced him to leave the service. Li Yalin simply huffed at this request and said, as if nothing had happened, that Han Xiao must have just died. But Hu Yue said that she shouldn't lie. If he died, he would be removed from office. He noticed that they talked about him with disgust, but he could hear in their voices that they missed him very much. Li Yalin got angry again and attacked Hu Yue. She shouted that he was tired of living. However, the guy tried to calm her down and offered to make a deal. Then the soldiers who were looking for Li Yalin thought they heard her voice. They went to the place where the sound came from. They wanted to find her at all costs. Li Yalin screamed even louder, accusing Han Xiao of leaving her alone with all this confusion. She threatened him that if he caught her eye, she would definitely kill him. Lin Yao began to calm her down. He tried to appeal to her common sense, saying that those to whom she owed money would hear her if she didn't stop screaming. Meanwhile, the soldiers were being pushed to fulfill their tasks. The players did not like those tasks. They were not what they expected from the camp of the Star Dragon Empire. They decided that they were deceived. The tasks were like those for laborers. Bright Moon said that the server had just been launched, and the complexity of the main tasks was far beyond their abilities. She added that this game is very strangely designed. The task was called Battle of the Tedramira River. To be done, transport 10 boxes of medicine, kill 10 embryo soldiers, kill the embryo leader, destroy the embryo vehicle. For new players, only point 1 was available. They had to continue to be ordinary laborers for the time being. Embryo has started a direct confrontation with 6 countries. In the past, it would have taken place 3 months later, from the moment open testing was launched. And by that time, the players already knew at least something. But Han Xiao disrupted the course of the main plot by provoking an early conflict. They will not be able to influence it in any way. Mr. Black arrived at the meeting place where they had agreed. The Darknet military also arrived there. The Black Ghost was asked if he needed anything. The Black Ghost replied that he would need the latest information on the evacuation plans for both the embryo and the Star Dragon and Haya. He was promised that the data he was asking for would be sent to his computer in the near future. The Black Ghost added that he still needed a helicopter on call near the mouth of the Tedramira River. At the headquarters of the Allied forces, the Star Dragon and Hayu were carefully preparing for a fierce battle. The leader told the soldiers that the troops were already deployed according to the plan. Embryon plans to combine its ground forces with submarines. For this purpose, they have set up a minefield to delay them. The Star Dragon and Haya helicopter units can attack the enemy sapper squad from the air, and missiles will finish off those who manage to get out of the forest. This way, nothing will be left of the embryo. The embryo ground support camp reported that an investigation showed that troops had begun to move. They planned to attack them from an ambush in the Cloud Valley. The soldiers knew that there was no way to get around Cloudy Valley, so they would have to accept a fierce battle. They decided to go there immediately. They decided to show their opponents how ruthless they were. The Black Ghost was also approaching that place. He knew that this must be the place where the battle would take place. He realized that now he had better find some shelter and wait there for it to begin. While he was driving and thinking about it, he received a phone call. The caller asked him if he was planning to join Embryo. It was Bennett Anderson who called him. He emphasized to the Black Ghost that the Darknet remained neutral and that the guy shouldn't get carried away. The Black Ghost replied that Mr. Anderson shouldn't worry because he never betrays his partners. And then he added that he would need Bennett Anderson's help in the near future. Raging Sword, who was traveling with the Black Ghost, developed severe car sickness. All of his attributes were temporarily reduced by 30%. He was really not feeling well. After getting out of the car, Raging Sword bombarded Black Ghost with questions. He wondered where they were headed, if they were going to fight the embryo, if they had been spotted, if the Star Dragon would attack them by accident. The Black Ghost reassured him. He said that there was no need to worry. Their truck was covered with anti-radar SUI. They could not be detected. But he did not go into details. He said that Raging Sword wouldn't understand anything anyway. He decided to give him a task so that he wouldn't be bored without work. Violent Sword was very disappointed with the task the Black Ghost gave him. It was like the same as when they met. The task was dancing. The Black Ghost laughed at him and told him to dance while they waited to make it more fun. So Sword Rage had no choice but to do the task. The Star Dragon command camp was preparing for a fierce battle. A soldier ran to the tent and reported to his superiors that the radar had been disabled by strong electromagnetic radiation. The direction of the attack is the embryo's route of departure. The chief ordered to activate the backup radar, turn off the electronics, and turn it on every 5 to 12 seconds. Meanwhile, a jet plane buzzed in the sky. It was an Embryon Air Force plane. They decided to launch an air attack. There were several planes. They started bombing the area. The Star Dragon military camp was nearby. The chief gave the order to launch the interceptor missile system. A fierce battle ensued. Missiles were launched at the embryo aircraft. Lin Yu said that the Allies will soon restart the radar, so they need to break through immediately, and he ordered the mine detection machines to start searching. Then he contacted Embryo's performer Mihawks and ordered him to wait until they got out of the forest and then lead the strike team. They had to defeat the enemy by any means necessary. In the Star Dragon supply camp, players work at full capacity. A player named Flash Risotto was very scared of the missiles. He said he thought he was going to die as those missiles flew overhead. Bright Moon suggested that they focus on supplying resources, as combat missions are not their forte. But one player named Jiang Yuda said that she really wanted to try other tasks. A Flash of Risotto replied that they were only carrying a couple of pocket pistols. There was nothing they could do with them. Bright Moon added that they would just die, and that was that. But Jiang Yuda insisted that she still really wanted to try to fight. Then Bright Moon suggested that Flash Risotto go at least to see what the situation was like. Jiang Yuda was greatly motivated by this and ran as fast as possible to where the fighting was going on. The Black Ghost was watching the battle with his mechanical devices. He saw that the trucks were burning. The embryo convoy was able to overcome the forest and drive to the plains. Then the Black Ghost looked through his binoculars toward the mouth of the Tedramire River and saw that the battle had already begun. He thought that it would be appropriate to prepare a gala meeting for Embryo right now. So he turned to the Violent Sword and gave him a new task. The boy had to bury one device that Han Xiao had given him in a certain place in the forest. The Violent Sword liked the task because it was rewarded with a very good reward. So he politely took the mines and, singing, went to bury them. He said that he was a master at burying mines. The Black Ghost noted that the tasks of setting traps and other things are perfect for players. Then he took his electromagnetic pulse controller out of the car. It looked like a traveling pillow. The Black Ghost lay down under the tree with this pillow under his head and decided to take a nap. The embryo column continued to move across the plain. Their vehicles and tanks were constantly under fire. One of the soldiers told the commander that the shelling was very powerful. They were unlikely to break through. Then Commander Lin Yu ordered them to gather together and activate the veil. The embryo fighters activated a firewall to break through. Their guns were firing uninterruptedly to kill. The combined forces of the Star Dragon and Haiyu were worried that the embryo would soon break through the defense line. Their planning department has calculated several possible locations for the unification of Embryo's naval and ground forces. After looking at those calculations, the commander decided to change the plan. He ordered the blockade ring to retreat and let the embryo troops through. In the Star Dragon Logistics Battalion, the players performed their tasks. And Jiang Yuda still could not calm down. She said that she didn't like just watching the NPS struggle. She wanted to take an active part in it herself. Suddenly, a flash of risotto drew the girls' attention to someone approaching them. And this was the singer of Embryo, Mihawks. He and his crew arrived on motorcycles. As it turns out, Mihawks was a skilled biker. He had a great command of his motorcycle. The players saw that the Embryo squad was ambushing them. The Star Dragon and Haya fighters opened fire on them, but then decided to shoot at the fighters themselves. It would have been better to shoot at the motorcycles the bikers had come on to prevent them from advancing. A new battle began here. The Star Dragon and Haya fighters were caught off guard by this unexpected visit. In one deft movement, Mihawks jumped off his motorcycle and rushed into hand-to-hand combat. His punching power was extremely powerful. He easily dealt with his opponents. The Star Dragon and Haya fighters immediately reported to their superiors that the Embryo executor had broken through their blockade. They needed help immediately. And then a sniper bullet hit Mihawks, the singer of Embryo, directly. He was thrown back. Mihawks fell to the ground. The bullet hit him in the shoulder. The wound was bleeding. It was the Black Ghost who entered the fray. He stopped Mihawks with an accurate shot. The captain of the Star Dragon and Haiyu noted that it was an extremely powerful sniper with only one rifle. He began to realize that it was the Black Ghost, but he wondered why he was helping them. A soldier sitting next to the chief asked what they should do next, how to act. The commander replied that the sniper did not look like their enemy, so let everyone concentrate solely on fighting Embryo. Meanwhile, the Embryo headquarters reported that Mihawks was wounded. Chief Lin Yu ordered the second squad to deal with the sniper who shot Mihawks. He also ordered me to take a few of the test subjects they had brought with them. The Black Ghost continued to monitor the area and kept his rifle at the ready. Battle on the Tedramira River. Various. The Black Ghost entered the battle between the Star Dragon and the embryo. As he chose a side, information was offered on how he could help his allies. The Black Ghost knew that this task could not be rewarded with less than 300,000 experience points. This time he would have a very good reward. At the moment he was targeting embryo military equipment that was trying to break through the Star Dragon's defense line. The Black Ghost called out to the Sword of Lust to come back to him. The Violent Sword had just set the last mine and was already running back. And then the Black Ghost pressed a button, and launchers appeared from the ground right in front of the column of embryo tanks. They started firing shells at enemy vehicles from different locations. The shots were so powerful that the tanks were simply scattered in all directions. The Sword of the Storm saw it all with his own eyes. He was very surprised that the mines he had placed on the orders of the Black Ghost were so powerful that they blew up an entire armored personnel carrier. Mines were exploding, tanks were burning, and the convoy was stopped. They could not move on. But the battle continued. The embryo unit did not give up. They wanted to break through the blockade at all costs. The battle was joined by experimental super soldiers trained in the laboratories of the embryo organization. Swordfish was watching all that with binoculars. He saw those experimental super soldiers. They looked like monsters, and they were very strong. The Black Ghost was also a bit surprised by the appearance of such embryo super soldiers. He thought that perhaps the embryo lab had studied the mechanical arm he had left behind during his escape from the base. And this led to the acceleration of the plot, as well as the acceleration of the creation of super soldiers. But it was clear that the modification had not yet completely affected the entire body of the super soldiers. The Black Ghost's mine launchers continued to fire, but the super soldiers easily repelled these attacks. Their shields reliably protected them. For them, it was just child's play. Having fought off the attack, they launched a contour offensive. With a few powerful blows, they destroyed the mine installations that the Lush Sword had carefully placed on the territory. The Black Ghost noted that the super soldiers have excellent defense capabilities. Then he decided to release his powerful robots to meet them. The Black Ghost's truck was parked in a safe place. He opened the door remotely, and with it came the works that Han Xiao had prepared in advance. A fierce battle between the embryo super soldiers and the Black Ghost robots has begun. The robots began to attack, and the super soldiers defended themselves with their super strong shields. But the robots had more powerful weapons and were able to shatter the shields of the super soldiers. Several super soldiers were defeated. They were the first to be wounded. But this did not stop them at all, but on the contrary made them angry and they moved forward. The Black Ghost saw that the super soldiers were still alive, even after the attack by his robots. Apparently, the defense capability and strength of the exoskeleton significantly reduces injuries. It was also a surprise that the super soldiers had spare shields. One volley knocked out a fifth of their health. The Black Ghost realized that it was time to call for help. So he ordered the Sword of Lust to take out a suitcase with a red triangular marking, and he added that he had a little business for him. The Sword of the Storm was shocked by the large reward offered for this task. The task was called Brave Sacrifice. I had to gather all my unfulfilled dreams and light up the sky with a brilliant explosion. And it was too late to refuse to complete this task. Holding the suitcase in his hands, Swordfish saw that he was already being attacked by an embryo super soldier. The super soldier jumped high up. The Violent Sword sat on the ground, preparing to attack. Then he got up and closed his eyes and said that he was ready to fight to the death. He completely took the super soldier's blow on himself. As a result, a powerful explosion occurred. This explosion completely shattered the super soldier. The Violent Sword was thrown aside. The wreckage of the super soldier landed on the ground after the explosion, completely destroyed. Now there are 2 more super soldiers left. The Black Ghost decided to deal with them on his own. He aimed his rifle at them again and triggered the Flaming Will ability. The first super soldier rushed to the attack. He menacingly wished Black Death. And then he got shot in the head. He was thrown back. With such a powerful shot, the Black Ghost eliminated 1 super soldier. He received 24,388 experience points for killing test subject 044. The Black Ghost saw that the assembly line soldiers were quite easy to deal with. He needed to eliminate 2 more higher-level soldiers to increase his rank. To get the 5th rank, he needed to eliminate 3 opponents of a level higher than his own. Meanwhile, the Sword of the Storm was very happy with the rewards he received. He saw that dying in that game was not at all unprofitable. With joy, he threw himself into the arms of the Black Ghost and asked him to give him more such suicide assignments later. The Black Ghost did not like being touched in this way, so he angrily threw the Sword of Violence away from him and ordered him to keep his distance. In a flash of risotto, he saw the raging sword, who was familiar to him. Then he also saw the NPC, the black ghost, standing next to him. The bright moon said that the two of them had left. A flash of risotto noticed that they were heading toward the Tedramira River. They all hurried after them. Embryo's executive, Lin Yu, ordered the enemy shells to be shot down. There was the headquarters ship Haisai. The commander ordered his men to prepare torpedoes, and when the embryo entered the sea zone, to fire. He also ordered them to continuously scan the surrounding area with sonar in case the embryo received reinforcements. He asked where their fighters were. We need them to sink the enemy battleships. Finally, the planes arrived. They began to fire at the embryo's navy. A fierce battle at sea began. Fighters were shooting at the ships. The soldiers were satisfied with the first result. They continued their work. Suddenly, the pilot found himself in a thick fog that came out of nowhere. In this fog, it was difficult for him to control the airplane. Suddenly, out of the fog, Embryo's executive director, Rene, appeared. With one blow, he smashed the window and rushed at the pilot with 2 knives. Then he slit his throat and said that the Heisei had started rejoicing too early. He called all the pilots weaklings because they could not withstand one of his blows. Then he returned to their command ship. He turned to Gila, putting his hand on her shoulder. He told her that he had already done his part. Now it was up to her. Gila snapped at him and told him to get his filthy paws off her if he didn't plan to die right now. Now the Red Viper also rushed to attack the Haiyu planes. It jumped high and looked like it had turned into a real demon. My eyes became frantic. The Red Viper began to scream shrilly. Her scream set everything on fire. It was deafening and deadly. The opponents began to bleed from the eyes, ears, and mouth. They tried to cover their ears, but it was no use. The soldiers could do nothing but simply fell weakly to the floor, bleeding. As a result of the Red Viper's attack, not only Kaya but also Embryo soldiers were injured. Then Hila landed on the command ship. Reneth was also affected by her scream. He asked why she was doing this to them. Then he asked if she was going to kill him. But the Red Viper will not stoop to his level. Embryo's leaders have destroyed the enemy fleet. It was time to act. The soldiers rushed forward. Every second counted. The captain ordered units A and B to go to the ground to help the ground forces. Squad C was to remain on guard. The soldiers started acting very quickly according to the order, because there was no time to delay. They immediately rushed to the ship. The way was now clear, but at any moment they could be attacked again. Some of Embryo's ground troops broke through the blockade line and loaded onto the ship. Now they are unable to resist, so there is a fresh chance to attack them. Captain Heisei told the squadron's peacekeeper to prepare to launch a guided missile and start firing. Soon preparations for the launch of the guided missile were completed, but suddenly their radar detected several dozen objects moving very quickly underwater. Captain Heisei asked if this was a suspicion of Embryo submarines. He was furious why they were not detected by sonar earlier. How could they have missed it? Their ship was sunk by a single strike from an unknown underwater object. Being overconfident in their own rightness is the way of the high people. They had no idea that the Black Ghost would ambush them with submarines. Meanwhile, the Embryo ground forces have already been fully loaded onto the ship. According to all estimates, they will join the command ship in 30 minutes. Now Embryon had to prepare for the evacuation as soon as possible. The Star Dragon control camp had its own plans. The Haya fleet remains in place as before. If the Star Dragon continues to delay, there is every risk of missing the Embryo. So the chief decided that he could not wait any longer. He ordered to gather special agents of the 13th unit, as well as elite soldiers. They were to attack Embryo. Special agents of the 13th unit immediately responded to the order and boarded military boats. The goal of the strike group was to sow panic on board the Embryo. It was necessary to delay their evacuation. A small group of special agents had to find the right moment to kill the Embryo's leader. People from Embryon began to be pushed even harder as they sensed a clear threat of another attack. They could already see the enemy fleet ahead, which was inevitably approaching them. The order was given to immediately gather together and take the fight. The evacuation was halted for the time being. The Embryo ships were attacked by the special agents of the 13th Star Dragon unit, Captain Zhang Wei, Li Yalin, and their newest fighter, Hu Yue. Soon they all landed on the deck of the Embryo ship for evacuation. Li Yalin is a master in close combat. She was subjected to targeted fire. However, the girl was very skillful in fighting and also skillfully dodged shells. Captain Zhang Wei was wearing the same suit that their mechanic Han Xiao had once made for him. He created some kind of cleaving fire. Everyone who was hit by that fire was scattered by the blast wave. Hao Yue held a pistol in one hand and an assault rifle in the other. He had excellent firearms skills. He quickly dealt with his rivals. Many fighters were defeated. Captain Zhang Wei praised Hu Yue. He said he was good at something. The team was ready to continue attacking. Suddenly, something caught Hao Yue's attention. He turned his head in surprise in the direction of the sound. Some terrible flame in the form of a demon was coming at them menacingly. It appeared from the burning ship Embryo. The Red Viper launched a counterattack. Thanks to her abilities, she jumped out of her destroyed ship and began to attack the fighters of the 13th Star Dragon unit. She was immediately met by Li Yalin. She had already swung her sword at the Red Viper. The Red Viper immediately created its shield and protected itself from a direct sword strike. The Red Viper was absolutely furious. This was the second time she had fought a special agent who had something to do with Zero. This irritated her even more. The previous time, Li Yalin managed to avoid being hurt by Hila. Now the Red Viper has continued its attack. The girls fought a fierce battle. The Red Viper struck Li Yalin a powerful blow. Hu Yue saw that his partner was hurt and immediately rushed to her aid. He started shooting at the Red Viper with 2 pistols with hatred. But the Red Viper had an extremely strong shield. It did not allow a single bullet to reach it. After deflecting all Hao Yue's shots, Hila told him not to be too confident. And then she launched her own projectile at him. Hao Yue was unable to defend himself from her blow. The pistols fell from his hands and he fell to the deck. Meanwhile, Li Yalin had already recovered and was ready for a new battle with the Red Viper, who had also jumped up, waiting for the battle to begin. Li Yalin shouted to the Red Viper that she was her rival, not anyone else. The Red Viper just laughed at this application. Does the girl really think she can defeat it? She gathered all her skills, used her abilities, and summoned her demon flame. Li Yalin did not expect such a quick attack from her opponent. She did not have time to defend herself in time. The girl was horrified to think that it was all over and that she was going to fail. Hila's punches were very powerful. She was a high-level fighter, but suddenly her body was pierced by a sniper's bullet. The Red Viper screamed and started to fall down. Hu Yue saw that Hila was wounded. He wondered when such a powerful sniper had appeared in the new strike force. Li Yalin realized that there was not a single second to lose. It was necessary to continue to put pressure on the Red Viper immediately. The Black Ghost expected this. That's what a future boss should be like. She has more abilities than Bennett. The only difference between them is sheer luck. Han Xiao took aim again. He decided to help them all. Li Yalin attacked the Red Viper strongly. She struck it with a powerful sword. The Red Viper had regenerative abilities. Its wounds healed quite quickly. The sniper was the one who confused her the most. His shots were accurate and unexpected. Hila was furious with him. The Red Viper was somewhat distracted by looking in the direction where the sniper might be, and let his guard down a bit. Zhang Wei, the captain of the 13th unit, took advantage of this. He immediately attacked her. However, the Red Viper still managed to create its own protective shield and avoided a direct hit from the captain. She recovered and said that it was all children's games against her. However, Zhang Wei continued to attack the Red Viper. He attacked towards it to finally completely exhaust it. And thus he prepared his subordinates to continue the joint attack on Hila. Li Yalin again entered the battle. She attacked the Red Viper with her sword. Hila managed to protect herself with her shield. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang Wei attacked the Red Viper from the opposite side. He opened fire on it with an assault rifle. The Red Viper turned around and began to defend itself again. She created her own shield and shouted from behind it, "Did they really hope to corner her in this way?" Then the Red Viper, without hesitation, counterattacked Zhang Wei. Li Yalin shouted for the captain to be careful. But then the Black Ghost fired again with his sniper rifle. The Red Viper was wounded by him for the second time in this battle. This prevented it from attacking Zhang Wei. The captain stopped in surprise. He gratefully thought that an unknown sniper had just saved his life. Li Yalin noted that the unknown sniper seemed to understand their style of fighting. It was necessary to continue fighting the Red Viper to give the other fighters the opportunity to create an attack. The Red Viper started mocking the fighters of the 13th Star Dragon unit again. She said that she was already bored with this battle. However, the special agents of the 13th unit continued to attack her. Hila was very angry with the unknown sniper. She wondered who he was, because he was very skilled. Embryo's head Honcho Lin Yu watched that powerful battle from the command ship of the Embryo fleet. He was worried that Hila had been defeated because nothing was clear yet. All he could see was that, judging by the style of combat, the unknown sniper was a Black Ghost. They were already approaching the sea. They would really need Hila's ability to deal damage in the area. It is imperative that she be released immediately. Lin Yu ordered one of his men, Ugar, to eliminate the Black Ghost. Ugar gladly accepted the order to carry it out. He said he would gladly destroy the Black Ghost. He immediately ran to find out where the sniper was hiding. First of all, it was necessary to determine the place of his ambush, and he managed to detect a sniper's ambush. He went there as soon as possible. But suddenly someone stopped him. They even shouted his name. One fighter blocked Urar's path. He said he would never let him through. Ugar was furious that someone dared to stop him, preventing his attack. He was one of the fighters of the 13th Star Dragon unit. He stood menacingly on the road and told Ugar not to even think about taking a step forward. Ugar arrogantly asked if he was going to stop him from doing so, and a fierce battle began between them. Each was a high-level fighter and had his own developed abilities and skills. Lin Yu, the embryo's executive, saw that Ugar had been detained, and they had no time to lose, so he decided to send Reneth to deal with the Black Ghost as well. Ranit was only too happy to serve his organization again and gladly accepted the order to execute. But when Rene attacked the Black Ghost, he was immediately protected by the Sword of Rage. He shouted to his boss to be careful and covered him with his body. The Black Ghost saw that Reneth must have teleported. He managed to create a partial defense on himself. Rene was furious. He thought that the Black Ghost was just a high-ranking sniper, but it turned out that he was also extremely strong in close combat. Reneth saw that the Black Ghost was very difficult to defeat, so he decided to retreat immediately. But the Black Ghost did not want to let him go so quickly and grabbed his legs when he was about to teleport out of there. Then he decided to counterattack his attacker, but at first he simply did not let him go. Reneth shouted at the Black Ghost as he managed to get through its teleporter. As a result, he was unable to escape. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost prepared to strike his opponent. With one powerful blow, he hit Rene directly in the face with his hand, which was wearing an electromagnetic glove. The Black Ghost thus completely defeated his opponent. Rene did not expect them to travel together with his teleporter. He also thought that the sniper would be weak in close combat. And then the soldiers of the embryo organization ran to attack the Black Ghost. They did not expect their opponent to teleport directly to their ship. It turns out that he had trapped himself. The Black Ghost stood in the middle of the deck above his opponent, whom he had just defeated. The embryo soldiers surrounded him and pointed their guns at him. They began to fire at the enemy with hatred, fiercely wishing to destroy him. The Black Ghost opened his cloak with a smile on his lips. He seemed to be mocking his opponents. An incomprehensible device was attached to his chest. The Black Ghost still paused, and suddenly everyone saw the effect of that machine. All the bullets flying at the Black Ghost stopped right in front of his body. Embryo soldiers were shocked by the sight. None of their bullets hit the enemy, and then everyone was horrified to see that the bullets they fired began to ricochet. A dome formed over the Black Ghost, which did not allow any bullets to reach it and even deflected them in the opposite direction. A terrible slaughter began. Everyone who surrounded the Black Ghost was killed. They simply did not have time to hide from their own weapons. The device that came in handy for the Black Ghost was called the Field Repulsor. Type, unusual machine. Power output, 110/150ths, requires a charge. Effective range, 20 meters. Effect, generates a strong repulsive field and repels objects in the area of action. Recharge time, 6 minutes. Note, go away. The Black Ghost was satisfied with the effect of the field repulsor. He said it was his new useful toy. After an insanely successful battle for the Black Ghost, he pulled out his gun and was about to move to another place. Now the Black Ghost decided that since he was here by the will of fate, he would kill the Magnificent Seven. The embryo command ship received a report of recent heavy casualties. Chief Lin Yu couldn't believe it at first. After all, Rene, that idiot, didn't kill the Black Ghost. Moreover, he brought this enemy to them, to their flotilla. Han Xiao, meanwhile, continued to implement his plan. Lin Yu contacted Hila. He told her that Rene was dead. He ordered her to come to them immediately and deal with the Black Ghost. Hila was very annoyed. She was tired of all the games the Black Ghost was playing. She was frantic to end it all as soon as possible. As Hila approached the command ship, she immediately used her powerful attack. She opened her mouth and screamed. The Black Ghost put his hands over his ears and leaned back on the deck. Hila hung in the air. Han Xiao received 211 points of psychological attack damage from the Red Viper's attack. He was now in a state of concussion. He pulled out a pulse grenade he was carrying. This grenade uses high-frequency sound to destroy the eardrum. Range, 50 meters. Effect, causes dizziness. The range is determined by endurance. The Black Ghost threw a pulse grenade at the Red Viper's feet. The grenade looked like an ordinary anti-tank grenade. Hell just huffed at that, thinking that the Black Ghost wanted to defeat her with such a grenade. How naive he was. She laughed at him. And then the grenade started to work. It made such a piercing sound that the Red Viper covered both his ears and eyes. As a result, she was temporarily paralyzed, unable to attack or defend herself. Before, the Black Ghost was dizzy from the scream of the Red Viper, and now let him feel how terrible it is to hear such a sound. So he took out his pistols and started shooting at the Red Viper while it was semi-paralyzed. The bullets hit hell. She could no longer resist, let alone counterattack. Then the Black Ghost kicked her, pushing her overboard from the ship where they were fighting. So the Red Viper, defeated, fell overboard into the sea. It no longer posed a threat to its rivals. The Black Ghost stood on the edge of the deck and watched the body of the Red Viper go underwater. He realized that Hela was a difficult boss, very difficult to defeat. It was better to let her leave the battlefield. The special agents of the 13th Star Dragon Division arrived. Li Yalin saw the Black Ghost pointing at him with her finger and shouted, "How dare he come here?" And then she lowered her voice and said in a friendly tone that she had been looking for Han Xiao for a long time and had finally found him. The Black Ghost began to play dumb. He said he didn't know who Han Xiao was and that she was confusing him with someone else. He thought to himself that it was unfortunate that he had run into Li Yalin. The girl came closer to him, took his collar with one hand and clenched the other in a fist. She said that he was overdressed. Then she added that he shouldn't even think that the mask would help him hide. Hu Yue asked Commander Jiang Wei what was going on here. The commander rounded his eyes and could not believe that it was Han Xiao, the Black Ghost, who was standing in front of them. He wondered what he looked like now. Li Yalin continued to yell at the Black Ghost that it was absolutely useless for him to run away to the darknet. She demanded that he immediately give her the advance he had given her for Han Xiao Tongdiao a long time ago. The captain interjected. He said that Han Xiao had joined the darknet, but the top of the 13th Star Dragon Division had a mixed reaction. Perhaps Han Xiao is on a secret espionage mission. He walked closer to Li Yalin, put his hand on her shoulder, and told her to calm down and stop screaming. Han Xiao must be on a secret mission. While they were talking and arguing like that, the enemy attacked them. It was one of the embryo fighters. He landed next to the special agents of the 13th unit of the Star Dragon. He was wearing a gray cap with a naked torso. As soon as he landed, he underwent a transformation. He transformed into a huge white wolf. This wolf immediately rushed to attack the special agents. Everyone prepared for defense and another battle. Li Yalin jumped up holding her swords. At this time, Captain Jiang Wei addressed the wolf. He told him to look at him, not up at Yalin, but at him. Then he jumped up and struck the wolf's head with a powerful blow. He knew the soldier well. As soon as the wolf was silenced by that blow, the Black Ghost entered the fray. He held his pistols ready. Han Xiao said that now was his chance. With 2 accurate shots, the Black Ghost hit the wolf right in the head. The wolf only opened its mouth. Blood splashed from its head. Li Yalin praised the Black Ghost for being a damn good shot. Then the girl struck the wolf's back again. She ran her sword right through its spine. The wolf stood up on its haunches, and the special agents of the 13th unit continued to inflict fatal wounds on it from all sides. Hao Yue only admired the way his colleagues worked. He watched as the 3 special agents worked so smoothly together, never once even talking. He could see that with such a powerful attack, the wolf had absolutely no strength left to retaliate. The wolf began to whimper. His body was wounded everywhere with cuts and bullet wounds. He had less and less strength. The Black Ghost took up his sniper rifle and aimed at the wolf. He will not let it escape from the battlefield. The wolf jumped up, but a sniper's bullet caught him in the air. Then he was put down by a blow from above by Captain Jiang Wei. The squad of the 13th Star Dragon Unit took turns delivering crushing blows to the enemy in a coordinated manner. Afterward, Black Ghost and Jiang Wei congratulated each other on their excellent work. They had done a perfect job. And then the captain received information on the radio that the embryo fleet was approaching the sea. They were ordered to intercept them immediately. Jiang Wei accepted the order for execution. He immediately passed it on to the men of his unit. The soldiers responded immediately. Then Jiang Wei addressed the Black Ghost. At first he wanted to call him Han Xiao, as he had done in the past, but when he said, Han, he stuttered and continued to address him as the Black Ghost. He asked him if he would go with them to intercept the enemy. The Black Ghost refused and waved goodbye to the captain. Meanwhile, the Red Viper emerged from the water. She was extremely angry with the Black Ghost. She threatened him, though she thought to herself that she remembered him well. The battle continued at sea. Embryo could not evacuate in any way. They were being chased, their ships were being destroyed. Haya's people were very nervous and wanted to make Embryo go away at all costs. But their leader reassured the soldiers. He had his own strategy. He put his hand on the shoulder of one of the soldiers and told him to stop being nervous. He said that this time, the Embryo lost 70% of its troops, while their losses did not even amount to 10%. Therefore, they were the winners in this battle. The Black Ghost continued on with the sword of violence on his own business, and Han Xiao decided to give the boy a fresh task so that he would not waste his time. He created a task in which the raging sword had to learn to bark like a dog, and he gave a lot of experience points for this. This incredible generosity of the boss surprised and delighted the lush sword. The Black Ghost said that this reward was for the boy's defense of him from an enemy attack. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost case was moving forward. He advanced and got a second upgrade. Then Black Ghost and Violent Sword saw a supply helicopter arrive to pick them up. Progress Embryo's fall advanced by 2%, and the total increase was 21%. The Black Ghost has moved to a supply helicopter. In recent days, other continents have struck at the evacuated embryo forces. This may also slightly increase the completion of the task. The Black Ghost decided that after the embryo completed the evacuation, it was necessary to go to its main base on the Andria mainland in order to earn even more experience points. When the helicopter on which Black Ghost and Violent Sword had boarded flew away to a safe distance, Han Xiao blew up his truck. The Swordmaster was a bit shocked by this decision. He did not understand how it was possible to blow up his property like that. But the Black Ghost explained that he didn't want to leave any traces so that he wouldn't be tracked. The Sword of Rage put it down to the fact that the Black Ghost was very rich, and money spoils people. At Embryo's command headquarters, the head of the organization lamented that they had suffered serious losses in breaking through the blockade. It is worth noting that about 70% of the performers alone were killed. One of the executors said that the Black Ghost had killed 3 of the executors by himself. He asked the manager if he should now start hunting him down and deal with him. The head of Embryo replied that the Black Ghost was a worthless killer, not even worth their time and energy. First, they need to put him under surveillance, and for now, their first priority is to make their next move public. He said they had already lost all their bases on 3 continents. The 6 nations, who are doing fine with their internal conflicts, could attack their main base on the Andria continent at any time. Then the perpetrator reminded the leader that they also had an intercontinental nuclear bomb, just in case. He said that they could release it, and then everyone would die. The leader denied that the time has not yet come for this. For now, they need to change the focus of the 6 powers so that they do not have free time to start a war for resources. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a soldier who ran to them with a report that they had received a message from Base 13. It concerned a recent successful research subject from the genetic enhancement plan. The supervisor began to read the report. He was looking for an answer to the question of what had happened to the test subject. After all, he was wondering why there was some unpleasant news every day. The soldier who brought this message said that cases like this one have happened to more than one person. This is a common phenomenon that is spreading like a plague. The head of Embryo was upset. He thought that some very strange things were happening in their laboratories. But it seems to him that success is still on their side, and he said with satisfaction that now it was time for the 6 powers to worry a little. Meanwhile, the Red Viper had already managed to regain consciousness. She washed herself in the bathroom and looked at her wounds in the mirror. She knew that no matter how many wounds she had on her body, they would all heal. Her biggest concern was when all these clashes and wars would finally end. Only then will she be able to reunite with her sister and leave with her. They will be able to be together. The special agents of the 13th Star Dragon Division told their colleagues that they had met Han Xiao, and he is the mysterious Black Ghost. Hacker Lin Yao could not believe it. He insisted that they were simply mistaken. Instead, Li Yaolin confidently asserted that she would always recognize Han Xiao, even if he turned to ashes. Then Lin Yao asked their captain if they would stop looking for him. Captain Zhang Wei replied that he had noticed sadness and confusion in the Black Ghost's eyes as he said goodbye to them. Most likely, he is on a secret mission. He promised his men that he would check with his superiors about this when he gave them a report. Then Li Yaolin asked the captain to find out something for her, namely when Han Xiao is going to return the money he owes her. The helicopters returned to the base. The special agents of the 13th unit also returned to rest. Disusu was the first to meet them. She came up to Li Yaolin, hugged her, held her tightly, and asked if she, the little one, was injured. Li Yaolin just tried to push her away. Then she said that she had heard that the Black Ghost was fighting them hand in hand. She added that she had also met him before. This information touched Li Yaolin, and the girl asked Disusa what the Black Ghost was doing when she saw him. Disusu replied that at the time they met, he was still called Mr. Black. Back then, he was a Scorpion-level assassin who took part in the mission to defend the city of White Gull. The head of the Darknet himself was very interested in him. Li Yalin grabbed her friend with both hands and frantically began to ask her if she had any more information about the black ghost. Disusu wondered why Li Yalin was so interested in him. Li Yalin blushed and replied awkwardly that she was just curious. Then Disusu leaned over to her ear, put her palm to it, and said quietly that she would tell her something in confidence. She was going to tell the girl what she had been told by a friend named Golden Fox. Meanwhile, Captain Jiang Wei and hacker Lin Yao listened as closely as possible to what the girls were whispering about, and then they were all stunned by the information that Disusu gave them. The girl said that she had been told that the black ghost was not interested in girls, but in men. Disusu put her hand over her mouth, giggled, and added meaningfully that if they met him again, they should be more careful. Captain Jiang Wei scratched the back of his head and said that the black ghost was their partner after all, so they shouldn't jump to conclusions and judge him. The secret department of the Star Dragon was doing its usual daily work. The head of the secret department was informed that Special Agent Jiang Wei had requested a video call. The manager accepted this request, and Jiang Wei reported that they had met Han Xiao. The manager was extremely interested in this information and asked the captain to continue the story. He listened attentively. The captain reported that the black ghost from the darknet had joined the fight. They fought hand in hand, understanding each other without words. And afterwards they realized that it was Han Xiao. The black ghost is a top-level darknet assassin. Although Han Xiao's strength exceeds all expectations, he is still far from the black ghost. The head of the secret department of the Star Dragon thought so. He told Jiang Wei that they must have made a mistake. Jiang Wei wanted to say something, but the head of the secret department interrupted him and told him not to say anything else. He said with certainty that Han Xiao could not be the black ghost. Jiang Wei disconnected from the video call, saying that he understood everything. He really understood that his boss was giving him a hint to stop spreading this information. He decided that Han Xiao had most likely been sent on a special mission by someone higher up, and that was why it was necessary to keep everything in strict confidence. Another important meeting was held in the Star Dragon. At the meeting, the chief told the audience that Jiang Wei said that the black ghost had helped them a lot in the fight against Embryo. But it remains unknown whether this was an instruction from the Darknet or his personal decision. Recently, the Darknet organization was preparing to launch the shelter program and asked them to provide material assistance. Perhaps by sending the black ghost, they intended to show them their favor. This opinion was expressed by the chairman of the meeting. The head of the secret department denied this, saying that the Darknet continues to remain neutral, and their gesture toward the Six Powers is clearly a very good sign. The chairman of the meeting said that they would support Darknet's shelter program and provide them with material assistance. He ordered to find a way to establish relations with them. The events are transferred to the River Valley estate. Wang Yuan was talking to someone on the phone and he was happy about it. He had clearly received good news. After the conversation, he told Bennett Anderson that Star Dragon would provide them with financial assistance. Bennett Anderson was drinking tea as usual. He asked why Star Dragon would make such a decision. Wang Yuan replied that they were very grateful for their help. This surprised Bennett Anderson even more. He asked if they had provided any assistance to the Star Dragon. They hadn't done anything. And then Mr. Anderson realized that perhaps the Star Dragon thought that the Black Ghost was a Darknet person. Now Bennett Anderson owes the Black Ghost a debt. The other 5 countries continue to evade the question of providing assistance to the Darknet, but there is still a chance to bargain. Wang Yuan said that with Star Dragon's material assistance, they will have enough funds for the first step. It is necessary to put the shelter program into operation as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Mr. Black arrived by helicopter to the place where he needed to go. The Sword of Violence asked him for permission to leave for a while, unless, of course, he had any tasks for him at the moment. And the guy just disappeared from his seat, which shocked the pilot, who opened his mouth and said that the Sword of the Storm had simply evaporated. The Black Ghost calmly replied that the boy had mastered a certain skill for this. There are a lot of unusual abilities in this universe. But sooner or later, the NPCs will realize the peculiarities of the players, and then interesting events will definitely happen. The most important thing now is to raise the level in order to become the strongest in Aquamarine. The second level up, to advance, you need to defeat 3 strong opponents whose level is 5 levels higher than yours. Han Xiao planned his actions to improve his own level. In 2 months, he had accumulated 6,100,000 experience points, taking into account what he spent on improving his skills and combining drawings. Everything was ready for promotion. Han Xiao's mechanic trainee level has now been upgraded to level 5. He gained plus 50 energy, plus 1 dexterity, plus 1 endurance, plus 4 intelligence. He gained 3 points of stats and 1 point of abilities. Han Xiao felt that the advancement seemed to have affected the development of his body. Now it feels more flexible and stronger, and his senses began to perceive everything more acutely. As a result, the world became much more magical. Han Xiao's new strength and abilities had a great effect on his overall body tone. Now, with his current combat power and mechanical equipment, he can be considered one of the best fighters, but he still can't compare to the main character, Bennett Anderson. The Black Ghost has used up all the experience he has gained. Now it's time for him to start improving his equipment and training players. To do this, he went to the village of Zelena Dolina, where he could realize his current plans. The village was surrounded by a high wall, which was constantly guarded by local soldiers. Now they saw through their binoculars that the same Black Ghost from the Darknet was approaching them. A responsible person in the Green Valley named Balsam ordered the guard to go talk to him and find out why he had come to them. There were many new players in Zelena Dolina village. As always, they were looking for a way to acquire new skills and abilities. They were all doing their jobs, and now they noticed that a Black Ghost was approaching the village. So the players ran as fast as they could to meet him. They all wanted to get the most out of it. By the time the guard went downstairs as ordered by the person in charge, a bunch of players had already surrounded the Black Ghost. He only wondered how all these new recruits knew the Black Ghost. Suddenly, the Black Ghost heard someone next to him reporting. The journalist introduced himself as Ban Hidog. He greeted him and said that he was starting a new issue of Galactic Expedition. This boy also came to meet him to learn something useful. The Black Ghost paused as if remembering something. That Ban Hidog seemed to resemble a famous game graphic designer. One of the new players asked the Black Ghost why he doesn't sell any items, but only teaches various skills and requires reputation points for doing so. He asked how he could improve his reputation. Ban Hidog suggested that maybe you just need to buy this reputation. The opportunity to upgrade to the mechanic class costs 2,500 aquamarine dollars. It is up to each individual player to agree to pay or not. Finally, a guard sent by the man in charge of the village approached the Black Ghost. He said he was the deputy commander of Balsas. He asked to know why he had come to their village. The Black Ghost laughed to himself when he saw the deputy commander trembling as he spoke. Apparently, this is the effect of the various stories about him. He replied with a smile that he was passing through the village. He added that they should not worry because he would not cause them any trouble. The deputy commander exhaled after hearing the information. He was clearly relieved. Then he invited him to their city of Alamera, and his commander Balsas invites him to dinner in honor of his arrival. But the Black Ghost refused. He said it was not worth the trouble because he had decided to stay here. The deputy commander returned to his boss and told him about his conversation with the Black Ghost. He gave orders to keep an eye on the Black Ghost and to send someone to find out more information about it. He has a suspicion that the Black Ghost came here because of the new players. The new players, meanwhile, were thinking about how they could benefit from the Black Ghost's arrival. By the way, the players see the Black Ghost's nickname, but it's not clear how the NPCs know about it. The players wondered if the Black Ghost is so famous on this planet that literally everyone knows about it. And then it dawned on Ban Hidog that the Black Ghost was a hidden element of the world. He thought that his identity could be used as a background in the prologue of this world. The events are transferred to the Dragon's Horn high-rise in the Star Dragon. There in the secret meeting room, a secret meeting of the leaders of different countries was taking place. Theseus, Raylan, and Star Dragon are in favor of sending troops. Haya and Maple were against. The Horde abstained from responding. They had to discuss a detailed plan for a further expedition to the Andrea mainland. 3 were in favor, 2 were against, and 1 remained silent. The 6 powers finally decided to proceed with the destruction of Embryo's main base. Everyone realized that this would soon lead to a new war. Meanwhile, in a certain village of newcomers on the western mainland, events were taking place. Players have seen the Black Ghost appear in different villages of newcomers. He had already visited the village of Bighorn, and now he was in the village of Green Valley. No one understood whether the Black Ghost's movements were simply the work of the game developers. Some have speculated that perhaps the Black Ghost is the protagonist of the planet, managing the information recorded on the network. Another answered that it was unlikely. The main character must be connected to the storyline. He cannot be introduced so quickly. Most likely he is a mystical Easter egg character, but he has the ability and capacity to transfer to the mechanic class. Apparently, it is very difficult to transfer to this class, so the developers added it to the newbie villages. Some people didn't like this information because they didn't want to wait so long for the Black Ghost to come. Everyone was upset when it would finally be their turn for the Black Ghost to come to their village. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost was in the village of Zelena Dolina. Han Xiao himself never ceased to amaze the player's rich imagination. After all, he is considered to be both a mysterious merchant who's called upon to lead newcomers to prosperity and the head of the mechanic class. It was very interesting for him to read such incredible information about himself. He is also a character who can lead to a hidden storyline, so it's no wonder that so many players approach him to express their willingness to fight the embryo, and some even try to seduce him. And no one thinks he's a simple, let's say, good trader. While thinking and reading information about himself, Han Xiao saw that a new program had been released. It was the Galaxy Times program, which is dedicated to informing people about gaming. They said that the gaming career of players was their top priority. Han Xiao wondered if the content of this show would change after he changed the game's storyline. The program reported that the open testing has been going on for the 10th day. The players are trying their best not to give in to each other. There was a suggestion to see what has happened over the past few days. On the planet Brighton, with its highly developed magical culture, players have a very difficult time. It's extremely easy to reach the death limit there. On the planet Winterfrost, a race of void freaks has extinguished the possessions of a military association. They had a difficult start to the game, but there are also many newcomer planets rich in natural resources. The host of the program hopes that this information has pleased their viewers. The host then added that the most popular planet was Aquamarine. The Black Ghost NPS there caused quite a storm of discussion. Now everyone is wondering what role the Black Ghost actually plays in the plot of the planet. The information they have shows that the Black Ghost holds a high position, and his identity is shrouded in secrecy. Moreover, he and the Embryo organization are irreconcilable enemies. Perhaps the Black Ghost is on the side of the six states. This remains unclear. To find out, you need to ask the game developers themselves. Han Xiao was not interested in hearing this, as there were no clear clarifications, only guesses. The program continued to say that the server had just launched and the players were heatedly discussing the choice of class. It seems that those who did not choose the mechanic class are now very disappointed. And then the program showed a piece of chat where players expressed their opinions. They all wrote negative things about the mechanic class. Some of them didn't even hold back their emotions and wrote downright nasty things. The hosts urged the players to follow the rules of behavior. Han Xiao realized that sooner or later, players would realize that the class mechanic was completely unsuitable for combat, and then there would be more and more negative reviews. And this, accordingly, would have a very negative impact on his business. Meanwhile, the host said that if a player chose the mechanic class, they shouldn't be disappointed, and he offered to watch how the Black Ghost fights. The first footage was of a naval battle with the embryo. After watching this, some players on the forum have already begun to change their minds in favor of the mechanic class. The next footage showed a battle between robots created by the Black Ghost. Then the program showed how the field repulsor machine works when all the bullets fired at the Black Ghost ricocheted and killed all the attackers. This resulted in even more positive feedback about the mechanics class. In the next storyline, the Raging Sword appeared next to the Black Ghost. The players thought that it could reveal a secret storyline. The Black Ghost had no idea that someone was recording such videos. Now players will have a faith class again, which will increase its popularity. The overseer of the village of Zelena Dolina was informed that the new players had a special ability to resurrect. They are resurrected even after being gnawed by monsters. The deputy warden saw this with his own eyes. The warden thought that if he could lure those players to him, they would not be afraid of any enemies. But as soon as he decided to bribe the players, the Black Ghost appeared. Apparently, he wants to get the players' support himself. Superintendent Balsas still did not know what the Black Ghost's goal was. He was grasping for any information he could get. Meanwhile, the village of Zelena Dolina was once again attacked by huge gray wolves. There were a lot of wolves. They attacked the players and immediately gobbled them up. This is not the first time wolves have attacked the village, and not everyone always has time to hide from them. One wolf attacked a player named Big Cat Peppa. He knocked her down and bit her to death. The warden Balsas ordered an immediate alarm because they were being attacked by animals. Then he turned around and saw behind him the Black Ghost sitting on top of the tower, holding his sniper rifle. Balsas asked him how he got there. The Black Ghost calmly replied that he was going to sit here for a while the wolves raged below. Balsas had no answer to this, so he simply agreed. The Black Ghost did not really want to take on a task with a reward of a couple thousand experience points. He started an emergency quest to defend the village of Zelena Dolina, but he decided to wait a little while and let the players work on their own. The players started a fierce battle with a pack of wolves. They fought together, helping each other. A player named Banhidog stood on the side and, despite the beast's attacks, tried to record everything on his camera. In the fierce battle, he saw some great footage for himself. The Black Ghost was surprised that the player even had time to film the scene. In this case, he decided to help the newcomers fight the beasts. In one jump, the Black Ghost moved from the tower directly to the battlefield of the players with the wolves. He also thought that free advertising would not hurt him at all. After all, everything would be filmed. The only thing was that he didn't have much ammunition, and there was a whole pack of wolves. However, after raising the level of physical strength, the Black Ghost should have been able to deal with those wolves. At the same time, this is a good opportunity to test your skills. First, the Black Ghost looked to see where the leader of the pack, the Ashen Wolf King, was. He knew very well that when you start hunting a pack, the first thing you have to do is eliminate the leader. Bypassing all the wolves, the Black Ghost ran as fast as he could straight to the Ashen King. To those wolves who got in his way, the Black Ghost dealt accurate blows and simply destroyed them. As you can see, his physical strength was really enough for him at the moment. All the wolves' attention was now focused on the Black Ghost. They watched where he was going. Finally, the Black Ghost got to the Ashen King. The king was furious at the man's unexpected audacity. Without hesitation, he rushed to attack the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost was ready to attack. He created a shield that prevented the Ash Wolf from harming him. The Black Ghost didn't even feel the blow. He realized that his body had indeed become more enduring, stronger and stronger. The boy was surrounded by beasts on all sides, and in front of him stood the Ashen King of Wolves himself. The Black Ghost created a protective sphere around him that prevented any attacker from approaching him. The Black Ghost was angry. He was annoyed with the wolves who were attacking him, trying to break through his defense. So he jumped up high, using the capabilities of his electromagnetic boots, and pushed his attackers away. Then he ran straight for the Ashen Wolf King. In his eyes, I could read death for the wolf. Then the Black Ghost dug his fingers into the wolf's neck. The boy's new abilities did not fail him. With one punch, he nailed the wolf to the ground. The king of the wolves fell. Then he stood up and raised his huge paw over the Black Ghost. They were both quite strong opponents. The Ashen King of Wolves was about to bite the Black Ghost. The boy skillfully dodged it. Then he struck the wolf a second time right in the face. Blood spurted out of the beast's mouth. The Black Ghost continued to punch his opponent with his fists. He felt incredible strength in his hands. He put a lot of hatred into his every move. The wolf was still alive, but the Black Ghost did not give him the opportunity to counterattack. Eventually, the boy gathered even more strength in his fist and hit the Wolf King very hard. It was the last blow. The Ashen Wolf King fell dead to the ground. The Black Ghost had defeated him. A pack of wolves cried out from the loss of their leader. As you know, animals are lost when their leader dies. For some time, they do not know what to do. But the wolves were only more enraged by the death of their leader. They rushed at the killer of their king in one wave. Furious wolves ran, wanting to tear their offender apart. Then the Black Ghost decided to throw a grenade in their midst. While running away, he turned around and threw that grenade right under the wolves' paws. The grenade instantly exploded, scattering the wolves in different directions. The Black Ghost used to kill animals that were not killed by a grenade with his fists. He was extremely skillful and strong. The other wolves received equally powerful kicks. The Black Ghost showed a high level of combat capability. The players were watching all this intently. They were shocked to see how the Black Ghost managed to kill 100 wolves at once. And the Violent Sword, who also watched the battle, expressed his opinion that the mechanic class is not only excellent at a distance, but no less effective in close combat. He went on to say that he really likes this style of fighting. For him, choosing the mechanic class was the right decision. He has absolutely no regrets about it and has never regretted it. In the meantime, the players didn't waste any time and quickly uploaded a video of the Black Ghost's battle with the wolves to the forum chat. But there was a player in the chat room named Luzman. Every day, he spoke very harshly and negatively about the mechanic class, and this time he joined the discussion of the latest video. He wrote that only one mechanic class NPC was fighting in the video, and the rest were all huddled together, and that was it. He thought it was ridiculous. In his opinion, mechanics need to either work hard like the Black Ghost, or else they will not achieve anything. Players are players. They are not like NPCs. He wanted to be listened to, and he convinced those who chose the mechanic class to immediately quit training and choose any other class, without even thinking about which one. He believed that in any case, every other class would be stronger than the mechanic class. In conclusion, he added that those who listen to him will thank him later. The Black Ghost noticed that Luzman was commenting on every post related to the mechanic class. If he continued in the same vein, it could be bad for his business. But he realized that he couldn't just say that he was also a player, and that NPCs were just a status. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Raging Sword, who came up to him to express his admiration. The boy said that since the last time they had seen each other, the Black Ghost had become even stronger and cooler. But the Black Ghost was in no mood to receive enthusiastic remarks, so he told the Sword of Rage to leave him alone and not to piss him off. And then he gave him a task to pick Sage. The Violent Sword was not happy with this task. He preferred to dance rather than pick grass. Suddenly, a player named Laughing Blade responded to the Loud Sword. That player is in the top 3 of the night game. He won the championship there twice, but no one has been playing this game for a long time. Loud Sword immediately remembered Blade laughing. He said that he didn't know that he had also started playing the Starry Sea game and asked him how the night game was going. Laughing Blade replied that he was already bored with night. Then he told Laughing Blade that they were almost at the same level and offered to exchange experience in a PvP duel. Laughing Blade said that he was an Esper and asked who he was. He thought that he was currently known as the Night Champion, and if he defeated the player who was in contact with the Black Ghost, he would be even more talked about. And tomorrow he could become a hot topic of discussion. The Violent Sword simply replied that he was a mechanic, and he said that first of all, he needed to complete some work. But the Laughing Blade insisted on his point. He emphasized that they had known each other for so many years. He asked how he could refuse a friendly duel. Then he began to provoke him, saying that the Laughing Sword did not respect him. The Lush Sword did not like this provocation, but the Black Ghost heard this conversation, and he told the Sword of Trouble not to refuse to accept the duel. And then he handed him his electromagnetic gloves. He said that it was for him. The Violent Sword grabbed the gloves with both hands and said with tears in his eyes that his boss was very generous to him. The Black Ghost emphasized that he had only given him the gloves for temporary use. Then he tapped the Sword of Trouble on the shoulder and told him to win, because if he didn't, he shouldn't come back to him. The Laughing Blade waited impatiently for the Raging Sword. Finally, he asked if he was coming to fight or not. Violent Sword put on the electromagnetic gloves presented by the Black Ghost and confidently replied that he accepted the duel challenge and would fight. All the players were interested in that duel, so they decided to go and watch. They had heard from the Galaxy Times program that Raging Sword and Laughing Blade were professional players. It would be interesting to see such a fight. The first to strike was the Sword of the Storm. He used his pistol to do so. Laughing Blade managed to defend himself by using his ability to build a protective rock. He knew that Laughing Blade's gun only had 5 bullets. His rock would easily deflect all the shots. But when the Sword Runner ran out of bullets, he would attack. But when the Violent Match fired all the rounds from his pistol, he switched to close combat. This was a complete surprise to Laughing Blade. He hadn't expected or understood how the Violent Sword had managed to move so quickly. Meanwhile, the Sword of Rage did not hesitate. He dealt a powerful blow to his opponent with the help of electromagnetic gloves. As a result, the boy defeated the Laughing Blade. For this, he received 632 experience points. All the players were shocked by the sight. They said that the Raging Sword was very strong. No wonder he was featured in the Galaxy Times program. The players admired its speed. They asked if this hidden task gave him a huge advantage over the others. They also admired the electromagnetic gloves that the swordfish was wearing. Everyone realized that this was high-level equipment. The players were also surprised that mechanics could do such things. They used to think that mechanics only made weapons. The Laughing Blade finally recovered. He reproached the Laughing Sword for agreeing to a friendly duel, but the latter simply killed him. However, the Sword of Rage apologized and said that he did not expect his opponent to be so weak. Laughing Blade was very angry about this. After all, he had spent a lot of experience points, and he was also embarrassed in front of the other players. His excuse was that his internet was not working properly, and he would take revenge on the Laughing Sword next time. After a resounding victory in a duel, the Lush Sword returned to the forest, to his boss. Firstly, he came to return the electromagnetic gloves to the Black Ghost, and secondly, he decided to ask his boss if he could buy the gloves from him. The Black Ghost said that he had already drawn up the drawings for those gloves, so he could easily sell them. He quoted a price of $80,000. It was incredibly expensive for a violent sword. He sincerely burst into tears and said that he would still try to save the necessary amount, although it would take an extremely long time, but he would try. Suddenly, the black ghost heard someone addressing him by name. It was the Laughing Blade who came. He said he had heard that the black ghost was at odds with Embryo, and he expressed a desire to join him in this fight. But the black ghost said that intelligence and strength are needed to fight the Embryo. Therefore, let the Laughing Blade work hard to make sure. The violent sword began to chase the Laughing Blade in the back, telling him not to listen to his boss, who actually wanted to say that he could not join him. Only he is the chosen one. Meanwhile, the black ghost saw that the video of the duel had already been uploaded to the web. He saw that Luzman was once again stirring up controversy. He is a newcomer himself, but he doesn't mind expressing his opinion about mechanics. The black ghost was watching the chat and reading all these arguments, but then something distracted his attention. He saw that someone had arrived in SUVs. The cars had a Loomer's license plate. He wondered who was in them and why. Alamer's messenger, Mr. Xiaojui, arrived here. The black ghost listened to what was going on. Xiaojui folded his arms across his chest and said that he had not come here because of the disappearance of a nobody like Han Xiao. Everyone in the family thinks he's dead. Who would have thought that Zero, for whom Embryon had put a reward, would look exactly like Han Xiao? He added that the search for this asshole had already cost him 6 months of his life. If he wasn't the son of the head, who the hell would care if he was already dead or not? The warden Balsas bowed respectfully and said that since Mr. Jue had already arrived in the Green Valley, he should feel at home here. And if he needed anything, he should contact him. Then they went to rest at the table together. Xiao Jue asked why Balsas kept talking to him like that. After all, they, the foster children, grew up together, competed with each other, sparing no effort to get promoted. And Han Xiao is a bastard. Balsas laughed and told him to calm down. The family cannot force him to look for Han Xiao. 6 more months at the most, and Chairman Xiao will give up. And everyone knows that Han Xiao is not Zero. Xiao Jui decided to stop talking about Han Xiao. He asked me to tell him what had happened in the village recently. Balsas said that the refugees who are camped outside have the ability to rise from the dead, but their fighting power is very weak. Xiao Jui was surprised by this. He decided to report this to his family upon his return. Balsas continued to talk about the village. He said they had a killer from the darknet, the Black Ghost. He's currently resting outside. This information made Xiao Jui tense. He thought that the Black Ghost had some kind of killing intent. Balsas said he had talked to the Black Ghost and that he was just passing through. They do not interfere with him because it is better not to annoy him. Xiao Jui's bodyguard Liu Chen flexed his fists and told his boss not to worry, because he would definitely protect him. The Black Ghost is not his rival. Then I heard someone sneeze outside. The Black Ghost was sitting there. The Alamera family is just a small military oligarchy in a secondary storyline and has almost nothing to do with the main one. The boy realized that there was absolutely no point in paying attention to her. He decided to wait until these simpletons finished harvesting here and then go to the next village of newcomers. Suddenly they heard a shout that they had to raise the alarm because the army of the Black Pine settlement was approaching them. All the players saw that they each had a new task. The Black Ghost saw that he also had a new task, which he hadn't expected at all. But when he looked more closely, he saw that there was a mistake. Liu Chen is the son of old Mr. Liu. And then the Black Ghost realized that the only way to get a job from old Liu was probably through his son. So he decided that he should join in the fun. Balsas reacted unhappily to the appearance of enemies from the Black Pine settlement. He was already tired of them. However, Xiao Jue told him not to worry too much. They have someone else to use as cannon fodder. Balsas agreed with that statement. They have a bunch of immortal refugee weirdos nearby. They will help compensate for Liu Chen's combat advantage. Then he called a servant and told him to tell the refugees that he demanded that they detain Liu Chen's army. He added that if they succeeded, they would receive a monetary reward. Xiao Jui warned Balsas not to give away too much money because the lives of those refugees were already worthless. So the two of them continued to drink wine. Meanwhile, the military equipment of the Black Pine settlement was steadily approaching Zelina Dolina. The commander-in-chief of the southern continent, Liu Chen, said that this time it would be necessary to completely destroy the Green Valley. As he approached, he saw a group of refugees armed with improvised materials. He thought Balsas was a mean man. After all, he'd decided to use the refugees as human shields. Liu Chen pulled out a gramophone and addressed Balsas. He shouted at him, asking if he decided to expose helpless people to certain death. Balsas said yes from the height of his tower. And if Liu Chen dares, let him shoot. Lu Chen was irritated by this. He addressed the people, giving them the opportunity to leave. Let them not die in vain. But the refugees did not understand how they could leave. Then they would not be able to fulfill their task. They decided that the NPC was simply out of his mind, but he was offering them experience as a reward. The commander-in-chief of the southern continent wondered why these people were not afraid of death at all, but he realized that his conflict with Balsas had nothing to do with those people. He could not open fire on innocents. Balsas laughed at Lu Chen's praise for the lives of refugees. He was losing his chance by doing so, and he even mocked the fact that his opponent was such a charitable man. He ordered his soldiers to get ready for the attack. So an order was given to prepare for an all-out bombardment and not to take refugees' lives into account. But then the Black Ghost stepped out in front of the refugees. He boldly approached the SUV in which Lu Chen was riding and asked him to consider his request. He asked to postpone the battle until tomorrow if they were so eager to fight. Balsa saw that the Black Ghost had interfered in his and Lu Chen's affairs. He did not like it at all. It was strange for the commander-in-chief of the southern continent to see the Black Ghost here. He ordered all his soldiers to lay down their arms. The soldiers stopped the attack. Weapons were lowered to the ground. The refugees were surprised to note that the troops of the Black Pine settlement were being saved after the Black Ghost's request. They did not understand who the Black Ghost was, who had such influence, and how great that influence is. They saw that the Black Ghost had subdued an entire army. They wondered what kind of reputation he must have on this planet to be able to do that. And Ben Hidog, as always, was holding the camera on and trying to film another interesting story. 3539. Lu Chen's soldiers camped near the city gates and prepared for bed. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost decided to pay them a visit. He was about to approach the tent where Lu Chen was staying when a guard blocked his way, pointing a rifle at Han Xiao with trembling hands and ordering him to stop. The Black Ghost could clearly see that the guard was scared to death of him, but he was still trying to follow the instructions he was given. So he told the soldier to calm down because he was looking for his boss and they needed to talk. A voice came from the tent with an order to let the Black Ghost through. Lu Chen was now finally convinced that the battle had been stopped by the Black Ghost. He asked him why he, such a famous warrior, had interfered in his conflict with Balsam. The Black Ghost calmly replied that he just wanted to help him. He had no personal goals here. Lu Chen was very surprised by this and asked if this was their first meeting. So on what basis did the Black Ghost decide to help him? Han Xiao said he liked him better than Balsam. It is much more pleasant. Lu Chen replied that it was true. Balsas is a very mean person. He even used the refugees to thwart him, but the refugees themselves also surprise him. For some reason, they are not afraid of death at all and did not leave even when Lu Chen gave them the opportunity. The Black Ghost told him not to worry. He could help him deal with them. Lu Chen asked what the Black Ghost would ask for in return, but he replied that he didn't want anything. However, Lu Chen thought that perhaps in this case the Black Ghost had some hidden intentions, and as a result, he might end up in a huge debt to him. But he agreed to help. He said he was completely relying on him. After a visit to Lu Chen's camp, the Black Ghost found the Sword of Violence and told him that he had a task for him. He had to spread some information that the Black Ghost had given him. The Violent Sword was very happy to have such an easy task. Han Xiao decided to use his reputation to his advantage. Violent Sword immediately ran to fulfill a new task. He told all the refugees that the Black Ghost would take part in the battle because he had joined the army from Lu Chen's camp. The refugees thought about this information. They realized that if they stayed to fight on the side of the Green Valley, they would become enemies of the Black Ghost. They even thought it was some kind of clue to the task. But some players had already chosen which side they would fight on. Now they were complaining about how they would fight against the Black Ghost himself. But Ben Hidog was glad that he had waited to choose a side to fight for. He realized that in this way, he would not only be able to earn more reputation for the Black Ghost, but also get more material for his story. It was very profitable for him. So he ran as fast as he could to the Black Ghost. When he arrived, he immediately attacked Han Xiao with a proposal that he wanted to join his camp. The Black Ghost remembered the guy with the camera. He already had some affection for him. So he praised Ban Hidog for making the right choice. He added that he felt the boy had great potential. And then he asked if he would like to become his assistant temporarily. Ban Hidog was shocked by the offer. He even thought that it might be a hidden storyline concerning the Black Ghost. So he definitely agreed to it. Meanwhile, other refugees were gathering in Lu Chen's camp. The other players were delighted with this turn of events. They also wanted to be able to find the secret storyline with the Black Ghost, but it was not easy at all. One of the players guessed that it was because of the new task. You just need to take the side of the Black Ghost in this conflict. and he ran as fast as he could to offer his services. But the Black Ghost already had one assistant, and he didn't need anyone else, so he refused. The player stopped dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the offer to help worked only for the one who offered it first. Now he blamed himself for being so slow and missing his chance. And the Black Ghost thought to himself that it was extremely beneficial to have a reporter on his side. After all, managing public opinion is the same as holding a weapon. It's great. He was monitoring his tasks. At the moment, 3 players caught his eye: Raging Sword, Maple Moon, and Banny Dog. This was not a small number at all. Now it was necessary to expand the number of reserve team members. But so far, the Black Ghost has visited only 2 villages of newcomers, and there are about 10 more. Local players are also eagerly waiting for him there. Meanwhile, Balsas carefully observed the events near the city's fortifications through binoculars. He could clearly see that the refugees had gone over to Lu Chen's side. He did not understand why and how this happened. Lu Cheng's soldiers helped the refugees to settle down comfortably in the camp. Balsas realized that his opponent now had a considerable trump card at his disposal. This meant that things could end badly for him. Balsas was also very angry with the Black Ghost. After all, he said that he was just passing through the village, but in fact, as it turned out, he came to help Lu Chen. He had cowardly, spontaneous thoughts that it would be a good idea for him to escape with his soldiers. His opponent was unlikely to pursue them. And then someone interrupted his chaotic thoughts, saying that the battle had not yet begun at all, and he was already looking for ways to retreat and escape. It was Xiao Jui. He grabbed Balsas by the arm and warned him against rash actions. He also reminded him that he hadn't forgotten what Alumera had instructed him to do. But Balsas was very frightened that half of the refugees had gone over to the other side. In addition, the Black Ghost is now against them. Xiao Jui replied that Alumera had never been afraid of any battle, and told Balsas to order his men to prepare for battle. He also suggested that his bodyguard personally deal with the Black Ghost. Then he turned to his bodyguard and said that he was leaving the Black Ghost to him. The guard was ready. Balsas could not calm down. He was very worried. He hoped that Xiao Jui's bodyguard would be able to deal with that monster himself. That's what he called the Black Ghost. However, Xiao Jui was more confident. He said that not all the refugees had betrayed them. He ordered to mobilize them. He believed that they were strong enough to fight. He also gave an order to prepare a car in case their soldiers failed. Then they would be able to retreat in this car. Everyone in Lu Chen's camp was ready to start the battle. Soldiers with loaded weapons stood around the perimeter. Lu Chen also monitored the situation through binoculars. He saw that Balsas and his men had decided to stay, so the battle could not be avoided. He ordered to tell everyone that they were leaving in 20 minutes. Lu Chen also thanked the Black Ghost for solving the refugee issue. However, he was concerned about whether the refugees would obey his orders. In general, he was surprised that such an influential person was interested in him. Ban Hidog was listening to the conversation. He was hiding behind a tree. He paid special attention to the words about an influential person. It seemed to him that this was another clue to the identity of the Black Ghost. And the Black Ghost told Lu Chen that the refugees would definitely listen to him. There was no need to worry about it. And so the battle began. Lu Chen's soldiers skillfully shot and killed many of the defenders of the city of Zelina Valley. In the end, it was very easy for them to cope with that task. The refugees who came over to their side were also a help. The Black Ghost saw that the battle was won, yawned, and decided to go to rest. And then everyone around them heard someone from above calling the name of the Black Ghost. The soldiers looked up and saw a man approaching their camp from a height. The man landed after a huge jump and quickly ran away, saying that he had come here to fight the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost wondered who else had come here after the main battle and began to pull out his pistol. He was angry that he was not allowed to do his own thing. As soon as Han Xiao pulled out the gun, he immediately began firing it one after the other. However, the man who had challenged him to a fight continued to walk toward him. The bullet simply bounced off him, causing no harm. He was protected by some kind of force field that did not let the shells reach him. All the bullets that the Black Ghost fired at him disappeared like blanks. Han Xiao was quite worried about this. The man was absorbing kinetic energy. He realized that the battle would not be easy to win. The absorption of kinetic energy is the absorption of various forces acting on the body. If the attack power cannot break through the ability's limit, it will be absorbed and converted into an opponent's power. Finally, the man came closer. He told the Black Ghost that Lu Chen's battle with Balsam was none of his business, and that he had no business sticking his nose in other people's business. But the Black Ghost replied that on the contrary, the man should not bother him. He suggested that he leave him alone. The man said he knew that the Black Ghost was an honored Darknet killer, the trump card of the Blood Pact community. Others might be afraid of him, but not him, and he decided to advise Han Xiao to stay away from this battlefield. Ban Hidog, as always, watched all this from behind and filmed it with his camera. He was interested in the words Darknet and Blood Pact community. He wondered what these forces were. He began to think that he had finally reached the tip of the iceberg of the Black Ghost's mystery. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost realized that it would not be possible to cope with the ability to absorb kinetic energy with simple bullets. So he reloaded his pistol with hijack bullets. After charging, he immediately fired several of those bullets in the direction of the enemy, and he stepped back. Since the Black Ghost was a very good shot, his bullets hit the target. His opponent was about to retreat a little further, and then the clouds of dirty green color rose around him. He realized that the Black Ghost had used poison gas bullets against him, but it didn't bother him either. He said it was child's play for him, and he started attacking again. The Black Ghost could not see what was happening behind the poisonous smoke screen he had created with his Haima balls. And then he suddenly saw his unharmed opponent jumping out of the smoke. Xiao Juyi's bodyguard abruptly attacked him, stabbing him directly in the chest. The blow was so powerful that the Black Ghost crashed into the tree trunk and broke it with itself. However, his protective abilities saved him from injury. Han Xiao had a few seconds to think about how to proceed. He quickly analyzed that his opponent could use kinetic energy, turn it to his advantage, and move quickly. And also, he could not be hit by Heim bullets. The Black Ghost realized that it was not to his advantage to drag out the fight. He had to do something as soon as possible. Therefore, while the opponent was making a new attack on him, he quickly counterattacked. Approaching the guard Xiao Jui closely, the Black Ghost asked if his ability and heat energy were absorbed. Then he struck his opponent in the face with a powerful punch. Xiao Jui's bodyguard fell to the ground. This blow hit him hard in the eye. This time he was unable to defend himself. But he pushed the Black Ghost away with his foot so that it would not have time to strike him again with the thermal energy to which he was vulnerable. While the Black Ghost straightened up after receiving the blow, Xiao Jui's bodyguard ran away. The Black Ghost was a little disappointed that his opponent started to run away after the first blow. Meanwhile, Xiao Jui's bodyguard ran toward Lu Chen's camp. Soldiers were standing guard at the camp. They saw the enemy approaching them quickly and decided to open fire immediately. And then the Black Ghost realized that his opponent was running, exposing himself to the fire of the camp's defenders, just so that they would start shooting at him. In this way, he would absorb the energy of those shots. Lu Chen's soldiers began shooting at the enemy. However, he was not injured in any way. Instead, thanks to his ability, he absorbed the energy of the bullets that fell on him from everywhere, accumulated it, and converted it into his own power. The soldiers were shocked to see that their shots did not leave a single scratch on the body of their enemy. They even thought they were facing a monster. And then the Black Ghost intervened in the battle. He shouted to the soldiers that their bullets had no effect on the enemy. Now they just need to stop firing. However, Xiao Jui's bodyguard had already managed to heal himself and recharge his batteries. He told the Black Ghost that he had enough energy to destroy his opponent. Xiao Jui's guard quickly turned in the opposite direction and rushed to attack the Black Ghost. He struck it hard because he had accumulated a lot of energy. The Black Ghost hit the ground with a crash. Blood spurted from its mouth. The two opponents used their strength to create a deep pothole in the ground. The fragments were scattered in all directions. This blow was too strong for the Black Ghost. He did not immediately counterattack his opponent, but simply lay at the bottom of the pit they created. The strength of his magnetic armor decreased by 132 points. He suffered 241 points of damage as a result of this blow. But Xiao Jui's bodyguard felt very strong. He charged up the bullets that were flying at him and turned them into powerful energy. Almost immediately, he started attacking the Black Ghost again. However, the boy had already gotten up and was ready to defend himself. Han Xiao realized that here, on the battlefield, his opponent had an unlimited ability to absorb energy and use it for his own benefit. And this is not at all favorable to him. So he decided to immediately flee from there toward the Green Valley camp and take Xiao Jui's bodyguard with him. After all, the soldiers there would not start shooting at him. Then he would have nowhere to get energy from. As he walked, the Black Ghost pulled out his pistol and, pushing hard, jumped over the city wall. He immediately began shooting the guards who were there. The soldiers shouted that they had been visited by the Black Ghost and needed to immediately inform their commander. They started shooting at Han Xiao. Xiao Jui's bodyguard, of course, chased after him. The soldiers guarding the city immediately stopped firing, as they could have accidentally hit and wounded Lu Chen in the firefight. But Liu Chen's energy was running out, and he had no way to replenish it. No one was shooting at him. His kinetic energy ability was useless here. He needed to defeat the Black Ghost before his energy ran out. The Black Ghost landed on the wall and covered his eyes with his hand. Xiao Jui's bodyguard was already approaching. As soon as Liu Chen touched the stone to damage his opponent, the Black Ghost jumped high and used a sliding shot. Liu Chen's energy didn't hit the Black Ghost at all. The entire impact hit the stone wall. Its pieces flew in all directions. Xiao Jui's bodyguard had already spent a lot of his energy and had almost completely exhausted his reserves. He slowed down because of this. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost jumped even higher. Liu Chen could not gather his strength yet. He wasn't as agile now. When the stones of the wall split and began to crumble, a column of dust rose above the wall. That dust got right into Xiao Jui's eyes, preventing him from seeing properly. This was exactly what the Black Ghost was counting on. Liu Chen was trapped in the dust from the broken stones. He closed his eyes and began to cough, as the dust particles also prevented him from breathing freely. This was a real chance for the Black Ghost to win. He used Burning Will, a reset. He abruptly approached Liu Chen and hit him in the face with his gloved hand. He, of course, did not have time to defend himself. Liu Chen's energy to continue fighting the Black Ghost was exhausted. He fell to the stone floor of the city wall. Now Xiao Jui's bodyguard has learned the hard way that the Black Ghost is a very strong warrior. And of course, the fall of the Green Valley is only a matter of time. Liu Chen coughed up blood, coughing. He had almost no strength left. He needed to inform his master that things were very bad. He began to run from the wall toward the city, pulled out his radio, and began to report on the move that he had failed in his task, so he would speak briefly. He proposed his escape plan. He would personally distract the Black Ghost to lure him away from the Green Valley. Meanwhile, his master would have to run away as fast as he could. Xiao Jui's bodyguard was well aware that he himself might not return from such a battle. He also told his master about this. So he asked Xiao Jui to take care of his family if this happened. So the entire command of Zelina Delina gathered, got into their cars, and drove away from the city. No one pursued them. Balsam realized that Xiao Jui's bodyguard Liu Chen had failed to deal with the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost is a real monster. They shouldn't have messed with him at all. Balsam was very worried about this. However, Xiao Jui replied irritably that he was done talking. At least they would be able to escape the city. But Balsas was still very worried. He was afraid that their escape would be noticed and they would be chased. And then the Black Ghost would catch up with them. Xiao Jui said that Liu Chen is storming the Green Valley, and accordingly, the Black Ghost does not have time to catch the fugitives. He's storming along with everyone else. Suddenly, Balsas saw through the window that a Black Ghost was rapidly approaching them. Han Xiao pulled out a pistol on the move and started shooting at the fugitives. He couldn't let them just run away. After several shots, the car stopped, unable to continue. Smoke was billowing around. The driver fell out of the car. Balsas was still alive. He was coughing heavily. It was hard for him to look because everything around him was covered in dust and smoke. The commander of Zelina Delina tried to get out of the shot car, but he was immediately met by the Black Ghost, who pointed the muzzle of his gun at him and smiled ironically. Balsas began to accuse him of lying. He said that the Black Ghost had deceived him when he said that he was just passing through Green Valley. In fact, he had long since conspired with Liu Chen. To such accusations, the Black Ghost replied that it was all just a coincidence. However, Balzac did not want to believe that the Black Ghost's words were true. He said that he already knew he would not survive and asked the Black Ghost to kill him. The Black Ghost began to pull the trigger on his pistol if Balsas would forgive him for doing so. He then shot him in cold blood at point-blank range. Han Xiao thought that at least Balsas had some courage left. After the murder, he calmly walked away, but suddenly something disturbed him. He turned sharply in the direction of the sound and pointed his pistol at it, ordering no one to move. Xiao Jui looked out from behind a tree, frightened. He raised his hands up and began to ask for mercy from the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost was a cold-blooded killer. He asked Xiao Jui why he should let him live. Let him give him at least some reason to do so. Xiao Jui covered his head with his hands, twisted like a shrimp, and told the Black Ghost that he could give him a lot of money. He could also recommend him to the Illumer family. The Black Ghost still didn't lower his gun. He saw a piece of paper peeking out of Xiao Jui's pants pocket, so he ordered him to take it out. Xiao Jui pulled out that piece of paper and said that it was all nonsense, not worthy of anyone's attention. However, the Black Ghost still took the papers, unfolded them because they were completely crumpled, and saw that they contained his photo and a $5 million reward for his head. This was all offered by the embryo organization. This surprised the Black Prince. He asked Xiao Jui why he was carrying an advertisement from Embryo in his pocket. Xiao Jui was frightened and said that the wanted Zero was a Loomer's second son who had died long ago. At least he knows this information. But since Embryon had put out such a reward announcement, he was immediately sent to find a Loomer's son. The Black Ghost tried to make sense of all the confusion. He is Han Xiao, Zero, the son of the Illumor family. Then he brought the muzzle of the gun closer to Xiao Jui's head and asked him menacingly if he was lying to him. Xiao Jui replied that he would not dare to lie in such a situation. The Black Ghost thought about the fact that it turns out he has brothers and sisters. Xiao Jui was even more surprised. He could not believe that the Black Ghost belonged to his family, and the Black Ghost pondered what benefits he could derive from his status. At the very least, he could get help from the commander-in-chief of the Alumera of the northern continent. Having received such valuable information, the Black Ghost did not hesitate to kill Xiao Jui with a single shot directly to the head. He realized that in his situation it made absolutely no sense for him to rely on the influence of Alumera, his family. Meanwhile, refugees who had fought on the side of the city's command gathered near the walls of the Green Valley, and on the walls stood Lu Chen. He told the refugees that the battle was over. He guaranteed the safety of their lives and their property for the future. The refugee gamblers realized that their task had failed. They would not benefit from it. They lamented that they should not have chosen a side to fight on so early. Banhidog decided to meet Raging Sword. He introduced himself and his name and told his new friend what he was doing. Namely, he creates videos related to the game. Afterwards, he asked Raging Sword to tell him something about Black Ghost's past. The Violent Sword said that the Black Ghost's name was actually Han Xiao. He sneaked a glance at his master, and seeing that he was standing calmly aside and lighting a cigarette, decided that the Black Ghost did not mind his ward telling the other a little bit of his biography. This reassured him, and he decided to provide this information to Banhidog. Violent Sword began to recall what he knew. He said that the Black Ghost had once been in the service of the Star Dragon. However, he did not know any details about this service. Most likely, he knew someone from the Star Dragon's Strategic Defense Department. This information made Banhidog very happy. He was glad that he had asked the Sword of Violence for this information. The Black Ghost stood silently by the wall and smoked a cigarette. Suddenly, he heard someone speaking to him. It was Lu Chen. He sincerely thanked the Black Ghost for his help. He frankly said that without him, he would not have been able to defeat the Green Valley. He went on to say that the battle was over, and now he didn't know what to do with the refugees. He noticed that they were strange and could resurrect. Now he understood why they were not afraid of death at all. The Black Ghost said that Lu Chen could give them any task he wanted. He advised, for example, that he could use them as mercenaries. To do this, he would only need to pay them decently and nothing else. Lu Chen agreed to this proposal and decided to try to take advantage of it. And then he said that he was going back to Chorna Sosna tomorrow. So he offered the Black Ghost to go with him and rest there for a while. And he added that maybe there he could somehow thank him for his help. The Black Ghost agreed to go to Chorna Sosna. He also said that he would take his wards with him and pointed to the Sword of Lust and Banhidog. The boys did not expect such a turn. Finally, Lu Chen's soldiers broke camp from under the walls of the Green Valley and returned to their home in Black Pine. Lu Chen kindly invited the Black Ghost to his settlement. He began to tell me a little about what was in Chorna Sosna. He showed me which way the military plant was located. It is there that they make rifles and ammunition. The sword was in awe of the scale of Black Pine's military production. The plant was extremely large, and the boy realized that there was no place for newcomers. Banhidog also enthusiastically filmed everything with his camera. With the Black Ghost, he learned something new and interesting every day. Suddenly, the gaze of the Violent Sword rested on something that interested him greatly. He opened his mouth in surprise. He saw a large fenced area, which was covered with a net on all sides, and there were some people there. Lu Chen closed his eyes and sadly informed his guests that the area was home to people who had contracted the acute form of the grouper disease. The fence was erected to protect the city from the spread of the epidemic. It is a kind of quarantine. The guests noticed this, and the Black Ghost asked if it was the same highly contagious genetic mutation. They saw a terrible monster near the net, into which a once ordinary person had turned. Now it was infected with the grouper disease. This disease caused terrible mutations in her body. As soon as any of the infected approached the net, specially trained security guards in special protective suits shot them down. This mutation was already irreversible, so the only way out was to kill the mutant. Grouper disease is extremely difficult to treat and progresses rapidly. To stop its spread, it is necessary to completely isolate the infected from the healthy. The fenced area was constantly disinfected. As soon as a new corpse appeared, the evacuation team in special protective suits quickly packed it in a bag and carried it out on a stretcher. It was hard for Banhidog to watch it all. He saw sick people being shot in cold blood. But the people of Kornasosna had no other choice. Lu Chen said that at first only 10 people fell ill. But one of them knew he would never be cured, so he escaped from the quarantine. Because of this reckless act, the number of people infected with the disease skyrocketed to 300. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost was thinking about what task to give the newcomers. Somehow he didn't really want to do it. So he decided to look for some more fools. That is, players who would move to the mechanic class. And now a new task has appeared in the game. The wards of the Black Ghost were excited about it. They wondered if they would receive any reward for the newcomers completing this task. The Black Ghost decided to give them this opportunity. And then Lu Chen approached them. He said that his people had already set the table, so he invited everyone to eat. All four went to the majestic stone palace, the House of Lords. A sumptuous table with delicious food was set up in the large hall. Swordfish and Banhidog immediately attacked the food as they were already very hungry. They were very tasty and praised the cook. Banhidog noticed that the game had a very realistic flavor reproduction. Lu Chen could not rest because he did not know how to thank the Black Seer for his free help in the fight for the Green Valley. He began to talk again about how he felt very uncomfortable in front of his guest. With those words, he handed the Black Ghost his business card with his personal phone number and told him that he could call him anytime he needed his help. The Black Ghost jumped at the opportunity and said that right now he would like to work in their shop for a while and use some of their materials. Lu Chen was glad that now he could at least somehow repay the Black Ghost and said that he would order his men to prepare everything for him. The Black Ghost then explained that the groupie epidemic was a real disaster. In fact, he himself would need to leave, but his friends would stay here and help. At the same time, he patted Raging Sword on the shoulder in a friendly manner, and the latter almost choked on his surprise. He asked the Black Ghost why he wanted to part with him. To this, the Black Ghost replied sharply that the Raging Sword was talking like a homosexual now. But he told him not to worry, because he was going to come back anyway. And of course, he wouldn't leave them without a benefit either. He again issued a task for his wards. They had to stay in Chornososnia and cope with the pandemic, and also to improve the situation with the camp in general. Banhidog saw that they would be given a lot of rewards for completing this task, so he suggested that they stay in Chornososna after all. But the Black Ghost decided to leave them there so that they would not interfere with him and spoil his personal effectiveness. After having a good lunch and assigning tasks to his wards, the Black Ghost went to the workshop of the military factory. There he immediately set to work. He had long needed to work to improve his skills as a mechanic. Finally, he did what he had wanted to do for a long time and happily began to look at the result of his work. It was a portable flamethrower called the Sunworm. Its grade, blue, good quality. Rate of fire, 27, 34 per second fire. Overheat, 60 seconds, maximum extension. Recharge, 20 seconds. Range, 7 meters. Output power, 92. Fuel type, flammable liquid fuel. Energy, 210 out of 210. Uses 1 point of energy per second. Weight, 9 whole and 4/10 of a kilogram. Additional effect, integration. Thanks to the additions to the fuel box, it is easy to carry. There was one more confusing note for the Black Ghost. Additional flamethrower effect, concentrated fire, fuel efficiency increase, plus 33% damage, attack radius, plus 25% damage every 0.6 seconds for 12 seconds, uses 8 energy points per second. Overheating is eliminated immediately after 12 seconds of cooling. Additional effect, extends the burn time of the target and increases the effectiveness of burns. Note, dancing flame is a heat related to romance. It was this note that confused the Black Ghost. The newly created flamethrower, the Sunworm, was worn on the forearm like a sleeve. The Black Ghost made it quite quickly and put it on immediately. With a strength of 69, you can ignore the load. He liked his work. It looked pretty good on his arm. Then an old man came into the workshop and picked up the Black Ghost rifle. He admired the fact that it was an electromagnetic weapon and asked what kind of craftsman made it. The man then turned to Han Xiao and asked him if he could sell the rifle to him. He was willing to pay 500,000 for it. Then he quickly changed his mind and offered even 1 million. The Black Ghost was displeased with the stranger's unexpected visit to him, He sharply asked who he was. The old man said that he was the chief technical advisor invited by Lu Chen. Then he said his name, Lei Zhen Yuem. Han Xiao knew about this man. He was a master mechanic from the time of old Lu. Lu Chen left his daughter and became the commander-in-chief, and old Lu sent Lei Zhen Yu, his old friend, to help his son. The chief technical advisor repeated that he wanted this electromagnetic rifle, and he said to name the price for it. This was said in a commanding tone. He made it clear with his whole appearance that he would not accept any refusals. But the black ghost was not going to bargain. He just asked the old man if he looked like he needed money. By the way, there were many different rare materials in this shop. Old Lei Zhen Yu replied that if Black Ghost didn't need money, he could teach him some skills. He confidently said that the boy would definitely need a good master like him to become better. He added that the Black Ghost had nothing to lose anyway. The Black Ghost was only laughing to himself. He noticed the striking resemblance between old Lu and Lei Zhen Yu. Han Xiao knew that this man was a key figure in old Lu's 4 tasks. Therefore, he needed to establish a relationship with him. Meanwhile, the chief technical advisor asked the Black Ghost why he was staring at him like that. He even thought he looked bad. In addition, if the Black Ghost is not confusing anything, then Lei Zhen Yu has advanced knowledge but players cannot learn from him. Nevertheless, he had to try. He then told the advisor that he would sell the electromagnetic rifle, but in return, he asked for advanced information. Old Lei Zhen Yuem was thinking. He realized that the electromagnetic kinetic weapon device was very interesting to him, but it was not valuable enough to share advanced knowledge for him. He waved his hand in protest and said that he would not teach the Black Ghost advanced knowledge, but he offered to create a mechanism based on it that would give it to him. The Black Ghost was not going to agree to this, because advanced knowledge is not so easy to obtain. But he agreed to the chief technical advisor's proposal. However, he offered to make a new weapon for him. Lei Zhen Yu was very surprised and asked if that electromagnetic rifle was really made by the Black Ghost with his own hands. The guy calmly replied that it was true. He personally made such a kinetic weapon. The chief technical advisor had to admit that the level of the Black Ghost was quite high. This embarrassed him a bit. In the same room, there was a guard with a gun. He approached Lei Zhen Yu and whispered quietly in his ear that the Black Ghost was not only a mechanic, but also a famous darknet killer. Then the chief technical advisor bowed, showing the Black Ghost his respectful attitude, and apologized for not recognizing him immediately. He then invited the boy to follow him. The Black Ghost rubbed his nose with satisfaction. He realized that if someone is very good at something, people start to take them seriously. Together, they went to the residential area of advanced research. This area was fenced off by a high fence. Armed guards were constantly standing at the gate. In the large hall, one wall was lined with bar racks. Lei Zhen Yu immediately went there. He picked up a single bottle of alcohol. Below it was a small button, which the chief technical advisor was about to press. Immediately after pressing the hidden button, the door to the secret passage opened. Lei Zhen Yu said that this was his secret hiding place. The advisor and the Black Ghost entered the vault together. Lei Zhen Yu said that he had 4 items that were created using advanced knowledge. He told the Black Ghost that he could choose any of those items. One of the objects was a type I nurse. It was a living organism in granules that floated serenely in some green liquid in a flask. When injected into the body, it quickly relieves negative effects, cleanses the body of poisons, and quickly clots the blood. The second item is the farm condensate. It is used to cool the mechanisms from the inside, thereby reducing their reloading time. It looked like a ball filled with that condensate, to which 2 tubes were attached, red and blue. The third item is an I9 colloidal bulletproof membrane. After receiving an impact, it becomes elastic for a short time to dampen the kinetic energy, and then hardens again, capturing the object. It looked like different-sized transparent plates stuck into a black platform. The fourth subject is PEO nanosynthetic fiber. It resembles the biological tendons of a living organism both in appearance and properties. The Black Ghost thought all 4 items were good, but 2 of them were consumables, and it was completely unprofitable to exchange them. And his titanium alloy is also quite resistant. He told Lei Zhen Yu that he was choosing nanosynthetic PO fiber for himself. The chief technical advisor shook his head in approval. He said that this was a very smart choice because he also believed that this subject had the greatest potential. They shook hands in agreement. Then Lei Zhen Yu packed the nanosynthetic PEO fiber into a special suitcase. He said that this was his entire supply and gave it to the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost was satisfied. There was a lot of nanosynthetic fiber. It would definitely be enough for the tendons of the skeletal system of light fur. Now he was one step closer to creating it. Taking the suitcase in his hands, the Black Ghost headed for the exit. But on the way, he said that he needed one more thing, but he didn't have the right connections to get it. He expressed his hope that Lei Zhenyu would help him acquire a Vatra miniature reaction furnace. Vatra is the center of an energy source near light fur, and the chief technical advisor himself would have a hard time getting it. He promised to ask around, but it could take months to fulfill such an order, and the price would be hefty. To this, the Black Ghost calmly replied that money was not a problem at all. After such a busy day, Han Xiao went to bed. The next morning he went outside, greeted his wards, and called them over. Swordfish and Ban Hidog immediately ran to him. The Black Ghost told them that he would be leaving Black Pine that day, and they would stay here. If he needed them, he would contact them. Ban Hidog was not very pleased with this turn of events. He had not expected it to happen so quickly. However, Black Ghost emphasized that they would definitely need to find a way to deal with the epidemic. He then turned personally to Raging Sword and said that he would surely be able to show his full potential in that situation. Finally, the Black Ghost opened a suitcase of pistols and added that perhaps the Raging Sword would need a better weapon to complete the task. The eyes of the Sword of Rage lit up when he saw the pistols. He could not believe that the Black Ghost was giving him such a valuable gift. Then he pulled out one pistol, took it under his arm from his suitcase, and admiringly examined his new weapon. Ban Hidog asked if it was a bonus from the secret storyline. He also wondered if the Black Ghost rewarded him for his efforts if he played well. Han Xiao told Raging Sword that he had good potential. Let him improve his melee skills, and then he can become a fighter mechanic in the future. The Sword of the Storm was incredibly happy to hear these words. He himself had thought about his potential more than once. The Black Ghost then waved to his charges and walked away. In conclusion, he said that he would look forward to meeting them stronger than they were at the moment. A helicopter was already waiting for the Black Ghost to leave Chorna Sosna. In the cabin of the helicopter, Han Xiao began to solve his current issues. The Light Mech Python is an advanced rare equipment. It is extremely difficult to get its blueprints in the usual way. The Black Ghost decided to try to create it in modules. This way, he can reduce the risk of failure by several times. So he started trying to create drawings, but he failed. Everywhere he went, he failed. But Han Xiao didn't despair, because things don't always have to go according to plan. But unfortunately, his experience also ended quickly. Now the Black Ghost had to go to the next newbie village as soon as possible to gain more experience. And 10 days ago, certain events took place in a village of newcomers on the southern continent. Everyone there was waiting for the Black Ghost to arrive, but he was delayed. One player asked the other if he would go with him to find the Black Ghost in order to learn some skills and buy some equipment. But the player refused because he lacked a certain amount of experience. He said that when he finished his current task, he would go in search of the Black Ghost. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost continued to travel from village to village of newcomers and gain experience points. He was pleased with himself because just 3 villages of newcomers brought him 9,023,000 experience points. Players were a gold mine for him. The Black Ghost moved up the levels. Now he had to move on. He really hoped that this time he would be given a simple task. He has a request to spend 894,530 experience points to upgrade to the trainee mechanic level. He will be given a new task to upgrade his level. The Black Ghost pressed the confirmation button and was given a task to level up. Trainee mechanic, level 15, maximum reached. Received, plus 120 points of energy, plus 1 point of dexterity, plus 1 point of endurance, plus 4 points of intelligence. Additionally received, 3 points of attributes and 1 point of abilities. The task for advancement: create 5 mechanisms with an energy rating of at least 60 of excellent quality. This knocked the Black Ghost out of his tracks. He could not believe his eyes. Not lower than 60 means that low-level mechanisms are not suitable. It was necessary to create a mechanism of violet quality. The Black Ghost did not know how to do this at the moment. So for now, all he had to do was improve his skills and forget about moving to the next level for a while. Medium proximity to machinery and molecular purification have been improved. Now the Black Ghost cannot improve his skills. He has very few experience points left. He knew that experience comes quickly and goes just as quickly. He is now done with the newcomers' village on the southern continent. Now it was time for him to move on. The Black Ghost thought that there was some hidden task on the western continent. so he decided to go there. So the Black Ghost went to the Fajui-an Unification Airport. While he was waiting for his flight, airport workers were loading his personal belongings. The Black Ghost made sure that they were loaded carefully and periodically made comments to the workers. He said that inside the boxes were very valuable materials that were very expensive. And then his good old friend, who knows how to fly an airplane, came and asked if he was planning to go to the Western continent. He also warned the Black Ghost that the operatives of the Maple and Horde nations would definitely want to meet with a killer like him. And their capabilities there are limited. So he advised the Black Ghost to be as quiet as possible. The Black Ghost only scoffed at this advice and said that he would not go on a rampage on the Western continent. The Darknet stronghold already knew that the Black Ghost was heading to the Western continent. Bennett Anderson was going to invite the Black Ghost to oversee the implementation of the shelter plan on the southern continent. But this guy moves like lightning. Mr. Anderson tried to call him, but only listened to a message saying that the caller's device was out of range. And of course, there was an offer to call back later. Bennett Anderson knew that the Maple Nation was just a bunch of bureaucrats who understood only power. They refused to provide them with material aid, but he could ask the Black Ghost to talk to them. Meanwhile, the airplane with the Black Ghost on board took off and was flying across the sky to the Western continent. The boy sneezed loudly. He wondered how it was that he had caught a cold while on a warm airplane. He thought that maybe his players were remembering him. He read the chat, and there were indeed many players saying that they would die if they didn't meet him, and they were very sorry that he didn't come to their continent. By the way, based on the current situation, the NPCs should have already noticed that the players are not ordinary people, so the alien case will soon begin. As always, the Embryon organization continued its research activities at the test site. One player was lying on the experimental table. He was thinking that other players were already at about level 8, and he had no way to level up. He didn't understand why the NPCs locked him in there and conducted endless experiments on him. The guy's name was Electrolux. He had only the first level. His main researcher was Cyberlos, a biologist at Embryo. Cyberlos was sitting with a notebook and was reading something out of it. And then a new compulsory task arose for Electrolux, to postpone the operation. Immediately, the operation began, conducted by biologist Cuberlos. Electrolux's body was without pathology. There is no organ in it that could cause resurrection. Disconnection of the respiratory apparatus reduces vital functions. Electrolux did not survive the operation. He died during it. Cause of death, an unforeseen situation. The doctor stood nearby and watched the patient. Meanwhile, Electrolux resurrected and sat on the operating table. The biologist Cyberlos noted that the patient resurrected again exactly 10 seconds later, as usual. Then he looked at the operating table and saw that the patient's blood was still on it after the surgery. Cyberlos could not understand the biology of the Electrolux. Many experiments had been conducted, but nothing concrete had been discovered. He wondered what kind of creature he was looking at. However, Electrolux was just making fun of him in his heart, calling him a fool. He was curious to see what the biologist's reaction would be when he learned the truth. He tried to explain to Cyberlos that the world he lives in is just a game, and he is a player in that game. However, the biologist did not want to hear any of this. For him, it was complete nonsense. He remembered well that Electrolux had said the same things under deep hypnosis. Meanwhile, the system was changing Electrolux's words into some strange set of characters so that he couldn't tell the truth about himself. He realized that the developers wanted the players to become a kind of aliens and integrate into this real world. That is why they are forbidden to disclose information about their world. The head of the Embryo organization got in touch with Cyberlos. He asked the biologist how his experiment was going. Cyberlos replied that he still could not understand the nature of Electrolux's strangeness. In his opinion, the subject came from another superior civilization or descended from a new race. He then asked if he could be given more samples. The leader replied that if the biologist's assumptions were true, the 6 nations, according to the Treaty on Contacts with Space Civilizations, would contact other civilizations to find out why they had sent him here. This will buy them some time. The leader also promised that he would send people to catch more samples and let Cyberlos try to find answers. The plane with the Black Ghost on board finally took off for its destination. The Black Ghost realized that for the time being, he needed to continue to wrap newcomers around his finger in order to benefit himself. His task from the Darknet was to enter the residence of several Maple officials and leave some documents there. The Darknet agent would meet him on the Western continent and hand over the necessary documents, including specific information about the location and information about the Maple officials. The Black Ghost immediately called Bennett Anderson back to ask more specifically about the task he was given to perform. Bennett Anderson replied that there are a couple of rotten officials in Maple who run the finances. They refuse to help the Darknet with funding. They are simply afraid of losing their illegal accumulations. The Black Ghost mentioned that the Darknet had asked the leaders of nations to help finance the shelter project, but he asked Mr. Anderson to clarify this information. Bennett Anderson replied that their organization was preparing a large-scale project codenamed Shelter. At first, they planned to launch this project in a year, but the war broke out. So they had to ask for help from all countries. And only Maple refused them. The Black Ghost was happy because he had guessed that the main plot event in the game was the Shelter project. It would be great for him if he could take an active part in it. So the guy asked Bennett Anderson if they needed his help. To this, Mr. Anderson replied that the Black Ghost had helped in the Battle of the Tedramira River. It was for this that the Star Dragon was the first to agree to support the Darknet, and so the Darknet is indebted to the Black Ghost. He then added that he really needed the Black Ghost's help. He offered to discuss the details when the boy returned to the southern continent. The Black Ghost smiled and said that he would help no problem, but let them give him something for it. Mr. Anderson liked this solution, laughed, said that the Black Ghost does not change, and that they would talk about it after the boy returned. The Black Ghost saw that there would be no special reward for completing this task, which meant that the task was ordinary, and therefore he would complete it quickly. He launched a sea-level task, Intimidation. Introduction. Some Maple officials are mired in corruption. It's time to remind them that those who don't share can accidentally get shot in the forehead. They're not robbers, but they might accidentally walk into the living room. The task was as follows. You had to break into the residences of 5 designated officials and leave evidence of the Darknet there. Rewards: 120,000 experience points, 500 Darknet reputation. On the southern continent, another day was coming to an end in the newcomer's village. 2 players were resting on the lawn. They both belonged to the Guild of Gods. One was Jupiter, the other was Poseidon. The first one asked the other why he had been doing nothing for half a day, sad, and he asked what he was thinking about. Poseidon replied that the A-rank task of finding Zero was given to professionals, and he has to do menial tasks every day. That's why he misses it. Then Jupiter called his friend a braggart. After all, he had bought a bunch of equipment and skills from the Black Ghost with their guild's money, and now he was many times better than the others. Poseidon smiled smugly and said that it happened because the Black Ghost was on the southern continent at the time. They had all seen the guilds on other continents howling with grief. Suddenly, Jupiter shouted and said to see what was being written on the forum. Another player moved over to him with interest, and they wrote that the Black Ghost is currently on its way to the western continent. Poseidon asked, upset, if the Black Ghost was going to go around all the villages of newcomers. After all, this way, all the advantages of their guild would soon come to naught. However, Jupiter said that they learned the skills before anyone else and completed more different tasks. Here, the computer told them that they could increase their energy. The Black Ghost could teach them a new skill, the energy training technique. Each training session consumes experience and increases energy. The players knew that the Black Ghost did not teach this on the southern continent. Jupiter thought that perhaps the later the Black Ghost visits the village, the more valuable skills he teaches there. Then he said in disappointment that they were now in a complete mess, because the other players would easily overtake them. Poseidon was even more sad and said that they were very unlucky. Night has fallen on the western continent. An airplane with a Black Ghost has arrived in the newcomer's village. All the players went to meet the Black Ghost in a crowd. The guy could barely fight them off. Finally, he said that he really wanted to rest now and let everyone come to him the next day. However, the players were not happy. Some of them shouted that they had been standing in line for 2 hours in a row, while others had been standing for 4 hours waiting for the Black Ghost to arrive. And now, they have nothing to do. Resentment about the wait began to spread in the line. Everyone wanted to start learning the skill of energy training as soon as possible. The players were pushing each other, figuring out who took the line when. Some of them had been in the queue since the previous evening. The Black Ghost knew that the players had mastered the skill even after the first advancement, but the players themselves did not know it yet. Then the Black Ghost went to rest. In bed, he was thinking about the fact that he would get experience while level 10 players would get skills that are only available at level 20. So there is no deception in this. Suddenly, he saw that his ward, Ben Hidog, had released a new video. The video was titled Diary of the Starry Sea Research, Black Ghost 1. It already had a lot of views, 5,543,000, and it was #1 in the trends. The video revealed the real name of the Black Ghost, Han Xiao. It was mentioned that there was a time when he worked in the intelligence agencies of the Star Dragon. The Black Ghost did not care that his name was revealed. The exchange of information between players and NPCs is limited, with each side having its own. To the embryo organization, the Black Ghost is known as Zero, as Han Xiao, but not as the Black Ghost. The Star Dragon knows him as Han Xiao and Zero, but they are not at all sure that he is also the Black Ghost. As for the players, they know him as Han Xiao and the Black Ghost, who once served in the Star Dragon, but they are completely unaware that he is Zero. And this is unlikely to change in the near future. But for the Darknet, he is only the Black Ghost. Han Xiao was satisfied with this state of affairs because there was no way he could be caught, because the original problem was created by Zero. Later in the video, Banhidog showed how the Black Ghost goes around the villages of newcomers, and so he took this as proof that the Black Ghost is the leader of the newcomers. Han Xiao liked the fact that Banhidog chose this topic to cover. His popularity grew significantly because of this video. Right now, players are interested in what the Black Ghost offers, but they lack interaction with the game's plot, and only when they get closer to him will they have a desire to search for him on their own initiative. After reading the chat and watching Banhidog's video about himself, the Black Ghost wrapped himself in a blanket and soon fell asleep. Early in the morning, as soon as the sun began to rise, players gradually began to gather near the house where the Black Ghost was staying. They had no patience. They wanted to pay the Black Ghost as soon as possible, that is, to pay him, and to acquire a new skill. The players unceremoniously began banging on the door of the house. Meanwhile, Black Ghost's morning began with great news. He had one unread message from Lei Zhenyu pop up. It said that the campfire stove that Black Ghost had ordered was ready. It also included the seller's number. Without delay, the Black Ghost called the number and asked when he could pick up the item. The seller replied that it could be picked up in 3 days and he would send the coordinates later. Han Xiao got the money. The seller got the product. And then the Black Ghost heard someone knocking loudly on his door and shouting that the sun had risen long ago, but he hadn't yet. The guy's phone vibrated again. A new message came from an unknown number. It read, Severus, a city near the border of the Order. So the Black Ghost had 3 days to spare, which was a lot. Now he needed to calm the impatient crowd that had gathered outside his house. 3 days later, the Black Ghost set out on a journey to the border town of Severus. They had already ordered the sniper to take his place, wait for the target, and keep everyone informed. As soon as the target appeared, the sniper had to shoot to kill. Management suspects that the target is connected to a political financial organization, but they need proof. He is quite insidious, so you need to remain vigilant. The sniper was Special Agent Meg. He served as insurance that the mission would be completed. Therefore, Meg had to be ready to shoot. The sniper took his position. It was raining heavily that day. There were several people at the closely guarded border who wanted to come to Severus. The Black Ghost also arrived here. He was sitting in his truck waiting for his turn to be checked. Finally, a border guard approached his truck and asked to see his ID. The Black Ghost handed him his documents to check and put several $100 bills under them. The satisfied border guard said that the Black Ghost could go on and happily put the money in his breast pocket of his uniform. Thus, the Black Ghost entered the city of Severus without any obstacles. He was wearing a black cloak with a hood. Since it was raining outside, the boy's outfit did not raise any suspicions. Although this terrible, unpleasant weather was annoying the Black Ghost, he wanted to find a nice place to take a bath as soon as possible. So he thought to himself and lit a cigarette. The guy first went to a coffee shop. It was there that he arranged to meet with the seller. However, the Black Ghost was very vigilant and carefully examined everyone around him. He didn't like something here. Something was wrong. In one corner, near the window, he saw a man holding an open newspaper in front of him, but he didn't even look at its contents. Then he noticed a woman sitting at the bar. She had an open laptop in front of her. She was acting very tense and hadn't even taken a sip of coffee. The Black Ghost realized that someone was watching the coffee shop, but he didn't know who it was, whether it was the seller or some third party. Han Xiao exhaled. His business is such that day after day, new adventures, it doesn't get any easier. But the campfire stove is the core of the fur, so he had to take a little risk for it. He decided not to guess ahead, but to orient himself on the spot. And then the seller of the goods for which the Black Ghost had come came. He was dressed in a black coat, wrapped in a shish kebab, and his head was covered by a hat. The kebab even covered part of the seller's face. He put the suitcase on the table in front of the black ghost. The seller was very serious and silent. He looked at the black ghost sternly. The black ghost opened the suitcase, took out a Watt stove, and began to examine it carefully. He was satisfied with the product and noted its good quality. He also saw that the battery was not deteriorating. After the inspection, the black ghost told the man in the coat that everything was fine and that he had already transferred the money. And then he decided to give one more little hint as a friend. And he said quietly that they were definitely being watched. He doesn't know who these people are. Suddenly, the black ghost stood up abruptly and began to run away from the coffee shop. He also told his partner to run away. Then the seller quickly looked around and decided to flee through the window, breaking the glass. He then jumped out into the street and started running, breaking the windows with his hands. The police were already standing near the coffee shop. The police immediately opened fire on the fugitives. Their work was complicated by the fact that the fugitives had split up. There were people everywhere on the street. The black ghost ran among them, not paying attention. Bullets were flying towards him. People began to wonder why the NPS opened fire in the open. Here the black ghost stopped for a moment, turned around, pulled out his pistol, and started shooting back. He killed some policemen with several shots, although they did not believe it would happen. Suddenly, the black ghost's ankle was wrapped in someone's wet hand. It seemed to be made of water. The black ghost stopped in surprise. It was a little alarmed. This hand belonged to Esper. Esper is a powerful special agent of the Horde. Han Xiao could not understand why he had been sent here, for he had only bought a stove. Then the black ghost shot Esper's water hand. The enemy's hand spilled and freed his leg. Han Xiao continued to shoot at Esper. He needed to break out of the encirclement and neutralize his pursuers. The rain did not stop falling. The black ghost ran down the street with the suitcase with the stove in his hands. The police kept shooting at him. When he turned the corner of the building, 2 more police cars intercepted him. The black ghost wondered why a special agent was sent after him, and now a special unit, and there is no end to them. The seller of the stove, with whom the black ghost had a business meeting, managed to escape and avoid being pursued. The management was very dissatisfied with the work of the police and special services. The chief slammed his fist on the table with great frustration. He gave an order to all his subordinates not to miss at least one customer. It was still unknown what the purpose of this persecution was. Sniper Meg was ordered by his boss to kill the black ghost. The soldier accepted the order and carried it out. The black ghost had to first of all break away from the pursuers and then find a hidden place to change its image. Suddenly, a sniper shot at him from the roof of the building opposite. The bullet hit Han Xiao. A few more shots rang out. The Horde sniper knew his job well. The bullets flew one after another. These powerful shots stopped the black ghost. Some bullets hit him. He fell to the ground. The sniper was a master gunner of the 56th level. The black ghost managed to run into such a strong opponent. The boss ordered Meg's sniper to capture the black ghost alive. The sniper replied that the boss shouldn't worry because he knew the right amount. Meanwhile, the black ghost got up from the ground and began to climb up the building. From time to time, he was hit by sniper bullets in the body. He saw that the sniper was shooting from a high altitude, so he had to get out of the sniper's range as quickly as possible. And Sniper Meg was laughing at him. He could see that the black ghost had his electromagnetic boots on his feet, but he said to himself that they would not save the guy. And he decided to shoot through the black ghost's boots first to prevent him from escaping. Then he would see how the guy would run after that. The shots hit the target exactly. The sniper was really a high-level marksman. Bullets followed the black ghost's every move, but the sniper saw that his bullets did no damage to the black ghost's electromagnetic boots. He concluded that these boots were armored, so he decided to make another super powerful shot, which he believed would not be able to withstand any armor, but would turn into papier-mâché. The black ghost heard the sniper make a strange shot, so he turned around and saw a powerful projectile approaching him. Since Meg's sniper was very accurate, the shell hit its target. The explosion fell right under the black ghost's feet. The force of the explosion threw the black ghost several meters away, but he did not let go of the suitcase with his purchase. This super powerful blow did him a lot of damage. He stopped again and coughed. The sniper was watching from above. He was surprised that the black ghost could withstand such powerful blows. He used all his rifles in turn. The sniper wondered how long the black ghost would last in that meat grinder. The shots came one after another. Stones were falling everywhere and smoke was rising. The sniper got a taste of his work. He was so engrossed in his shots that he forgot that he had been ordered to keep the black ghost alive as a witness. Meg was sure he had killed his rival. He thought that as a result of his attack, he would only bring the enemy's corpse to the boss. But at least that's what happened. but the Black Ghost used the field repulsor skill. Out of all the smoke created by the sniper's shots, he suddenly jumped out and stood right in front of his opponent. The sniper was shocked that the Black Ghost managed to survive his attacks. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost pulled out his sniper rifle and aimed it at Meg, saying that now was his time. Right in front of the enemy's face, he made a powerful shot and pierced the body of his opponent. The guy failed to kill the sniper, but he destroyed Meg Leslie's synthetic ceramic bulletproof vest and inflicted 772 units of damage to the sniper. Meg Leslie is in moderate bleeding condition. He will lose 5 health units every 60 seconds. Currently, Meg Leslie has the status lightly injured. His dexterity is -10% and his movement speed is -15%. Before the Horde's special agents could arrive at the scene, the Black Ghost had to get away as quickly as possible. Therefore, without hesitation, he quickly began to run away to hide from his pursuers. Meg Leslie finally came to, only to see the Black Ghost running away quickly with his electromagnetic boots, which he had failed to damage. He immediately contacted his superiors and reported that the enemy had managed to escape and asked for help. The Horde's intelligence bureau was unhappy that reinforcements had not yet caught up with the Black Ghost. They started looking through street cameras to find him, but the Black Ghost disappeared into the blind spot. Intelligence compared his fighting style with the database, and they noticed that this style is identical to that of the Black Ghost, only their appearance was different, so they assumed that the Black Ghost was wearing a mask. Then the leader said that in that case, it was not surprising that Sniper Meg Leslie lost this battle. After all, only the Black Ghost is capable of such a thing. Then the manager asked if there was any information about the seller of the furnace. But the intelligence service knew nothing. There was only a phone recording and a message. The intelligence officer played the recording. In that conversation, the buyer was heard asking when he could pick up the goods. The answer was that it could be done in 3 days, and the coordinates would be sent later. The buyer also said that he would send his subordinate. The manager thought about this information. After all, if the subordinate was the Black Ghost, then the customer was the Darknet. At that time, Bennett Anderson was sitting in his house drinking tea as usual. He sneezed loudly. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost had already reached the border of Severus. It was still raining. There were more soldiers with equipment on the border. A Black Ghost approached one of the drivers and asked him to take him across the border. The driver asked for a price of $100,000. The Black Ghost was outraged because the previous day's transportation across the border had cost only $30,000. The driver calmly explained that there was no other way out because there was an incident in the city yesterday. Because of this, the post was closed and it would be extremely difficult to pass. He added that he was taking a big risk by transporting someone across the border, so it was up to him to decide what to do. But Black Drive had no other option. He simply had to leave this city, so he paid the driver $100,000. In the car, the Black Ghost thought that he was clearly out of luck. After all, he was just going to buy a certain thing for himself, and he ran into a special agent there. It was hard for him to remain unnoticed. Then, suddenly, his phone rang. It was Bennett Anderson calling. He immediately attacked the Black Ghost, asking why the Order's intelligence service was calling the Darknet with claims against him and asking for compensation. He asked the guy what he was doing there. The Black Ghost was a little embarrassed and modestly replied that he did not do anything like that. However, Bennett Anderson started yelling at him even more and told him why he was lying. After all, they had been provided with a recording of the call on which his voice was clearly heard. The Black Ghost said that he did not want to reveal his identity at all, but he almost succeeded. Then he told Bennett Anderson to calm down. There's no problem. There was just a little skirmish with the Order's people. Well, he pissed off a couple of special agents, destroyed a high-rise building, but it was nothing to worry about. The Horde was very hospitable. The Black Ghost went on to say that he didn't like the weather. It was nasty. It rained all the time, it was gloomy, and there was nothing beautiful. Not at all like on the cozy southern continent. That's where he really likes it. The weather is warm, nature is blooming and fragrant. Bennett Anderson just flared up and shouted what the weather had to do with it. How can you move on to another topic of conversation so smoothly? He was going to somehow scold the Black Ghost again. But the guy cut the conversation short. He decided to call back later when the boss calmed down a bit. For now, he had other things to do. Then he realized that he had really miscalculated. He had not thought that the Horde would react so quickly. His engagement task was completed. 65,000 experience points have been earned. The hidden requirement to detain Meg for 3 minutes and help the secret seller escape has been completed. The Black Ghost didn't know about this hidden requirement. Now he thinks he did a good thing by not going with the seller. He received a bonus reward, a Dion character prize card. This is a special level 30 dungeon crystal, a plan to infiltrate Olena. Additionally, plus 30 points of reputation with Dion, and also now he was available for trade. Dion is a mysterious NPC who resells things. His shop is hidden underwater. Little was known about him before, so you could only meet him by chance. The Black Ghost was pleased with his work because he was very lucky with that bonus reward. And then his phone rang. An unknown voice said that his phone was bugged. That's how he got the Black Ghost into this mess. The Horde was very well prepared. If not for the Black Ghost's observation, he would not have been able to escape. So now he is in his debt to him. It was Dion. The Black Ghost was happy to hear this information because he could buy rare materials for making fur from Dion. Then the voice on the other end said that the Black Ghost could call him Dion. He also added that he usually doesn't do business with new customers, but he was an exception. He would give him a 20% discount on his goods. The Black Ghost decided to ask for a slightly larger discount. Dion thought to himself that it was definitely the Black Ghost, because only a legendary level assassin could have so much audacity. But he said out loud that 20% was already a lot. Then he said he was sending him a list of available products. If the Black Ghost needs any of it, he should contact him personally at any time. The Black Ghost knew that the mech was missing a few modules that required advanced knowledge to create, and he had it. Without hesitation, the Black Ghost chose what he needed and asked where Dion could deliver it all. In response, I heard that they would meet in a deserted place in 3 days. He would ask someone to give him the goods. That was the agreement. Special crystal of the 30th level dungeon. A plan to infiltrate Olena. Introduction. Olena is a secret research laboratory of the Horde. A few years ago, Dion infiltrated it and stole military secrets. This will be a test for the Black Ghost. Type of dungeon. A dungeon with a trip back in time. Number of players who have completed the dungeon, 0. Record speed, 0. Record holders, none. Dungeon tasks will appear only inside the dungeon. This task was extremely risky, so the Black Ghost decided to leave it for later. It's not an ability that gives you absolute invisibility, but something like a power that changes the parameters of the body to blend in with the environment. It's a very useful thing. The Black Ghost arrived in a mountainous area where he created the mechanisms he needed. It was near the border with the Horde. Here he was waiting for the goods ordered from Dion. Finally, he had all the modules he needed. Now he could start building mechs. The Black Ghost immediately set to work. When he was done, he decided to rest for a while as he was very exhausted. The scanning was successful. A prototype of the new drawing was created. Now it was time to name it. The Black Ghost chose the name. The result was a customized drawing, a lightweight mechanical suit called the Viper. The Black Ghost liked the name. He decided to put on the suit right away. Bone structure module. Nanotechnology, not PE0 fiber. Biological muscle internal structure. Strengthens muscles during movement. Strengthens muscles during protection. Armor module. Platinum alloy plate. Armor, plus 1,800 points. Protection, plus 30 points. Power output, none. External module of the suit, optical camouflage. By refracting the rays, it reduces the clarity of the contour. Output power, 20 points. Eye module, multi-component optical membrane with scanning function. TV and PNV information is displayed on a holographic screen. Output power, 25 points. Hand module, thermoelectric gloves. Generates huge amounts of heat and causes permanent damage. Energy consumption, 1-2s. Damage level, 94 points. Power output, 50 points. Wrist module, mini flamethrower solar worm. Energy consumption, 1s. Damage level, 98 points. Power output, 45 points. Left wrist module, repulsion field machine, directional. Releases repulsive energy in an arc of 150 degrees at a distance of 20 meters. Recharge, 30 seconds. Energy consumption, 10 per use. Output power, 60 points. Leg modules, electromagnetic boots, energy consumption, 5 per minute, output, power, 30 points. This costume completely covered the body of the Black Ghost. Every detail of it was carefully thought out. The boy was very pleased with his work. The mechanical suit was completed. For long-range combat, he has a rifle. And for close combat, this suit. Now his combat power has increased by an order of magnitude. Armed in this way, the Black Ghost went to the Lapotter neighborhood. Lonely animals roamed the deserted area of the district. There was a kind of desolation everywhere. The local animals were infected with the death virus, which was spreading more and posed a serious threat to all living things. The situation was monitored by 2 men. If they do not find a cure for this virus soon, the situation will become irreparable. The search party that was researching the virus stopped communicating as soon as they reached the mountain valley ahead. The men realized that they had very little time, so they had to hurry. The black ghost also came to the Lapotter neighborhood. He saw a lot of animal skeletons around him. The neighborhood also smelled very bad, so much so that I wanted to cover my nose. The air in this hellish place was saturated with poison. So the black ghost decided to put on his newly created fur costume. It would be safer for him to roam the neighborhood. Wearing the protection, the black ghost felt much more comfortable in the area. At one time, when creating a fursuit, the black ghost installed a filter element and a thermocouple on it. And it was a very smart decision. Monsters of all kinds roamed the desert terrain. The black ghost landed in the middle of them. The monsters noticed him, but they were quite weak. The black ghost decided not to even waste mech energy on them. He simply turned on the invisibility mode. He realized that in this mode, a high-level enemy could see him, but these beasts definitely could not. The black ghost decided to go deeper into the area to find a stronger monster and test the mech's power. Finally, he met some stronger monsters, but he easily dealt with them with his mech suit. So level 42 monsters are still easy for him. The black ghost liked the way his suit worked. It was exactly the kind of power he expected from a mech. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble under his feet. He thought it might be a frightened herd of animals running. He decided not to risk himself, but to reconnoiter the situation first. So he launched his mechanical bugs around the area. The black ghost saw that the further he moved through the area, the more dangerous the animals he encountered became, so he decided to go on alert. In the meantime, his little mechanical scouts crawled around the area to explore the terrain. They observed a frightened herd of deer running. They also saw birds flying around. One mechanical bug crawled onto the body of a deer from the herd to learn more information. Thus, traveling on the deer's back, the mechanism collected additional information about what was happening in the area. All this information was immediately observed by the black ghost. He could clearly see what was happening far away from him. He saw that all the animals were running in the same direction. The black ghost knew very well that only one animal could have such a strong influence on them. That beast was the king of beasts, a beautiful gray lion with a silver mane. Men who were looking for a cure for the death virus in the area also came here. One of them said that the sound of the other's ability had lured the king of the beasts here, but the other disagreed with his friend. He said that if not for the other's negligence, they would have been able to quietly avoid the wolf pack. He added that the other shouldn't complain, but rather think about what to do next. With the help of his mechanical bugs, the black ghost saw that there were people in the area in addition to animals. This surprised him. The men who were attacked by wolves decided to run away because there were more and more animals. They needed to find some kind of shelter. But the king of the beasts was extremely fast. With a few jumps, he quickly caught up with the fleeing men. The men noticed a large crack in the ground ahead. One of them, who had some powers, told his friend to jump in while he delayed the beast for a while. The king of the beasts suddenly attacked the man and wounded him with his claws. The other man quickly jumped into a crack in the ground and pulled his friend in by the hand. They both fell underground, and this allowed them to escape from a whole pack of wolves. The crack was quite deep, and the king of the beasts could not reach the men with his paw. However, the monster did not give up. It tried to push through the crack to the men who were hiding at the bottom. The men could only watch the deadly monster approaching them. They were already mentally saying goodbye to their lives. The wounded man said that now he was only a burden for both of them, so he suggested that his friend run away, and he would stay as bait for the monster. Suddenly they heard the sound of a gunshot and realized that someone had come to their aid. The king of the beasts roared in pain and gave up his attempts to move through the crack underground to his victims. The black ghost came here. It was he who shot the king of the beasts. He finally managed to find a monster worthy of fighting. 4035. The black ghost challenged the king of the beasts to a duel. The lion was no longer interested in the men who had fled from him into the gorge. He was already wounded in one eye, which was bleeding moderately. Now he was ready for another attack. Initially, the king of beasts was a boss that players would raid in groups. The black ghost realized that even though he was wearing a costume, he needed to be more careful. He decided to take some health from the monster first. He used a sliding shot on him. He needed to inflict several more wounds on him. The king of the beasts screamed in pain. Each shot struck his body. Blood spurted out. The wounded beast was furious and rushed at his opponent. The black ghost skillfully jumped away, avoiding the attack of the king of beasts. Then from a relatively safe distance, he continued to shoot at him. All the bullets hit the target. The king of the beasts could not counterattack his opponent. His wounds were hurting. When the king of the beasts loses a fifth of his health, he must be placed in a state of exhaustion. The black ghost had to use this to his advantage. Two men who were looking for a cure for the death virus in the La Potter area came out of their hiding place and decided to run away, while the black ghost distracted the king of the beasts. They saw this lion running after the black ghost, and suddenly something made them very excited. The black ghost began to fight the king of the beasts at close quarters. He jumped right into his mouth. The men did not think the fight would begin. They started shouting at the black ghost not to fight the king of beasts at close range. But they saw that the black ghost did not pay attention to their warnings. So they unanimously decided that everything was lost, and they were all going to die. But the black ghost had a new mechanical mech suit. The king of the beasts rushed to attack him, but the suit had a remarkable protective design. The men covered their faces with their hands in fright. But little by little, they spied the fight between the king of the beasts and their savior. They saw that the black ghost had stopped the white lion's attack. It was something incredible to them. The black ghost saw that the king of the beasts was exhausted and had less strength. His attacks were not very strong. The boy could fight him. He decided to test his mechanical suit to the fullest. Now he kicked the beast back. With this blow, the black ghost knocked the king of the beasts to the ground. He jumped away to a safe distance. The men watched the fight in awe. It was incredible to them that the black ghost had put the monster down with a single kick. They did not know who he was. They had never met a mech before. Meanwhile, the battle between the black ghost and the king of beasts continued. The black ghost was happy to meet a strong opponent and test all the powers of his mech suit. The king of beasts had many wounds on his body that were bleeding. He tried to attack, but the black ghost, who had not yet been wounded, easily avoided the monster's sharp claws. Dodging the lion's blows, the black ghost continued to strike him to further weaken him. With the help of his thermoelectric gloves, the black ghost was able to deal powerful blows to his opponent. The king of the beasts howled in pain. He did not have the strength to counterattack fully. The black ghost's fur costume gave its owner many bonuses. The lion again tried to wound the black ghost with its claws, but only slightly hurt him. The black ghost jumped away to avoid more damage from the attack and fell to the ground. But he did not miss a single opportunity to inflict crushing blows on his opponent. Each time he inflicted fresh wounds on the king of the beasts. Now the lion was in a state of anger. The lion was in agony. The black ghost realized that it was impossible to launch a frontal attack now. He needed to hit his opponent from a distance. So the boy climbed higher. The king of the beasts growled because he was so weak. He could not jump high enough to attack. The black ghost tried to get as far away from the enemy as possible. The king of the beasts did not even manage to touch his opponent a little. Han Xiao decided to retreat over the cliff. In a few big jumps, he climbed to the top of the mountain. The king of beasts could only watch him. Now the black ghost has decided to use the burning will. Reload. He pointed his rifle at the enemy and took aim. Then a shot rang out and the king of the beasts fell dead to the ground. The men who were searching for medicine in the La Potter area and watching the great battle were incredibly shocked to see how the black ghost had managed to defeat the lion. The defeated king of the beasts was lying on the ground. His lifeless body was bleeding. The black ghost, on the other hand, was not injured. This time, his ability increased the damage by 4 1/10 times. Finally, the king of the beasts was finished. The black ghost cut a huge heart out of the lion. He succeeded in getting it. Having defeated the king of the beasts, he got a special object, a mutated heart. Han Xiao carefully put the heart into a special container, then into a suitcase. The potion permanently increases the attributes of the person who took it. The men who were looking for a cure for the death virus in the area sincerely thanked the black ghost for his help. They told him that they had come to this forbidden zone to save the search party. They were looking for a way to solve the virus but stopped communicating. Then they hopefully asked the black ghost if he would help them. The black ghost looked into the computer. A D-class mission popped up to rescue the research team. But leading people through the restricted zone was too dangerous. Han Xiao was not interested in these troubles. He gave up on this task. He had already accomplished his goal and had no reason to waste time. However, one of the men was grasping at the last opportunity to apprehend the black ghost. He said that these men, who were part of the research team, had put themselves in danger to stop the disaster. We can't leave them here to die. But the black ghost was relentless. He coldly replied, "Let them do as they please, but don't let them bring him into this story." Then he abruptly turned around and ran off about his business. He was no longer interested in further events in the area. The men were left with nothing. The black ghost was on his way to Louis's research facility. He had something to deliver there. Han Xiao changed his image again to conceal his identity and headed for the institution. He was carrying a suitcase. A young receptionist greeted him warmly at the reception and asked how she could be of service to him. The black ghost laid a suitcase on the counter in front of her, opened it, and showed that he had brought the heart of a dead organism infected with the virus. The receptionist led him to the lobby, where there was a comfortable sofa, and offered to wait here. She went to inform her superiors of his arrival. The black ghost sat down on the couch and waited for further developments. And then, the men who were looking for a cure for the death virus in the La Potere neighborhood entered the facility. They could barely move, supporting each other. One of them had his leg bandaged. He was holding on to his friend with his right hand and leaning on a cane with his left. He had a plaster on his cheek. The other had a bandage on his right arm, which was suspended from his neck to fix it, as well as his head. An employee of the research institution came out to meet them, ran to them, calling them heroes, and rejoicing that they had returned. A man with a bandaged head said they were sorry, but they had failed to complete the task. An employee of the institution asked in horror if the entire unit had died in that area. The man with the stick replied that all the people in the squad were infected and they could not help them. He apologized again for that. Then he handed the employee of the institution a suitcase and said that this was all that was left of those people. Inside the suitcase was a sample of the source of the virus. The employee of the institution took off his glasses. Tears spilled from his eyes. He said that they would never forget the sacrifices of those people. And when the research facility invents an antidote, they will name it after them. The wounded men also started crying. They said that the men from the squad were truly heroes. The one with the wounded head said that he would regret for the rest of his life that he could not get them out of the La Potter area. However, an employee of the institution put his hand on his shoulder and told him that he did not need to push himself so hard, because if not for them, the will of those people from the detachment would not have been passed on. He added that they both did everything they could. Then he said that they had medical equipment here in the institution and that they could be helped to heal their wounds. However, the men refused the offered medical assistance. They said not to worry, they would take care of themselves. Then the men headed for the exit, still supporting each other. The employee of the institution exhaled a sorrowful sigh after them. After that, he turned to the black ghost, who was still sitting on the couch waiting and watching the previous story, willy-nilly. The employee greeted him and asked if the boy had brought the mutated heart. The black ghost replied in the affirmative that yes, he had it in his suitcase. Then an employee of the institution invited the black ghost to follow him further. They walked down the long corridors together. Along the way, an employee of the institution told the black ghost that the main object of their research at the moment is the deadly virus, but the lack of appropriate samples is causing them problems. The worker then added that with the heart they could make an antidote, and when it was ready they could give the black ghost some of it and something else as payment. To this, the black ghost replied that he did not need any payment. He was only interested in the antidote. And then the guy asked what the researcher was carrying in his suitcase if he said that they were very short of samples. The employee laughed at this question. He said that what was in the suitcase was for something else entirely. Finally, they reached the laboratory. An employee of the institution said that outsiders were strictly forbidden to enter. He asked them to wait outside the door. The black ghost handed over the suitcase with the mutated lion's heart and sat down on the couch in the hallway. The research facility had excellent soundproofing everywhere, but it was nothing to the black ghost's senses. So, sitting on the couch, he could hear everything perfectly and even see through the wall. In the laboratory, an old doctor asked the employee who had brought the suitcase with the mutated heart if everyone from the search party had died. The worker replied that the two men who had been sent by the institution to search for the missing team had not been able to save anyone. The doctor calmly said that everything was fine. The main thing is that they now have samples for research. The employee added that the two men were still very ashamed that they had not lived up to the expectations of the institution, so they did not take the promised reward. The employee also said that the men were stupid and naive, and that they were moved to tears by the lie that their actions were a big deal. The old doctor laughed out loud and said that the next time they had a dangerous case, they would definitely call those men. The black ghost heard all this perfectly well, and he did not like this hypocrisy. He thought that the employees of the research institution would probably not give him anything good as a reward either. So he decided to teach them a lesson. He waited for someone to come out to him. The worker to whom he handed the suitcase with the mutated heart said that it would take 1 day to make the antidote. Therefore, they would offer him a room to rest and as soon as everything was ready, he would be handed his part. The Black Ghost agreed to this. So an employee of the institution escorted the Black Ghost to his room in the guest lounge area. The Black Ghost decided to get to work immediately and hack into the research facility's database. He needed to check whether there really was an antidote to the deadly virus. When the Black Ghost managed to hack into the database, he read what he suspected. The antidote to the deadly virus is just a cover. In fact, the research facility is studying the virus's amplifiers using the samples they have obtained. The antidote constantly increases the attribute and with some probability can give away the skill. This is a very rare item. It used to be extremely difficult to get it, but this time, the Black Ghost will get it. Soon, an employee of the institution with whom the Black Ghost had been communicating from the very beginning knocked on his door and handed him the so-called antidote. It was an amplifier of the death virus, low concentration. The drug is made from some kind of gene-mutated virus. Its essence can be used on humans without side effects. Effects of consumption: strength, +1, agility, +1, chance to awaken, unique skill. The color of the antidote resembled blood, and nothing was known about its taste. The researchers had indeed given the Black Ghost a substandard product, but Han Xiao took what was brought to him and politely thanked him, saying that he was satisfied. Then the employee of the institution extended his hand to him and said that he would look forward to their cooperation in the future. The Black Ghost immediately said that he would like to buy more drugs and asked if they were available. The employee of the institution was a little worried about this offer and replied that they only provide long-term wholesale supplies to large organizations. The Black Ghost did not back down and asked encouragingly if it was really true. Then he decided to cheat. He introduced himself officially as the executive director of the embryo organization, and he called himself Heisenberg. This information surprised the employee of the institution. He wondered if the embryo organization had not left the Western contingent. He said out loud that the Black Ghost was quite suspicious and immediately apologized for his words. Han Xiao then offered to demonstrate the secret of the organization. This should surely convince the researcher that his words were true. And the Black Ghost pressed the activator of the mech suit. Even the laboratories of the 6 nations don't have this kind of technology. And so he appeared in front of an employee of the institution in a fursuit, which he dared to show him because their organization had a good name. The employee was shocked by what he saw. He immediately needed to consult with his superiors. So he quickly made a video call. The management was incredulous at this information. They said that the fursuit was not yet proof that the Black Ghost was a member of the embryo organization. Then the Black Ghost entered the conversation and said that the embryo organization conducts its business in secret, and we should not expect him to shout that he is from embryo. The management of the research institution agreed with him, but the employee who had spoken to the Black Cause was still wary. He said that it was quite dangerous to cooperate with Embryon. However, the Black Ghost assured them that their cooperation would be completely secret. They might even provide them with some financial support to set up new divisions in Andria. The management decided to consult with each other. They knew that Embryo had many mutated animals and plants. They thought that Embryo was being very generous to them. This offer is very favorable for them. So the leaders of the institution decided to take the Black Ghost to the room with the experimental samples. The Black Ghost took off his fursuit and went to see what was actually being researched in this institution. First, he was taken to the exhibition hall of medicines. An employee of the institution asked the Black Ghost how much medicine he needed. The Black Ghost began to look at all the copies in order with interest. After a good look around, he said he needed a little bit of everything. Money was not a problem for him. And then he added that he would like to see what the research institution has in their warehouses. The leaders of the institution watched every step of the Black Ghost. They rejoiced at the fact that they were about to receive a huge order. So they called the employee who was leading the Black Ghost around the institution and told him to sign a contract with him as soon as possible. Having received this order, the employee briefly replied to the Black Ghost that they had enough stock. After the buyer makes the payment, all the items from his order will become his property. But the Black Ghost stood his ground. He emphasized that he would make the payment only after he had seen the goods in the warehouse with his own eyes and checked their quality. However, an employee of the institution said that there was no need to worry about the quality of their products. They were fully responsible for it. Then he took one of the tubes out of the safe and invited the Black Ghost to see for himself the quality of the product. He added that they would not dare to deceive him. However, outsiders are strictly forbidden to enter the warehouse. The Black Ghost checked the contents of the test tube. It was an amplifier. It added 3 points of strength. Its duration, 3 minutes. That was not bad. He realized that he would never be allowed to enter the warehouse. But the drugs in the exhibition hall were also not bad. After waiting a bit, the employee said that he noticed that the buyer liked their product. He decided to continue with the sale. The Black Ghost agreed that he liked the product presented, but he had some reservations. Suddenly, he found himself back in a fursuit, pointed a gun at the employee of the institution, and said that this would be his payment for the goods. The employee only managed to remark in fright that the Black Ghost was just pretending to be a good customer. Han Xiao did not hesitate to confirm the institution employee's assumption and added that the bullets were real. He then ordered the employee to open all the locked supply lockers if he wanted to stay alive. The managers were watching all this on the cameras. They saw what happened and ordered the employee not to stand there, but to immediately raise the alarm. The employee of the institution was scared to death. They were shooting at him, and he could not defend himself at all. Finally, he found the button that activated the alarm and pushed it with all his might. All the speakers immediately announced that the attacker would not be able to escape. He was completely under their control. The employee of the institution, who had been in the exhibition hall with the Black Ghost, had now recovered a bit and became more courageous. He told the young man that if he wanted to stay alive, he had to lay down his arms and give his name and position. The Black Ghost was surrounded by weapons that were activated by triggering an alarm. By opening fire, the guns could have turned him into a sieve. However, the Black Ghost was not going to give up. He activated the program launch, and various computer programs began to malfunction throughout the institution. No one understood what was going on. The system suddenly crashed. In the exhibition hall, as a result of a total failure in the programs, all the cabinets with drugs were opened. The Black Ghost was walking past the shelves, gathering everything he needed in a bag. One of the executives frantically ordered the system administrators to immediately fix the system and regain control of the application management. However, the system administrator could not do anything about the situation because the virus launched by the Black Ghost was spreading through the system too quickly. The employee of the institution who had accompanied the Black Ghost changed his insolence to fear again. He frighteningly asked the boy to let him live. The Black Ghost answered him menacingly, telling him not to poke around and interfere with him, and then he would live. He then added that he was not a psycho who killed for no reason, and he was even ready to cooperate with them, but this time they behaved incorrectly. In particular, he recalled 2 men who were looking for a cure for the death virus in the La Potter area. They are still heroes, although a bit stupid, but decent and brave people. Then the Black Ghost tied up the sack filled with trophies, threw it over his shoulder, and said that there are fewer and fewer good people in the world. This is why society is rotting. Thieves always get their comeuppance, and this is their punishment. Meanwhile, the manager attacked the system administrator, claiming that while he was dealing with the virus in the computer, the Black Ghost would escape. He gave the order to lock all the doors so that the security guards could detain him. He also told them to ask Maple for help. The Black Ghost was extremely annoyed by the obstacles he was facing. He threw himself against the wall with all his strength since the door was locked and pierced it through. Having thus escaped from the exhibition hall, the Black Ghost ran as fast as he could through the corridors, looking for a way out of the institution. But then the guards of the institution stood in his way. They ordered him to stop on the spot and surrounded him. They had only sticks as weapons. They posed no threat to the Black Ghost, so he easily dispersed them in different directions and escaped through the gate from the room. Running away, the guy laughed that a bunch of nubs wanted to detain him. The manager was completely dissatisfied with this course of action, angry at the weak guards, and angry that help from Maple had not yet arrived, and help was expected no sooner than 10 minutes later. But 10 minutes was an extremely long time. Their thief would surely run too far. Then the head of the institution ordered to immediately contact the 2 men they had sent to search for a cure for the death virus in the La Potter area, and those men were just lying in the hospital. They needed to treat the wounds they had received during the previous mission. One of them was lying under a drip. The other had a cast on his arm. They were told that the research institute had been robbed. Among the stolen items was an antidote to the death virus. The men were very upset and outraged. They realized that the search party they had gone to help in the La Potter area had given their lives to obtain samples to create an antidote to the death virus. So one of them broke the cast on his arm, and the other took the needle out of his hand. And the 2 of them, without hesitation, ran as fast as they could to help the Research Institute employees catch the thief. The Institute was counting on this, that these desperate people would rush to save the day, and they were sent the coordinates where the thief could be. Meanwhile, the black ghost climbed onto the roof of a high-rise building to rest for a while and to watch from above to see if he would be chased. He was very pleased with himself because he managed to take a bunch of reagents with him. Now he can even drink them instead of water every day. Suddenly, the black ghost received information that 2 trackers of approximately level 30 were approaching him. He turned around and heard an order in his direction not to move. Then he saw that a gun was pointed at him. And then the men saw that it was the man who had saved their lives in the La Potter area. But they were categorical about their task. They said they would not allow him to take the antidote, and they pointed their guns at him. The black ghost was very surprised that the men continued to help those who had deceived them. So he launched the Hero's Challenge. Introduction. Many people want to become heroes of justice, but not all of them follow the right path. Some people become corrupt and forget their original goals. Some lose their commitment and become those they swore to fight against. Some are deceived or used. The path of justice is a difficult one, and now you can become a test for those people. Help them find the right path to becoming true heroes. Requirement. Defeat Yang Diane and Ned and reveal the truth about Louis' Research Institute. Reward. Random. The black ghost decided that the reward was worth the task. The men stood near the black ghost ready to attack at any moment, but it was the black ghost who was the first to attack. He immediately turned around and ran at his opponents. His fist clenched, ready to strike. The electromagnetic gauntlet activated, and so the first blow was struck. The black ghost had no intention of engaging in a fierce battle, so he had to act with the utmost caution. Yang Dian took the first blow. He was thrown back by the powerful force all the way to the wall, which he broke through with his back. The man fell to his knees and held his stomach, recovering from the terrible attack. Ned immediately rushed to Yang Dian's aid. He shouted menacingly that the black ghost was about to visit his fist. However, before Ned could even touch the black ghost, the latter met him with a strong kick. Han Xiao threw the man far away. Ned fell down beside his friend. They were both consistently defeated. Yang Dian asked Ned if he was feeling okay, but Ned said that now was not the time to think about himself. He had to stop the black ghost and not let him escape. Meanwhile, the black ghost had already thrown the bag of drugs behind his back and was about to leave. Then Yang Dian approached him. He said that he had taken the antidote to the deadly virus and killed many people. Then he began to rise from his knees, bleeding incessantly. Yang Dian said that he would not even spare his own life. The man was going to stop the black ghost at any cost. He was ready to fight to the last drop of blood. However, the black ghost coldly asked what such a heroic death would give him. Only cut flowers, empty praise, and fake tears. But Yang Dian was unfazed by his actions. He said he didn't care how others saw him. If he was satisfied with himself, that was enough for him. Then the black ghost came close to him and put the muzzle of his gun to his head. He asked him if he still thought so. Yang Dian was frightened for a moment, and bitter tears spilled from his eyes. Memories of his happy parents, who were always waiting for him to visit, flashed through his mind. Then I remembered my beloved wife, my cheerful little daughter. Yang Dian had already mentally said goodbye to all his family and friends. He was ready to sacrifice himself for the common good, he thought. But the shot did not take place. This surprised the man. He thought that his opponent had simply run out of bullets in his gun. He asked the black ghost aloud why he hadn't killed him. The black ghost calmly replied that it didn't matter why he didn't kill him. Only what Yang Dian was thinking at that moment was important. Then the black ghost hid his weapon, threw the bag of drugs back over his shoulder, and turned around to walk away. Only finally did he throw something in Yang Dian's direction and say that it was for him. It was a digital storage device, a flash drive. Obviously, it contained some very important information that the black ghost wanted to share with the men. Yang Dian picked up the flash drive from the ground and was very surprised. He didn't understand what his opponent wanted to convey to him. The black ghost finally left with his medicines, and the men returned to their restroom to treat their wounds and recover from what had happened to them on the roof. Yang Dian laid down tiredly on his bed, his mind racing with sad thoughts. He was tormented by the fact that his unshakable faith had been shaken by the sight of death. At that moment, he was not desperate and determined. He was angry because he used to want to fight and be a hero just for fun, without thinking about it. The man slammed his fist into the pillow. Meanwhile, Ned sat down at his computer and inserted a flash drive to see what information the black ghost wanted to convey to them. Something alarmed him, and he called his friend to come over. Yang Dian went to the computer, and the two men saw that the flash drive contained some secret information from Louis' Research Institute. They opened a page that contained information about the antidote to the deadly virus. There was a report on the results of a study of the deadly virus amplifier. Yang Dian was very angry about this. Now the men realized that Lewis Research Institute was developing body enhancers and biological weapons. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost had already repacked the drugs he had collected at the Research Institute into his suitcase and moved on. His task, the hero's trial, was complete. His reward for him was plus 40,000 favor points from Yang Dian and plus 40,000 favor points from Ned. At first, the Black Ghost was unhappy with this reward. He did not understand why he needed favor from those jerks he thought they were. But then he came to terms with it. He was satisfied with the fact that he received a bunch of useful drugs and also did a good deed by letting the two men understand what the Research Institute is really like. Meanwhile, the Darknet had already received a call from the Research Institute, telling them about the robbery. The Darknet replied that they would definitely find out the identity of the robber and then report back. Bennett Anderson concluded the conversation by saying that this time, a major scandal had broken out. The boy had stolen a lot of important drugs, and now financial organizations were also being targeted. Anderson lit a cigarette. Then he ordered to put pressure on Embryo. The Darknet now also has a reward announcement for the capture of the Black Ghost. And the Black Ghost returned to his room, rested, and then laid out all the looted drugs in front of him and began to examine them. He was pleased with himself. Rubbing his hands together, he decided to try his luck. Then he grabbed a test tube with some strange green liquid and said that he would start with this drug. It was a green lizard drug, average concentration of 23 whole and 0.3%. It is made from the genes of the green lizard, a lazy creature. After taking this drug, the patient will feel relaxed. The Black Ghost angrily threw the drug away from him. He did not understand how the Research Institute could benefit from such a drug. He felt sad that he had chosen the wrong drug to start testing. He thought he was just unlucky. Then the Black Ghost took the next drug. It turned out to be Eagle Predator, plus 3,000 points of agility. Now the guy was satisfied because this drug was more reliable. It was a pity that the effect of several containers did not add up. The Black Ghost also had 4 test tubes with a highly concentrated preparation of the deadly virus. He realized that he had a chance to awaken a rare ability. Previously, players were chasing this ability. Without hesitation, the Black Ghost decided to drink the deadly virus preparation. It turned out to taste very disgusting. Immediately after taking the drug, his strength increased by 4 points. Then he drank the contents of each of the 4 tubes in turn. He also gained 4 points of stamina. The Black Ghost was not satisfied with this, as he did not gain any rare abilities. As he drank the contents of the last 4th tube, he still hoped to get some rare ability. Finally, he felt that something had happened to him. The guy immediately decided to check whether he really got what he expected. He received a unique body constitution. It added 10% to health, 180% to recovery speed, and 8% to resistance to anomalies. In general, it was very rare to get a health boost, but the Black Ghost didn't understand whether the mechanic class needed it. It was evening. Something was happening at the Embryo base. The organization received a letter from the Lewis Research Institute. The message stated that Heisenberg, an employee of Embryon, had stolen many different drugs from them. The manager said indignantly that it was all a lie, because there was no employee in their organization named Heisenberg. And since they lost, everyone started to think they were weak. The report from the Research Institute also included a photo of the robber and some videos of him. The head of Embryon said that the robber's mechanical suit was very strong. He decided to try to get hold of this suit. If he succeeds, the combat power of their soldiers will increase dramatically. He was tormented by the question of where such a fursuit could have been created. Perhaps it happened in one of the 6 powers. The head of Embryo ordered their organization's intelligence network to secretly follow the user of the suit. Let them find out all the actions and capabilities of the suit. Then the subordinate told his superior some more information. He said that recently the non-humans had begun to avoid capture, and some of them even resisted capture. As a result, they managed to catch only 2,103 non-humans. The manager only asked if Cyberlos had learned anything new about it. The soldier read that non-humans act purposefully, lack a lot of basic knowledge, and speak strangely. It also seems that they have some special way of communicating with each other. Cyberlos says that non-humans remind him a lot of time travelers from the past. It was very strange for the head of the government. He asked what the position of the 6 states was on this. The soldier reported that, according to their intelligence, 6 states had sent people to establish contact with the non-humans. Each of them had different approaches, ranging from the friendly to the outright violent. However, the leader understood that no one would give up preparations for war with their organization because of these non-humans. He ordered that more efforts be made to capture the non-humans. He had a feeling that they were their means of winning the war. The events moved to Maple's capital, Maple Leaf City, a multi-level 4-story villa. The doors open from the inside. 2 special forces patrols guard the outside of the building and another inside. In total, there are 18 intelligence agents. The target leaves the house every day at 8 o'clock in the morning, traveling in an armored vehicle, with 2 squads following close behind. He returns at 6 or 7 in the evening. The same personnel guard the target on the opposite road. All this information was passed on by a man sitting on a bench in front of the villa. He looked like an ordinary vagrant. Suddenly, one of the special agents approached him and asked him menacingly who he was. Then he ordered the man to show his documents. The man sat up in fright, pulled out his documents from his torn jacket and said he was just a vagrant. Then he climbed up on the bench with his feet. The special agent carefully examined the documents that the man gave him, and then said that it was forbidden to be on this territory. He ordered the vagrant to leave. The man stammered and replied that he would leave now. This man's name was Hannes. He did leave the observation site and, walking through the city, told the service he worked for that he must have gone completely crazy if he continued to work for them after he had retired. This is what he told one man who spoke to him on the phone. There was also a woman in the house named Vernina. She told him to stop complaining like a woman or to go to the dacha to weed the garden. Hannes said they were asking him for help instead of looking for Bennett. The man sitting on the couch's name was Garion. He told Hannes that he and Bennett didn't get along. It would not work during the day, so they would better kidnap the target at night. He then told Hannes to come back and they would discuss the plan of action together. He hoped there would be no difficulties. Mapley was home to a darknet safe house. A Scorpion-level assassin, a man named Phantom Blade, asked why the Black Ghost had suddenly become the trump card of the darknet. The Golden Fox replied that the Black Ghost is very strong, although he has some strange hobbies. Smoking a cigarette, Ghostblade huffed and said that it was unlikely that the Black Ghost was stronger than him. He was trained as a special agent in Raylan. And then the Black Ghost entered the room. He was escorted in by an old lady and told that 2 guests were already waiting for him. The Black Ghost saw the Golden Fox and was surprised that she was the one who acted as a liaison. Then he added a compliment that she had become even more beautiful. This alarmed the girl very much. She asked him not to fall in love with her. The Phantom Blade approached Black Ghost and said that he had heard enough about the boy's military achievements. He also said that everyone says that the Black Ghost is a legend, but he himself now sees that there is nothing special about him. Then the Golden Fox intervened. She told Phantom Blade not to compare himself to Black Ghost. They all have a very important task, and therefore it is necessary to familiarize themselves with all the data first. The girl spread out the photos on the table in front of her and said that they had only 5 targets. All of them are high-ranking officials who oppose their plan. Both at home and on the street, they are constantly under guard. Then she handed out maps of the target villas to the boys. The security and patrol forces are also marked there. The Phantom Blade confidently said that he had already developed his plan of action. Everyone just needs to follow it, and then everything will go smoothly. He walked up to the Black Ghost, put his elbow on his shoulder, and pointed to the special symbols on the map. Then he said that if the Black Ghost didn't understand what they meant, he could easily explain it to him. The Black Ghost did not pay attention to the Phantom Blade's words, but simply asked what their specific goal was. Then the Golden Fox took some papers and said that they needed to put these documents in the houses of those people in a visible place so that they could immediately notice them. Those documents contain certain information that could harm those people. If they realize that they are in danger, they will not do anything rash. To this, the Black Ghost quickly replied that he could easily do it, and asked what they would do then. The Phantom Blade replied that he was only responsible for presenting intelligence. It was their job to carry out the task. However, the Golden Fox said that if help was needed, she would be happy to do so. The Black Ghost waved his hand. He said that this task was too easy, so he would do it alone. To this, the Phantom Blade added that if the Black Ghost stuck to the plan he had drawn up, he would definitely be able to accomplish the task easily. But the Black Ghost threw the papers that the Phantom Blade had given him with his plan on the table and said that the plan was too complicated, he would figure it out on the spot as he went along. This act angered the Phantom Blade, because he had been working on that plan for 10 days, and the Black Ghost knew absolutely nothing about it. However, the black ghost turned around and walked to the exit. In conclusion, he said that such a task was easy for him. Then he slammed the door shut. The ghostly blade took off running and, through the closed door, said that the black ghost would screw up if he didn't follow the plan. The black ghost immediately went to fulfill the task. The first target, Maple official Dorasi Farami, had just left the building. He was walking to his car. Armed special agents were standing all around him. The black ghost decided that he first needed to sneak into the escort unit and wait for a convenient opportunity. Then he suddenly saw that one of the security agents was stuck on the phone. The black ghost quickly ran up and neutralized the special agent. He didn't even have time to defend himself. The guy injected him with an anesthetic. It will last for several hours, and then the special agent will be able to regain consciousness. In the meantime, the black ghost took off his clothes and left him naked, only in his underwear. Then the guy put the stolen clothes on himself. The special agent's name, by the way, was Anguston. Soon the black ghost heard that he was ordered to go to everyone. The guy was mentally making a plan for when he would be able to plant the documents on the official. He decided to do it when they got closer to the house. The car was passing by a high-rise building and suddenly 3 rockets were fired at it from a window on the top floor. All 3 missiles hit the target, but the car was armored, so it remained unharmed. However, the explosion overturned other cars. Some of the guards were wounded. Dorasi Farami grabbed his pistol with trembling hands and stammered, and asked what was going on. Vernina approached his car. She was holding an assault rifle. She ordered the official to shut up and get out of the car. Otherwise, she threatened to crush his dog's face. Here, Dorasi Farami saw a sniper on the roof of one of the houses and said that they tried very hard to catch him. Then he opened the car and got out, saying that he had no other choice. The black ghost managed to hide from the blast wave. He saw that his target was being kidnapped and began to think about who else might be interested in that person. And then Vernina noticed him. She thought that all the special agents had already been neutralized. So she headed for the black ghost through the smoke screen. Dorasi Farami stayed behind with his hands behind his head. Vernina was level 60, and she was an artillery master. The black ghost didn't like the fact that a Bennett-level boss appeared here. He realized that a person with such power must have hidden reasons for attacking Maple's official. The black ghost realized that first he just needed to get out of here. So he tried to quickly get out of his hiding place and get away as far as possible. But Vernina immediately pointed her assault rifle at him. She was never going to let the guy go alive. Then the woman quickly fired a shot. An explosion occurred, but the black ghost managed to jump away. He never imagined that he would get into such trouble while performing a task that was not too difficult for him. Then he drew his weapon. He had to defend himself. Vernina was determined, so the black ghost accepted the fight. Now he had a sword in his hand. He counterattacked the woman. He swung his sword at her, and she managed to dodge the direct blow. Nevertheless, the black ghost managed to catch Vernina's arm. He inflicted a wound on her shoulder. The woman was confused as to where such a strong bodyguard had come from in Doris. But she knew she was stronger, even though her opponent's level was quite high. Vernina continued the fight. She definitely did not like the fact that her opponent was smiling. Then she rushed to attack again. She was sure she would win this battle. The woman struck the black ghost a powerful blow right in the stomach, wishing him to die. The black ghost only thought that it was very good that his armor was able to withstand Vernina's blows. If they kept their distance, she would start to gradually lose health. Meanwhile, the guy took 68 points of damage, but his electromagnetic armor blocks the damage. Vernina was preparing for a new attack. She did not think she would have such an opponent here. Now she kneed the black ghost in the face. The black ghost only managed to cover himself a little. Dorasi Farami was shocked that such a valuable cadre had been hidden among his bodyguards. He thought that he was very well respected in the department. Meanwhile, the battle between the black ghost and Vernina continued. The 2 strong fighters did not retreat. Han Xiao attacked Vernina again. The woman stood in a defensive stance. As soon as the black ghost approached her and swung his sword, Vernina jumped up and managed to avoid the blow. The woman told her accomplice Hannes that the agent she had fought was very strong. She said that it was enough to observe them. Let him help her overcome her opponent. Hannes, who was playing the role of a sniper, took aim at the black ghost but said that Vernina was too close to him and they were moving very fast, so he might accidentally hit her. And then Hannes saw something very important from above, which he immediately reported to Vernina. There were many military vehicles on the road with aid from Maple's office. Vernina heard from Hannes that she had to retreat immediately. Too powerful a force for Dorasi Farami was approaching. The woman immediately took note of this, turned around, and left the battlefield. The black ghost was shocked by this turn of events, but he was tormented by the question of who this official was if his personality interested two people of the 60th level. Picking up a sniper rifle from the ground, the Black Ghost thought that this must be about a secret plot line, so Vernina must not be allowed to escape. So the guy took good aim, used the burning will skill, and fired a shot after the woman. Vernina angrily replied that she remembered the Black Ghost and would take revenge on him when she had the chance, because the boy had shot her in the arm. In the meantime, help had already arrived on the scene, and the soldiers raised their weapons. They saw the enemy fleeing to the northeast. The leader of the unit that arrived to help ordered his soldiers to capture the fugitives, and the Black Ghost wished he had shot Vernina in the leg. And then Dorothy Farami came up to him, shook his hand, and thanked him for saving him. The Black Ghost took advantage of this opportunity and quietly put a flash drive with the necessary documents in the official's jacket pocket. He then modestly replied that it was just his job. So one of the 5 officials had already been given the documents. Dorothy Farami squeezed the Black Ghost's hand with both hands and asked him to become his chief bodyguard. He also promised to double his salary. However, the Black Ghost refused, saying that he had no plans to change his job, but the boy couldn't help but wonder what kind of secret the official had that 2 people of the 60th level decided to attack him. Meanwhile, Dorothy Farami turned to Colonel Denny and asked if they had been able to find out who the attacker was. The colonel replied that the attacker was Vernina, Raylan's agent in the past. She used to take an active part in various battles and was once one of the legends of the time. Then she disappeared for about 10 years, and now she has suddenly reappeared. The Black Ghost had also heard this information, and now he began to remember something. In the largest refugee camp created by Bennett Anderson in his past life, there was a low hill with 3 graves. One of the tombstones bore Vernine's name. She was already dead when the players found out about her. Bennett Anderson came there more than once and said that his friends and teammates were buried there. They all deserve respect. Now the Black Ghost thought that if they are all alive, it must be connected to a hidden storyline. Here the Black Ghost's memories and reflections were interrupted by the voice of Dorothy Farami, who called him by the name of Anguston. He told the guy to go home and get some rest, and that Danny would take care of the cleanup here at the scene of the attack. So the Black Ghost calmly left. But his presence in that event interested Colonel Danny. He wondered why the Secret Service had hidden such a powerful person in them. He decided to check everything out for himself. Then the Black Ghost went to the villa of the second target of his mission, Harry Raymond. Fortunately, all the officials have returned home, unlike Dorothy Farami, who is constantly disappearing. The Black Ghost was watching the villa from afar. He decided to finish the task as soon as possible and go in search of Vernina. Waiting for the right moment, the Black Ghost got closer to the villa, climbed up on its roof, and then jumped on one of the guards who were guarding the villa from the outside. After neutralizing him, the guy put on the uniform of the guard and took on his image. Then the Black Ghost made his way closer to one of the villa's open windows to leave a flash drive with documents there. It was the window of the official's office. In the morning, he would be able to easily find the flash drive because it was right on his desk. After that, the Black Ghost moved on to the next target. Now the boy arrived at Sen and Miller's estate. It was already night. A few successful cautious steps and the next flash drive is on the desk in the next target's office. It was a piece of cake for the Black Ghost. The next step is the Dick Van Venset estate. A little more, and the task will be fully completed. Here, the Black Ghost invariably used his usual practice of neutralizing one of the guards, disguising himself, and assuming his image. Then the Black Ghost found an open window and made his way inside the manor. The guy put the flash drive on the table. It was the last item on the task list. He was about to leave the estate. And the old bureaucrat, Dick Van Vensitia, suddenly woke up, complaining that this was the second time he had woken up that night. He could not accept the fact that he was already very old. Then his gaze rested on something strange that he clearly did not expect to see in his home in the middle of the night. It was very dark around, so the official could only see the black outline of a person, as well as the curtains swaying in the wind as the window was ajar. Dick Van Wense was extremely frightened by this. His eyes rounded with fear and his mouth dropped open. Suddenly, the official fell to the floor, and the stick he was leaning on fell down next to him. Dick Van Venset is dead. The Black Ghost killed the official. He received 1 experience point for this. The threat mission was completed. The guy received 120,000 experience points, plus 500 points to his relationship with the Blood Pack community. Current relationship, respected, 4,456 thousandths. But the Black Ghost did nothing to make the official die. Meanwhile, Dorothy Farami returned home. He found the flash drive left by the Black Ghost in his jacket pocket and inserted it into his computer. Then he began to familiarize himself with the information that was recorded on it. He shouted angrily that it was all crazy. It was blackmail. Then a security guard entered his office. Darasi Farami ordered him to find out what was happening to the officials who had opposed the funding of the Darknet. The guard said that he had come to the office for this very reason. He said that each of these officials had been threatened, and Dick Van Vansy died of a heart attack. It was a big blow to Darasi Farami. He said he would have to agree to the terms of those bastards. Meanwhile, Vernina was chastising herself for the fact that the task she had been given was very simple, and she had failed because of her own carelessness. Harrion reassured her. He said that the intelligence was incomplete. It was not her fault. However, Hannes, who studied this information, disagreed with this conclusion. He said that in Maple's archives, Special Agent Anguston is represented by the most ordinary person. Accordingly, the conclusion is that it was not him who fought with them, but someone who had nothing to do with Maple. Garion asked with interest who it could be. Hannes helped him to find out some more information and answered that it was a Darknet person. His target was Darasi Farami. Vernina said that as far as she knew, only Bennett Anderson had that kind of power on the Darknet. Apparently, they have new recruits now. Hannes suggested that he simply ask Bennett Anderson himself. He started dialing his number on his phone. The phone rang at Bennett Anderson's estate. Mr. Anderson picked up the phone. He was surprised to hear from Hannes, as he thought he had already resigned. Hannes replied that Garion had asked for his help, saying that he had an important matter. Bennett Anderson was calmly pouring himself a cup of tea as usual. Hannes asked if he had sent anyone on a mission to Maple. Bennett Anderson ironically replied that he didn't even know whether the person who was sent was so lucky or whether Hannes and Vernina were unlucky. But Hannes kept asking who it was, who they had to fight. But Bennett Anderson asked them briefly if they wanted trouble. He advised them not to mess with the guy because he could easily kill them. Vernina said that yesterday's fight was a pure accident. She will not settle the score with that guy. Then Bennett Anderson did say that the guy's name was Black Ghost. He strongly advised him to memorize that name and not to get in his way. Then Harrion approached Hannes and said that he would like the guy to help them with something. On the border with Maple, there was a Darknet safe house. The Black Ghost arrived here after successfully completing the task. The Golden Fox asked him in shock how he had managed to complete it so quickly. The Phantom Blade was extremely surprised himself. He claimed it was impossible. After all, according to his calculations, such a task should have taken at least a week to complete. However, the Black Ghost sarcastically replied that he had said from the very beginning that he had no use for the Phantom Blade plan. It was more like a child's play than something that could be used in a real battle. The Phantom Blade was completely crushed by this remark, because he had tried so hard to come up with a really good plan. Then the Black Ghost picked up the phone and started talking. He said it was about a task he had completed. He said that he had some difficulties. He called Bennett Anderson. The latter said he had no doubt that the Black Ghost would be up to the task. Then he added that he had something else for the guy. The enemy he met on the mission was actually his friend. The Black Ghost pretended to be surprised and said it was an incredible coincidence. Bennett Anderson said that he was surprised that the Black Ghost did not lose that battle. He remembers that when they first met, the guy was much weaker. He added that the Black Ghost's development is extremely fast. And the Black Ghost listened to those praises and finally asked if that was why Bennett Anderson had called him. But let him continue and don't stop. Then Mr. Anderson said that Hannes had asked him to tell the Black Ghost that he really wanted him to help him with one thing. The Black Ghost jumped at the offer. He was glad that the hidden task had come to him. However, I mentally calmed myself down because I needed to behave calmly, naturally, so that no one would guess anything. He told Bennett Anderson that he could help, but he needed to know the details. If the people who ask for help are his friends, then that means they are his friends. So there is no need to attach importance to the small altercation that occurred during the task. Bennett Anderson said it was a fitting response. Then he added that he would be in debt to the Black Ghost for this, and his debt is growing. The Black Ghost calmly replied that Mr. Anderson should not worry and take his time. Just let him remember that. Then Bennett Anderson put him in touch with his friend Hannes. The old man immediately reminded him that they had met yesterday. The Black Ghost lit a cigarette and replied that Bennett had told him that Hannes needed his help. He asked what kind of help. Hannes said that this refers to an undisclosed secret buried deep in history. The Black Ghost had A-level assignments looming. He thought it might be from the hidden storyline. So the hidden main storyline of the planet Aquamarine was activated. A-class task, new era, origin. The Black Ghost's cigarette fell out of his mouth. This hidden main storyline has never been activated before. There were three main storylines in Planet Aquamarine. Two of them were the war between the Six Nations and the Embryo Organization, and the creation of a refugee camp. Another line was launched by the players themselves, but it was not the same. The Black Ghost was also tempted by the name Origins. This means that it will be possible to dig deeper into the history of the planet. The guy thought he knew the game's plot like the back of his hand, but suddenly a task appeared that no one had ever activated before. However, the boy was a little afraid, because the task was extremely difficult if he managed to kill two of Aquamarine's strongest people with 60 levels. His hand trembled. However, the Black Ghost convinced himself that there was nothing wrong with that. After all, if no one else was able to cope with the task, then this should not be a reason to refuse it. The guy pressed the accept button with a still trembling hand. The Black Ghost resolutely stated that since he'd been given the task, he would make every effort to solve all its mysteries. So the Black Ghost went to meet Hannes. The old man greeted him kindly. He said that although they had just met, the boy had already come to his aid. Hannes then added that he already owed him a favor. The Black Ghost thought that he already had a lot of debtors and congratulated the old man on joining their ranks. But the guy said out loud that he shouldn't worry about it so much. Better to let him tell me about the details of the assignment. Hannes said that this task is related to their yesterday's attempt to capture Darasi Farami. Once upon a time, he was involved in a covert project. Everyone immersed themselves in the history of Aquamarine. Before the war started, Maple was famous for its soft policy. It was an ordinary and not very strong nation. The leader of the nation gave orders to reduce taxes if there was a drought somewhere in the country. When the war broke out, the leadership introduced policies that put a lot of pressure on the population. Many people expressed understanding and voluntarily contributed. When the soldiers came to collect taxes, the representative of the village himself said that they had already collected everything and asked the soldiers to take care of the rest at the front. The soldiers replied that it was their duty to defend their homeland. But after the war ended, officials who had tasted the sweet fruit of evil refused to return to the previous system and increased pressure on people even more. People could not continue to live like that. Many of them lost their homes as a result of the war. The situation inside the country was heating up. The old soft policy was gone. After Chancellor Ulrich passed a new bill on harsh levies, popular resistance reached its peak. Huge numbers of people took up arms. All the rebels headed for Ulrich's residence. They began to storm the walls, using whatever weapons they had. Ulrich's residence was exceptionally expensive. After an attack by the rebels, it was completely destroyed to the ground. The Black Ghost replied briefly that he was well aware of what had happened then. However, Hannes, as if he had not heard the Black Ghost's remark, continued to speak. Chancellor Ulrich also died during this assault, and half an hour after his death, the Special Forces received an order to kill all those who took part in the attack. In just 2 days, Maple's leadership passed 24 strict laws. In particular, it was decided to divide civilians into classes. This led to the mass eviction of useless residents from large cities. Many people were deprived of their rights. At the same time, the leadership arrested and killed those who could threaten the country. Darasi Farami was one of those who drafted those ill-fated 24 laws. The Black Ghost asked how this whole story was connected to the secret that Hannes had been talking about from the beginning. Hannes replied that until today, all of these gloomy events were quickly sinking into the darkness of the past. And as eyewitnesses of those events, they are simply obliged to reveal them. The Black Ghost then asked what the old man would personally gain from this. Hannes replied briefly that there was no benefit. And then he added very menacingly that people have the right to know their true history. The Black Ghost nevertheless thought that despite the intentions of Hannes and his friends, the task was still extremely rare. Afterwards, Garion handed the Black Ghost a package of papers and said that this was the information they had managed to gather on the case. The Black Ghost took this folder and decided to familiarize himself with its contents. This is an open-ended task. The more targets he manages to close, the more points he will receive upon completion. Moreover, the endings can be different. The New Era Origins task is a series of chain missions. At the moment, the following goals were available to the Black Ghost. Survivor's Ending. In the city of Blades of Raylan, it was necessary to find a guy with the nickname Old Devon and get an incomplete copy of Sally's document, #485. Forgotten key objective. In the ruins of the capital of the country Zishan on the southern continent. Coordinates. It was necessary to find a key item that was missing. Attachment. The appearance of the item. This was the final result of the last exploration of the country of Sishan before they were destroyed. First round reward, 350,000 experience points. Bonus rewards will be given according to the task score. The Black Ghost thought about it because a reward of 350,000 points for the first round alone is a reward worthy of the main task. The guy decided to give it a try. He told his customers about it. Arian said that he hoped that the Black Ghost would surprise him. The guy started to fulfill the task. To do this, he traveled to a newcomer village on the western continent. Two players were talking about how everyone on the forum has been discussing NPCs lately. On an ancient planet, players are considered to be messengers of the gods who must be worshipped. On a magical planet, people were examined by witches and found to have a talent for magic. After that, they were admitted to various magician academies, but on the planet Winterfrost, the players were not moved at all. But a player with the pseudonym Flying Naughty Shrimp said that it was better than risking being captured and cut to pieces by NPCs every day. He barely escaped from the research center. Another player said that a great expert told him in secret that the appearance of the Black Ghost on the planet Aquamarine was a kind of compensation for this. Flying Naughty Shrimp was very happy to hear this information. But I was immediately sad because the Black Ghost has been gone for a long time, and there are great doubts as to whether he will come to them at all. Suddenly, both players opened their mouths in surprise. The Black Ghost has arrived in the village. The story task can be completed slowly. For now, he has time to take advantage of the situation. The boy realized that these commoners had already missed him very much. All the players ran as fast as they could to meet the Black Ghost. They were really looking forward to it. Everyone wanted something for themselves from that meeting. One shouted that he wanted to get a method of tempering his strength. Another wanted to change his class to a mechanic. The Black Ghost could not believe his eyes and ears. He was surprised that the players had become more friendly. The player who was talking to the Flying Naughty Shrimp asked his friend if the Black Ghost would react differently to players if he was an NPC, so he decided to go tease the Black Ghost a little bit. The Flying Naughty Shrimp said that it was better not to, because the Black Ghost would kill him in a second if he got angry. However, the guy did not listen to him. He said it was just death. He would rise again many times, and he ran away. As he approached, he called out to the Black Ghost. Han Xiao turned to him. That brazen player, with his arms folded across his chest, began to give out information. He said that the Black Ghost's name was actually Han Xiao. He used to serve the Star Dragon, but now he serves the Darknet. The guy was smiling smugly. He thought that the Black Ghost would panic because he was exposed in public. The other players were watching in awe. They thought it was a very brave thing to do on the part of a daring player. They were also worried that they were going to be covered in blood because they thought that the Black Ghost was going to kill that guy. However, the Black Ghost only faintly agreed with that statement. The players admired him even more then, impressed by his equanimity. But the Black Ghost himself had allowed this information to become known to all the players. The daring player thought about it, because his prank had no effect on the Black Ghost, so he decided to take more serious action. And he immediately said that he wanted to join Embryo. He also asked the Black Ghost how he could do it. The Black Ghost realized that the bold player was trying to provoke him. Therefore, he took away 3 points of reputation from him. The player realized that he had taken too much liberty and that he could not joke around with the NPCs with impunity. The other players also realized the same thing. And the Black Ghost thought that he could help players choose sides, as he has some influence in the gaming community. So having come up with something, the Black Ghost decided to announce it to the players gathered around him. He said that war was coming. The nations are gathering an expedition. Embryo will surely lose. He then suggested that if someone wanted to join the Darknet, he could write them a letter of recommendation. If someone wants to join Embryo, they should get out of his sight. Suddenly, one player shouted for everyone to go to the forum immediately. The Black Ghost had a new product, a letter of recommendation for the Blood Pact. Other players said they had already seen it, but none of them can pay 250,000. Then one player asked which side the Blood Pact belonged to. He had never heard of them being guides for newcomers. Another player recalled that the Black Ghost said that the 6 nations would fight the Embryo, which would definitely lose. Another player said that 6 nations is definitely for beginners, so he decided to join them. He also knows about the Blood Pact community and has a mission to join them. Another player said that this community is very complicated and confusing. This community is positioned as an organization of killers. He doesn't understand the point of it. In his opinion, spending 250,000 to skip the previous tasks is a waste of money. The Black Ghost went to his room to rest. He wondered how many players would request a letter of recommendation. After a while, he was stunned to see that there had been no request for such a letter. He then analyzed that 250,000 is a very large sum for players. However, he thought that guilds would be interested in purchasing such a letter of recommendation. And then the Black Ghost received a notification that the task, the source of the Stone Plague or the Grouper Plague, which he had assigned to the Raging Sword and the Bandit Dog, had been completed. The guys quickly coped with it. The task had several requirements. Requirement 1, find the source of the plague, completed. Requirement 2, suppress the spread of the plague, completed. Requirement 3, cure all infected people, not completed. 60,000 points of experience, plus 400 points of relationship with the Black Pine settlement. The Black Ghost thought that when he gave his tasks to others, he would be rewarded upon completion. And then he had a brilliant idea. He started rubbing his hands together with excitement. Then he quickly dressed as usual, smoked a cigarette, and went outside. There, the villagers immediately saw him and rushed to him with their wishes. One player, also in a hurry, said that he would be the first to change his class today and quarreled with the others so that they would not even think of preventing him from doing so. The Black Ghost told the players that the flow of time had taken everyone forward. The truth of the past was buried and forgotten by the people who kept moving forward toward the future. Then the guy made a mysterious expression and continued that he needed a few reliable people to help him. And then the players had a new task with a very generous reward. This task was one of the main ones. The players were amazed that the Black Ghost could give the main story quests. It meant that he was a very important person in the game, so they decided to accept this task as soon as possible. But the players failed. They could not accept the task because they did not fulfill some condition. And then one player pointed out that there was a prerequisite for completing a new task. And this condition is the purchase of a letter of recommendation. Players began to get outraged and complain that it was a scam. They knew that they didn't need to spend any money to complete the task in the story. And, after all, no one had that much money. However, some of the players tried to borrow a certain amount of money from someone else, which they lacked to fulfill the condition to get the task. The Black Ghost calmly watched the commotion created by the players and smoked a cigarette. He had divided the first mission of Era of Origin into 5 separate missions for the players to complete. The Black Ghost was well aware that not everyone would be able to do it. But he needed only those players whose guilds would be able to pay such a sum, because they would most certainly be reliable guys and gals. The Guild of the Nine Gates took a very active approach to obtaining a new assignment. They discussed the fact that if they bought a letter of recommendation from the Black Ghost, they could join the story assignment. It was a very good chance for them. However, another player warned them that they risked losing and ending up spending a huge amount of money. He offered to unite with other guilds. My guildmates accepted this offer and decided to ask the Vagabonds Guild, and the Black Ghost calmly went to rest. He decided to stay in the newbie village for a few days until the guilds raised the necessary amount of money. Han Xiao was lying on a deck chair when he suddenly heard someone calling him. It was the players named Running with the Wind and Dragontail who approached. The one with the wind said they wanted to buy a letter of recommendation. The Black Ghost stood up and looked more closely. He remembered those 2 players. He remembered them as highly skilled players. Finally, his fish took the bait. Then the Black Ghost got up, took the letter of recommendation, and handed it to the boys. He told them to show it to certain people, and that they could come forward to the Blood Pact community. And then the Black Ghost added that he believed he could trust those players, so he wanted to give them a few tasks if they didn't mind. The guys were all excited about the good news. They said that this was exactly what they expected. However, the players were surprised to learn that with one letter, they could only activate one task. They thought they could accept all of them. However, the Black Ghost needed strong players, so he couldn't give those 2 all the tasks. And he explained to the boys that if they coped with the task he had just given them, he might find a few more for them to complete later. The guys thought that maybe this meant that after the execution, the hidden storyline of the Black Ghost would be activated. Therefore, the players hurried to complete the task. After all, it was necessary to cope with it faster than other players. The Black Ghost went on to rest. Non-professional players were sincerely jealous of the professionals because they had a lot of money, because they had guilds to help them, and they could afford to buy a letter of recommendation. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost thought that he had enough quota for the first task, but that all the subsequent ones would be more difficult, and the quota would not be enough. Then he became interested in the news from the Galaxy Times. The news reported that not long ago, another event occurred that caused a wide discussion among players. NPCs in the game expressed extreme curiosity about the unique characteristics of players. Each planet reacted differently to this phenomenon. Some called the players the chosen ones, others non-humans, and somewhere the incident was characterized as a phenomenon of genius. This is very exciting and amazing. It seems that NPCs have their own minds and are more flexible than NPCs in other games. If every NPC is endowed with intelligence, it is simply inconceivable how much computation will need to be done every second. But the Star Sea uses the latest computer technology with super powerful processors. It is even impossible to imagine what their limit is. And then the news anchor introduced a professional gambler whom they had invited to visit the studio that day. His name was Lee Gay. The player was asked to tell them what he thought about all this personally. Lee Ji said that he believes this is part of the game's plot, to make players feel like they are in reality. For example, when he played, he sometimes forgot that he was in a game. He believes that this is exactly what the game developers are trying to achieve. Just like in the real world, in this game, you have to constantly improvise, adapting to the general situation, and events almost never repeat themselves. This is all new and exciting. He has more hope for what Starry Sea can achieve in the future. The host interrupted and said that the International Esports Association had confirmed that it was creating the first pro league in the history of the Star Sea. The host then asked Lee Jae if he would participate. Lee Jae replied that he would hope for their support when the time comes. So all major guilds will start preparing for the league. This means that the number of customers for Black Ghost should increase. The Black Ghost decided that now he would need to select his proxies. At the headquarters of the 13th Star Dragon Unit, weekdays went on as usual. Of course, in order to get into the headquarters building, you had to be authorized. The executive director entered the hall to contact the Horizon communication window with Star Zone 9, the planet Aquamarine. He stood at the control panel. A message asking why they had been contacted appeared on the huge screen. The director began to type a response. He sent a request for communication because of an anomalous phenomenon on their planet. They call it inhuman. The details are given below. Since their planet's technology has failed to solve this mystery, they are hoping for their help. If they succeed, the inhabitants of the planet Aquamarine will be very grateful for it. Ghidorah and Star Dragon will remain close friends forever. They'll be looking forward to seeing someone from Star Zone 9 send someone down here to do on-site research. The answer was that they would have to wait a whole year. Now the only thing left to do is to use non-humans as mercenaries, because they like it. The embryo organization was also in a frenzy about the unusual situation. Hell, the Red Viper walked through the corridors. Finally, she came to the door, where fully armed soldiers were standing outside. They told her that she had only 1 hour. Then the soldiers let Hell pass on. The woman passed the door and went on. Finally, she reached her goal. The Red Viper was shaking with excitement. She barely raised her hand to the glass. Behind the huge panoramic window was her younger sister. She was very pale with big blue eyes. Her ash-colored hair was cut short. Hell came to visit her. She always looked forward to those visits. The Red Viper touched the window glass with a trembling hand, and her sister did the same opposite her hand. With tears in her eyes, Hell asked her sister how she had been doing all the time they hadn't seen each other. The sister said that people in white coats come to her less and less often. Her last injection was given 13 days ago. The poor girl had all her hands covered in plasters. Red Viper clenched her other hand into a fist. She saw that her sister Aurora was recovering more slowly now. Every time they take blood and bone marrow from her, she needs more time to recover. Aurora sat down and asked her sister to tell her a story. She wanted to hear the one that Hell hadn't told her the last time. Hell was very sad to see the condition of her beloved little sister. She gently asked where she had stopped telling the story. Aurora answered directly that Zero's uncle had escaped from the base. She asked what happened next, and if they had fought with him after that. Meanwhile, at Embryo's base, the head of the organization was annoyed that Zero, like a rat, had hidden somewhere very deep. If it has the ability to foresee, it must be destroyed before the war begins. Otherwise, their strategy will be revealed. Then the manager went to the laboratory where they were conducting experiments. There was a huge capsule with many different tubes connected to it. Inside the capsule, in some kind of liquid, there was a creature that the head of Embryo called a child of fate. The guy inside the capsule had white hair. The leader ordered him to wake up. The boy opened his eyes. They were a clear blue color. Then the leader held up a photo of Zero and ordered the child of fate to use his ability to influence the future and make Zero appear. Nothing happened for some time. The manager was waiting for any information. Finally, the child of fate replied that Zero would soon fall into a trap. He said he needed to go there. The manager asked hopefully when it would be. The child of destiny only said that it would happen soon. He didn't add anything else. Then the head of Embryo ordered Cyberlaws to immediately launch cyber soldiers. Cyberlaws immediately took the order for execution. He pressed the button and said it was time for revenge. By doing so, he activated the release of super soldiers. The strong iron curtains rose. The first to be released was a high-level soldier, Valkyrie test subject number 2. He looked very ominous. The Valkyrie shouted frantically, 000, and threatened to kill him with his own hands. The black ghost was flying over the snow-capped mountains in his helicopter. He suddenly sneezed. Then he rubbed his nose and wondered who was mentioning him again. He has already gained experience by teaching players a skill. Now it was time to decide whether to change classes and upgrade his rank. His total experience was 140 million points. At first, he decided to use the skills he already had to the fullest. And then you will need to build the purple class drawings that are required by the task. So the Black Ghost set all these processes in motion. He had a lot of skills. The merger began. The Black Ghost only had to monitor the process. As a result, he had 120 million experience points left. He never thought that spending those points would be so exhausting. So the Black Ghost created blueprints for 3 mechanisms that would be best suited for the task of changing class, as well as strengthen the mech in battle and allow for a combination of attack types. One of them was a folding blade with a magnetic chain. By using energy to adjust the structure of the magnetic chain, the blades can take on a variety of shapes. By combining certain actions, the blades can be used for both attack and defense in various forms. The second mechanism is the Iron Fist. This is a suspended heavy mechanical arm, can be disassembled. The third mechanism is a miniature maneuvering device. It shoots air currents, allowing the user to jump in the air. However, the materials that the Black Ghost had with him in the helicopter would not be enough. So he decided to go to the northern continent to replenish his supplies. It was winter on the northern continent. A Black Ghost came to a village of newcomers there. One player walked slowly through the snow, wrapped in a warm hooded cloak. His name was Hao Tian, level 16. Suddenly, he received a call from Li Gei, a professional player. Hao Tian lazily answered the call. Li Gei asked him if he had heard that the Esports Association had confirmed the creation of a professional league for Star C. Hao Tian replied briefly that he was a warrior. However, Li Gei did not give up. He said that he had an unusual ability. He invited Hao Tian to fight together in the league against foreign celebrities. Hao Tian replied that he would not be involved. Suddenly, Hao Tian stopped, something alarmed and surprised him. A helicopter landed right there on the lawn in front of the village. The players went to meet whoever arrived on it. They asked each other if it was the NPS or the Black Ghost. There were already level 18 players in this village, and the Black Ghost needed to go through all the newbie villages as quickly as possible before any of the players reached level 20 and realized that the method of improving strength was just a lie. The players were happy to run to meet the Black Ghost. They had been waiting for him for a long time. Many of them wanted to change their class to mechanic. Suddenly, one of the players saw Hao Tian nearby and was very surprised. The players parted, letting the warrior go ahead. Everyone welcomed the Black Ghost to their village. Hao Tian went straight to the Black Ghost and said he wanted to buy a letter of recommendation. The Black Ghost thought about it. He knew that Hao Tian was a professional player. It would be very appropriate to give him a task to test his strength. Meanwhile, some people appeared in the forest near the village, ready for a battle. They even had a plan of their own. They came to fight the non-humans and decided that they could easily deal with them. And if the non-humans resisted, they would simply kill them. The head of the small unit said that the non-humans looked like ordinary people, and I would not want to catch the wrong one. And then they saw someone in the distance. They began to look closely to see if it was a non-human. At first, they decided that it was, because in this forest, either animals or non-humans can walk alone. The men of the squad decided to attack immediately together, not to let the inhuman escape. Suddenly, the squad leader stopped abruptly and shouted for all his subordinates to stop as well. The soldiers asked him why he was stopping them, but obediently lowered their weapons. The manager looked even more closely and said excitedly that he was not a non-human. The Black Ghost himself was walking toward them. People were extremely surprised by what they saw. The Black Ghost immediately asked them who they were and what they were doing in the forest. He also pointed his weapon at the manager and asked if he would tell everything himself or if he needed help. People fell to their knees, bowed their heads, and said that they belonged to the family of Illumer. They had been sent here to capture the non-humans, and they meant him no harm at all. Then they began to beg for mercy. The Black Ghost recalled that last time he helped Lu Chen attack Alumera. No wonder these people are so afraid of him. He ordered those soldiers to return to their homes and tell their supervisor that he would visit him personally soon. The soldiers returned home with nothing and told the leader of Alumer, Daryl, what the Black Ghost had ordered them to do. Daryl was furious. He said that not only had the Black Ghost killed his men, but he dared to visit them. They hadn't even had a chance to find him and take revenge, and now he wants to come to them. This is a complete disrespect for them. The third commander of Alumer, Shi Qi, told the leader not to make any mistakes and not to do anything stupid. After all, joking around with the Black Ghost is not good. If he still dared to come here uninvited, it means that someone is behind him. Alumer's second-in-command, Xiao Jin, also supported this assumption. He said that if the Black Ghost wanted to attack them, he would not have given such a warning. First, we need to see what it wants. Then the leader of the Alumera said menacingly that they would listen to the Black Ghost's explanation for Xiao Juai's murder. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost was on his way to Alumera. He was standing on a neighboring mountain and could see the walls there. Alumer has one of the strongest commanders on the entire northern continent. The Black Ghost once treated them cruelly, but they did not go to get even with him. If he is already here, we need to be very vigilant. After all, it is not known what the leader and commanders of Alumera are up to. Finally, the Black Ghost moved on. He had now reached the gates of the city, where he was met by armed soldiers standing guard. The guards recognized that the Black Ghost was approaching them. The soldiers immediately pointed their guns at him and told him that he was strictly forbidden to enter the city. However, the Black Ghost defiantly asked what would happen if he went through. One of the soldiers timidly replied that it would cause them a lot of trouble. And then one of the leaders of the soldiers, Umil, came up to the gate and ordered the Black Ghost to pass. Umil then turned to the Black Ghost and said that he had heard that he wanted to visit them. He also added that this surprised their commanders, because not too many unpleasant things had happened recently. Then Umil, accompanied by his armed soldiers, escorted the Black Ghost inside the city. Along the way, he said that since the Black Ghost had come to them himself, he hoped that his intentions were friendly. The Black Ghost knew that, according to intelligence, this family was involved in factional struggles every year. And he simply asked Umil which faction he belonged to, the house or the others. Umil was flustered by this question. He answered briefly that he was a member of the Alumer family, and that was all. However, the Black Ghost continued to interrogate. He began to clarify whether his interlocutor was telling him the truth, but it was a rhetorical question. The Black Ghost was escorted to the reception of the leader of Alumera. The players who were there were surprised to see who the soldiers were bringing to them and what was going on in general. A player named Bamboo Rain. Flight decided to go take a closer look. He hoped that some new tasks would appear, and then he joyfully shouted that it was the Black Ghost himself who had come to them. A player named Bamboo Rain Incense asked in surprise how the Black Ghost had ended up here. After all, just a few days ago, he was in the same newbie village. It seemed that everyone here had a special affection for him. Another player said that they were very lucky because it was an unexpected storyline, and there is hope that there will be hidden story tasks. The girls saw that the Black Ghost had gone to the leader's reception, and there is a high-level area to which they are not allowed to have personal access. However, the Black Ghost is very rarely seen, so the girls decided to wait for him outside. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost entered the reception hall. There he was offered a seat. The Black Ghost gladly took a chair and asked the leader to introduce himself. However, the leader of Alumera, Daryl, snarled at him, calling the visitor a cursed little man. He began to shout that in the village of Green Valley, he had attacked their property and killed their people. The leader asked the Black Ghost to explain his actions, but the Black Ghost calmly replied that he had certain reasons for doing so, and it was better to let them explain their cooperation with the embryo organization themselves. The leader of Alumera said that he was talking about such things. They had never been in cahoots with Embryo. The Black Ghost continued that Zero, for whom Embryon had set a huge reward, was a member of their family. Daryl became even more furious. He shouted, wondering if the Black Ghost had gone completely mad. The reward was for Han Xiao. However, the Black Ghost asked if Daryl really thought he would believe these stories. Then what about the intelligence organizations of the Six Nations? He also suggested that the Alumera family was helping Embryo find the wanted man, or even that they were looking for him themselves. Daryl stood his ground. He said that the Black Ghost had it all wrong. They have certain circumstances. The Black Ghost said with interest that he would really like to hear about those circumstances. Daryl thought feverishly that he needed to make it clear to the Black Ghost that they were against Embryo. The war between the Six Nations and Embryo was coming, and there could be no misunderstanding at such a pivotal moment. Daryl then turned to the leader Xiao Jin to tell the Black Ghost everything in detail. Xiao Jin, the second leader of Alamera, thought a bit about where to start explaining the situation. Then he decided to give the floor to his eldest son Xiao Hai and told him to tell the Black Ghost the whole truth. Xiao Hai began his story. He said that more than a year ago, he was guarding a convoy with supplies. Halfway through the journey, they were suddenly attacked. The attackers headed for him, and he told Han Xiao to change into his clothes to distract the attackers and allow him to escape. But when they went back with help, Han Xiao was no longer there. Then the Black Ghost asked if his younger brother was ready to die for him. Xiao Hai in turn also asked what the Black Ghost thought about it. But a murmur of discontent spread through the hall among the soldiers. They said that Xiao Hai had made a scapegoat out of his brother. This confirms that the people of the Xiao faction are truly heartless. This is very cruel. Then leader Daryl intervened and shouted for everyone to stop talking. Then he said to the Black Ghost that this is what happened. They can provide more evidence, but it doesn't matter to them whether he believes them or not. They don't cooperate with Embryo. The Black Ghost thought about what he had heard. He realized that what had happened to Han Xiao was terrible. Then his thoughts were interrupted. The second leader of Alumera addressed him. Xiao Jin said that his son died at the hands of the Black Ghost, and that this cannot be ignored. The Black Ghost replied that it was better to discuss personal matters face to face. Xiao Jin agreed with that statement. He understood the hint. Alumera's leader Daryl only huffed and puffed at this conspiracy, and the Black Ghost, crossing his arms over his chest, said that it was getting late and asked if everyone would mind if he stayed overnight. Leader Daryl then ordered Xiao Jing to take care of the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost thought that it would be quite an interesting night in that castle. A boy came up to him and bowed to him. He introduced himself and said his name was Xiao Ming. He is the adopted son of leader Xiao. Xiao Ming will take care of the Black Ghost during his stay here. He then invited me to follow him. The Black Ghost noticed that Daryl's men had left and that Xiao Jin's men had taken over. It seems that the internal conflict in Illumor is very serious indeed. When the Black Ghost, accompanied by Xiao Ming, went out, he was immediately bombarded with requests from players who wanted to learn new abilities. The Black Ghost was very friendly with the players. Xiao Ming asked if he knew them, to which the Black Ghost replied that it was the first time he had seen them. A player named Bamboo Rain, Flight said that this is a sudden storyline. He was wondering why there was no challenge. The Black Ghost was brought to Xiao Jin's estate. He was fed. Now he was sitting at the table drinking tea and talking to the Xiao leader. He asked what he could do to compensate him for Xiao Jui's death. Xiao Jin coolly replied that he was only a son. Death was just the result of his bad luck. Then the Black Ghost asked why he was invited in that case. Xiao Jin replied that there was nothing wrong with meeting a famous murderer. The Black Ghost said he was interested in Han Xiao, so he suggested that we return to talk about him. Xiao Jin said that Han Xiao was his extremely talentless son, who unexpectedly became a criminal, and for whom Embryon had set a monetary reward. Xiao Jin's eldest son Xiao Hai interrupted the conversation. He said that he thought Han Xiao was already dead, but as the saying goes, an evil man lives long. He intends to cause them trouble. Then the Black Ghost asked if he was a nuisance to them. Xiao Hai responded with a question to a question and asked if it wasn't so. This dialogue was interrupted by Xiao Jin. He said that the time was very late and the Black Ghost needed to rest. He and his son went to their rooms. Then Xiao Ming approached the Black Ghost and gave him the information about Han Xiao. His father had asked him to give it to him. So the conflict with Alumera was resolved, and the Black Ghost found out almost everything about the original owner of the body. He saw that no one wanted to conflict with him, so there was no point in provoking hostility again, and tomorrow he could leave. He laughed at the thought of how they would react if they found out that he was Han Xiao in Alumera. Meanwhile, the estate of the first leader, Alumera Daryl, was still awake. One of Daryl's sons reported to his father that the Black Ghost had left Xiao Jin's estate. The meeting lasted 1 hour and 37 minutes. Daryl said in anger that Xiao Jin was becoming more and more unruly. He dared to meet with the Black Ghost without his consent. Then the son asked if his father wanted to teach the Black Ghost a lesson, but Daryl told him not to provoke him. However, the son insisted on his point. He said that the Black Ghost had the audacity to do whatever he wanted on their territory. But Daryl jumped up and shouted in anger that he had ordered him not to mess with the Black Ghost. And then he kicked his son out of his chambers and went to rest. The next morning came. The sun began to rise above the horizon. The Black Ghost had a good night's sleep and rested in Xiao Jin's mansion. He woke up and stretched himself sweetly. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He was surrounded by armed soldiers. They ordered him not to move. Their leader had been killed, and they suspected him of being responsible. Hive instantly destroyed him. He died instantly. There were no signs of resistance because the attacker acted very quickly. He assumed that everyone would accuse him of a crime, a thought that did not please him at all and never left his mind. Daryl's son, Lagos, shouted to the armed men behind him not to stand in lines, but to capture the Black Ghost rather. When the armed men were ready to capture the Black Ghost, they were stopped by the second commander, who told them not to jump to conclusions. He said that something was not clean here, because the Black Ghost had come to visit them, and he had no reason to do such a thing. The men began to argue with each other, one saying that it was a back alley, and that the Black Ghost was counting on it, and the other asking why they had to visit them, since the crime could be committed quietly. Daryl's son asked whose side Xiao Jin was on if he was justifying the criminal, but Ziki told him to calm down because the Black Ghost had no motive to do so. The guy was surprised to hear that there was no motive because his father had passed away and his high position was now vacant. Second Commander Xiao Jin looked at the guy and said that he was just making stuff up, that it was not like that, and that something was not clean. The third commander told the guy not to scream, but to first grab the Black Ghost and interrogate him. But he said that it would not work, and that not a single word of his could be believed. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost pulled out a cigarette, lit it up and looked at the men with a mocking look, then asked how old they were if they were still screaming. The Black Ghost thought to himself that as soon as he smoked a cigarette, a bunch of strong soldiers became alert. He carefully examined the crowd of soldiers and thought that it was quite possible that the real killer of the Illumer leader was among these guys. One of the soldiers in the crowd thought that if he started a fight now, it would be harder to clear himself of all suspicion later. The Black Phantom wondered how he could prove his innocence, since he had not really committed the crime. Daryl was discovered not so long ago, and Illumer's people have not yet conducted a thorough investigation of the crime scene, but the perpetrator could have left evidence. Daryl's son looked at the Black Ghost with anger and ordered him to surrender and lay down his arms immediately, otherwise his business would be bad. The second commander told the Black Ghost that if he was really innocent, they would definitely find out. The Black Ghost looked at the commander and then at the crowd of soldiers and said that it was better for them to disarm and not to set conditions for him. Daryl's son was surprised by the Black Ghost's statement and asked him how dare he behave like that, and that he was wrong to doubt that he would not have the courage to send him to the other side. The Black Phantom was surrounded by soldiers, and he saw that they were in full combat readiness to open fire on him. At that very moment, a bullet came from somewhere from the side, directly at one of the soldiers, and hit him dead on. After that, there were calls from all sides to open fire, and the atmosphere became more tense and dangerous. All the bullets flew toward the Black Ghost, but he was able to repel the attack by creating a dome that stopped the bullets, preventing them from harming him. The Black Phantom was far from stupid, and he realized that someone clearly wanted to force him to start this fight, that this was happening for a reason. He activated his ultra-modern weapon that could hit anyone in the room. The danger level was high. The Black Ghost realized that someone had just shot from around the corner, and he needed to find out who it was because then he would prove his innocence. The Black Ghost headed towards the corner from which the shots were fired and thought that if he interrogated the shooter, the truth would immediately come out. At that very moment, the Black Ghost heard a noise above his head. Soldiers with weapons were rushing towards him, and one of them asked if he was thinking of escaping. There was a level expert and level fighters. They were D-ranked superhumans and were the best fighters in Alumera. The level expert was shouting that they had to catch up with the Black Ghost. All the fighters got together and opened fire to suppress. They had a main target to eliminate. Even though the Black Ghost was very agile and did a great job of attacking him, he was still tense about the situation and wanted to get it over with. At the same time, the fighters noticed that the Black Ghost was using blades to fight them. It was a very powerful and ultra-fast weapon. The level expert would not leave the Ghost alone. He could not allow him to hide from him and wanted to send the Ghost to the other side himself. The Black Ghost knew that with his abilities it would be easy to defeat them, but then it would be difficult to remove all suspicion from him, and he knew he had to keep his cool. The Black Phantom did not hesitate to attack the expert level, and they joined in a fight so that lightning bolts could be heard everywhere. The Black Phantom still managed to deal damage to the expert level. He fell to his knees, feeling a stabbing pain throughout his body, at which point the fighters decided to attack the Phantom altogether. But the fighters underestimated the abilities and strength of the Black Ghost. He coped well with the attack of 3 people. He was not one of the timid 10. The fighters received reinforcements in the form of additional soldiers, but the Black Ghost successfully fought the newly arrived fighters, seeming to be completely untired. The soldiers finally realized that they had failed in the battle with the Black Ghost. He was too strong, and their skills did not allow them to defeat him. People in the city were watching and admiring how he defeated 4 high-level fighters with one punch, and they couldn't believe they weren't dreaming. Lagos, Daryl's son, was very angry and realized that those 4 guards were no match for the Black Ghost, for he had easily defeated them. The Black Phantom approached Lagos and said that he did not take Daryl's life, but he wanted to wait until they found out who was really involved, and said that if they raised their hand to him again, they would be sorry. Lagos was furious with the Black Ghost's statement, but Second Commander Xiao Jin said they accept his terms. He also added that his people believed that he was not involved in Daryl's death and that it was all a conspiracy to provoke a conflict. Second Commander Xiao Jin ordered all the soldiers to lay down their arms and stop fighting the Black Ghost. The Black Phantom was pleased that he did not have to use even more force, and that the second commander and his men believed in his innocence. The Black Ghost turned around and began to leave the city walls, but Lagos, Daryl's son, was extremely unhappy with the outcome of the situation. He shouted that he could not just let him leave. Third Commander Shi Chi thought about it for a while and said that the Black Ghost had spared them and expressed a desire to stay, so it was unlikely that he was involved in this crime. Lagos said that he was too naive, because the Black Ghost would not dare to take their lives. Otherwise, Alumera would have become Darknet's enemy, and he just needed to clear himself of all suspicion. As soon as the Black Ghost left the city limits, he launched an urgent mission to catch the culprit in the crime, because he was framed and drawn into the conspiracy. After completing the task, he will receive a random ability or skill. People in the city received notifications of a new assignment and a high reward, and the girl thought about it and asked if they could choose sides. Which one would they take? The Black Ghost heard someone calling his name and saw people running to meet him, and he was surprised that the players had also received a task, had chosen his side, and were ready to help. He thought that the criminal wanted to become a leader, but his plan hadn't materialized yet, and the time would come when he would definitely give himself away, and the players would help him keep an eye on everything. He thought about it a bit and told the players to follow him. They looked at each other and followed the Black Ghost. At that moment, 2 men in black cloaks were discussing that the conflict had failed and their man had left the world for nothing. Although intelligence had reported that the Black Ghost was a serial criminal, but this time he had somehow restrained himself. The man said that fortunately, all the evidence had been destroyed and the truth could not be revealed. The Black Ghost would remain the main suspect. This crime took place in Daryl's house, and there were many unanswered questions about how it happened and who was responsible. At the same time, in one of the rooms of Daryl's castle, there was a small meeting to discuss the leader's departure from this world and to decide who would take his place. Without hesitation, Lagos, Daryl's son, pointed to himself and said that he would take the place because he was the most deserving. But then Daryl's younger brother intervened and said that Lagos was not suitable for the position and that they should think about other candidates. Lagos did not quite understand what Daryl's brother had said and asked him again what he meant. He was clearly not happy with this statement because he considered himself worthy of the position. Daryl's brother corrected Lagos, telling him not to call him you, but uncle. And he added that his older brother had passed away and that he should take his place in the family. Lagos was furious at what he heard. He said that this had happened only recently, and his uncle was already trying to seize power. He asked if he was being too impatient. He also added that his father had suddenly suffered a misfortune, and that Xiao Jin and Shi Chi were already making plans, discussing how to seize power, while his uncle was arguing with his relative. Daryl's brother told him not to say that, because he was still young and inexperienced. He added that he was just worried that he would make a mistake, and since Lagos wanted to be the head, he would give in. Lagos said that the most important thing now is to find the criminal and that the Black Ghost is the most suspicious, so he will hire a couple of criminals to deal with him and interrogate him after he is caught. The guy who had been listening to their conversation all along asked hesitantly, what if this Black Ghost was innocent? Lagos looked at him carefully and replied that it must be Xiao Jin, for this man was greedy for power and had been his father's close associate for many years. Daryl's brother added that on the night of the incident, the Black Phantom visited his mansion and stayed there for an hour. He also added that it is quite possible that Xiao Jin paid him a round sum for the crime, and then put on this whole show to confuse everyone. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin was having a conversation in the mansion, and he asked his interlocutor what was happening in the house faction, and the latter replied that Lagos was now in charge and they were investigating the crime, but there was no news yet. He also added that no evidence was found in Daryl's house, and Xiaojin asked who gave the order to bring the Black Prince to the scene. The guy said that he was the leader of Mira's team. He came to capture the Black Ghost and left this world the same day during the battle, killed by a stray bullet. Xiaojin pondered the words of his companion once more, and then asked what the Black Ghost was doing now, and the man replied that he was doing nothing. He said that this was reasonable, and that until the truth about the incident was revealed, no faction would want to deal with him, and anyone who did would become a common target of the others. At the same time, in his office, Siqi was on the phone, addressing the Major General and asking what they should do now. He was asked on the phone what he was thinking about, and he said that Daryl had left this world and the position of leader was vacant. A new successor would have to be nominated, and he would put forward his candidacy. Ziqi added that he hoped for his support, and the Major General said he would help him get the votes of high-ranking officials. But when he takes over Alumera, he should remember who got him there. The players ran towards the Black Ghost and shouted that they had completed the task, and after the burial, they stayed in their house and received a call from Shi-Chi. The Black Phantom thought that they suspected him and did not allow him to freely investigate, but these players could become his ears and eyes. He also thought that the real perpetrator's goal was likely to seize power and shift the evidence to him. The current evidence was conducive to this, and Alumera would give him trouble again. He heard footsteps behind him. Lagos was standing behind him with his men, saying that he suspected the Black Ghost of colluding with Xiaojin and that he had committed a crime against his father. Lagos also ordered him to follow him, and the Black Ghost looked at him and asked him why he was not taught anything by life. But it seems Lagos wasn't ready to just give up. He called in the legendary mercenary Vanessa and the mercenary Luan. It seems Lagos was satisfied that he had beaten the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost looked at the mercenary Vanessa and the mercenary Luan with a smile and told Lagos that he must have spent a lot of money. At that very moment, the Black Ghost heard someone call out to him and tell him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he immediately realized that the invisible demon was also there. Lagos angrily told the Black Ghost that when he was captured, they would beat all the information he needed out of him. It seems that the Black Ghost did not take Lagos's words seriously at all. He looked at him with a sneer and asked if he was tired of living. The players watched in horror as they saw that 3 high-level enemies were fighting against the Black Ghost and that he was in big trouble. Lagos watched the Black Ghost with undisguised mockery, thinking that he was definitely trapped. So he asked him if he was scared and suggested that he lay down his weapon. The Black Phantom just laughed at Lagos and told him to shut up, then pulled out his weapon and said that we could still fight. It was not difficult for him to find the location of the invisible demon. His weapon helped him in this. The Black Ghost pointed it at his opponent. He remembered that the invisible demon had been very lucky to escape in the city of White Seagull, and he did not expect him to run into trouble again. At that very moment, the legendary mercenary Luan was charging at the Black Ghost, and he shouted at him not to get cocky and think he could defeat them. The legendary mercenary dealt a strong blow to the Black Ghost, and the latter realized that the mercenary was strong and that he could not fight a level 60 warrior. This legendary mercenary had the power of fire, and his blows were strong. He asked the Black Ghost if he had any strength left and sent another powerful blow at him. The blow was really powerful, and the Black Ghost was unable to stand on his feet. He fell with a thud to the ground and seemed to have been badly injured. He realized that Luan had pumped up his abilities and became stronger, so he decided to get rid of the girl first and then focus on the mercenary Luan. The Black Phantom didn't think twice. He got up and prepared his weapon for battle. He pointed his gun directly at the legendary mercenary Vanessa. But the girl didn't seem to be too embarrassed by this. She brushed all the bullets away and didn't take any damage from them, as if she was wearing invisible armor. After a moment, Vanessa turned to the Black Ghost and pointed those bullets at him. They flew toward the ghost and seemed to obey her. The Black Ghost thought that Vanessa had also upgraded her abilities, and that in the open air, it was like playing tennis. Then the Black Ghost decided that it was time for him to activate the mech, and then he would show what he was really capable of. Luan looked at the house and said that the Phantom was hiding in the house, and Vanessa calmed him down and said that he was a mechanic and could set a trap there. Luan decided to waste no time and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. With his newly upgraded abilities, he could deal heavy damage. He aimed his fireball directly at the house where the Black Ghost was staying, and the mercenaries thought he was finished. But Luan was very surprised when he saw a figure emerge from the ruins of the house, and he immediately realized that the Black Ghost was still alive. The Black Phantom appeared in a suit that could select a strength mode, which is why he managed to survive such a strong blow. Luan was furious at this. He asked the Black Ghost if he really thought that if he put on the mech, everyone would be afraid of him. Luan struck him and did not understand what the black ghost's armor was made of, as it was able to withstand strong blows. Meanwhile, the armor has activated the function of an iron fist and a heavy mechanical arm, and now its blows are many times stronger. The ghost struck hard and knocked Luan to the ground, then said that tigers do not behave arrogantly, and asked if he had mistaken him for a big cat. Vanessa, a mercenary, was watching everything that was happening, and she was very angry. She shouted that she would not spare the black ghost and rushed at him. Vanessa tried to catch up with the black ghost, but she did not calculate Mech's speed and power. She tried to deal him a crushing blow, but her attempts were unsuccessful. The mercenary never gave up trying to crush the black ghost, and she couldn't accept the fact that her attacks wouldn't pierce his armor. The Black Phantom told her to evaluate his blow and get ready to deliver it, and he swung and hit the mercenary with all his might. He crushed Vanessa with his powerful punch, and she lost her bearings for a while, but then got up and prepared to escape. But the black ghost stopped her attempt. After he struck the mercenary with another blow, he heard someone's voice behind him, and the black ghost realized it was Luan. He turned his head and saw Luan running toward him, about to strike the phantom, his hands burning with fire in anticipation of the blow. After the Black Phantom spotted Luan, he switched his weapon to the mode of Burning Will and Critical Strike, and the weapon was overloaded. The Black Phantom struck with his upgraded weapon and hit Luan, but he still didn't go to the next world because his armor was high enough. He realized that Luan could not be crushed by mere weapons, so the Black Ghost decided to use his special punch and see how Luan would stand. The Black Ghost struck him hard in the head, and Luan did not expect the blow to be so strong and send him to another world. Vanessa saw what happened to Luan and was surprised that she had never heard of such a strong mech before. She thought they were no match for him and decided to run away. The invisible demon saw Vanessa running away and was very angry about it because he was left alone with the black ghost. The invisible demon joined Vanessa because he knew perfectly well that he could not stand up to the black ghost alone. Their powers were not equal. The Black Phantom saw the two trying to escape and asked them why they decided to leave so soon, after which he fired another gun at them. Vanessa and the invisible demon didn't understand what these weapons were. They looked like small watches and grenades at the same time. The invisible demon was struck and fell to the ground. He was dizzy, and the black ghost thought that this would buy him some time. Vanessa was the only one left, and she had to be dealt with as well. The black ghost activated his electromagnetic shredder gloves and prepared to strike her. Vanessa was also crushed and went to the other side, while the black ghost gained 175,000 experience and was satisfied that he had defeated 3 strong enemies. The players secretly watched this battle and were shocked by what they saw. They said they did the right thing by choosing the side of the black ghost. The black ghost approached Lagos and said that now it was time to settle the score with him, and Lagos was frankly frightened by this statement. Lagos looked at the black ghost in a panic and said that he could not destroy him, and there was tension between them. The black ghost listened to Lagos and said that he had already forgiven him once, and that this could not happen again, especially since no evidence of his guilt had been found. Lagos was in a panic. He said that he was responsible for the faction at home and that he should never be sent to the other side. But the black ghost did not even listen to him. The Black Phantom used his weapon and killed Daryl's son, and the people who came with Lagos were simply shocked that the Phantom had sent him to the next world. The black ghost did not hesitate to confirm that it was he who had destroyed Lagos and was not going to hide it. Because Lagos was to blame for it, he was sticking his neck out. Todd, Daryl's younger brother, said that the House faction is now under his control, and Lagos attacked him for personal reasons that have nothing to do with them. But the warrior who came with Lagos was not satisfied with this statement and said that the black ghost should pay for destroying Lagos. Daryl's younger brother ordered him to shut up and repeated that Lagos got what it deserved, and their faction would not avenge him. After this conversation, Todd invited the black ghost to follow him and told him that he had prepared a new home for him, and everyone around him was surprised to hear this. The warrior asked Xiao Jin if the black ghost would really be released, and he replied that he only wanted to clear himself of suspicion and now had to wait for the investigation to reveal the truth. But for now, there was no reason to provoke him. The invisible demon was sitting tied up in a room when the black ghost came to him. He needed to talk to the demon. He looked at the demon and said that he had heard that he had become invisible due to a failed laboratory experiment, after which his skin had changed and could be sold for a fortune. When the invisible demon heard this speech, he was furious and shouted at the black ghost not to do it. But the ghost was not going to listen to him and carried out his plan. The black ghost was indignant at the invisible demon's answer and told him that he was his prisoner and had no say at all. The invisible demon saw a syringe in the black ghost's hand and immediately realized that he was up to no good, so he asked the ghost to let him go. He thought that today they were trying to aggravate his conflict with Alumera. But having seen his strength, Alumera would no longer dare to oppose him, and the culprit would either abandon his plan or continue to think about how to save his position. The black ghost sat down by the fireplace and began to look through the information, but he realized that the players in the darknet hadn't learned anything useful. The Black Phantom thought that he would observe the situation from the outside, and time would tell. The black ghost heard someone knocking on the door. It was Alumera's second-in-command, and he told the ghost that important evidence had been found. He also said that during the investigation, he found that an aide to a senior Northern faction official had left his post and disappeared for 27 minutes on the night of the murder. Xiao Jin added that the assistant's name was Su Dinghua. He was from the Northern continent. And the spy Xiao Jin sent found that Su Dinghua was in cahoots with Raylan. Meanwhile, someone was listening in on the private conversation outside the door. The black ghost listened carefully to Alumera's second-in-command and asked why they hadn't arrested him yet, since they knew everything about this man. He replied that he was hoping for the Phantom's help in capturing Su Dinghua, as Raylan had surely sent many masters to protect him, and this was a great opportunity to clear the Phantom of suspicion. The Black Phantom listened to Xiao Jin and said that he would catch Su Dinghua only if his efforts were paid for. With a smirk on his face, the Black Ghost added that he could help the second-in-command with the capture at a market rate. When night fell, the Black Ghost finally made his way to Su Dinghua's mansion to capture him, hoping to find something useful for the case. He was dressed in mecha and had a black cloak on top to attract less attention. The Black Ghost thought he needed to deal with the video surveillance and security system first. After a little tinkering with the security system, the Black Ghost successfully hacked into it without much effort. He climbed into Su Dinghua's mansion and began to examine everything around him, and the Black Ghost saw that there was a safe hidden behind the painting. The Black Phantom also noticed that all the drawers in the room had locks on them, which meant that someone was trying to hide something. But the mechanic can handle such locks in no time, which was a fairly simple task for such a powerful mechanic. When the Black Ghost opened the box, he saw that there was secret documentation, and he was very surprised that such things were so easily hidden. He began to study the documentation and realized that it contained all of Alumera's internal data and reports, in short, useless information. He also saw the key and password to the safe in the drawer, but he immediately realized that it was too obvious and very likely to be a trap that could raise the alarm in the mansion. The Black Ghost left the mansion room and thought that he would take care of the arrest and let them deal with the safe themselves. He didn't want to be involved. The Black Ghost began to scan the mansion's life activity with the help of his mechanic, which took only a couple of minutes. He saw that there were guards of different levels sitting at a large table, and they were unusual guards and well-trained guards. There could be even stronger ones inside. The Black Ghost thought that it was strange for a simple assistant to set up such a serious security system. Something was clearly wrong. Without hesitation, he broke through the floor beneath him and jumped into the room where guards of different levels of training were gathered. One of them ordered to prepare weapons and open fire, their goal being to destroy the Black Ghost that suddenly burst in on them. After numerous bullets were fired, one of the guards realized that shooting against him was not working and that it was pointless. Without hesitation, the Black Ghost delivered a crushing blow that knocked the fighter down, for the power in the mechanic was enormous. After the Black Ghost crushed the first guard, he saw a level Raylan special agent in front of him, and he prepared to strike. Then the Black Ghost realized that Su Dinghua was actually in cahoots with Raylan, and he was going to deflect the blow from the special agent. The Black Ghost was outraged that an ordinary special agent of the 40th level thought too much of himself, because his power was not equal to the mechanic's. One punch from the Black Ghost was enough to crush the special agent, who fell to the floor and could no longer move. The Black Phantom sent Special Agent Raylan to the other side and gained enough experience to show that there was no point in fighting him. Shi Dinghua went up to the Black Ghost and asked him why he had broken into their house and hurt everyone. He was clearly in a negative mood. The Black Phantom immediately told him that he could stop pretending and that his plan had long since been exposed. After that, the second-in-command of Alumera, Xiao Jin, entered the room and surprised Shi Dinghua with his appearance, who was clearly dumbfounded. Shi Dinghua fell to his knees in front of Xiao Jin and asked how they had managed to find out and reveal his plan, since he had carefully concealed everything. He replied that Shi Dinghua had long been in secret contact with Raylan, and had replaced all his bodyguards with his special agents over the past few years. When the Black Ghost appeared, he decided to blame him for the destruction of the chapter, bribed the guards to capture the Black Ghost, and tried to provoke him into a conflict. Shi Dinghua realized that he could not get away with it because his whole secret had been revealed, and he confirmed that it was exactly like that. He was confused and started shouting that Raylan had provoked him to do this, and that he had sent this special agent to follow him. But no one wanted to listen to Yi Donghua's excuses, and Xiao Jin's fighter told him to save his words for prison. He would explain everything there. The Black Phantom got tired of listening to these conversations, waved his hand, and said that the killer had been caught, and he didn't care about the rest and didn't intend to stay here. He went back to his apartment and thought that he had completed the task ahead of schedule, and that all the troubles in Alumera were due to their internal conflicts, and that until they elected a new head, his task would not end. He heard footsteps approaching his room, and he wasn't surprised because he had expected to see Xiao Jin after the task was completed. The Black Ghost asked the incoming second-in-command why he was looking for him, and Xiao Jin asked why he hadn't left Alumera if he had already been acquitted. The Black Phantom replied that he had come to visit them with pure intentions, but in the end, they blamed all the troubles on him, and even their people wanted to destroy him. He added that he could ask for compensation. Xiao Hai, who was standing next to Xiao Jin, was furious at what he heard and shouted that it was all planned by Raylan and that the Black Ghost had sent their people to the other side, and now he was talking about some kind of compensation. But the Black Ghost was not at all embarrassed by Xiao Hai's objection. He only added that Raylan was far away, so he would ask them for money first. Xiao Hai said that this was a real robbery, and the Black Ghost did not object to him, only asked what he would do to him now. Xiao Jin intervened in their conversation and told Xiao Hai to step back and not to object to the Black Ghost anymore, and he stepped back. Xiao Jin wrote something on paper, then said that he would personally pay compensation to the Black Ghost, and asked if this amount was enough, and the ghost said that it was barely enough. After the Black Phantom got his way, he told Xiao Jin that since he parted with the money so easily, he had come to him on some business. Xiao Jin said that the post of the head is empty, and internal elections will be held in 2 days, and that rivals have secretly poached high-ranking officials, and he hopes for his help at any cost. The Black Ghost listened carefully to Xiao Jin and said that he did not belong to Alumera and had no influence here. Xiao Jin smiled and offered him to join his family. They would be equal in status, and his children would become stepchildren for the ghost. When Xiao Hai heard this from his father, he was speechless with surprise, and the Black Ghost thought it was not serious and asked if this childish method would work. Xiao Jin laughed and said that politics is child's play. Everything is much simpler than it seems from the outside. After that, he approached his son Xiao Hai and told him to greet his godfather, the Black Ghost. The Black Phantom listened carefully and said that he did not see any benefit for himself and that he did not understand why he should join. Xiao Jin replied with all seriousness that when he became head, Alumera would become his ally, and this would solve some difficulties. With a smile on his face, the Black Ghost said that it looked like Xiao Jin would do anything for the position of head, and then agreed to join Xiao's faction and reluctantly become a godfather to his children. The Black Ghost decided to make fun of Xiao Hai and asked him to call him his godfather, which made the guy furious. Xiao Hai squeezed out these words without any desire at all, calling the Black Ghost his godfather, unable to hide his dislike, and his expression said it all. But the Black Ghost didn't stop there and said he didn't hear anything, which made Xiao Hai shout as loud as he could. The Black Ghost smirked and thought that Xiao Hai was the elder brother of the previous owner of this body, and wondered how he would react when he found out who he really was. Xiao Jin shook hands with the Black Ghost and wished that their cooperation would be fruitful, and that was the end of their dialogue. When Xiao Jin and his son returned to their manor, Xiao Hai indignantly asked him why he had done this, because it was all wrong. Xiao Jin sat down in his chair, looked at his son, and replied that the Black Ghost was much stingier than he thought, and that something had to be done. He also added that he thought that if he helped the Black Ghost get rid of suspicions, he would be grateful, but it didn't work out that way, and when he became the head, it would cover everything. Xiao Hai realized that this was a good move, and that after this, they would no longer need to worry about the Black Ghost. The issue would be resolved once and for all. He added that it was not so simple, and that as a leader he would have to fulfill his promise, otherwise he would not live. Everyone saw that the ghost was very strong, and as long as he was on their side, he would be their support. Xiao Hai replied that he understood him. Everyone has already gathered in the Alumera boardroom to decide who will become the head after Daryl and Lagos die. It was clear that after Daryl's death, every faction would fight for his place because there was so much power at stake. The Black Ghost also attended this meeting and remarked that it was an interesting show with all the representatives of different factions gathered here. The meeting was called to order, and Daryl's brother announced that there were 4 people running for the position of chairman: himself, Xiao, the second chairman, Shiki, the third chairman, and Mr. Angleton. Shiki thought that he had made a deal with all the high-ranking officials and that he would definitely win. After the voting, Mr. Angleton realized that he would not become the head because he had received the minimum number of votes. And Ziki thought that participation was more important than victory. His confidence melted as soon as he saw the number of votes cast for him. Xiaoji was disappointed when he saw the number of votes cast for his candidacy because he had agreed with everyone that they would vote for him. As a result of the vote, Daryl's brother became the head of the company, and he was very happy about it, thanked everyone for their trust, and said that he would not disappoint their expectations. But it wasn't that simple. The Black Ghost asked to wait and said he had an objection, and everyone was shocked by this statement. When Daryl's brother saw the Black Ghost, he was very surprised and upset by his appearance. He could not understand what this man was doing at the Alumera meeting. But the Black Ghost was not bothered at all by the reaction to his appearance, saying that he considered Xiao Jin to be the best candidate for the position of head of the family. Daryl's brother was furious with the Black Ghost's words. He ran up to Xiao Jin and asked him how he dared to invite an outsider to participate in the family's affairs, as it was a violation of the rules. Xiao Jin was prepared for such a question and answered that the Black Ghost was no longer a stranger, for he was a member of the Xiao faction, and that his children already called him Godfather. And at that moment, all as one, Xiao Jin's children called the Black Ghost their godfather, and he was clearly amused by the whole performance. Daryl's brother was just beside himself with anger when he heard this. He thought it was the most real insolence, and it shouldn't be like this. But the Black Ghost only laughed at his words in reaction. He asked the audience if anyone wanted to throw the ballot. As soon as the Black Phantom suggested that the ballot be returned, most of the voters rushed to Xiao Jin's ballot box and wanted to vote for him, saying that they had made a mistake. The voting ended with a different outcome, with Xiao Jin becoming the new head, having gained the most votes and outperforming all his rivals. Aizichi was outraged by this outcome because he had paid so much money to bribe officials, but it was nothing compared to the mere presence of the Black Ghost. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin celebrated the successful completion of the vote in his favor in his manner. He had put in the work, but it was worth it. He poured wine into glasses and thanked the Black Ghost for his help during the vote, adding that if the ghost needed anything from Alumera, he could contact him. The Black Ghost listened carefully to Xiao Jin and said that he had been thinking a lot in recent days and had realized something interesting. He said that Xiao Jin had known about Suhua's plans for a long time, but he let it happen in order to become the head of the family, and while everyone doubted the Phantom, he believed and took the opportunity to gain his favor. The Black Ghost also added that it was logical to use his power to suppress other contenders for the position of head. Xiao Jin replied that he could not call the Black Ghost a criminal. He was the oil that fanned the flames for his own purposes. He added that it was a very interesting theory, but it was not like that at all, and said that it was just the Black Ghost's speculation. But the Black Ghost immediately replied that he did not need proof, because if he believed something to be true, it was true. Xiao Jin became visibly nervous when the Black Ghost finished speaking, for he realized that he could not be wrapped around his finger. The Black Phantom came closer to Xiao Jin and told him to remember that he could take back everything he borrowed from him at any time. It seemed that the Black Ghost was amused by Xiao Jin's reaction, because he was confused and frightened. The Black Ghost asked him what he would do with Raylan and Su Dinghua, because they were involved in the crime against Daryl. Xiao Jin realized that the Black Ghost was forcing him to choose a position, and he had to do something to calm him down. He replied that he would make them pay for it, that Alumera would pursue them and destroy Raylan's scouts, preventing them from getting back on their feet in every way possible. The Black Phantom was quite satisfied with this answer and was pleased, and he also expressed the hope that Xiao Jin's reign would be pleasant. After the Black Ghost left Xiao Jin, he called his son to him, and Xiao Hai came into the room a moment later and asked why his father had called him. Xiao Jin told his son to pass on his order to launch a full-scale attack on Raylan's army in the desert, and for this purpose, the branches outside the city should prepare. Xiao Hai was surprised to hear this and told his father that he had just taken over his head and that the most important thing now was to strengthen his position. It seemed that Xiao Jin did not want to listen to his son's objections. He told him that he did not need to say anything, just do what he ordered. The black ghost saw that his relationship with his family had changed to respect. Apparently, Xiao Jin had compromised, and now the black ghost could begin his mission. He started the task, and first he had to indicate the identity of the real criminal. The black ghost indicated that it was Su Dinghua and Raylan. He was given the opportunity to choose a skill or a random ability, and the black ghost decided to choose an ability, as there is a chance to get a rare or even body-enhancing one. The randomization was over, and he had to choose one of three options. Double activation duplicated abilities during an attack, Nature's Call gave him a chance to communicate with monsters, and frost resistance kept him from freezing. He considered all the options. He chose between frost resistance and the Call of Nature, because they were the most useful abilities. But he chose the Call of Nature in the version it would be extremely useful. The main storyline of the version was a mutation disaster. An alien virus appeared, causing mutations in animals and plants on many planets, including aquamarine. In a world where beasts are rampant, the Call of Nature can be just the right thing, which is why the Black Ghost chose it. Later, the cure was invented by a higher civilization, and maybe the Black Ghost will be able to get the antidote ahead of schedule and go through the storyline to quickly advance the mechanic class in the version. He decided not to overwhelm his head with unnecessary information and leave the matters of the future for later, but to do what needed to be done now. The Black Phantom thought that although he had stayed in Alamera for a couple of days, he had also gained a lot from this visit. The Black Ghost decided that it was time for him to leave Alamera, and Xiao Jin's children came to see him off and wished him well, calling him their godfather. The Black Phantom decided to go to the northern continent to the Darknet stronghold. He had something to offer them. He was met by a man in a suit and asked again if the Black Ghost really wanted to hand over the invisible demon for whom the reward was announced. The Black Phantom confirmed that the man had understood him correctly, and the man, in turn, asked where the invisible demon was. He was on the floor under the Black Phantom's foot. The Black Phantom kicked the invisible demon and told the man that he was right there in this room in front of his eyes. The man was convinced that the Black Phantom's words were true and told him that he was satisfied with everything and that the money would be transferred to his account. The Black Ghost was surprised at how quickly and smoothly everything went. He saw that he had gained experience and money for completing the task, namely for catching the invisible demon. After receiving the money in his account, the Black Ghost left the Darknet stronghold, decided to cheat the common people one last time, and then he could return to the southern continent. No sooner had he left the checkpoint than a crowd of ordinary people rushed toward him, asking him the name of his mechanical suit, whether he was selling it, and shouting that they wanted to transfer to the mechanic class. The Black Ghost seemed to be expecting these questions. They were trivial to him, so he said that mechs are not for sale, and those who want to change classes should get in line. The people were pleased with his answer and rejoiced that they would finally change classes, because they had been waiting for the Black Ghost and had not changed classes on purpose before. The Black Ghost seemed tired after talking to people because the players were very active and asked too many questions. They were tiring. The Black Ghost saw that the Galaxy Times had published a story about the mechanics, how cool they were, and how everyone around them wanted a suit like that. The Black Ghost now understood why the players were so nice and why there were so many more people wanting to change classes than there had been. He saw a notification saying that Hao Tian had completed the task, and the Black Ghost wasn't surprised, since he was a loser after all. The Black Ghost saw that there was something attached to the document, and it was quite important information for him. He thought that Hao Tian was really good, and he should take him with him. The Black Phantom told Hao Tian to wait for him on the border with Raylan and leave him the coordinates, and he also indicated that he would take him with him on his way from the northern continent. The Black Ghost did not waste any time, and immediately went to the northern continent, straight to the ice field, which was quite cold at that time. With a couple of hours left before Darknet's plane arrived, he decided to shoot at the animals to fulfill the requirements for a kill shot. The Black Ghost thought that the ice bears above the 50th level were not at all responsive to the call of nature. They were aggressive and remained so. After Black Ghost hit a level ice bear, a level 12 ice bear cub ran up to him, and Black Ghost still thought that the ability had partially worked. The Black Ghost started waving his leg to make the ice bear cub leave him alone, saying that he was not a tree and that he should not climb it. But despite the fact that the Black Ghost threw the bear cub away from him into a snowdrift, he got up and ran back to him and climbed up his leg. He thought that the call of nature is influenced not only by charisma, but also by its difference with the beast in levels, and that animals also have a concept of charisma. The Black Ghost thought it over again, then picked up the ice bear cub and took it in his arms and decided that the cub would be his pet. He was on the border with Raylan. Hao Tian approached him. The black ghost said that he was returning to the southern continent and that he would fly with him, and Hao Tian agreed. When they got on board, the black ghost said that if there was nothing else to do, Hao Tian could help him with one thing. At the same moment, a cub of an ice bear climbed on top of Hao Tian, who was surprised to see any animals in the cabin, let alone a small bear. Hao Tian tried to put a diaper on the cub, but he was not very good at it, because the cub was constantly turning around, and the black ghost was laughing when he saw him trying to accomplish this task. After a while, the plane arrived in the South Continent at Fajian Airfield, and the black ghost was met by a man in a suit who was clearly happy that the ghost had returned alive and well. The man said that it had only been a month, and the black ghost had managed to do a lot of things and added that he was so fast, and the ghost said that this was not true. The black ghost received a call from Bennett, who answered and said he was back and asked if he still needed help with the sanctuary plan he had mentioned last time. The black ghost met with Bennett, and he showed him where the first shelter was being built, which was an impressive building. The black ghost looked around the huge building and saw that the first asylum was named after Bennett. He asked him if it was too modest of him. Bennett laughed at this remark and invited the black ghost to go with him to an official meeting. The ghost was surprised and asked what he had to do with this meeting, to which Bennett replied that the black ghost was also one of the high-ranking participants and should be present at the meeting. While being authorized to proceed to the meeting, Bennett told the black ghost that he had vouched for him and hoped he would not disappoint him. The black phantom looked at him and asked with a smile on his face that he had never disappointed him, that there had never been a case when he had let him down. The first sanctuary was a test project and was progressing quite well. It will have amenities to meet the needs of the residents. Even if war breaks out in the outside world, the shelter will be able to withstand it. Bennett also added that in the event of an attack, the walls of the shelter are equipped with various defense mechanisms against various kinds of enemies. Bennett wanted to build at least 3 to 5 shelters on all continents, and the Black Phantom said that even one shelter would cost a lot of money, and he wanted to build several. Bennett replied that if they succeed in preserving civilization, any costs will be insignificant, because people's lives are much more valuable. The Black Ghost smirked and said he could almost see a halo of divine light over Bennett's head, and they both laughed at that. They both proceeded to the meeting room of the first asylum. Bennett announced that the Black Ghost was here and they could begin the meeting. Bennett started first and said that the shelters would have been better off being built in advance, and that he decided to start building the second and third shelters immediately. One of the attendees asked if Bennett was rushing things too fast and why they shouldn't wait until the first shelter was completed. Bennett did not understand the meaning of this question, as everything was obvious, but he replied that the war was about to break out, and they had little time, so it was imperative to speed up construction. The man was not entirely satisfied with Bennett's answer and asked who would be responsible for the second shelter because it was serious and required strict control. Bennett said that Xena would be in charge of the second shelter, and the audience confirmed that she is a talented current director of Darknet and she is the perfect fit. After that, Bennett added that the Black Ghost would be responsible for the third shelter and pointed directly at him, which stunned the ghost, who had not expected such a turn of events. He was obviously surprised and could not believe that Bennett trusted him enough to let him run an entire shelter. Everyone present at the meeting was against this decision. They started saying that he had little experience and that this was not good. Someone else should be chosen. To which Bennett replied that every shelter needs someone with extraordinary strength to guard them, and if they have someone stronger than the Black Ghost, he will definitely listen to them. The Black Ghost read that he had launched an A-ranked mission, which meant that he would now be in charge of the third safe house. Bennett also added that the third shelter would be located on the ruins of gray metal, and the Black Ghost thought to himself that his little secret base was located there, and that this was all very convenient. Bennett noted that there are also small problems. Due to the lack of funds, the Black Ghost will have fewer employees than the first and second shelters. The Black Ghost asked Bennett how many employees he had been assigned, and he replied that he had about 1,000 people at his disposal. Everyone around me began to whisper that there were very few people and that it would be very difficult to create something worthwhile, so it was only logical to load the newcomer with hard work. The Black Ghost smiled and told Bennett not to worry and that he would be able to build a basic model in a month, but he had one condition. Bennett told him to state his condition and that he would try to fulfill it. The Black Ghost said that the third shrine should be named in his honor, and Bennett agreed. He said that the Black Ghost didn't have much experience, and everyone present had participated in the construction of the first sanctuary, so Bennett appointed Huang Yu as a consultant and assistant. Huang Yu accepted the appointment, but his expression showed that he was not eager to help the Black Ghost. Everyone began to discuss Huang Yu's dissatisfaction. They realized that he would not earn much from planning, and he would have little merit in the status of assistant, and people did not understand why he was not given a normal assignment. Huang Yu told them to gloat less and that he was not going to help him much, and that he would just rest and take a vacation this month. Later, Black Ghost was flying on a plane with Mad Sword, and he noticed that Hao Tian was in the cabin, so he sat down with him and asked when he had revealed the secret storyline. The Black Ghost, meanwhile, was thinking that there were already too few workers, and Bennett had given him a lazy man who had no enthusiasm whatsoever. But it wasn't that simple. They didn't know that the Black Ghost had a lot of helpers who could be used to build the third shrine. Meanwhile, on Andrea's continent, the forum at which the Black Ghost was present was being discussed, and he was a popular figure. The guy said that everyone was talking about an advanced method of energy training that unlocked itself, and he added that the Black Ghost had deceived them. Another guy said that this was not entirely true, because it is a pumping technique, and the sooner you get it, the faster you will raise your level. They did not understand when the Black Ghost would appear on Andrea's continent because everyone was waiting for him to change his class to mechanic. One of them replied that the continent of Andrea is under the influence of the embryo, the enemy of the Black Ghost, so he is unlikely to come here. The guy with the glasses added that judging by the video that Ben Hitdog had just uploaded, the Black Ghost had already returned to the South Continent. Ben Hitdog, on the other side of the screen, said that the Black Ghost had led them to a special location where work was underway. Ben Hitdog also announced that he would be taking on a new main assignment here, called the Third Black Ghost Shrine. The guys were surprised that a city was being built there. It was a large-scale storyline, almost like an expeditionary war. Rather, it was also part of the main storyline of the planet Aquamarine. Ben Hitdog offered to listen to the Black Ghost's rallying cry, and the latter said that the dark clouds of war hung over Aquamarine like the wings of death. The Black Ghost said that the wounds from the previous war had opened up before they had time to heal completely. He added that only a few decades have passed, but no one has forgotten the pain that the war brought with it. He said that the war still affects the ground under our feet and the sky above our heads. Radiation, dust clouds, extinct lands, and vanished civilizations, all of which are consequences of the war. States destroyed ordinary defenseless people for false and empty motives, and the war took countless lives in a whirlwind. He said that because of them, the planet is slowly being destroyed. The world may end one day, and the construction of the sanctuary is intended to preserve our civilization. The Black Phantom also said that even if it happens tomorrow, he wants to save at least the last bit of civilization, and added that he is not great, but the world is filled with petty people. The Black Phantom, with all seriousness and responsibility, said that if no one wants to pay the price, then he will be the first to do so. He also added that he would not be the last. People liked his speech, started shouting words of support, and changed their minds about the Black Ghost. The guys watched Black Phantom's performance closely and really liked his opening speech. They thought he was very cool. The guy suddenly said that he had a proposal. Instead of wasting time on the embryo's lands, he offered to go over to the Black Ghost's side. Everyone supported him at the time because no one wanted to sit around meaninglessly. They wanted to escape from there, but they had to be quiet so as not to be discovered. Black Ghost observed that after Ben Hitdog's video, a large number of players wanted to join him. Bennett went up to the Black Ghost, hugged him, and said that the speech he had given had touched his heart and that he was his soulmate. The Black Phantom thought with a smirk that these were Bennett's words, only he was the first to voice them, and that players like it when additional information is given about a character, revealing a different side of him. It helps to win their love. Suddenly, he received a mission to protect the convoy until it reached the ruins of Grey Metal, and the Black Ghost thought that such sudden assignments do not go peacefully. The Black Phantom thought that military might would not be enough, and he needed to strengthen his team, so he decided to call Antonio. He went to a temporary camp, and the fighter said that perhaps the initial changes to the entire city would be completed within 3 months. Huang Yu added that this plan was designed for 30,000 workers, and they only had 1,000. The Black Ghost turned to Huang Yu and asked him if he had any suggestions, and with an indifferent expression, he replied that he had no suggestions and did not know how to help in this situation. He thought to himself that there was no cohesion, and he would not rely on Huang Yu, then said that labor was not a problem, and that he planned to finish building the prototype in a month. Antonio said that it would take at least 100,000 workers, and even the first sanctuary didn't have that many, but the Black Ghost told him not to worry because he would take care of it. After the conversation, one of the soldiers was told something on the radio, and he was seriously concerned. He was stunned by the news. The fighter turned to Black Ghost and said that an unknown aircraft was approaching them. He did not know anything about it. The Black Ghost smiled and said that everything was fine and that his order had arrived, so there was no reason to worry. Huang Yu thought that the Black Ghost had far more connections than he thought, and he was able to order weapons and ammunition from the well-known Fabian company. The Black Ghost was busy disassembling the new weapon. He saw that the defensive mechanisms were ready and only needed to replenish ammunition. The silence was broken by the soldiers, who were running from all sides and shouting that they were being attacked by animals, and the Black Ghost did not understand what was happening. He suddenly saw that one of the soldiers was being dragged by unknown creatures. They had claws like spiders, large fangs, and red glowing eyes. They did not bode well. These creatures were approaching their tent city from all sides. There were so many of them that the soldiers were forced to open fire. The Black Phantom did not understand how it was possible that so many huge spiders lived in this neighborhood, he said to report the situation. A fighter who was outside and holding back the attack said that they were surrounded by a colony of these spiders. They were furious, and there were a lot of them. Huang Yu shouted to the Black Ghost that this spider colony was unstoppable and that he should get on the plane as soon as possible because the situation was getting out of control. But the Black Ghost refused to get on the plane and fly away. He said he would not leave the fighters and would stay here because the fighters themselves would not make it. Huang Yu looked at him and thought that let the Black Ghost do as he pleased. He did not understand why he refused to leave and stayed in such a dangerous situation. The soldiers looked at the plane flying away from them and said that they had been left here with these spiders and had escaped. But the Black Ghost remained calm and unwavering, seemingly in control, telling the fighters that they had him and could relax. After saying that, the Black Ghost launched something on his tablet, and at the same moment, robots appeared. The fighters did not expect to see them here because they came out of nowhere. They looked at the robots and said that they looked fierce. They were powerful robots that could fight to the end. The Black Phantom ordered the soldier to move all the metal discs from the car and place them on the sides, and he obeyed his instructions without question. The Black Ghost also added that the artillery would deal with the insects, while the soldiers would deal with the criminals. Despite the fact that the number of spiders was huge, the artillery was successfully coping with this task, and the spiders had less and less chance of overcoming the humans. One of the fighters was watching the scene and was amazed at how powerful the shooting was. He could not fully believe it. The soldiers were equally impressed by this shooting because they hardly had to do anything. The robots did everything for them, and it made their situation much easier. 15 minutes later, the battle was over, and the soldiers still didn't understand how it happened, as it seemed that their chances of survival were negligible, but the robots helped them a lot. All the fighters around were amazed at the skill of the Black Ghost because he did not abandon them in such a very difficult situation, but stayed with them and fought to the end. Banadog looked and saw that the task was completed and noticed that the main task gives a lot of experience, and Madsword added that the mechanic class is strong and that reclassification was a great choice. Banadog was pleased that he still managed to gather material for his stories, which was to his advantage. One of the fighters told the Black Ghost that they had caught a vagrant near their camp, and he ordered them to bring the unknown man. The soldiers brought an unknown man with his hands tied. He was unremarkable and said that he was just hunting here when he saw them here and wanted to watch. The Black Ghost asked the soldier if there were any houses nearby, and he replied that there were a couple. The Black Ghost examined the unknown man once more and ordered Liu Jiao to give the vagrant some food and drink. He looked hungry and tired. He turned to the vagrant and said that they would build a city in the ruins of gray metal and that they needed many workers for this. And as a thank you, the vagrant could give this to his headman. They handed the vagrant a large box. He thanked them and went on his way. Liu Jiao told the Black Ghost that they also lacked materials and asked what to do. The Black Ghost smirked and asked if they needed a worker, then added that vagrants would do just fine. Huang Yu watched from the sidelines and thought that the Black Ghost had thought things through quite well, but there were too few vagrants and the plan was doomed to failure, so he would hold out for a month and apply for a transfer back to the head office. The Black Ghost told Liu Jiao to take some people and go and distribute food to the vagrants, while telling them about their shelter. But Liu Jiao was surprised at what he heard, because if the guards were scattered, their defensive power would be weaker, and the danger would increase. The Black Ghost smiled pointed to the robots behind him, and assured Liu Jiao that everything would be under control and safe until they returned. Liu Jiao said that they would follow the Black Ghost's instructions. He gathered people, they took provisions and went to the vagrants. The Black Ghost helicopters flew up to the ruins of gray metal. They looked gloomy and gave the impression that this place was absolutely not intended for human habitation. The Black Phantom saw that the goal of the assignment had changed, and now he had to complete the design in 3 months and meet the construction requirements during that time. The Black Ghost heard a noise from the street. Someone was shouting about a convoy. When he went outside, he saw a fighter pointing to the side and saying that something had happened there. He saw a large crowd of people, quite a lot of them, saying that they had come to fulfill his task. People said that they had heard about his intention to build a shelter, and they would be happy to help him with this. They no longer had any hope after a long wait. The soldiers put their weapons on alert and did not understand what this crowd of people was going to do. They did not expect anything good from them. But the Black Ghost ordered them to lay down their arms. He said that he was very grateful for their help and asked them to give way to the people. And the Black Ghost added that when they planned the construction, they would have a lot of work to do. Huang Yu thought that the outsiders, who were a huge headache for all states, were treating him well. He did not understand why and decided to report it to Bennett. Huang Yu approached the Black Ghost and said that they first needed to clean up the territory, but there were not enough workers to do so. The Black Ghost looked at him and said that there was a crowd of strangers idling outside and why not address them? And Huang Yu agreed. He went outside and shouted to the strangers that the Black Ghost needed someone to clear the area near the safe zone and asked if they could help with this. At the same moment, they had a task in front of their eyes, and they saw that they would get a lot of experience as a reward for completing it, so they immediately agreed. The strangers got to work, clearing the area of rubble, construction debris, and other unnecessary garbage as much as possible. Huang Yu was very surprised that these strangers had obeyed him, but then he realized that it was all because of the mention of the Black Ghost. In the vicinity of gray metal, everyone was busy. While the outsiders were clearing the area of rubble, the fighters were counting armor and materials. At the same time, people were chasing Banhidog and asking if he had released something new and promising to break his leg if he didn't hurry up, but he replied that they wouldn't catch up with him because he was at a higher level. Madsword, meanwhile, was sitting there thinking that the mechanics were strong, but he liked being a warrior better. It was his profession, and he needed to think things through. The Black Phantom looked around the city and realized that it was getting livelier. Everyone was working hard, and things were getting off the ground. The players involved in the creation of the city have a very strong sense of belonging, and this place may become the first zone of players in Aquamarine. But one thing that confused the Black Ghost was that the number of points it could give out for tasks was severely limited. He thought that if he allowed other players to issue tasks, he could get around the limit. Since he was in charge of the construction, he just needed to plan the general direction of the work and let the players contribute. The Black Ghost called the fighter and ordered him to contact all the leaders. He wanted to hold a meeting, and the fighter unconditionally fulfilled his order. The Black Ghost began the meeting by saying that building a shelter from scratch is a very big project that requires a lot of investment and effort. He also added that he has divided the project into items that include construction, search, and other management matters. He thought that he needed to manage the responsible persons to coordinate the whole work, and said that someone would be responsible for each point of the plan, his goal being to complete the construction as quickly as possible, ideally in a month. All the leaders listened to the Black Ghost and went about their business, satisfied that they had understood him and accepted his instructions. The Black Phantom stopped them at the exit as if he had forgotten to say something, and the leaders stopped, ready to listen to him. The Black Ghost said before they wrote in the name of the shelter, let them not forget that it should include his name. He saw a notification that Maple Moon had already reached the 20th level and was on its way to the ruins of gray metal. She used to be a mechanic, and when the Black Ghost was down, just watching her play lifted his spirits. But she was only good in the 3rd and 4th versions and then changed classes. Black Ghost wonders if his meeting with Maple Moon will change anything and how she will react to him when she sees him in gray metal. After a while, Maple Moon came into the tent where Black Ghost, Banhidog, Hao Tian, and Mad Sword were sitting, and she was happy to see them. The Maple Fox saw the little bear cub in Hao Tian's arms and said that it was a very cute creature. She came closer to get a better look at the bear cub, liked it very much, and asked if she could hug it. Hao Tian gave her the teddy bear and told her to control her emotions better next time, but Maple Moon didn't really listen to him as she played with the bear. The Black Ghost watched Maple Moon and Banhidog play with a bear cub still unsteady on its paws, rather clueless but so cute. The black ghost told them to stop playing with the bear because they had more important things to do than play, and they didn't have much time. He said that he was building a shelter and they could help him with that too, because there was a lot of work to be done. Ban Hit Dog saw that they needed to complete a certain number of tasks to get additional rewards, and Mad Sword added that they had a good boss. Hao Qian, Maple Moon, Ban Hit Dog, and Mad Sword rushed out of the tent, wanting to complete the task and get their reward as soon as possible. The Black Ghost thought that his limit would be more than enough for these four, and he would look forward to their success in the competition. The workers noticed that these strange people were working like crazy and didn't seem to need any rest. They said that they would definitely be able to finish the initial form of the shelter in a month, and that this time they would get a lot of awards. Huang Yu thought that if he succeeded, he might be awarded as an assistant in the darknet, and this would be very good for his reputation. But he realized that his previous attitude might have offended the Black Ghost, and now he was not giving him any instructions. Huang Yu realized that he needed to correct his mistake as soon as possible. Huang Yu came to the Black Ghost. He obviously wanted to talk about something. The Black Ghost asked him why he came, whether it was on business or not. Huang Yu smiled and said that he would like to take over some of the work since he was his deputy, and he looked confused. The Black Ghost told him that he didn't want to work, and he entered his position and gave him a vacation. He didn't understand why Huang Yu was unhappy. Huang Yu was not satisfied with the Black Ghost's report and told him that he was his assistant and could contribute to the construction of the shelter. Huang Yu thought that he had really angered the Black Ghost. He was worried that he would be able to forget about the rewards, and he did not like this situation. The Black Ghost gave him a folder and told him that it was a plan for building a shelter. He needed to systematize the data and report back to him on the results. Huang Yu was happy that all was not lost and told the Black Ghost not to worry and that he would do everything in the best possible way. The western district of the third shelter was the least favorable for construction, with a tower bell in the center of the district. The workers went inside the building, and it was no wonder that no one was doing anything here, because there was dirt and stench, and the building looked unfit for human life. They moved deeper into the building, and one of the workers said they only needed to inspect the drainage pipes. When the workers went a little further, they heard some noise, and the guy said that there was something there, and they should run away as soon as possible because it was dangerous. One of the players saw a message that he was under the influence and in a state of fear, which did not bode well. Suddenly, the player saw something black rise out of the drainage pipes, which was clearly not good, and put them all in danger. This black entity struck the workers with a blow that sent them scattering across the room. After that, the entity flew out into the street. It was a black blob of energy that was very strong and dangerous for people. None of the people here understood what they were dealing with. They had never seen anything like it before. The entity struck and the players flew in different directions. They were seriously injured, and one of them shouted that he had used up the number of resurrections for this week. This situation was immediately reported to the Black Ghost, who was clearly puzzled by the situation and said that he would soon be at the scene. When he arrived at the scene, he asked eyewitnesses if they could make out what happened, and the player replied that no, everything happened very quickly, and if he hadn't reacted in time, he would have gone to the other side. The Black Ghost approached his assistant Huang Yu and asked what their losses were after the incident. He replied that a monster had appeared in the area where the power grid was being laid, and that was why the power plant was destroyed. The Black Ghost was angry when he heard for the monster. Huang Yu revealed that it was hiding in the discharge channel and they did not know what was happening inside. When the Black Ghost saw the impact mark on the wall, he realized that this monster was strong and fast, and that it must be a high level. He asked Huang Yu if there were monsters elsewhere, and he replied that only here, in the rest of the neighborhood, everything was fine. The Black Ghost saw that it was a shadow-hunting viper. It was about level 40, and no wonder it quickly dealt with the players. He also found out that she likes warm and humid places, and he wondered what attracted her there, thinking that there might be a reactor or a high-energy heat source underground. Huang Yu suggested placing explosives on the cave's pillars to break its nest so they could get rid of this monster. But the Black Ghost thought that the viper's corpse and its clutch were raw materials for medicine, and it was a pity to lose it, and then said that to make them forget about it, they just needed to lure it out of its hole and take its life. The Black Ghost asked Banidog, the Mad Sword, and the Maple Moon to set up his security mechanisms at the entrance and call out to the strange people. The Black Ghost wanted people to throw a couple of grenades into the cave, which would lure the monster out. And when the monster leaves his cave, you need to take his life, but do not forget that he's very strong and fast. The players did everything as the Black Ghost told them to, and the monster left the cave. but there was more than one viper, and their level was too high for the players. The players couldn't cope with the vipers, so the Black Ghost used a weapon that could hit these monsters. And at one point, with the help of a powerful weapon, the Black Ghost was able to defeat all the monsters that were in the discharge channel. The players said that the Black Ghost's mechanisms were so strong that they quickly dealt with all the monsters, and one of them said that he had just been killed by this viper. The Black Ghost ordered the players to take the bodies of the vipers to the cold storage, as they could later be used to produce raw materials and medicines. The Black Phantom thought that after so many losses, the shadow vipers would not just come out of the nest, it would be harder to get them. He thought that such a challenging task would be just right for the players to improve their skills and earn a lot of reward points. The Black Ghost said that he needed several people to clear out the lair of the vipers, ideally within a day. At this point, all players received a notification about the task and saw that this particular task came with a prize pool. The Black Ghost turned to the Guild of the Celestial Territory and told them to listen to his order. The players stopped. He said that their squad lacks a support player, so they need to bring him in, but not below the level. The Black Phantom thought that the prize pool had quickly reached 1 million, and that such a task would easily disperse the players. He told the players to take a measuring device that shows the level of radiation, and if they find anything else in the nest, they should definitely report to him. The catching vipers turned out to be much more powerful than the players could have guessed, and even the whole team couldn't defeat them. The Black Phantom thought that the current players were too strong for the catching vipers, but for the reward, they would definitely want to buy the equipment he had prepared for them. The Black Ghost went to the warehouse where the ammunition was stored, looking for something that could be sold as equipment that players could not do without. One of the requirements for advancement in the class was to create 5 purple quality equipment, but there were many times more unsuccessful inventions. The Black Phantom thought it was time to get rid of the unnecessary stuff that was only cluttering up the warehouse, and now was the time to sell it. After a while, the Black Ghost was visited by players who wanted to buy equipment to fight the vipers, as they were much stronger than expected. The Black Ghost smiled because he knew that the players would come to him and told them to choose their equipment for the fight. The players were surprised by such a wide range of equipment. There was at least green quality and even blue. They had never seen anything like it and wanted to buy everything. A player with red hair saw a lightweight mechanical arm among the assortment of equipment, and it was perfect for him, but also very expensive. The player thought that there were a lot of guilds now, and they would only achieve good results if they increased the gap between them. But he thought he definitely needed this equipment and said he was taking it, and all the players around him started shouting out what positions they were buying. The Black Ghost was pleased with this course of events, and the fact that so much was bought. He said they owed 300,000 for all the equipment. A little later, Banhee-dog, Haotian, the Maple Fox, and the Mad Sword came to see the Black Ghost, returning from a mission he had given them. They said that they found a high concentration of radiation. It almost reached the maximum value. The Black Ghost thought that, since they had been living in a place with high radiation for a long time, mutants must have appeared there. Mad Sword added that they also managed to identify the source of the radiation, which turned out to be crystals formed for an unknown reason. The Black Ghost asked where they had found them, and the boys replied that they were in the wall in the depths of the lair. All the walls were covered with crystals. The deeper you go down, the more crystals and monsters. The Black Ghost took a closer look at the crystal and realized that it radiated heat, which is probably why the vipers lived there. He called the Mad Sword to him. The Black Ghost wanted to see what effect this unknown crystal had. In order to see the body's reaction to the effects of the unknown crystal, it had to be swallowed. And that's what the Mad Sword did. The Black Ghost waited for a while and asked the Mad Sword if he felt anything unusual, and if there was any reaction in his body. Mad Sword read that his condition was radiation damage. His health was reduced by a minimum. His physical strength was reduced by 33%. All attributes were halved, and it would continue for 2 hours. The Black Ghost thanked him for this experiment, and the Mad Sword saw that he had gained a lot of experience and asked if he could have some more. The Black Ghost thought that the crystals could be purified and turned into energy storage devices that could be used for various purposes. He also thought that the number of crystals should indicate the location of the lair, and he was 90% sure that it was there. The fighters went to the cave to find and move the eggs of the vipers. They had to lure the monsters out of their lair as far as possible. The players were fighting monsters. They were about level 20, and the catching viper was level 40. The battle was difficult for the players. The warriors had to attack the viper at close range, as there was a higher probability of hitting its vital organs. The experts had to hold out a little longer, and if they got too hard in battle, they could step aside to regain their strength and health. The mechanics, in turn, were not supposed to be too close and deal damage from a distance. The player with the red hair said that the boss viper is furious, so you need to hit it all at once, and then you will be able to damage it. He took a decent run, swung and struck with his mechanical arm, which had quite a bit of strength and power to hit such a beast. He read that he had destroyed the level's shadow, catching Viper, and it turned out that it was a mechanical arm that did a lot of damage, and he hadn't paid for it in vain. The players saw that they were in first place in terms of contributions, but the guy with the red hair told them not to rejoice too soon, because other guilds could catch up, and they still had one more Viper to destroy. The players saw something fly past them, and before they could see anything, it disappeared in a flash. The players rushed deep into the cave to see who this master was, who was unrealistically fast and agile. When they ran to the place, saw the monster's lifeless body, and it was fresh, they thought that it was this silhouette they saw that took the monster's life. They were shocked to see how quickly the silhouette managed to deal with such a huge monster, which they had been trying to kill for half a day, and the players thought it was a black ghost because only it had so much power. The players noticed that the silhouette had gone deeper into the cave, and they thought they should go further to have a look around. The silhouette was indeed a black ghost, and it could easily cope with the vipers because it was very strong. The black ghost noticed that there were more and more monsters, and the further he moved into the cave, the more monsters he encountered. The temperature was also rising, which meant that the leader of the shadow vipers was somewhere nearby, and it was worth moving a little further into the cave. After some time, the Black Prince finally came across the lair of the leader of the shadow vipers, which turned out to be a level viper, with many unknown crystals on the stones around it. This shadowy viper was impressive in size, and many times stronger than its congeners, and the Black Ghost realized that it would be very difficult to destroy such a monster. The Black Ghost struck a devastating blow, hoping to hit the shadow viper, which had a very powerful weapon in its arsenal. He also noticed that one such shot takes away 1/10 of his health, and realized that this shadow viper boss was very strong. The Black Ghost noticed that the boss was eating waste and regenerating his health. There were a lot of these crystals, and he had to figure out a way to move the battlefield. He struck another blow at the shadow viper boss, his goal being to break through the cave wall to move the battlefield outside. Meanwhile, the players rushed to escape from the cave because it began to collapse. They were in danger and did not understand why the Black Ghost wanted to destroy the cave. The Black Ghost and the boss of the Shadow Vipers found themselves on the street, where the Viper had nothing to eat, and therefore could not restore its strength and health. He was striking at the Shadow Viper boss, and the monster was beginning to lose its grip and seemed to be at its limit. The Black Ghost thought that without the radioactive waste that regenerated the monster, it was no different from ordinary Vipers. He realized that one hit would be enough to destroy the boss, so he overloaded on the fiery will. One more strike and the Black Ghost destroyed the king of the level shadow hunting vipers and gained 132,000 experience after this battle. After the king of vipers went to the other side, the little catching vipers began to attack the players. The players were surprised by the power with which the Black Ghost destroyed all the vipers and the cave in which they lived. They thought that with such power, he must have been a maximum level boss. Huang Yu, along with the fighters, ran up to the Black Ghost and asked if he was okay after such an explosion in the dungeon. The Black Ghost said that when the non-humans were done with the monsters, they had to clear the ruins and deliver the radiation crystals along with the Viper carcasses to the warehouses, especially the carcass of the Viper King. Huang Yu took the order and thought to himself that it didn't take him half an hour to solve the problem. It was just amazing efficiency. Huang Yu said that they collected 746 Shadowcatcher Viper carcasses and 2 tons of radiation crystals, of which about 300 pounds were dark blue, which seemed to have a higher concentration. He also added that Twilight Vipers consumed highly effective waste as food. The mucus secreted from their bodies underwent special reactions which hardened and turned into crystals. Simply put, the crystals are Viper feces. The Black Ghost remembered how recently a mad sword had swallowed one of these crystals, and thought it would be better for him not to know about their origin. After talking to Huang Yu, the Black Ghost went to the warehouse of the third shelter to see what was going on there. When he entered the warehouse, he saw a huge number of radiation crystals, and he was pleased with the catch he had made this time. Radiation crystals can be turned into an energy unit, and Viper carcasses and eggs can be used to make medicines. The Black Ghost thought that it was a pharmacist they were missing, and they had to figure out how to solve this problem. At this time, it was time for the 6 powers to meet in the Star Dragon, namely in the secret meeting room. Right during the meeting, Gu Hui's phone rang. He ordered the meeting to be stopped, and those present said that they had a serious incident, and how could they not turn off the phone? He left the meeting room, looked at the phone screen, and saw that a black ghost was calling him. Gu Hui asked what he wanted this time. The black ghost replied that he needed someone, and that person should be with him as soon as possible. Gu Hui asked who exactly the black ghost needed, and he replied that it was the emerald herb, and she was a pharmacist. He was displeased with what he heard and said that she was a dangerous criminal, and even he could not take people from the island of the Bell of Destruction at his own discretion, because it was illegal. The black ghost spoke, as he heard that they would soon begin an expedition, and 6 nations would unite to attack the continent of Andria from different directions. The black ghost asked if Gu Hui hoped that the embryo would surrender to them, and he did not understand how the ghost could have known this information. The Black Phantom replied that he knew a lot, including the location of the embryo's base and its battlefield defense. Gu Hui promised to bring the emerald grass, and the black ghost said that it was a pleasure to cooperate with him and that he would soon send the data on the embryo. He thought that the emerald grass would not only help in the study of the cure, but also develop an antidote that would suppress the virus that had spread in the version. And if his hideout was the first to create it, then his reputation would increase. It occurred to him that if the Star Dragon found out that emerald grass was working here, they would find out that Han Xiao, Zero, and the Black Ghost were the same person. However, this will combine the authority of Zero and the Black Ghost, as well as the fact that he is now supported by the Darknet and is quite strong. The Black Ghost realized that there was no longer any need to hide, but in case the secret police were sent to him, it was better to wait. Meanwhile, people gathered at the Green Dragon organization, and it seemed that something was about to happen. The soldier told his commander that they brought the girl. She was sitting with her eyes closed, tied to a chair. He said that this is one of the 4 most important criminals of the island of the Bell of Destruction, and that one should be careful with it and not fall for its tricks. The man, who was wearing a mask, said that there was no need to worry, because he had given her a large dose of tranquilizer and she was sleeping soundly. They were met by a black ghost, wearing a silver mask and a black cloak, who said that he had come for the emerald herb. The military said that the emerald grass was ready for transportation, and he could take it. No one intends to keep it for long. When the black ghost boarded his helicopter, he turned to the emerald grass and told it not to pretend and to open its eyes, because it was a pharmacist and had developed resistance to drugs. The girl opened her eyes, looked at the black ghost, and said that she could see right through him. He was very brave and courageous. The girl said that Star Dragon thought that she did not know about the bug that was planted in her body. She also said that he must have an interesting relationship with this organization and asked what she was exchanged for. The black ghost was not going to hide anything from her and said that she had been exchanged for a small amount of intelligence. Emerald Grass looked at the black ghost and said that she could feel how strong he was and that she was unlikely to be able to escape. The black ghost took off his mask, smiled at the girl, and said that she was very smart and there was absolutely no point in running. The girl asked what was required of her, and the black ghost replied that he would tell her everything as soon as they reached their destination. The Black Phantom thought that she was scared for now, but in the future she would try to escape, and he didn't have time to follow her and needed to make her want to stay in the shelter. When they got to their destination, Emerald Grass asked where they were, and the black ghost told her that she had been locked up for a long time and would soon find out what was going on around her. Huang Yu met them and reported to the black ghost that the first district was already finished and that the western district was being restored and would be completed in about 3 days. He also added that all the viper eggs and monster bodies had been moved to a cold storage facility, and the black ghost said that this was good news. Emerald Grass looked at the black ghost and realized that he was responsible for the shelter, and now she was not surprised that he needed her. The black ghost brought the emerald herb to the cold storage and said that her task was to make a medicine from this raw material. She noticed that there were a lot of shadow vipers and asked if they could be used to make medicine. The bodies of the vipers are suitable for creating hormonal drugs, and the eggs contain a substance for growth and metabolism, which can be extracted to create an effective health potion. And since there are so many eggs, she will try to breed vipers. The black ghost listened to her carefully, but understood almost nothing because she used pharmaceutical terms, and he asked her again what substance she was talking about. But the girl replied that he wouldn't understand what we were talking about anyway, and asked him to leave it to her, as she knew about substances like no one else. The Black Phantom said that if she needed to test the reagent, she could ask the people outside because they could not die, so they would be happy to help her. She reflected that there were undying beings and a shelter that offered freedom and safety, and she decided that she could stay here, as she still needed time to figure out her current situation. In her studio, Emerald Grass decided to do some research on the Black Ghost and the situation around her. The girl realized that the Black Ghost turned out to be a rather famous person. There was a lot of information about him. She also read that one traitor had driven the entire embryo organization into a dead end, and she wondered who Zero was, and the article also said that 6 nations were going on an expedition. Emerald Grass realized that in the few years she had been in prison, the world had turned upside down, and everything around her had changed. The Black Ghost watched the Emerald Grass and realized that the girl was a liberal who never bowed to anyone. The Black Ghost decided that he needed to keep an eye on the Emerald Grass so that it would be safe for her at work. Huang Yu came to the Black Ghost and reported that he had arranged the Emerald Grass in a new place and that it would be fine. Huang Yu noticed that the Black Ghost was peeping at her and thought that this was his hobby. The Black Ghost turned his head and saw that Huang Yu had seen the Emerald Grass on the screen and must have misunderstood everything. The Black Ghost turned away from him and said that if he told anyone what he saw on the screen in his office, he would lose his life. Huang Yu replied that he would not tell anyone and was not going to do so. Everything would be fine. After a while, Emerald Grass had some success in the pharmaceutical industry. She said she needed one volunteer to experiment with the drug. There were many people in the crowd who wanted to take part in this experiment. They could choose anyone and any number of people. Emerald Grass thought that non-humans were really very entertaining, because who else would argue with others for the right to be a guinea pig? So she chose one from the crowd and invited him along. The girl thought that the third shelter was a very good place, because here everyone helps her to achieve the final results in the development of the drug. The girl asked him if he could buy various medicines here and why the emerald herb was gone, and he told her that he only opened the pharmacy in the evening, and during the day he could do drug testing tasks for a good reward. Some guy in the crowd called out to the dark-haired girl and said that if she hadn't tripped him, he would have been the first to ask for a job and asked how she was going to pay for it. The dark-haired girl was outraged by his statement and said that he had pushed her, not her, and could at least apologize for his behavior. The guy was surprised and outraged that she was also arguing with him. He told her that if she had the courage, they could fight, and the girl replied that she was not afraid of him. Soon, a black ghost appeared on the street and said that it was not good to fight and destroy the shelter that everyone had built so carefully, and henceforth he forbade fighting. The black ghost pointed to an abandoned city and said that if they wanted to fight, they could go there, not on the territory of the shelter. The guy didn't understand why he couldn't fight on the spot, and the new girl immediately agreed to the black ghost's ban. The guy and the new girl decided to resolve the conflict with a fight, so they went to an abandoned city, followed by other non-humans. The black ghost thought that it was necessary to build a safe zone in the shelter, prohibiting fights, so it would be possible to protect the players. But this would not be enough. Later on, players like Emerald Grass should be attracted to develop the city's functionality. At the same time, a meeting was taking place in the embryo's secret boardroom to discuss that all their ports on the Andrea continent had been lost, and the 6 nations were blockading the surrounding waters. Looking at the map, the meeting said that their ground forces were preparing to land and move inland. Raylan and Theseus sent elite troops to the missile base in the east, and their plan was exposed, with traitors among them, of course. One of those present said that it was all the work of Zero. He had pulled it off in such a way as to confuse them. He also added that they would have a chance to win only after they destroyed Zero, and he was no longer under their feet. Meanwhile, at the third Black Ghost hideout, he was on the phone with Bennett, who asked if he had completed the initial phase of construction. The Black Ghost could not help but be proud of himself, for he had accomplished the almost impossible. Completing the initial phase of construction in such a short time, he told Bennett that he could praise him. Bennett was pleased with the answer and said that the speed of the Black Ghost exceeded the speed of construction of other shelters, and he had high hopes for them. He also added that the 6 nations started the expedition because Darknet is neutral and the Black Ghost should not join them. The Black Ghost said that he would not join the 6 nations, but he still held his own on this point. The Black Ghost finished the first phase of the shelter, and everything went well. There was no need for him to be there anymore. His reputation with Darknet had risen to the level of respect. He thought he could finally concentrate on something else and opened the notification on the screen, which indicated that the embryo's fall had advanced by a percentage point. The Black Phantom thought that the war had already begun, and the embryo had plenty of things to do, so it was time to visit them. Before going to the embryo, the Black Ghost entered the workshop of the third asylum, at which point they were finishing the production of a part. The workshop was making a violet quality item that was necessary to raise the skill of a Black Ghost. In order to be promoted, it was necessary to fulfill the requirement, namely to collect equipment of purple quality, and the Black Ghost successfully passed the promotion. Black Ghost has also learned high-level mechanism affinity and shock mechanical power, which will help him become even stronger. He did not stop there, but studied electromagnetic energy extraction and energy modification. After this training, the Black Ghost gained the specialty Magnetic Sphere Mechanic, added points to energy, dexterity, endurance, and intelligence, and the final level became the Black Ghost realized that he had reached the maximum level in the version as he expected. He had no limitations on the version to increase the level, since the Black Ghost was not a player. He has received the final task to advance his Go level class, and test points can be obtained by fighting strong enemies, and the embryo is full of strong enemies, which will help him successfully complete the task. The Black Ghost thought that he could also try to save Hel and her sister, thus rewriting history. Meanwhile, there was some movement in the Star Dragon, namely at the Kameni port base. The soldiers talked among themselves that not only mercenaries from large organizations were involved in the war, but also criminals from the Blood Pact Society. One of the soldiers said that since they were new to the war, they were surprised by everything, and there was no small-scale slaughter on the front line, so there was no reason to risk their lives for money. The newcomer said that when the time comes, the elders will give them a task, but now all they have to do is follow orders. While the newcomers were talking to the soldiers, a Black Ghost walked past them, looking concentrated, and everyone around them was happy to see him. The fighter invited the Black Prince to board the plane, and the other fighter said that he was honored to join them on the mission. The newcomer didn't understand how the Black Ghost had ended up here. It was as if he could move between locations unnoticed by others. The Black Phantom considered that the Six Nations had blocked all access to Andrea, and if he joined the battle as a third party, he would be mistaken for the enemy. So, it would be better to join the mercenary corps of the Star Dragon. As soon as the plane took off, the Black Ghost received a call from Bennett, who was furious and shouted for him to come back immediately, and the Black Ghost asked him not to shout. Bennett didn't understand why the Black Ghost didn't talk to him about it, since he was a representative of Darknet, and their participation in the war meant that they were no longer neutral. The Black Phantom replied that Bennett should stay out of it and that it was his personal business. Bennett emphasized that it was really the Black Phantom's business, not Darknet's, so he had no right to involve the organization. The Black Ghost added that the embryo is not even able to take care of itself now, so why not take advantage of this situation? He also asked how important their neutrality is at a crucial moment. Bennett seemed to become even angrier as they talked, asking if the Black Ghost had even listened to what he had just said about him. But the Black Ghost wasn't going to answer his questions. He pretended that the connection was lost when the plane was landing. The Black Ghost saw on the news that 6 nations had expressed their intention to suppress Darknet, and it no longer mattered whether the organization would maintain a neutral position, because if the embryo was destroyed, Darknet would be next on the list. The military guy approached the Black Ghost and said that in 8 hours they would arrive on Andrea. He also provided data on the current situation on the southern battlefields and some tasks. The Black Ghost said that the soldier would give him a map of the entire battlefield with the organization's territory and their main troops. The soldier immediately gave him a map, and the Black Ghost thought that the reason the Star Dragon treated him so well was due to his reputation. He saw that Embryo's headquarters was surrounded by a large number of defensive positions that were marked on the map, but there are small gaps between them, and he could have used them to get in and attack, although these gaps looked too obvious and strange. After some time in flight, the plane landed on the continent of Andrea, namely in the border area of the fighting. There were a lot of refugees on the continent, and they needed to evacuate urgently. The fighters showed them the direction in which the evacuation with Andrea was taking place. When the soldiers saw the Black Ghost, they said that they would like to see him take command of them. But the Black Ghost turned around and walked in his direction. The soldier wanted to stop him and asked where he was going, because he had orders to act with them. The Black Phantom replied that he was not interested in this task. He was used to acting alone, and this situation was no exception. At that moment, Embryo's fighters stormed the building, one of them saying that he was sending refugees to the other side, but he had accumulated only 95 points, while the other fighter had already accumulated 127 points. Another fighter said that killing refugees does not give contribution points. "You need to kill the Star Dragon soldiers," and asked if he had read the requirements for the task. When they entered the room, they saw a Star Dragon scout, and they prepared to deliver a crushing blow. But they didn't have time because the scout worked much faster. At that very moment, at the point of resurrection of the embryo fighters, the number of killed soldiers was added to the list. The soldiers saw a notification on their screens that an unknown person had inflicted a lot of damage on them and then sent them to the other side. They sincerely did not understand how an unknown person managed to inflict so much damage in a second, and they were interested in who it could be. When the Star Dragon fighters saw that a fighter belonging to the embryo organization was coming at them, they prepared to strike. The embryo fighter looked at his opponents and thought that they were no match for him and that he would defeat them quickly. He sent all the Star Dragon fighters to the other side, and only one was able to escape, and he could only hope that he would not be found. But the enemy still found him, which only meant that he was doomed to die, and the embryo fighter was ready to strike a decisive blow. But it happened quite differently. An unknown man came up from behind embryo's fighter and struck him, which sent him to the other side. The Star Dragon fighter could not understand how this refugee had dealt with the strong embryo fighter in a second, and how he had come to be here in the first place. An embryo fighter spoke into the radio that reinforcements from the Star Dragon would soon arrive, so they should prepare to retreat. The Black Ghost was pleased that he had finally found the embryo's unit. Thanks to the appearance of their fighter, Carius, he managed to infiltrate their ranks. A fighter from the embryo squad noticed the man Carius, who was actually a black ghost, and asked him where he had been for so long. At that very moment, Carius's opponent, a Star Dragon, was charging at the fighter, holding a sword with which he was going to destroy Carius. But the latter managed to strike first and send his opponent to the other side. Embryo's fighter was shocked to see how much stronger his comrade in arms had become, and he was able to hit the enemy with a single blow. The embryo's fighters noticed that the Star Dragon had reinforcements and had to retreat, so they told Carius to keep up. The Black Ghost was pleased that the battlefield was so chaotic that no one would suspect him. It was a perfect disguise. The soldiers began unloading the goods because they had to return to the head office in 10 minutes, and there was no time to lose. A black ghost in the guise of Carius sneaked up on the car in which the fighters were supposed to go to the head office, killed the driver, left the body in the bushes, and gave them a mission. The other soldiers found the body and thought it was the mysterious man who had given them the strange task of hiding the body, although they were not interested in this, because they would get a lot of experience for completing this task. The Black Ghost was pleased to let the players deal with the driver's body, so he saved time and didn't give himself away before the time was up. He was thinking that Embryo's boss would never have thought that he could sneak into their headquarters so easily. His idea was brilliant. The Black Ghost thought that they had obviously increased surveillance in the area of weakness reserved for defense. So far, the Black Ghost hasn't been able to find any traces of the Embryo boss. He hasn't given himself away in any way. He sat and played chess and wondered why Embryo's boss would want to come to their headquarters, how he could give himself away. The Black Ghost wondered if the prophecy of the Child of Destiny would never come true, but it remained unknown. The Black Ghost saw that there was an underground headquarters ahead where important devices and employees of the Embryo were located. In order to save Aurora, he needed to disable the protection through the main computer, and for this, he would need a hostage who had host privileges. He suddenly remembered that there was an experimenter in the Embryo Cyberlos, who was in charge of research and responsible for Aurora. This experimenter had absolutely no principles. He was ready to do anything to save his life. The Black Ghost had a task to find the Cybermoose laboratory, which was not as easy as it seemed, because there were many different rooms in the dungeon. He suddenly realized that there were players here too, and he had to take advantage of this to find the experimenter's laboratory faster. At the same time, the player was given a task to find Cyberlos, and was pleasantly surprised to see that this task was rewarded with a lot of experience. The player, without hesitation, ran in the other direction to look for Cyberlos, and the Black Ghost only had to wait a little longer. The player soon found Cyberlos's laboratory. It was surprising that no guards were posted, probably because he was constantly at the headquarters, but it was only better for the Black Ghost. He went into the lab and saw Cyberlos experimenting on something. There was a lot of different equipment and test tubes with unknown substances. He took another test tube in his hand and heard someone enter the lab. It was an Embryo fighter, but he pointed a weapon at him. Zero told him not to twitch or shout. He added that Cyberlos should act as if nothing was happening and listen to him carefully. Otherwise, he would go to the other side. And the scientist replied that he shouldn't do anything stupid and asked what he needed. Zero ordered him to leave the lab and behave naturally and not raise the alarm. Otherwise, he would go to the other side, and Cyberlos agreed. They left the lab and the experimenter asked what to do now, and Zero told him to take him to the room with the main computer and not to try anything tricky. Zero said that if a scientist does something wrong and raises the alarm, he will turn him to dust in a second. Cyberlos said that he agreed to everything and that extreme measures had to be taken. He was not going to raise and panic. After saying that, the experimenter looked at him and asked if he was Zero. The black ghost was surprised how Cyberlos could guess. The scientist was authenticated and added to capture Zero. The boss set traps all over the headquarters, but he still managed to slip through. Zero realized why the embryo had arranged the troops' positions so strangely. They wanted to catch him, but no one knew about his plan. He wondered if there was anyone here with a talent for seeing the future. He also thought that if their boss really knew his plan, he would have carried out the attack by now. Zero turned to the experimenter and asked who told him that he was Zero, and he ordered him to tell him everything he knew. They walked further down the corridor, the experimenter still silent, but then he said that the child of fate had informed him of his arrival. Zero wondered if there was such a person in the embryo, and Cyberlos said that the child of destiny could foresee and even influence the future. They did not fully understand it themselves, but he predicted Zero's appearance. Zero wondered if it could be that the child of destiny's ability made him decide to come here. He was clearly puzzled by this question. But later he decided that it couldn't be, because when Zero saw Hila more than a year ago, he was already thinking about saving Aurora. The scientist interrupted Zero's thoughts and said that the headquarters was full of officers who were just waiting to deal with him. It seemed quite logical to Zero that their boss knew he was coming, but didn't know when or why, so they couldn't delay any longer. The boss was on the lookout and could discover Cyberlos missing at any moment. They had to save Aurora and get out of here as soon as possible. Cyberlos and Zero approached the central room of the embryo, and all that remained was to get inside and find what they needed. The experimenter asked Zero what he wanted to see here, and he replied that he needed to see a full map of the headquarters. Cyberlos was not happy about what was happening, but he had no other choice, so he authenticated again. Zero put his mask on the main computer and started the process of copying the data. He needed all the information. The copying was completed in a matter of minutes. It all went so fast, thanks to the high technology that Zero had. Zero looked at Cyberlos and told him to open the database of confidential information, and the scientist didn't even try to resist and did everything he was told. Among other information, Zero found a project for a super soldier, and they actually used the technology of a lightweight mechanical arm that he left behind when he escaped. He also found the location of the nuclear bomb in the documents and decided that he needed to send all the data to the 6 nations so that they would cut off the embryo's ability to retreat. After he found the information he needed and sent the data to the 6 nations, he ordered the experimenter to open the knowledge base. Vera thought that the embryo possessed some advanced information, and of course it had to be taken with it, and he was going to sell the information he didn't need to the players. He saw that there were tasks for advancement in the mechanic class, so he spent 2 points, took the training, and mastered the nerve connection. Zero was observed by the experimenter, who noticed that it was an accelerated learning skill, and Cyberlos asked if he was non-human. Zero smirked, looked at the experimenter, and asked him what he thought. The answer was obvious, and the scientist understood it perfectly. Cyberlos realized that the enemy of their organization was an invulnerable non-human, and he did not understand what the point was in contacting him. The scientist turned to Zero and asked him if he had really appeared much earlier than the other non-humans. He also asked if Zero was the first, and if he was the creator of the non-human phenomenon. Cyberlos thought that was his ability. Zero noticed that the data transfer had been successfully completed, and he already had all the information he needed. Zero turned to the experimenter and asked if the main computer had a self-destruct program. Cyberlos replied that this computer did not have such a function because it would be a great folly, as the information would then be at risk at any time. Zero told the scientist to disable all security measures in Zone A and all surveillance cameras, and Cyberlos immediately agreed. The experimenter wondered if the little girl who had the life force was there, and he immediately wanted to test his guess. But Zero beat him to it and said that he wanted to take the girl and they had to go, because it was not the right time to waste precious time. The scientist didn't understand how Zero had found out about her, because Aurora was a secret of the organization. He had gained access to confidential information 5 minutes ago and wouldn't have been able to read anything out. Cyberlos realized that Zero had specifically chosen him as a hostage, knowing that he would follow all his instructions without question. The scientist and Zero walked through long corridors and finally came to the area where the girl was. when a soldier stopped them and asked why Cyberloss had come here. The scientist realized that he couldn't tell the truth, because Zero would definitely not be nice to him, so he said that he needed to take a blood sample again. They went into the laboratory. There were doctors there. One of them suggested that this time the girl should not have anesthesia. The other supported him and said it was a great idea. There was a little girl sitting on the floor in a dark room, looking very scared and tired, and it was clear that some kind of experimentation had been carried out on her. Zero quickly dealt with the doctors in the laboratory, approached the girl, held out his hand, and told her that he had come to save her and asked her to follow him. She was even more frightened because she did not understand what was happening and who he was. Zero told her his name so that she would not be so afraid. The girl suddenly realized who the stranger was. She was glad to see him and stopped being afraid. She called him Uncle Zero. When Embryo's boss saw that the data from the central office had been copied by Cyberlos, he realized that someone was behind it. He ordered me to find the experimenter and display the CCTV images on his computer. He saw that there was a man in the room with Cyberlos where the main computer was located, but he was not a subordinate of the experimenter. The embryo's boss realized that only Zero could get into their headquarters unnoticed. So he told Zero not to even try to escape. Zero put the girl in the bag to lie there for a while as it was the safest place for her at the moment. Cyberlos said that Zero had saved the girl and thus solved the problem on the surface, but the embryo still has a way to control Aurora. Zero was angry when he found out that this organization could still continue to control the girl. He ordered Cyberlos to tell everything he knew about it. The scientist said that the girl was brainwashed, but because of her older sister, they chose the sedation method. Usually Aurora behaves like a normal child, but as soon as you say special words, her personality changes. Zero thought that this was not a problem. He just needed to clap his hands to bring the girl back to consciousness. Meanwhile, in the break room at Embryo's headquarters, there was some movement, and everyone around them started running and fussing. Hilla noticed that the life marker she had left on Aurora began to move. She pushed all the fighters in front of her and quickly ran towards the marker. The soldiers could not understand what was happening to this woman and where she was running to so quickly. Hilla was obviously worried about something. All the fighters who were at the Embryo headquarters received a notification that the head was calling everyone to Zone A, and they had to go there immediately. Zero noticed that the atmosphere here was rather strange. They had walked far enough, but hadn't met a single person yet. He asked the experimenter if he had activated the alarm. Cyberlo said that the boss must have noticed that he was looking at the data in the central room and obviously suspected something. Meanwhile, Group C soldiers had already begun preparations to assault the position where Zero, the experimenter, and Aurora were located. They rushed to their places to prevent Zero from escaping in their headquarters, let alone taking the girl with him. Embryo's boss stood watching the fighters. He ordered them not to shoot and wait until Zero was completely surrounded. But at the same moment, he saw that Hilla had run away earlier, and it was impossible to stop her, because she thought her sister was in danger. Embryo's boss ordered the men to stop and let Hilla exhaust Zero and then attack him. He realized that the further he went, the more Hilla got out of his control. Hilla instantly ran to the place where Zero was, ready to deal him a crushing blow, but he noticed her when Hilla was about to swing at him. Zero handed the bag with the girl to the experimenter and told him to take care of her until things calmed down, because the girl could have been accidentally hurt. Hilla continued to attack Zero. Still not realizing that it was he who was hiding behind the fighter's face, the girl ordered him to let Aurora go. Zero realized that Hilla had grown much stronger since the last time he had seen her, and that she had mastered new skills. Zero realized that Hilla would not stop in this fight. As he believed that Aurora was in danger, he said that he had come to save her sister. The girl was furious when she heard Zero's words. She did not understand who he was and what he wanted from her sister. Aurora looked out of the bag and looked at Hilla, her eyes filled with happiness and hope for liberation. Hilla ran up to the girl, hugged her tightly and asked if she was okay and if she was hurt, and Aurora said she was fine. The girl clung to Hilla and said that she had been saved today by Zero, about whom her older sister had told her stories. At first, Hilla did not believe her sister's words, because there was no Zero in this room, only Cyberlos and some kind of embryo battle. Zero said that since the situation was such, there was no longer any reason to hide his identity. He took off his mask and showed his true face. He said that it was really him, and there was no more time to explain. He had already saved the girl, and no matter how much Hilla believed in what was happening, he intended to save her too. The girl stood next to Aurora and said that Zero was being chased, and he knew perfectly well that this could well happen after the girl was rescued. Zero asked Hilla if she really didn't mind the organization continuing to use her sister, because now she had a great opportunity to escape. Aurora took her older sister by the hand and asked to be taken away. The girl's eyes were filled with tears, and she clearly did not want to stay here. Hila recalled all the moments when the embryo organization had hurt Aurora and realized that she could not allow the girl to stay here. She hugged her sister and thought to herself that in the worst-case scenario, they would go to the next world together, but no one would harm Aurora again. Hila took her sister's hand and they headed for the exit. They didn't have much time to think. They had to act immediately. They accelerated their run, and Cyberlos could not keep up with them and asked them to run slowly. He did not want to suffer from the fact that he had to help Zero. Hila said that the experimenter had already been exposed and temporarily deprived of his powers, and he was only delaying and distracting them. Zero said that he would not take his life because the scientist could still be useful to the living, and Cyberlos asked him not to do anything stupid. Zero disconnected the scientist so that he would not interfere with them. Hila said that she knew a secret passage to escape from the general staff. Zero added that the boss must not know that Hila had switched sides, and she must pretend to be chasing him. Embryo's boss said that if Zero and Hila continued to interfere, he would have to deal with them both, because they were crossing all the lines. He gave an order to all the executive directors to find Zero. He was last seen in Zone A. They had to find him as soon as possible. The embryo's boss also added that if they couldn't capture him alive, they could eliminate him. As long as he didn't escape, the executive director found Zero not far from him. Hila told Zero to be careful, because CEOs have unusual powers, and Zero told her not to think about him and to protect her sister. He would deal with his enemies himself. He successfully used his weapon in the form of 2 balls, which, although they looked frivolous at first glance, were very powerful. Zero delivered precise, devastating blows to his enemies. He was very strong, and even the CEOs with their powers were no match for him. Zero destroyed a level 5 executive and received a challenge point for it, and the voice of Embryo's boss was heard on the radio asking about the situation. Zero thought that an executive director with a level above the 40th was given a point, and there were many of them in this base, so he would be able to score the maximum. Hila couldn't understand how it was that Zero had become so strong that he could easily defeat 5 CEOs. The embryo's boss realized that he had actually underestimated Zero's capabilities and power, and now he would have to deal with him personally. The soldiers prepared to stop Zero. One of them said that he was very dangerous and they might not be able to do it, and the other said that it was worth a try because the boss ordered not to let him leave and promised 200,000 experience as a reward. The executive directors also joined the fighters, and they found Zero and prepared to deal him a crushing blow. Zero easily dealt with all the fighters, as they were of low levels, and even the executive directors were not a hindrance to him. The executive directors decided to attack Zero from 2 sides, thinking that they could do a lot of damage. Zero thought that they were not being fed at all, because the executives could not penetrate his shield even at close range. Zero received a notification that he had destroyed 2 executives and gained a normal amount of experience. Zero realized that by destroying high-level enemies, he could continue to earn test points. He'd already been able to get points, and this was not the limit. The soldiers began to surround Zero, and Hila pretended to take part in his capture, because they could not let the soldiers suspect that they were in on it. One of the fighters told Hila to attack Zero while he distracted him, thinking that they could neutralize Zero. Hila thought to herself that the fighter was not particularly bright, if he had not yet realized that he and Zero were on the same side. Zero struck him and said that the fighter could not cope on his own and asked for help, as he could call himself an executive director after that. Zero took care of the executive director, and they continued to run. He told Hila that the other executives were nothing but her. Hila told him not to relax, because these directors were only the front runners, and the main forces had probably set up an ambush on the 2nd floor, so they could escape through a secret passage. Zero said that sooner or later they would find out about her betrayal and that she should take Aurora and leave, while he would distract the soldiers. The girl asked what about him, and Zero asked where the secret passage was, and said that as soon as he distracted everyone, he would come to them. Hila thought that if she lied to him, he would not be able to escape, and thus buy her time, and for her sister's sake, she was willing to use any means to reduce the risk. The girl thought about her decision once again, and said that the code of the room 0H needed was the secret passage. She added that there would be a brick on the 4th floor on the left that would open the passage, and Zero said he had memorized everything and they could go. When the girl left, he thought that to get everyone's attention, he would need something impressive and quite loud. Zero had no choice but to blow up the corridor, which was the right decision, because all the fighters heard the explosion far from the epicenter. The soldiers were surprised by such a powerful explosion and realized that Zero could be there. They ran to the place where the explosion was supposed to have taken place. At that moment, a cyborg appeared in front of the soldiers. He was test subject #2. He told them to stay in their places and he would deal with Zero himself. He approached Zero and said that he had been waiting for this day for a very long time to pay him back twice for what Zero had done to him. The cyborg prepared to strike, but Zero dealt with him very quickly and eliminated the cyborg. Soldiers and executives from all sides ran to the place where Zero was. They could not let him escape. Zero realized that they were sending more and more reinforcements, and he really didn't want to run into them. It would add to his problems and drag on. He decided to activate the ability of the character Dion, namely, "You can't see me." The ability was that the sense of presence of others weakens, and he becomes invisible to others. All the soldiers ran past him and did not notice Zero's presence at all. He literally became invisible and unnoticeable. Zero was very pleased with this ability because all the fighters and executives did not notice him. He could easily leave the place. Hila and Aurora got into a secret passage and hid there. The girl asked her sister if they managed to escape because she was in a bag and did not see anything. Hila said that they almost escaped. After that, the girl asked where Zero was now because he was not with them, and it seemed strange to her. They had to run away together. Hila replied that he would come in about 5 minutes. He must be somewhere nearby. She hoped that he was okay and managed to escape from the fighters. The girl looked at her sister, wondering why Zero decided to save her, since he had come for a reason, namely to get the girl out of the embryo's headquarters. Hila wondered how he knew about Aurora. Maybe Zero had the ability to see the future. The girl told Aurora not to praise Zero. Hila didn't want to show her true attitude towards him. Aurora said that her sister admired him herself when she told stories about him, but Hila just told her not to talk nonsense. But before they could finish speaking, they heard Zero's voice, standing behind them, and he seemed to have heard a fragment of their conversation. Zero asked Hila if she really admired him, and he seemed pleased with what he heard. His ego couldn't help but rejoice. The fighters examined all the corridors and rooms in the embryo's headquarters, but Zero was nowhere to be found, as if he had vanished into thin air, and the fighters did not understand how this was possible. Embryo's boss was furious at what he heard. He said that the last time he was seen here, he asked how they could have missed him and let him escape. The fighter said that they discovered that protective measures in Zone A had been deactivated. The guards had been eliminated, and the girl was gone, all of which was definitely connected to Zero. The embryo's boss was very unhappy that the girl was taken away. He wondered if Hila was in league with Zero. He didn't understand how they managed to outwit him. He saw on the camera that they were fighting all the time, but Aurora was not hurt at all. He shouted that Hila was a traitor and told her not to look for Zero anymore, but to find out where Hila went. Zero was in the same place. One of the fighters brought Cyberloss in and told the embryo boss that they had found him. The experimenter was unconscious when they found him. Embryo's boss asked if he took Zero to the room with the main computer and let him take Aurora. Cyberloss said that he got a lot of information from Zero. Cyberloss said that Zero was able to sneak onto the base completely unnoticed because he is most likely a non-human. The boss replied that he would check this information when he destroyed Zero. And now it was necessary to expand the search area. Zero could leave the headquarters, but not the continent. Meanwhile, Zero, Hila, and Aurora were walking through the tunnel, and he told the girl that he did not expect to hear the true location of the secret passage from her. He thought she trusted him after all. The girl ignored his words and said that it used to be an underground tunnel, abandoned after the headquarters expanded. The exit was on the edge of the base, and it took 4 hours to walk to it. Zero wanted to lighten the mood and joked that the girl was so good at storytelling that she could have become a tour guide. But Hila didn't appreciate his joke. Aurora looked at Zero and asked him what his real name was. She thought that Zero was not his real name. The girl also added that her sister thinks Zero is cool because he was able to escape after being brainwashed, which is not something that everyone can do. Zero looked at Aurora. He liked what she said. He added that this was his destiny. He often gets out of difficult situations. He looked at Hila. She was walking in silence, as if not noticing their conversation. Zero asked her why her sister was always talking, and she was walking in silence. The girl was a little upset and thanked him. Zero said that it wasn't very sincere. Judging by the tone, he had gone so far to save her sister that he deserved at least a little courtesy. Hila looked at him with surprised eyes and asked him how he had even heard about Aurora and what his future plan was. Zero lit a cigarette. and asked Hila if she doubted that he would do the same as Embryo and keep the girl for himself, and he added that he might try to do so. Hela rolled her eyes in indignation. She said how good it was that he had the energy to make jokes and asked what he was trying to achieve, and Zero said he wanted world peace. Hila didn't share his good mood and asked if he could say anything serious, but Zero didn't answer her, and they continued walking. They reached the end of the road, and there was no further road. He didn't quite understand how they were supposed to get out of here if it was a dead end. Hila came up to him and told him that the exit was at the top, and to get out of the tunnel they had to climb up this wall. They climbed up, there was a hatch that opened a new way out. Zero climbed up first and helped Hila lift Aurora. Hila said that it was a warehouse and no one would inspect it and that there was a secure zone to the south, so as soon as they crossed it, they would be safe. Zero received a notification that his mind had sent a soldier of the organization to the other side, and he received 1 point of experience for this. He said that the landmines in the tunnel had just exploded, and Embryon's men would soon catch up with them, so they should hurry. In the southern part of Embryo's headquarters, preparations were underway to meet Zero, and the soldiers were on full alert, confident that the fugitives would come straight to them. Embryo's boss said that Zero would probably head in their direction, and if they met a suspicious colleague, they should immediately open fire and not let him get out of the headquarters. The executive director of the Kador level said that Zero would not get out of his zone alive, but he did not know what to do with Hila and Aurora. Embryo's boss replied that they had betrayed them and that it would be okay if Kador's executive director liquidated them. Zero and Hila successfully made it out of the dungeon, and the girl saw that the security in the area had been tightened, which meant that the soldiers had prepared for their arrival. Zero looked around the area and realized that there were many times more enemies here, but they had no other way. They had to fight. He said that the search team was tightening the circle of encirclement, and the longer they stalled, the higher the risk of getting caught. And Hila asked if he had any ideas. Zero, without hesitation, replied that he would have to go ahead and do it. He saw no other way out of the situation. Hila angrily replied that there were too many enemies, and even if they managed to kill 100, they would be swept away by a wave of reinforcements, and fighting one-on-one was not an option, and she needed to protect her sister. Zero listened carefully to Hila, tried to calm her down a bit, and said that he would deal with them himself, and that she and her sister would follow him. After saying that, Zero turned around and put on a mechanical suit, and Hila was very surprised and couldn't believe that Zero was the Black Ghost. Immediately afterwards, Zero rushed to meet the soldiers, who were at a loss as to how the Black Ghost could have gotten here. They could not understand anything. Hila ran out after him, and the soldiers realized that she was on the same page with him, which meant that Zero was the Black Ghost, a turn of events no one expected. The executive director rushed to meet them and ordered the soldiers to follow suit, adding that the main force would soon arrive. The soldiers did not understand who they had contacted. The Black Ghost shouted if they were serious about trying to stop him, they were doomed to fail. The soldiers from the hideout opened fire on the Black Ghost, hoping to eliminate him and Hila. But it seems they did not realize how strong he was. The Black Ghost could easily cope with the soldiers. Their strength was not enough to inflict serious damage on him, and the bullets did not hit him at all. The Black Ghost picked up a weapon with a lot of ammunition and shouted that it was their turn to take cover from the bullets, as he had just done. The tanker received orders to open fire on the Black Ghost and not to let it break through the encirclement. All the forces of the soldiers were directed to eliminate the Black Ghost and Hila, but he successfully repelled the attack and seems to have taken absolutely no damage. The Black Ghost saw a tank coming at him. He covered himself with a dome that did not let bullets through. He was completely safe. It seemed that the tank was absolutely not dangerous for him because the Black Ghost was unrealistically strong and his skills were on top. When the embryo's plan with the tank failed, the Black Ghost heard the sound of a fighter jet and realized that they had decided to use all means to defeat him. Full-radius missiles were flying at the Black Ghost, and there would have been no chance of survival. But this was not a problem for the Black Ghost. He redirected the missiles in the direction of the fighter with a single movement of his leg, and in a moment there was nothing left of the fighter. It was blown to pieces. The force of the explosion was so powerful that the soldiers and executive directors were scattered in different directions. No one expected such a turn of events. The Black Ghost realized that he needed to shoot down all the other fighters so that they would not interfere with his progress toward the exit from the headquarters. Hila watched him and thought that he was very strong. It was no wonder that he was acting alone. He was the strongest man whose power was comparable to an entire army. Hila continued to watch the Black Ghost deal with the soldiers and thought that he used to be extremely weak. and what had happened to him in a year. Her thoughts were interrupted by a black ghost, who asked her why she was frozen in place, and said that they should leave as soon as possible before the right moment came. The players realized that the black ghost was Zero, and said that he was the main character of the planet. One of the players filmed the battle and decided to post it on the forum. He thought that the players would definitely post the video on the forum, and then everyone would know that Zero and the black ghost were him, and his popularity would increase dramatically. The players did not understand how it was possible for them to have a negative reputation with a black ghost. It would take a long time to raise it to Zero, and they realized that they should not have attacked him. The black ghost received a notification that Mech's energy was quickly running out, with only left, and it was unprofitable for him to prolong the battle. He had to find a car and leave immediately. Embryo's executive director, Kedor, ordered the soldiers to immediately eliminate the black ghost. He could not allow it to leave the headquarters. The Black Phantom was pleased that the soldiers and the executive director had arrived on time, and he wanted to deal with them as soon as possible. But the executive director didn't last long. He was no match for the black ghost, and Kedor's strength was not enough to defeat the ghost. When the soldiers saw that the black ghost was dealing with the executive director, they rushed to meet him and decided to attack together. But even this did not become a strong obstacle for him. Despite the fact that there were many soldiers, the black ghost already knew how to deal with them. He readied his weapon and delivered a crushing blow. All the soldiers were eliminated and did not pose an obstacle to the further advance of the black ghost, Hila, and Aurora. The black ghost saw that for destroying the executive director of Kedor, he received test points, which was quite a lot. When he had dealt with the last soldier, he called Hila and Aurora. They had to get in the car and get out of here as soon as possible. There was very little time. Hila still couldn't believe what was happening. They still managed to escape from the pursuit, even though it seemed impossible. The players received a notification that the mission to capture Zero had failed, but this seemed like nothing compared to the material they received, which was a video of a black ghost fighting with soldiers. The embryo's boss watched the black ghost leave the headquarters and realized that Zero was the black ghost. He thought about sending people to look for him, but the black ghost wasn't even going to hide and was in full view all along. The soldier asked the embryo boss if they should continue to chase the black ghost or if it no longer made sense. Embryo's boss said that it was worth pursuing them further, that all executive directors should be recalled, and that reserve troops should be sent to block the neighborhood. The black ghost told Hila that they had to switch places. She would drive the car, and he would have to retrofit it. But first he would install an anti-radar coating so that they wouldn't be bombed from the sky. Hila was feeling very tired, and she told the black ghost that his driving did not make the passengers feel safe. The black ghost listened to her carefully and said that her sister had more prospects in the future than Hila, while Aurora slept soundly in the backseat of the car. Hila said that they are now on Embryo's territory, so they can't drive on the road. It will take at least days to get out of the organization's property, and in the meantime, they will take measures to catch up with them. The black ghost, meanwhile, was retooling Hila and said that she knew these places well and would find an unremarkable path. The girl replied that the fuel would last for hours, and they had no water or food. And if they did not stock up on food, they would not be able to escape. The Black Phantom told her not to worry about it, that everything they needed would be delivered by their enemies because he was a mechanic. And although he did not have weapons or missiles, he could create things from the parts that his enemies gave him. Meanwhile, the Six Nations organization discussed how the embryo had sent many units to comb its territory. Air and ground forces were sent simultaneously, and their power was great. First of all, the Six Nations organization decided that the purpose of the embryo was to chase a person, but it was not clear which person. Gu Hui said that they needed to interrupt. They had received important information that someone who was being chased by the embryo organization wanted to contact their intelligence service. He asked to bring him to the main screen. When Zero appeared on the screen, everyone present at the meeting was surprised that he was the one the embryo was looking for. They didn't understand how it was possible. He said that he had infiltrated their headquarters and obtained a lot of information regarding the strategic plan and the detailed situation for its implementation, so Embryo had thrown all its resources into catching him, and Zero wanted to make a deal with them. Zero asked them to send troops to support him and hold back the embryo, ensuring its safety, and when it leaves the danger zone, he will give them all the available data. One of those present at the Six Nations meeting said that these were just words, that Zero should first pass on the information, and then they would consider his demands. Zero said that the information available would help destroy the embryo. If they did not agree to his terms, the data would die with him. When the embryo was cornered, he would detonate all the nuclear bombs and destroy the entire planet Aquamarine. The meeting participants could not be sure that Zero actually had the information they needed. He could have simply lied to them. Zero replied that as a sign of his sincerity, he had just given the Star Dragon detailed information about the first part of the Death Hand system. The Star Dragon could vouch for him. Gu Hui verified this information and told everyone present that Zero was telling the truth. He had indeed passed on information about the Death Hand system. One of the attendees said that Embryo's headquarters was heavily guarded. Their best agents had not been able to get in, and he wondered how Zero had managed to pull it off. The Black Ghost, without hesitation, replied that their people were amateurs, while he had a completely different approach to the case. When Gu Hui saw the Black Ghost on the screen, he couldn't believe that Zero and the Black Ghost were the same person. It seemed impossible. The Black Phantom smirked and said that if that was the case, he no longer had to hide his identity. Gu Hui said that they would send troops to the front line and restrain the embryo from attacking them, and they would try to do so as soon as possible. Hilla looked at the Black Ghost carefully and said that she had no idea what kind of connections he had, and with their support, they would definitely be safe. The Black Ghost told her not to relax and that they would have to hold out until help arrived. Meanwhile, in the first shelter, Bennett was thinking about the fact that the war had begun, a thought that haunted him. The soldier came into the office, distracted Bennett from his thoughts, and told him that the situation on Andrea's front had changed dramatically. It seemed strange to Bennett that the defending embryo had sent troops to the headquarters district, and the allied forces of the 6 states had also begun to press them on all fronts, as if both sides were targeting the same person, Zero. Bennett said he knew Zero. He used to be a legend whose stories made headlines, but he had no idea that Zero was so much closer. He looked at the document and saw that Zero, Han Xiao's real name, has a mask that can quickly change his appearance, and the Black Ghost is also one of his identities. He remembered the Black Ghost's words that everyone has a past they don't want to face, and that he wore a mask and never knew who he really was, and Bennett realized he had been fooled. Bennett threw the folder with the Black Ghost expose out the window. He was very angry with Han Xiao and the fact that he had hidden the whole truth from him. Meanwhile, the 13th unit of the Star Dragon also learned that Zero was indeed a Black Ghost. The girl realized that he was also the man for whose capture Embryo had set a substantial reward, and she had to take advantage of it. No one in the Star Dragon thought it was surprising that information about his identity was not disclosed, as he was a wanted man. The guy said that the Black Ghost really had an incredible past, but he was a real legend and everyone imitated him. Their thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of the boss, who asked what everyone was doing here and when he should expect their report. The girl looked at him and said that Han Xiao was in serious danger at the moment, and she was upset about it. The boss said that the top management had formed a small support unit. They would infiltrate the battlefield and get Han Xiao out of the organization's territory in one piece. One of those present said that Han Xiao was their partner and that it was their absolute duty to protect him. But the chief replied with a smile that they did not have the strength to do so. Meanwhile, the head of Illumer, Xiao Jin, was visited by his son, who said that the Red Islander and House factions had come to visit him, and he did not understand why they had come to his house. Daryl's younger brother stood at the head and told Xiao Jin that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they would like to discuss the plan they had discussed last time. With a smile on his face, he said that it turned out that Xiao Jin's second son was a Black Ghost, and that Daryl's brother had been unceremonious to him earlier, so he hoped that he would put in a good word for him with the Black Ghost. Xiao Jin did not believe what Daryl's brother said. He could not understand that he was telling the truth and what he wanted from him. He added that he wouldn't dare to lie, and that Darknet had confirmed the data, and he promised to listen to Xiao Jin's plan. Xiao Jin's son realized that Han Xiao was a Black Ghost, and that he had deliberately made him call him Godfather. He probably wanted to get even with him for the past. Meanwhile, Hila, the Black Ghost, and Aurora continued on their way, and the girl offered her sister a drink of juice. The Black Ghost said that it was not a juice, but an energy drink. It relieves fatigue and invigorates, so you don't need to drink a lot of it. But it seems that this remark was too late, because the girl drank a lot of this energy drink. She said it was very tasty. The Black Ghost saw in the mirror how they were being chased again. He told Hila to turn around and he would deal with them, and told Aurora to lie on the floor and keep her head down. The Black Ghost activated the mechanic and activated the ranged combat mode, and was ready to strike a blow that would destroy those who were chasing them. He found that they were followed by 4 executives, 30 Valkyrie units, and 10 players, 10 cars in all. And he also realized that they were sending their people again. The Black Ghost has activated its weapons and has already destroyed several cars, and the executive directors have ordered to dodge its attacks. From the car, the executive directors pointed their guns in the direction of the Black Ghost. They wanted to destroy it and take revenge for betraying them. One of them was shouting for the pursuit to continue. He wanted to see how long the Black Ghost's shield would last. She jumped out from behind the soldier who was attacking them and destroyed him, and before sending him to the other side, she shouted to him that they had completely forgotten about her. Her partner saw that she was able to take out one person who was shooting at them, and he thought that this was his chance, and he opened fire to kill. He had no room for error. His shots hit the target. The cars driving at them began to explode and crash into each other. He thought that his suit had done a great job. His flamethrower had saved them. He took off his mask and read the notification. Their battle was over. And given the difference in numbers between the two sides, he received additional test points. He noted that he had not noticed before that additional rewards were given at the end of the battle. He noticed that his partner felt sick. She almost fell down. He ran up to her and said that she had been driving for several days and was still fighting against the pursuers. Her body could not withstand such a load. She replied that she was fine. They got into the car and drove on. He received another notification and was glad that thanks to the player forum, he could immediately find out the embryo's strategy. He noted that it was very convenient. But he came across a fanfic about the love story of Zero. When he read it, he spat his drink out on the screen in surprise. He couldn't understand what it was about and thought that the players had too much imagination. He was shocked by the text from his fans. His partner turned to him and asked him what he was reading and why he was acting so strangely. And he replied hesitantly that nothing was happening to him. He was glad that Hila would not know about the forum. She had not seen what he was reading. She was watching the road. He read that help was needed and people were needed to complete a task. He was curious about the task to be completed, and he opened the email to learn more about it. He saw a lot of soldiers standing around their military equipment. He read that the military had received a new assignment, and this time it was a large-scale encirclement operation, and he asked the group members to get together. The soldier reported that the new stone wasteland was completely surrounded, according to their data. In 16 hours, they would meet Zero. The boss carefully studied the information and asked him how many people they had. He replied that they had CEOs, super soldiers, and several thousand armored infantry fighters, more tanks and attack helicopters. Nations were pressuring them on all fronts, and their forces were dispersed. The boss slammed the table and said that if it weren't for those bastards from the 6 nations, they would have been able to surround Zero from all sides long ago, and he suspected that he had probably made some kind of deal with them. He said that they had already tried to hit it 4 times with missiles, establishing its coordinates, but they were all intercepted by 6 nations. He said that they would have started to tighten the ring of encirclement and pulled Zero out. The boss wanted to see if Zero would dare to fight his army. He was sure they could stop him. He sent enough forces to stop him. The soldier pulled out a tablet and handed him additional information, telling him that they had also sent 5 people who could complete the mission and stop Zero. The boss took the tablet to study the information. He saw 5 fighters he knew well. He said that even he would have a hard time standing up to them in a fight. He was sure they could handle him. He was satisfied that his army was close to catching Zero. He had no doubt that his end was near. They were traveling under the cover of night so that no one could catch up with them. But suddenly Zero asked Hel to stop, and she replied that she could barely get away from the pursuers, and if she stopped, they would have caught up with them. Zero exhaled heavily and told her the unpleasant news. He told her that the embryo had already surrounded the new stone wasteland, and there was nowhere for them to go. Hel asked him how he could know that it was not safe for them to go to the stone wasteland, and he thought he was a prophet and could see the future. Zero said they had 2 options. The first was to keep driving and break through the encirclement, and the second was to wait for a good opportunity. She replied that the longer they waited, the closer they were to them, and the less chance they had of surviving. She was not sure they would have been able to break through. He thought that according to the forum, this time the embryo had gathered a lot of fighters, and it was unlikely that they would have been able to handle them. He said that there was a chance, but it was risky, and they would not have been able to protect her sister. But waiting was even worse. They drove and were silent. They had different thoughts in their heads. And then Hel looked at Zero and asked if he had a plan. He said that first he would contact their boss and find out the situation for further actions. The boss was sitting in his office thinking about how to catch and neutralize Zero, and suddenly the phone rang, but he couldn't figure out who was trying to talk to him. Zero, sitting in the car, told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so he decided to contact him. He was calm and confident. He wasn't afraid of the boss, so he decided to start finding out information. The boss looked at him and said that it was too late to ask for mercy now. He was sure that Zero had called him for that very reason. He had no doubt that they would have been able to catch him. Zero asked him if he remembered their little secret. When he said he would destroy his organization, the boss didn't believe him, but he promised him to fulfill his promise and destroy his empire. The boss thought his promise was just a joke. He said that even if he could predict the future, it didn't change anything. He could continue to run away from him while he had the chance, but he didn't understand why he had contacted him. Zero smiled and asked about whether he had expected his army to be able to stop him. The boss was a bit shocked that Zero already knew about his army that was hunting him. The boss replied that he could deceive them since he had the ability to predict the future, but this time he would not be able to escape when they destroyed him, and then he could smirk. Zero couldn't stop smirking at him and said that he had sent others to deal with him. He wondered why he didn't want to come to him and fight. The boss realized that Zero was provoking him. He said that he was not yet a strong enough opponent to fight the boss himself, and then he passed out. Zero exhaled and said that the head was very confident, which meant that the troops were already fully prepared. He said that they needed to contact the reinforcements of the 6 nations just in case. She said she understood and would contact the 6 nations. They drove on. She noticed that something was wrong with him, and she asked him what was wrong, why he was so tense. Zero said that the embryo hadn't detected them yet. Tomorrow, when they reached the encirclement, the 6 nations would help them. Tomorrow they would start the operation, but they couldn't take her sister with them. It was dangerous. They needed to focus on the battle. She decided to turn to her sister and try to explain everything, and her sister looked at her and asked if she had to stay here, to which Hel replied that it was just for a while and it would be safer for her. Her sister agreed with her. They got out of the car to hide her. Zero told her that she had enough supplies to stay here for days. If she heard the embryo search party approaching, she had to not make a sound. Hel was just about to leave when her little sister told her that she would be waiting for her. She would be looking forward to picking her up. It hurt her to leave her sister alone, but there was no way out. They hid it well and headed for the car. They needed to keep moving to lead the search party for the embryo. When they got into the car, Hel asked if he was sure of his actions, to which he replied that he was as sure as ever. She said, with sadness in her voice, that if she had fallen on the battlefield, she would have wanted him to take care of her younger sister. She realized that he had a better chance of survival. Zero replied that if she continued to talk like that, death would indeed come for her. He was sure they would have survived. He asked her to calm down, even if it was difficult. Reinforcements would join them, and if things didn't go according to his plan, they wouldn't need them. Zero asked her to concentrate on the task at hand and not to think about the bad. She had to remember that in 10 hours they would start acting. He handed her a watch and told her that she had to put on the mech. She would need to master all its weapons and controls as quickly as possible. She put on the suit and the system notified her that the owner had been changed. She asked what was up with him. She added that they were prepared for his cloaking ability. He replied that he would use stealth to get to their vehicles and ammunition so that he could wreak havoc on them. She said that following his plan, it turned out that she had to pretend to be him because he was their target, and Zero replied that she had understood him correctly. The executive director, Devon, was sitting outside their base. He thought he didn't want the black ghost to go in his direction. He thought he couldn't handle it. Suddenly, the lights on the watchtower caught fire, and the soldiers started shouting that something was in the northwest, but they could not yet understand what it was. When the object approached their base, they saw a car moving in their direction. It was coming at them at high speed, and it was not going to stop. Director Devon shouted to everyone to prepare for the destruction of Zero, to be ready for the attack. The soldiers were confused and, in a hurry, began to prepare for the battle with Zero. Hel in the mech suit immediately launched an attack. She had learned the controls of the suit and knew what it was capable of. Zero continued to drive in the car. They split up and began to implement Zero's plan. It was already as close as possible to their first defensive unit, and the soldiers did not hesitate to open fire on the moving target, hoping to stop it. The soldiers could not hit her. She deftly dodged all the shells flying at her. She was almost perfectly in command of the suit that Zero gave her. She was already near the soldiers who could not shoot her down and hit her. Hel attacked them. She successfully managed to disarm them and neutralize them. They were too weak to fight her on equal terms. The head of the organization radioed everyone that a black ghost had appeared at their base, and he ordered everyone to take immediate action before it destroyed their base. Executive Director Devon saw that the ordinary soldiers could not hold the black ghost, and he realized that only he could do something about it. He decided that the best option for him would be to pretend that he was fighting, but at the right moment he wanted to slip away from the battle. He didn't want the black ghost to finish him off. She attacked a standing executive who tried to avoid the fight with the black ghost, but he managed to catch the blow and avoid taking damage. CEO. Devon couldn't believe he had managed to stop the black ghost's attack. He was sure it was much stronger, but now he wasn't so sure. He grabbed Hel by the arm and threw her to the ground effortlessly. He was sure that he was fighting the black ghost itself and he was able to defeat it. CEO Devon thought that it was as if he had become weaker. He was quite surprised that he was able to stop his attack. His subordinates wished him good luck in the battle. They were happy that he was able to give him a fight. He told them that he understood why he had become weaker. He thought that the black ghost had been running away from them for too long, so he was physically exhausted. The executive director, Devon, rushed to attack and shouted to his soldiers to attack him all together. They had to take advantage of his condition and finish him off. Zero watched them and did not interfere in the duel. This was part of his plan, and he stuck to it. He knew that the character's summoning card was activated from and it would soon disappear. He used invisibility and started running past the soldiers who couldn't detect him. He needed Hilla to hold out a little longer, and he started putting bombs on their combat vehicles. Hel distracted them as best she could. It was becoming increasingly difficult for her to defend herself. She fell to the ground and Zero told her that he had stolen the SUV and had planted explosives. They would go off in seconds. She had to take her chance and escape. The executive director was already happy that they had managed to defeat such a powerful enemy. He was ready to strike the decisive blow. While she was lying on the ground, he directed his attack at her in the hope of destroying the black ghost. Suddenly, cars started exploding behind him, which Zero managed to handle. The director was at a loss to understand what had happened. He saw that the black ghost had escaped and ordered everyone to go in pursuit of him. Hel ran towards Zero. No one could see her because of the smoke coming from the burning cars. She threw him the watch and asked him to take his combat suit. She opened the car door and was about to get in. She asked Zero to hurry into the car, but the executive director was right in front of them, preventing them from escaping. The executive director was furious that the black ghost was going to run away. He wanted to continue the fight. He didn't understand how he dared to run away from him at such a moment. He threw a powerful punch at the black ghost, but he managed to block it. They hit fist to fist. And then the executive director was sure that Zero's arm was badly damaged by the blow. But the black ghost's arm was fine. From the force of the blow, the director's arm was broken in several places. He was shocked and didn't know how to fight on. Zero attacked him and managed to successfully knock him down. The black ghost told him that he could hurt Hila, but not him. He would not be able to defeat him. He was in perfect command of his supersuit, and he knew what he was capable of. The executive director could not understand how he could suddenly become so strong. He was sure that together they would be able to destroy him, but he was incredibly strong again. He asked them not to approach him. The black ghost was not paying attention to all his words and was getting closer and closer to him to finish him off. He knew that he would have needed one blow to destroy the director, and he delivered his decisive blow. The executive director was destroyed. He was unable to defend himself against his attack. The system notified Zero that he had destroyed Devon and received experience points. He also received a challenge point. When the soldiers saw the body of their commander, they were incredibly shocked. They could not believe that the black ghost was able to defeat him with just one blow. It frightened them. They began to run in different directions in panic. They shouted that the black ghost could scatter them like children. They raised their hands in the air and shouted that they did not want him to destroy them. Zero and Hel got into the car and were ready to go after her sister. She took a deep breath and said that they had succeeded, and now they could safely go on. But suddenly, 3 helicopters appeared above their car, flying very close to them, and one of the directors said that the target had been detected and he was ready to start attacking them. Zero turned to her and said that it was her fault that they had discovered them, that she had predicted that they would not succeed, and asked her to keep quiet next time. He stuck his weapon out the window and fired a shot at the man sitting in the helicopter, but it blocked his shot. He realized that the owner of the force field was at least level 55. The director, who was in the helicopter, decided to demonstrate his power and used a force field to destroy the road they were traveling on. He did it quite easily, and now they had to overcome this obstacle. Their car was almost unmanageable. Hell could barely control it, and they drove down the steep cliff as carefully as possible to avoid crashing into a pile of rocks. They realized that they wanted to destroy the road so that they would have to get out of the car and run away from them, but they decided not to leave the car until the last moment. One of the helicopters started attacking them with missiles that could have destroyed not only the car, but also the two of them, and they fired several missiles to make sure they reached their targets. The rockets hit the car next to them, destroying the road. They could no longer drive in it and had to jump out of it to stay alive. They managed to leave the car at the last moment before the next rocket hit it. They quickly got up and started running. They couldn't stop, otherwise they could be caught or killed. They didn't want to risk waiting for the helicopters to land near them. Hell recognized the directors who attacked them. She told Zero that there were 5 top executives. 2 of them were Esper, and the other 3 were fighters. Zero managed to put on the Mecha suit, grabbed her hand, and asked her to shut up and keep running. They couldn't slow down. Otherwise, they could die if they engaged in a fight. The forces were not equal. But the 5 directors managed to get ahead of them and stood right in front of them. They were incredibly fast. One of them said that they would not have been able to run away from the top 5 directors. The Black Ghost didn't care what they told them. He wasn't afraid of their threats. He said it was time to have fun and have a good fight. He started attacking them first. He threw a combat tesseract hidden in his hand at one of them, which almost hit the target, but the director managed to react and dodge the unexpected attack. Zero shouted at her to run as fast as she could, but one of the directors, who had made a huge stone wall, stood in their way, telling them not to even hope to get past it. Hell attacked him and they continued to run away. She stopped and said that she used her abilities too often and asked him to leave her. She realized that she was a burden to him. She said that if he ran away alone, she would have detained them. He told her not to think about sacrificing herself for the sake of others. He was sure that she could not hold them off for long. They were outnumbered and stronger than her. She had virtually no chance of survival. She looked at him and replied that he did not understand the situation, and if he left her, he would have more chances to escape, and she took her hand away. Zero told her that she was not particularly valuable, that if he really needed help, he would not hesitate to leave her, but for now she had to keep quiet and not tell him about her noble motives. He took her by the hand and dragged her with him. He didn't want to leave her alone, but they were attacked by another director who wanted to physically attack them and kick them. Zero was able to dodge and counterattack him, and he had no trouble inflicting physical damage on him, which caused the director to fall to the ground unconscious, the blow he received being several times greater than his kick. The directors who were attacking them decided to change their tactics and attack them together, as they had a better chance of defeating them if they acted as one organism. All 4 directors stood in front of them, demonstrating their abilities, and they told them to stand still and not to run away from them anymore, because they had nowhere to run. They began to attack them with the power of the earth. The director directed his attack at Gila, who had managed to put up a protective barrier. They were sure that they could not be afraid of her, and first they had to deal with the main Black Ghost. The director split up and began to attack him several at a time. Zero saw them and fired his battle tesseract at them, which almost took them by surprise. The directors noted that they were incredibly fast. Zero finished the attack, and as he waited for them to start their new attack, the director ran at him and shouted that his inventions were nothing in the face of absolute power. He tried to make a physical attack, but the Black Ghost put up a block, and the director's attack did not reach its target. Zero decided to strike back and was able to successfully attack the director. The Black Ghost felt another one of the 5 directors attacking him from behind, but he managed to dodge and he broke through the ground with his powerful attack. The director agreed that they shouldn't have fought it alone, so he asked his 2 partners to help him with their abilities so that he could launch a physical attack on the Black Ghost. They started to act together and tried to trap him. They used their abilities and detained him. They were sure that he was caught, and they managed to catch him. He got close to him, and with all his might launched his physical attack on the Black Ghost, which caused him to fall to the ground and fly away several meters. The other directors rushed in to finish him off. They wanted to stop him and hand him over to the head of the embryo, who had long ago started hunting him down. Zero dodged their attacks, and thought that if he continued to fight in this way, his Mecha suit would lose too much strength. So he decided that it would be better to distance himself from them. He didn't notice that one of the directors used his ground ability and made a huge hand that stopped him. He was pinned down, and the two fighters attacking him were able to strike him with their own blows. Zero was not going to give up. He realized that they were too weak for him. Despite the fact that they had now launched a successful attack, he used a protective barrier, and they flew in different directions. He thought that Ingress, by controlling the land, was restricting his movement. He had to deal with her first. He decided to try to overcome her with a burning will, but if Jaros noticed, he would protect her with his force field. Zero asked Hila if she could use her punch to weaken the force field Jaros had created. He needed her to prevent him from using his ability. Hila told him that she needed a few minutes to deal with the directors who were attacking her. She was already at the end of her rope, but she was not going to give up. She concentrated and began to use her ability. And when the principals saw this, they thought she was going to use some strange ability and prepared to defend themselves against her attack. Hila directed her gaze and attack at Ingress, who was unprotected, but Jaros managed to put a protective barrier in front of her, and she was unable to launch her attack. She wasn't going to actually attack Ingress. That was part of the plan, and she executed it. As soon as Jaros put a protective barrier in front of Ingress, he realized that Hila was aiming to attack him. Hila was able to destroy Jaros, leaving Ingress unprotected, who watched her friend get destroyed, but she was in no position to help him. Zero had already targeted Ingress and told her she was looking in the wrong place and attacked her with a blazing will. He fired at her and hit the target. The system notified him that he had activated the critical strike skill. He was able to increase the damage level and activated the lethal shot. The enemy received pure damage, ignoring physical resistance. Zero was able to gain experience points and test points. He thought that it had been almost a year since he had learned this ability, and now he was able to deal maximum critical damage for the first time. The directors could not believe that he was able to defeat two of their partners. They thought it was impossible. They attacked them 5 times, and they were able to destroy Ingress. They thought he was a monster. Zero didn't waste any time. He told Hila to run to the car as fast as possible. They had to get out of this place as soon as possible. They could be attacked at any moment. His suit and Hela were already at their limit. They turned around and noticed that tanks were already moving towards them, and fighter jets were flying. Zero said that reinforcements had arrived, and now they were in danger. They had to come up with something urgently. The fighters fired a volley of missiles at them, which almost destroyed them. They managed to dodge a direct hit, but were thrown to the ground by a blast wave. Ingress caught Zero again with his ability. He held him down so that the fighters could hit the target accurately. Zero screamed that he couldn't move. He added that the force field was driving him crazy. He turned around and saw that missiles were flying at him again. He had nothing to do but stay where he was. After the explosion, he fell to the ground. His helmet was broken, and the fighters rushed to him. They realized that he was wounded and that this was their chance. The director told everyone to spare no effort. They had to destroy him and take revenge for Ingress. They all obeyed the order and were already near Zero, who could not recover from the missile attack. Hila saw them directing their attacks at the defenseless black ghost. She could not let him die and stood up to defend him. She took the brunt of the attack and was seriously wounded. Zero was shocked that she covered him with herself. He quickly got up and took her in his arms and rushed to a safe place to help her. He asked her to hold on and never leave him. Hila was unconscious and had lost a lot of blood. Zero took out the epinephrine from the first aid kit and gave her an injection. He looked at him and asked her to come too. The fighters were already there. They realized that Hila had ruined their only chance, but now the Black Ghost had no assistant, and he would have to fight them alone. The Black Ghost turned around and saw his enemies attacking him, but Hila was still unconscious. He did not know what to do and how to stop the enemies. He had a difficult choice to make. He looked at Hila carefully and thought that he would have to leave her to the enemies. He thought that he needed to leave her to survive himself, but suddenly he noticed that something strange began to happen. The Black Ghost noticed that the energy of all the warriors who had fallen on the battlefield began to gather together. There was an incredible amount of energy, and it all began to flow into Hila's body. With the help of the collected energy, Hila's wounds began to heal slowly, and she soon regained consciousness. But she was not yet strong enough to fight or run away from the battlefield. Their enemies were quite shocked that she did not die. They could not understand how it was possible, because she took the full force of their attacks, which should have destroyed her. Zero remembered that she had the ability to ignore sudden death, activated when her health points dropped below 1%. For a short time she could not die, but she could regain her health. He thought that this was to be expected from the future goddess of death. He was sure that now she would surely release a stronger shockwave. She looked at him and told him to leave as soon as possible. She was too weak. Zero was upset, and thinking that this was not some special energy flow after which it would destroy all their enemies at once, he realized that he had been rejoicing in vain. They both saw that the enemies were already very close, and Hila recalled that he told her that he would leave her if necessary, and asked him to leave immediately. She wanted him to take care of her sister. Zero heard someone calling him in his mask. He answered the call and heard a familiar voice that he did not expect to hear at such a good time. He turned his head and saw the combat vehicles of their allies approaching them, who had come to help him evacuate from this dangerous place, and they came at the right time. The Black Ghost picked up Hila and helped her walk. He told her to hold on. The help team was close and they could get out of there alive. But they needed to get to their allies. The allies returned fire at the enemy. They tried to cover the Black Ghost and Hila until they reached them. As soon as they approached, the soldiers asked them to get in the car as soon as possible. Zero didn't just get to the car and decided to cover his back. He took out 3 grenades and threw them at his enemies. They exploded, and the enemies started choking on tear gas. He was able to buy them time, and they successfully reached the rescue vehicles of their allies. Hila took a deep breath and thought that they were now safe. The Black Ghost hurried to cover her mouth. He asked her not to bring trouble on them again with her loud words. Hila was a little shocked that the Black Ghost believed in such omens. There was a man sitting in the front seat who turned to them and said that he had heard a lot about them, and now they had met. His name was Tang Tang from the Star Dragon unit. He said that the CEO had often mentioned him. Tan Tan began to introduce the entire crew that was traveling with them in the same car. He said that a man named Alaupog was driving. He was from Theseus. He went on to say that the girl who called Zero was named Diana. She was from Maple. She told them that they were not out of the woods yet and asked if any of them had an escape plan. Tantan was confident that the enemy would not have been able to catch them. He said that they would have continued along the planned route, and soon they would have been able to break away from the enemy. The Black Ghost restored the helmet of his suit, after which he told them that he would like to take this moment to check the condition of his mecha suit. He put it on and said that it was not bad, only the armor was a little damaged. The main components were fine. It would only need a little repair. Zero received a communication request from an unknown person. As soon as he confirmed the request, he heard the voice of the head saying that he had done well and was able to get out of the encirclement on the plains. The Black Ghost was not expecting to hear his voice at all. He remained silent and listened to what the leader was going to say to him next. The leader asked him if he thought he was already safe. The head of the embryo said that he immediately noticed when his support unit entered his territory a couple of days ago, so he developed a special plan of action for it. He told him that he did not do anything to them so that he could fall into his trap and they would have captured them all at once. Knowing where he had escaped from and where they had infiltrated, he was able to calculate where they would have planned to break through the encirclement. The embryo head asked the Black Ghost he still felt omniscient and omnipotent, now that he knew he was trapped by them. Zero thought how they could escape from the other trap left by the head. He asked the Black Ghost to open his eyes wide and see which place would be the last for him, because he had a very unpleasant surprise for him. The car with Zero stopped ahead of them. There was a whole army that the head of the embryo had managed to gather. A very large amount of military equipment was directed at them. Tantan shouted to everyone to get ready for battle. They would stand to the last. The enemies opened fire to kill, but Diana used her fire powers to attack them back, and they were unable to dodge her attack. The enemy executives rushed to attack, hoping to destroy Zero and his allies. But the Sharnuk warrior Alaupog stood in their way, using his powers to become incredibly large. His entire body grew several times larger, and now it was difficult to overcome him. Alaupog grabbed the passing executive director and told him that he was just a weak insect that he could easily defeat. The Alaupog warrior threw him to the ground with all his might and knocked him out, but he didn't notice the other executive attacking him from behind. His back was covered by one of his allies who stopped the enemy, who did not understand what kind of man would attack his opponent from behind, and destroyed him. He continued to destroy the enemies around him, but his partner shouted at him not to get carried away, because he could die by underestimating his opponent. And at that moment, a warrior appeared in front of them, and with a blow to the ground, managed to scatter them in different directions. They could not repel this attack or defend themselves against it. The Black Ghost stopped to see who possessed such destructive power, and the head of the embryo appeared before him. saying that he had fulfilled his request and was now here to fight him. The head of the embryo looked at him carefully and said that now he was here and he was ready to fight him. He had only one question. Would the black ghost have the courage to attack him? Zero received a notification that he had initiated a special C-class mission, Ambush the Traitor. He had to defeat the embryo boss. He did not expect the boss to personally appear to destroy him. The black ghost looked at his characteristics and thought that the boss was the main character of the planet Aquamarine, and he was very strong, and his current state was not the best. He thought about it for a while and decided that he had to try his best to defeat a very serious and strong opponent. He had never had such a powerful opponent before, but he was not going to run away or give up. Zero checked his costume and was ready to start the fight, but suddenly he noticed cars approaching them. They stopped not far from them, and out of the car came Bennett, who said that Zero was playing too hard. He looked at Bennett carefully and asked him why he had come. He was sure he could have handled the head of the embryo alone, but he was still curious about the reason for his arrival. Bennett told him that he had caused such a stir that it was impossible to do otherwise, and he decided to come personally to help them get out of the evacuation safely. He added that no one had seen the embryo boss go all out, and it looked like it was his lucky day. He told the boss that he would not let him touch his people without his permission. Bennett clenched his fist and decided to attack the embryo boss for threatening his people. He used his ability of burning will, but the boss stood calm and waited for him to approach him. The head of the embryo asked Bennett not to interfere in their affairs. He wanted to personally fight the black ghost that had summoned him to this duel. Bennett attacked him, but the head of the embryo also used his ability. But no one could understand what kind of power he had and how strong he was. Their blows were incredibly strong. They were felt by everyone present. Zero covered his face with his hands from the blast wave and was amazed by their incredible strength. He thought that now there would be a battle between the two main characters of this planet. He was surprised that the head of the embryo had withstood Bennett's blazing will, which meant that it must have had some incredibly strong ability. Zero realized that his attacks were weaker than Bennett's, and they were useless against the boss. He didn't understand how he could get a percentage of the total damage in such circumstances. The soldiers of the head of the embryo decided to help their leader. They opened fire with all their guns. They wanted to destroy the army of the 6 nations while they had the opportunity. Fazad, the patron saint of violet radiation, put a protective barrier in front of them so that enemy shells could not destroy them. He was able to protect all the allies of the 6 nations. Tang Tang was incredibly impressed by how strong the embryo boss was. Only Bennett could counter him. The others were too weak for him. Fazad replied that they were both legends. They did not need to interfere in their fight. He added that they should have seized the moment and destroyed the enemy troops in an ambush and broken the deadlock. Zero thought it was a great opportunity. All the CEOs present were elite and would give him a lot of challenge points. He decided to accumulate enough and complete the promotion task and would be able to beat the boss. He looked around and decided to find a target that he would destroy first. He noticed that 2 soldiers were fighting without weapons and thought that the enemy was on the verge of death. Zero pulled out his weapon and decided to finish him off. He took aim and fired. He was able to hit the target perfectly, and his enemy was defeated. The black ghost thought that as long as there was confusion around him, no one would notice what he was doing. The black ghost looked carefully at his enemies and chose his next victim. Diana noticed that the black ghost stood aside and did not stand out on the battlefield. She could not understand why he was hiding there and did not help them defeat such a strong enemy. She told the black ghost to leave the superhumans to them. They would deal with them. He needed to deal with the ordinary fighters in the neighborhood. The black ghost pretended not to hear her. He didn't want to tell anyone what he was really doing and why he was destroying superhumans. He didn't want to reveal his plan to anyone. Diana said it was for his own safety. They couldn't spend their energy protecting him. She couldn't understand that he was behaving so liberally because he was under their protection. The black ghost did not listen to her and continued to do his job, destroying executive directors and receiving additional test points for them. He destroyed one by one the executive directors of the embryo of different levels, and the reward was just as different. The higher the level, the higher the reward. After a while, the black ghost realized that he had accumulated a lot of challenge points, and he only had to finish off one more executive. The enemy attacked Tantan, who was standing nearby. With his magnetic field, he held him down and shouted to his partner Ares that he had him, and he could target him. But a black ghost stood in their way and managed to break the magnetic field and free Tantan. He thanked him, but the Black Ghost tried to find the last executive director, who was hiding from him somewhere. The Black Ghost, having once again carefully examined the battlefield, was able to find his last enemy, and without hesitation he destroyed him, despite the fact that his ally had almost defeated him. He made a precise shot that instantly destroyed the executive director. He dealt damage to Tyrone and was able to destroy him, for which he received experience points and test points. His weapon had not yet cooled when the Black Spectre realized that he now had enough test points and was almost ready to step into the duel with the head of the embryo to replace Bennett. The Black Ghost thought that he needed to exit the battle mode to level up. He abruptly rose and decided to run away as soon as possible to do what he had planned. Diana saw that the Black Ghost began to run away from the battlefield, leaving them all to fight the enemies from the embryo, and she thought that he was going to run away from them forever. The head of the embryo also noticed that the Black Ghost was running away, but he could not let that happen. He had come to fight him as he wanted, and he could not let him escape. Repulsing Bennett's attacks, the embryo's head shouted to his men that they were in pursuit of him. They needed to destroy him when they had the chance. The Black Ghost tried to accelerate as fast as possible to leave the battlefield. He deftly jumped the gorge and soon managed to get out of combat mode. He opened the notification window where it was written that the mission to advance in the class level was completed. His characteristics increased. He carefully looked at what could be improved and distributed his points. The Black Ghost distributed the points. He made his choice and confirmed it. An evolution began for him. He chose the space race of humans, and the process was launched. His body was subjected to incredible pain. All his bones were changed. He could hardly bear such pain, but he had no other choice. He had to defeat the head of the embryo. The process took a lot of time, and the longer the evolution was, the more pain the Black Ghost experienced. He screamed in pain, but could do nothing. But still he managed to complete the evolution. He was able to overcome the limitations of this version of the game. He saw new characteristics in front of him, and his new skills. The embryo fighters could not understand what was happening in the depths of the forest. They saw a bright blue flash, but could not understand what it was. The soldiers who were chasing him did not pay attention to this. They had orders to destroy Zero. They realized that he was running out of strength and they had to act quickly. After evolving, Zero thought that all he had to do now was use his accumulated experience points and attributes to become the strongest being on the planet. Now he had reached the level. He had increased all his characteristics. He was qualified by the game system as a space explorer. Zero was ready to test his abilities in action. A squad of the embryo head's men were approaching the place where the Black Ghost was evolving. They spotted it and decided it would be safer to attack it together. The Black Ghost did not wait for them to come even closer to him and launched his battle tesserae at them. They did not expect it, and he was able to destroy Jaras with a single blow. The other fighters gathered around Jaras's body, shocked and frightened, but soon Zero, whom they had been chasing, stood in front of him, shaking with fear and begging for mercy. But the Black Ghost decided that he would not spare anyone. He realized that if he were in their place, they would have destroyed him long ago. He dealt with them, and leaving warned the embryo to prepare for his arrival. Tang Tang continued to defend himself against the embryo army that was trying to destroy them all. He fought back with dignity against the attacking CEOs, but his strength was not enough. He turned his head and saw a Black Ghost approaching him at an incredible speed, and Tang Tang couldn't understand why he turned back. Diana assumed that he must have met a stronger enemy whom he could not defeat on his own. He was afraid of him and decided to return back under their protection. Hila noticed that his health and strength seemed to have changed. He moved very quickly and agilely, and now the embryo fighters were in big trouble. His power grew several times. He could destroy several executive directors who stood in his way with a single blow. He was ready to fight the head of the embryo. Diana was also shocked by the power the Black Ghost had. Thinking that he had suddenly become different, she couldn't understand how he had managed to do it. The Black Ghost was already almost at the head of the embryo and Bennett. The head saw him and thought that Zero had the nerve to come back. It surprised him. The head of the embryo ordered his soldiers to fire only at Zero, and his entire army obeyed the order, with all the fighters and tanks directed at him, firing at him without ceasing. The Black Ghost dodged the missiles. He used the force field to get rid of the missiles in one blow. He headed for the tanks and managed to disable them. When he appeared in front of the soldiers, they realized that they could not stop him. Zero walked past them, telling them to get out of his way if they didn't want to die. The men obeyed him and didn't attack him, letting him pass. The Black Ghost approached the fighting Bennett and the head of the embryo. He looked at Bennett and said that he had done a good job, but now it was his turn to fight. Bennett smiled and went to him. He put his hands on his shoulder and said that he could start his battle. He would not interfere with him. He was sure that he would have handled the head of the embryo. The head of the embryo saw the black ghost heading towards him. He said that until now he had been protected by Bennett, but now he was voluntarily coming at him. He added that if he drained his strength, he would be able to deal with him. He was sure that one punch would have been enough to deal with the black ghost, which kept coming at him without stopping. The black ghost took out his gun and fired several shots at the head of the embryo, but he was able to easily stop them. He said that it was nothing for him, and he would not be able to defeat it with such attacks. Zero fired a few more shots, and the boss was still able to dodge them, but now the boss started his attack, and as he approached him, he struck him with a precise blow, but Zero managed to put up a block. The black ghost jumped to a safe distance, but he wasn't going to stay there for long. He quickly began to attack the boss. He jumped in front of him and struck him with a very strong and accurate blow. The head of the embryo failed to put up a defense unit and was thrown several meters away from the impact. Zero received a notification that while in combat mode, he could receive information about the enemy. He looked at the head of the embryo, which was trying to get up after a heavy blow, and saw that it had a percentage of health left, which meant that he could still take percentages from it for the task. The head of the embryo realized that the black ghost was quite a strong opponent. He told him that he had underestimated him, but it would not happen again. He got up and decided that it was time to show him his real true power. Now he would attack him with all his might to destroy him once and for all. The head of the embryo began to move much faster than before, and it had already approached the black ghost and dealt it a powerful blow that could have destroyed all its armor. The protective helmet of the black ghost was partially destroyed by the incredibly strong impact, but the head of the embryo did not stop and continued to deliver its deadly blows to him. The black ghost fell down, but soon got up. He spat out blood and thought that he could do a lot of damage to him in melee. It would be better to use the mechanisms to wear him down first. Zero pulled out his weapon and started shooting at the head of the embryo. He decided that this way he would not be able to get too close to it. Now Zero realized that it was very dangerous for him. The head of the embryo dodged the bullets flying at him. He shouted to him that he would not be able to defeat him with his shooting. He had to do something else if he wanted to win. He was able to quickly bridge the distance between them and deal a very strong blow to the black ghost, not helped by his long-range shooting with his weapon. The black ghost flew away from the impact for several meters until it hit the wall, which stopped it hard. The black ghost was losing more and more of its armor, and it was in big trouble. The head of the embryo picked up his weapon and said that the mechanic without a weapon was like a dog without teeth. He broke his weapon and said that now they would see what he would do without a weapon. The black ghost got up and was ready to continue their battle, and he told him that he did not understand why he thought he had deprived him of his weapons, because he had quite a few. Zero decided not to engage him in close combat and threw his weapon at him, which could have destroyed him with its sharp little blades. His weapon hit the target. It was clear that the head of the embryo did not expect the black ghost to use this weapon. He could not dodge them, and they passed through him, causing him a lot of damage. The embryo's head fell to his knee in pain. He started coughing a little and had difficulty breathing. Because he had managed to inflict a lot of damage on him, he could not realize how many toys he had hidden. The black ghost thought that he had more health than him at level 70, and he also had mech's armor, so if he exchanged his attack for his, he would still be in the black. Zero threw his sharp toys at him again, but the head of the embryo stopped them with a protective field. He told him that the same techniques did not work on him. The black ghost shouted to him that in that case he could be the first to try his new weapon, and directed his attack at him, and activated the light gun, and struck him with a fireball. The head of the embryo flew into the wall and could hardly get up. The black ghost thought that the impact had put him in a state of rigor mortis. He could not move, and Zero thought that this was his chance. The black ghost decided to take the chance. It approached him to make a physical attack and managed to inflict several strong and life-threatening blows. But his hand was grabbed by the head of the embryo, who was surprised that the mechanic dared to go into hand-to-hand combat with him. He thought that Zero wanted to meet his demise as soon as possible. The head of the embryo got up and launched his very strong attacks, which made Zero fall to the ground. He was in a lot of pain, and he was on the verge of losing to him because the head did not stop and beat him. He was able to break his defense. Zero was lying on the ground and couldn't move from the pain. The head said that without the shield, he could have crushed him and could have tormented him as he wanted. The head of the embryo gathered all his strength to destroy Zero. He ran at him to deliver his last blow. He was sure that after it, Zero would be finished. He hit the target, he got up and was about to leave. He said that would be enough, and that the black ghost would probably not be able to continue their duel. But suddenly he heard Zero activate the last recovery. He turned around and saw him. He looked like he hadn't taken any damage from the embryo head's attacks. Zero thought that when the equipment's strength was less than a percentage, using energy points, it was possible to temporarily restore the equipment to a percentage of strength. The higher the quality and more complex the mechanism, the shorter the skill's duration. The head of the embryo couldn't believe that Zero was able to restore his armor again. He tried to understand how he had managed it, but now he needed to focus on the fight. The black ghost struck the head of the embryo with a strong blow that sent it flying several meters away, and it could barely stop. It raised its head and thought that it was impossible. It did not understand where it had such destructive power. Zero looked at the Six Nations fighter and called out to him. He turned around and the black ghost asked him to lend him his weapon. It was a huge hammer. The fighter did not hesitate to throw his hammer to him. He wished the black ghost good luck and asked him to destroy the head of the embryo. He caught the hammer and immediately rushed to attack the boss. The black ghost didn't wait for the boss to get up. He was already approaching him with his attack. The head of the embryo looked up and saw that Zero was already above him, and he needed to put up a defense immediately. But he was unable to protect himself from the blow of Zero, who hit him with his hammer with all his might. The blow sent the head flying into the wall, and then he began to fall to the ground. The blow was incredibly strong and managed to break the head's mask. The boss could barely move. His mask was broken. He was practically defeated. All his soldiers were on the verge of destruction, and he had nowhere to wait for help. Tang Tang was amazed that the black ghost was able to break his mask, and now they could see the true face of the embryo head, which no one had ever seen before. The embryo's head rose, and everyone saw what it really looked like. It looked at its opponent and said that Zero was able to pleasantly surprise it. He started walking toward the black ghost and said he was impressed that he was able to restore his armor when he thought he had already dealt with it. The head of the embryo began to attack him. He shouted at him that even though he had managed to restore his armor, he was ready to break it again, which is exactly what he tried to do again. The black ghost managed to put up a defensive block. Using a hammer, he was thrown back by the force of the blow, but managed to stay on his feet. He took the hammer and attacked the head of the embryo, which barely had time to put up its hands as a shield. The embryo head did not give up, and he struck again at Zero, who was able to break his protective suit again, his strength dropping back down too, and recharge time would be minutes away. The boss thought that this was his chance to destroy Zero. He gathered all his strength and channeled it into his ability. Zero realized that he had nothing to deflect the danger, and the boss struck at the defenseless Zero in a moment. The head thought that he had managed to destroy Zero, but suddenly there was an unharmed Zero standing in front of him again, determined to end this battle. The head could not understand why he was still alive. He was beginning to lose faith in his own strength. He was hitting him too many times, after which he always managed to come back in one piece. And he asked him if he could really raise his level in such conditions. The black ghost smiled and replied that he would tell him this secret only after a few blows. He was going to use all his strength so that the head would not have time to recover. He took the hammer and started to attack him. He was already on the head of the embryo and almost gave him a blow for which he invented a name and shouted at him to taste his air hammer technique. Diana and Tang Tang did not expect such a powerful attack from the black ghost. Tang Tang felt a strange feeling, but thought he might be wrong. He realized that Zero was able to overcome his limit during the battle. The black ghost did not stop and continued to attack the head of the embryo, who was no longer able to stop him. The embryo's fighters could not believe that their boss had lost. They began to run away because they were many times weaker than their boss. The head was able to get up after taking incredible damage. Zero looked at him and wanted him to show him some other signature move that he had been hiding from him in battle. But the head of the embryo was able to shock Zero. He turned around and ran away. He decided that he had better retreat before he finally lost this battle. He needed to recover his strength before their next meeting. Zero didn't pursue him. He thought he had a percentage of health left. It was enough for him to take off a percentage of his health. Then he left him to the allies of the Six Nations. The soldiers from the Six Nations decided to leave the place quickly, and Tang Tang called the black ghost and asked him to get in the car as soon as possible. They had little time. They decided that while the boss was severely injured by the black ghost, The embryo's powers were undermined and decided to go after them in pursuit to destroy as many enemies as possible. The fighters from the Six Nations did not spare their enemies. They mercilessly destroyed everyone who stood in their way. And once in the car, Zero exhaled and thought that it was finally over. They arrived at the temporary base of the Six Nations troops. Zero decided to confirm the completion of his traitor ambush mission. He wanted to see if he would be lucky with his abilities this time. Zero opened the window of the abilities he had gained and studied everything he had received for completing the task, and for removing percentage health from the head of the embryo, he only had to choose 2 of the 5 skills and confirm them. He looked at the list and chose 2 abilities that he thought were pretty good. He got the Reflect Spike skill and the Steel Body skill. Zero thought that he was beginning to resemble a tank. Suddenly he unlocked new requirements for advancement. He knew it was enough to gain advanced knowledge and increase intelligence to start a new stage. Zero realized that it wasn't difficult to get advanced knowledge. He just needed to find a way to level up, and attribute points were not easy to come by either. He would have to look for more subclasses to gain intelligence points. He thought sadly that the easiest thing to do was to choose rarer subclasses that gave more attribute points per level, but nothing could be changed. Zero wondered who the embryo's boss was, why he couldn't remember his face without the mask, and he was haunted by this question, but suddenly he heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw Bennett, the head of the Six Nations, who wanted to hear an explanation from him. He grabbed him, that he had not managed to escape from him. Bennett asked him if he wanted to tell him about his past. He was sure he missed him. He was angry with him because he didn't tell him he was an alien. Zero looked away from him and said he guessed right. When he calmed down, they stood by the car, and Bennett said that the past was in the past, and now he was interested in another issue that was much more important than the others. Bennett asked him how he had managed to overcome his limit, and to do so right in the middle of their duel with the head of the embryo, which interested him more than anything else. Zero wondered if he should tell this information to a non-game character, but he decided that he would show him and teach him how to do it as well. He said that an old saying said that you had to train your muscles and breath. He asked him if he knew what dantian was, and he explained to him that it was basically a bladder, and you had to concentrate your energy there. He added that at first the energy was slow to flow out of him, but he shouldn't have worried. As soon as he learned to control this feeling and hold the energy of his own free will, he would be able to break through his limit. Bennett hit him again and said he was incorrigible, asking him if he looked like someone who could be deceived like that. But they were interrupted by a Six Nations fighter who called them. He told them that he had something to tell them. He had managed to find out about the origin of the embryo boss. Zero was surprised that he managed to find out this information so quickly. He didn't want to delay the moment and asked him where he was from. He was very curious, but the fighter said they would be better off talking about it elsewhere and asked them to follow them. He asked Zero if he remembered the task he had assigned him. Zero remembered that he had given him the task of the hidden A-level storyline, the New Era Origin. He was amazed that the fighter had managed to complete this task. Now Zero was even more interested. The fighter said that the data he found gave them new clues, and during their investigations they were able to find a reference to the embryo organization in a sealed confidential scroll from a vanished country. He handed him a tablet that he could look at himself and study the information he found. He saw that in the new era of origin, the first round was complete. The fighter said that during the old era, there was a small country called Gollum, and its government went through many changes and revolutions throughout its history. He added that at that time, a terrorist group called Mimok appeared in Gollum and attacked the government many times, causing panic in the society. He went on to say that people did not feel safe and demanded that the government take stricter measures to bring peace and tranquility to their country. The government issued various laws, regulations in the country became strict, and the Gollum children were under constant surveillance and management, after which Mimok disappeared overnight and the attack stopped. They thought that the measures worked. However, in reality, Mimok was an organization secretly created by the Gollum government. The government controlled them and told them who they should attack. For security reasons, the residents of Gollum willingly accepted strict security, while the government deprived people of all their rights one by one. All the media and any platform that could give people a voice was under strict government control, and people could do nothing about it. Bennett realized that they had created an image of the enemy for the people and began to defend themselves against it, and that fear had prompted most people to give up their freedom in exchange for security and the adoption of strict rules. The fighter told them that some people had found out the truth about Mimoke and exposed their organization, and they were distributing leaflets to make people aware that they had been brutally deceived. As soon as they learned the truth, the people of Gollum were furious. They showed their anger, protested, and created a civil resistance organization to fight back against the government. But when the conflict in Gollum reached its peak, a galactic civilization emerged that gave people knowledge that could change their world. The emergence of a galactic civilization plunged the world into absolute chaos. Gollum was invaded by a neighboring country. The government fell due to threats both inside and outside the country, and Gollum was wiped off the map. N added that Mimok was the current embryo organization. The current leader of the organization was a member of the Gollum Civil Resistance. These events happened a long time ago, and detailed information about his identity has not been preserved. Gollum fell, but Mimok was freed from control. The organization was active during the War of the Old Era, but then disappeared. When it reappeared, it was called the Embryo Organization. Zero said that since the relationship between the Resistance and Mimok was not hostile, he understood that it looked like the boss had seized power in Mimok. The fighter replied that no one knew how he had become the head. Only one thing was clear. When Mimok reappeared, he became the enemy of 6 nations, and his power had increased. He added that the nation that had invaded Gollum was now called Raylan. Zero said that they now knew the reason for the embryo boss's hostility to the 6 nations. It was because he had lost his homeland, so he wanted revenge. He looked at what awaited him in the second round, where the main reward was thousands of experience points. The reward for the assessment was unknown, and he was unclear how the excavation of historical secrets would affect the Aquamarine. Zero stood there thinking that he might have found something that would change the way people view the world, and he was suddenly approached by Hela, who asked him when they would return for her sister. She was worried about her. He told her that it was too dangerous for them to go back. He told her that the people of the 6 nations would not have agreed to take such a risky step for her sister. Hela couldn't leave her sister in that terrible place. She was already running out of the supplies they had left her, so she suggested that they go together and save her sister. Zero nodded his head in the negative and said that if he went back, the head of the embryo could reappear there, and they would be in big trouble. Hela did not understand him, because they had made a promise that they would save her sister. Zero lit a cigarette and told her to calm down. He had a candidate who was better than him. The new stone wasteland had not yet cooled down from the battles that had taken place on this land not long ago. In the distance, equipment was still burning, but people were no longer to be found here. Hela's little sister, who had already eaten her 13th ration, was running out of food, sitting quietly, not making a sound, only thinking about when her sister would come for her. Suddenly she heard sounds. Someone was making their way to her shelter. She didn't know who it could be, but she hoped it was her sister. But it was a guy who held out his hand and said that Zero had sent him to get her and they had to leave immediately. At the 6 Nations temporary base, Hela approached Zero again. She said it had been a day. She didn't know if she could trust his man, to which Zero replied that she shouldn't worry. He would bring her sister. She was sitting and looking into the distance. She couldn't wait to meet her sister, and after a moment she saw her. Her sister shouted to her that now they would be together. Hela ran up to her and hugged her tightly. She asked her if she was okay. She was happy that nothing had happened to her, and they could be reunited again. Hela could not hold back her tears of joy. Zero approached the guy who had saved Hela's sister and thanked him for his help. Without him, it would have been very difficult for them to save her. He replied that he hadn't done anything special, and there was no need to thank him. He apologized for forcing him to risk his life. He was now indebted to him. He realized that without him, the 6 Nations would not have agreed to go after Hela's sister. The guy started to walk away and told Zero not to worry about it. He had helped him once, and now he could consider that he had repaid him. He added that the things he ordered had already been delivered to the southern continent, and he asked him to check them when he got back there. Hela's little sister looked at her and asked her where they would go, because they had nowhere to go. Hela was shocked by this question and did not know how to answer it. Zero overheard their conversation and told them that if they had nowhere to go, they could go with him, adding that it was very safe in his property and no one could harm them. Hela was surprised by his offer. She did not expect him to invite them to go with him to his property, but they had no other options. They had nowhere else to go. Zero said that her sister had been imprisoned for a long time and was very weak, and if she wanted to take her somewhere, she needed to get stronger first. Hela thought that he was right, and her sister was indeed weak after the long imprisonment. Her sister was glad that they went home to Uncle Zero. That same evening at the Six Nations temporary base, there was a meeting with Zero. He told the head that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked him how he was doing, whether he had received any promotions, although it was easier to get a demotion in his position. But the head of the meeting wanted him to get down to business. He had no time to sit and listen to him. He got a little angry because Zero didn't tell him why they were meeting. Zero replied that no one was interested in simple questions now. Everyone was immersed in their work and their plans for the future. No one lived one day at a time. Everyone was thinking ahead, and this upset him a little. The head again asked him to stop talking. They had a deal and asked him to fulfill part of his promise. Then Zero handed him a flash drive with very valuable information. He hurried to connect the flash drive to the computer to see what Zero had given them. When he opened the file, he was quite amazed. He couldn't understand how he had this information. They said it was incredibly valuable information. Everyone who attended the meeting was insanely happy. They realized that with this information they could quickly end the war. They told Zero that he had done a good job. Zero replied that the rest was up to them, and he hurried away. He realized that the embryo drop task was now 1% complete. His information would increase the progress of the task, which made him very happy. In Zero's domain, the residents of the asylum were sad that they had no assignments, because he hadn't appeared for many days. They missed him, and were waiting for him to return. The guy was sitting on a bench reading the comments people left under his last video, demanding a new video from him, but he realized that he had no material for new videos, so he couldn't release an update. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a helicopter, which only meant that the black ghost had finally arrived back in his domain, which everyone was very happy about. They had been waiting for him. Zero got out of the helicopter with Hyla and her younger sister. All the people who lived on his property came out to greet him. They were happy to see him. He had been gone too long, but now he was home. Hyla couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't think he had such a gorgeous property. Her sister was amazed that he had so many people. He was greeted by a subordinate who said that during his absence, they had created and improved everything that had been specified in his plan, and that the shelter now housed about 23,000 vagrants. After listening to his report, the black ghost asked him what had happened to the non-humans, what successes they had had, and what they had been able to achieve in his absence, and he was very interested in them. He saw two fighters preparing for a duel, and one of them said that his martial arts class was the strongest, while his opponent's was so bad that even dogs wouldn't play with him. The non-humans started their battle, but he didn't hit with his attack. His opponent managed to dodge and told him that he had the speed of a snail. The subordinate said that they often fought each other and destroyed their buildings. The black ghost thought that there was no need to stop them. He looked at their fight and told his subordinate to send them to build a large arena. His subordinate was shocked by his decision. He couldn't understand what good the arena and the shelter would do. He thought that this place was not for an arena. He didn't think it could benefit them. The black ghost replied that the arena was a place where they could release their energy. They could make money on it by organizing a system of fair bets, and now the subordinate understood what the arena was for. Zero thought that as soon as the arena became famous, they might want to host the future professional league of the galaxy. Time would pass, and he would earn a lot of fame and money. He was sitting in the workshop of the third asylum, where he thought that the storyline of the planet Aquamarine was coming to an end, and it was time to prepare for departure to the galaxy. Zero wanted to improve his suit. He realized that the Viper could hardly cope with the power of the embryo boss, and he could no longer continue to walk in it, so he decided to start creating a new mechanical suit. He managed to create a new suit that was much stronger than the previous one. When he tested it, he realized that the radiation crystals from the Viper's lair were excellent fuel, and now the power of the reaction furnace was enough to allow him to fly. He logged into the system and saw that he had successfully upgraded the Viper suit, and he could give the suit a new name. Zero thought that since it now had a module for flight, he decided to call the suit an amphipter. Zero decided to test what the suit was capable of and fired one shot from his hand, which was incredibly powerful. He thought that he had become even more powerful, and by combining the suit with its attributes, he could become invincible. He wanted to test his new suit to its fullest capacity. He was curious about what it was capable of, and after all the tests, he went to the Emerald Grass Laboratory. The laboratory doctor told her patient that she was losing a lot of blood every year, which led to physical weakness, dysplasia, and deterioration of organ function. Gila and her younger sister came to see her, accompanied by Zero, who recommended that they go to this laboratory, and the doctor added that she estimated that she had 3 years to live. Gila was shocked to find out that it was only 3 years old. She didn't know what to do. She thought that the doctor must have mixed up the results, and that the diagnosis was wrong. The doctor tried to calm her down. She asked her not to worry. It was an ordinary person. But her sister Aurora, although physically weak, had a cellular activity that amazed her imagination. She showed her cells and told her that usually it took a long time for a human body to heal itself because of the slow renewal of cells. But Aurora's was different. Superhumans had a much better ability to heal themselves. The doctor leaned over to Aurora and said that she would like to take a blood sample for testing. Aurora was frightened and hid behind her sister. Gila angrily told her that she would not allow this to happen. Zero decided to intervene before Gila started destroying the lab. He thanked the doctor for her persistence, but she was a patient, not a test subject. He added that besides, she was no match for her sister. The doctor agreed with Zero and said that she did not need treatment in principle. She recommended that she suppress her abilities and recover in complete peace. Zero remembered that in his past life, Aurora had been used up on medication, so he hadn't been able to see the effect of her power, and now he would look forward to seeing it. He said that she had been brainwashed, and now another personality was living with her, which was awakened by the code word, turning her into a controlled puppet. He asked if she could fix it. She said that he needed to find the right doctor. Zero asked Gila if mind control wasn't her strong suit, and Gila hesitantly replied that her abilities were too aggressive and she was afraid of accidentally hurting her sister. He realized that this was too risky for Aurora, and he told Gila that in that case she needed to work on it better so that she could control her abilities. The doctor said that if they had no more business or questions for her, she asked them to leave. She had arranged for a couple of non-humans to test her drugs and asked them not to interfere with her research. A couple of non-humans were already standing outside the door listening to their conversation. The late girl asked if today's drug testing assignment had started yet. The guy replied that she should keep her voice down because there was a black ghost in there. Gila asked Zero for advice on what they should do, and he said that Aurora should get more rest, and he would make her a special wheelchair so that she could have more contact with the outside world and make friends. She told him that she was incredibly grateful to him and that she owed him for being so kind to them. Zero calmly replied that her debt continued to grow. When they left the lab, Gila asked why he had helped Aurora, to which Zero replied that he could foresee the future and that her abilities would save him in the future. He asked if she believed him. Aurora heard their conversation. She smiled and said that she would have saved him no matter what it took. He could be sure that after what he had done for them, she would not have left him in trouble. He made the stroller and told me that the armrests were made of genuine leather, and the seat was made of elastic cotton. It would be very pleasant to sit in. And the coolest thing was that it was controlled by pedals, and there was a gear lever next to the armrests. Gila was amazed by his invention. He said it was nothing for a mechanic. Aurora got into the stroller and said it was gorgeous and very comfortable. Zero was not alone. There were 4 other residents of the shelter with them, and he told Gila that these 4 were now her sister's new friends. They immediately went to Aurora and gave her a bear. Aurora was happy to have friends and a bear, which she thought was very cute, and Gila was happy to see her sister happy. Zero's subordinate came up to them and said that the arena had been built, but the non-humans preferred to fight on the Free City grounds, and he wanted to tell him how much they had spent on building the arena, but Zero interrupted him. He took all the information from him and told him that everything was fine. He understood what he needed to do to lure non-humans to fight in his new arena. Zero explained to his subordinate that since the arena was not yet in demand among players, he would personally create demand for it. He decided to check out the arena that was located in the 3rd shelter. He needed to attract players to fight in his arena. He had a plan to do it, but first he decided to visit his arena. Several players were with him. A player with the nickname Rebels Rule said that their guild was quite large. He told about its advantages. Zero knew that he was the deputy head of the Heavenly Territory, and it was a good option for him. Zero heard that he was trying to lure a player with the nickname Cake Moro to join his guild. The player almost agreed to join their guild. Zero turned away from them, took a deep breath, and said how unlucky he was, which drew their attention to him. He thought that when a non-player character talked to himself, it meant that a task was about to appear, and a player with the nickname Rebels Rule asked him what he was upset about and if they could help him in any way. But Zero pretended that they couldn't help him. He told him that he needed at least 10 people, and then maybe they could help him. The player turned around and shouted to everyone else to come to him. He managed to activate the group task from the Black Ghost, and all the other players hurried to him. The Black Ghost waited for everyone to come up to him, and then he told them that one of his robots was malfunctioning and out of control, and he hoped they could help him get his chip back. The system notified the player and showed them the task of finding the faulty chip. It was a group task in which they had to defeat the Rover Ranger and return the chip to the Black Ghost. The player was shocked that it was a chain task, and the first reward for completing it was a point of relationship with the Black Ghost. He said that it was impossible to get more than 10, even for money. But by completing this task, it was possible. He was very excited about this task. He said that he had been wanting to buy equipment from him for a long time, which required more than 10 relationship points, and all the players went to fulfill this task. The two players, Mosaic and Jupiter, thought they were incredibly lucky, but it was strange that they were also here. Why didn't the task activate for them? Zero noticed them and thought it looked like they were from the Guild of Gods. Zero decided to involve them in this task. He took another deep breath and repeated that he was unlucky. The players noticed and were happy that the task appeared for them as well. More players gathered around him, shouting that they would help him. They were happy to have the opportunity to get points to get closer to him. It was a very valuable reward. In the northern part of the shelter, all the players who accepted the task were chasing the robot. They noticed that it was incredibly fast. They did not understand whether it was more familiar with the terrain than they were. It easily escaped from the chase. The robot turned the corner of the building and slowed down a bit, and the players who were running after it accelerated in the hope of catching it when the opportunity arose, and the robot ran away from them more slowly. Zero saw that the players were trying their best to catch up with his robot, and he laughed at their attempts to stop the robot because he was controlling it personally, and he could control all its movements with the joystick. He saw that the players had almost caught the robot, so he decided it was time to use acceleration, and the robot started moving even faster than before, and the players couldn't believe that it had gotten away from them again. A group of other players who were hunting for the robot on the other side of the shelter went looking for it between the houses, hoping to be the first to find it. One of the players shouted that he had found it, and it was right in front of them. He was insanely happy that they had managed to find the robot. Now they had to find the chip. The robot stood motionless in front of them and pointed its weapon at them, but it did not attack them. It was waiting for further actions from the players. They did not wait for the robot to attack and opened fire on it. They shot at it with their weapons, and the robot did not respond to them. They completely destroyed it, but it did not fall down yet, and they continued their attack until the robot was completely destroyed. The players were shocked that the robot collapsed after a couple of shots. They couldn't understand why the task was so simple and easy. They expected more resistance from the robot. A group of other players who were running after the robot, they were trying to run faster to catch it. They saw that it was very close to them. The players were very upset that they were late, and that this task had already been completed by other players. They were shocked. They were very close to catching this robot. They wondered how they were able to catch the robot so quickly, because it had a very high speed of movement, and all the players were discouraged that they had the same task. The Black Ghost was watching them from the side when he saw a conflict brewing between them. He thought it was great. They ran into each other. He heard the late players threatening to steal the task from them. Zero returned to his office, convinced that the players were beginning to feud with each other. He called his subordinates and told them not to let non-humans in today. It didn't take long for a whole crowd of players to gather near the third shelter, demanding to go inside. The players didn't understand why they couldn't enter the reception area to see the Black Ghost, so they completed the task and brought him the chip he asked for. The security guard at the entrance forbade them to approach him. He explained to the players that he could not let them in. It was an order from above, and now outsiders were not allowed to enter. The players from the Heavenly Territory Guild also came to the reception. They told the players from the Gods Guild that they had ruined the task for them. He asked them if they had a conscience. Jupiter from the Guild of Gods answered him that coming on time was better than coming early. He said that this time they were just unlucky, and it was not their fault. The Rebels Rule player asked him to give him their item, which they had first started hunting for, but Jupiter replied that now they could only dream of it. He could not stand it and suggested that he go to the arena, where they could find out who had the right to take the chip for themselves. He believed that Jupiter should have accepted his challenge, but Jupiter didn't understand why he had to fight him, since the chip was already his. He and his team were the first to catch up and neutralize the robot. It wasn't his fault that they didn't get the chip first, so this battle was useless for him. The Rebels Rule player was beside himself with anger. He offered him to bet money, weapons, items, anything. He added that if they were not cowards, they would accept his challenge. But Jupiter smiled and told him that he was denying him and rejected his challenge. He already had the chip, and he didn't want to risk losing it. It would not be wise of him. The players didn't know what to do to get the chip. The Rebels Rule player decided to take extreme measures and told everyone to post on the forum. They needed to provoke them. If Jupiter refused, they would have to force him to change his mind. Zero sat back and watched what was happening. He noticed that there was already a lot of buzz on the forum, and he realized that it looked like his arena would be useful to the players very soon. People had already begun to gather in the arena to watch the fight, and two guys noticed that the arena was already quite crowded, and one of them asked who he thought would win today, to which he replied that it would probably be the Guild of the Gods. He expressed the opinion that their actions were immoral, but the guy next to him disagreed, thinking it was a joke. He didn't understand what was wrong with stealing a kill in the game, and asked not to blow the issue out of proportion. The host, accompanied by his charming assistants, took the microphone and greeted all the people in the arena, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement among the audience. He announced that on the left side was the defending team's bet, which was the chip of an unruly ranger, and on the right side was the attacking team's bet, which was Sophie's dagger, and he added that the winner would get everything. The gates rose, and he asked to greet the defending team as they prepared to enter the arena, and people froze in anticipation of the team's appearance. With bated breath, every eye was on the opening passage where the team was supposed to appear, and the team of the Gods Guild entered the arena. The audience was delighted with their appearance. Two spectators were sitting and could not believe their eyes that professional players appeared in front of them. It was incredible. The host now asked to welcome the side that dared to challenge, and the Long Sky team entered the arena, and people noticed that their team also included only professionals. The Rebels Rule, was sitting in the arena and said that fortunately there were professionals here. He was almost able to fall for their machinations. Jupiter replied that the enemy were cunning, and it was good that he also managed to find professionals. The people in the arena were divided. Some were rooting for the Long Sky team. Others wanted to see the Gods Guild team win. They were sure they would see good fights now. People understood that battles in the arena could glorify both the guild and the player, and if they stayed in the arena, they could compete with different players and earn money from betting. One of the spectators thought it was a good use of fighting, and he realized that one could make good money in the arena by betting on the competing teams. The host said that the rules were simple. Each team had 5 players. They would take turns fighting, and the winner would get 1 point. The first team to score 3 points would win the match. He went on and asked to invite the first player from the Gods Guild, Mao Daxiang, who was a martial artist, and he would start the fight. He just had to wait for his opponent. The host said that his opponent from the Long Sky team would be Hao Tian, who was also proficient in martial arts, and both fighters were determined only to win and were absolutely calm. There was a judge between them who would determine the winner. He asked them both if they were ready to start the fight, and when he heard positive answers, he gave the command to start the fight. Hao Tian threw off his cloak and prepared to defend himself against Mao Daxiang, who was shouting that he would finish him off. He was confident in his abilities and wanted to end this meal as soon as possible. The player from the Gods Guild made his first strike, but his strike was successfully blocked by the Long Sky player, who was able to stop his attack without difficulty, despite the fact that he was quite fast. The player of the Long Sky, having repelled the attack, decided to counterattack the opponent. While he was caught off guard, he dealt him a series of very strong blows, from which the player of the Gods Guild fell to the ground. He received maximum damage and could not continue the fight. The host announced that the Long Sky player had earned 1 point for his team and asked the next player from the God Guild, Roast Ham, to enter the arena. The losing player of the Gods Guild came back and said that it was an incredible shame. He was defeated in a minute. The spectators in the arena cheered and wanted the Long Sky player to continue to defeat his opponents. The long-range player was able to dodge all the attacks that the new player was making. He was dodging his blows with incredible agility, waiting for him to slow down and be able to counterattack him. He jumped up on the player who was attacking him, and with all his might, he struck him with a very strong blow, which hit the target, from which the player of the Gods Guild fell to the ground and could not stop for several meters. The host approached the defeated player and could not believe how strong the player from the Long Sky was. He told the audience that another member of the Gods Guild had been defeated, while the player from the long sky had not spent a percentage of his health. The two players from the Battle Guild were frightened by the monstrous power of the long sky player. They realized that they could not defeat him. He was too strong for them. They were not his opponents. A girl player standing next to them said that they were quite pathetic. He couldn't believe that they were afraid of a player like them. She told them that it was her turn to fight him. She confidently stepped into the middle of the arena and asked her opponent to attack her. She was not afraid of him, and she was ready to fight back. She was sure that she would have the strength to defeat him. The player from the long sky did not wait long and fulfilled her request. He began to attack her. He made a punch, but she managed to dodge. The host said that she skillfully dodged the enemy's attack, but it was unknown whether she would be able to defeat him. She was sure that she had done enough to defeat him. She attacked him by shouting at him that he was a complete nobody and that she was not afraid of him. The people in the arena were surprised that she managed to strike. The presenter said that she had a very beautiful shot that hit the target, and for a moment she thought that it was enough, and she had the victory in her pocket. But the fight was not over yet. After she attacked, the long sky player unexpectedly counterattacked her. He struck a very strong blow that she did not have time to dodge. The host said that he had deliberately succumbed to it so that he could stun his opponent later. She fell to the ground and tried to get up, but she couldn't do it, and soon she realized that it was over, and she had underestimated her opponent. The long sky player did not give her a single chance to win, and decided to end the fight. He launched an incredibly strong attack, which the spectators in the stands were delighted with. They were impressed by the destructive power of the long sky player. The host couldn't understand how this happened, so he announced to everyone that the player who had managed to earn 3 points without spending even half of his health had won, and now the long sky players could take the award for themselves. The audience was delighted with the performance. They shouted that Long Sky did a great job. They were amazed that only one player was able to bring them victory without being hurt. Jupiter was upset that the Guild of Gods was defeated. He was sure that if their boss was here, the Long Sky player would not have been able to defeat them so easily. The Rebels Rule player thanked Hao Tian for getting them the item they needed to complete the task. They told him that he did a good job. Hao Tian thought that the hidden storyline of the Black Ghost had taken him very far. He realized that he should have continued to follow it. The Black Ghost thought that the arena was one of the factors that would attract people to the city. Another was holding various events, and to attract players to it, you had to show them an obvious benefit. In the third shelter in a desert karst, construction work was underway on one of the walls. One worker took a bucket and reached up. His comrade told him to be careful. He could easily slip and fall down. Every day, players fell and died. One of them admitted that if he fell a couple more times, he would have died, and all the rewards would have gone to the death penalty. He explained that the easy tasks were taken apart by large guilds, leaving only dangerous ones for ordinary players. The player who went down was not yet fully recovered from the fact that he was dead. He realized that there were no other tasks for them, and they had to do what they had. He told his friend that unfortunately, they were at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Suddenly, new players appeared behind them and asked them to leave immediately, saying that their guild was doing the quests here, and there was no room for them. The player saw something in the distance and asked his friend to look where he was pointing. At first, the friend couldn't see it, but soon noticed a strange shadow on the horizon that seemed to be moving and shimmering in the sun. They noticed that a lot of people had already gathered in the square, and they thought that this most likely meant that a black ghost had appeared in the arena. The players who were working on the construction site decided to come down and watch as well, thinking that they might have a good chance and would no longer have to work on the construction site. All the players began to run to the place where the black ghost arrived. They were asked not to crowd. They all came to get a cherished photo with their idol. The black ghost told everyone that he had a lot of unnecessary things in his warehouse, each of which was already packed, so he didn't know if they would take them. The first player to approach him was a player with the nickname Jade Green Sky, who asked him to sell him 10 suitcases, and the other players standing behind him were shocked by his purchase, as they realized that the big guilds had a lot of money. The black ghost smiled at him and told him that one of his boxes was worth 3,000 aquamarine dollars, and then they could make their own choice whether to take his goods or not. Jade Green Sky, when he heard the price, was a little shocked. He didn't understand why his goods were so expensive, but he realized that he probably had useful things. He would definitely not be at a loss. He put his hand over his eyes to avoid seeing how much money he was giving to the black ghost. He handed him a bag of money and said that he had bought suitcases with his inventions from him. After the black ghost got his money from him, he handed him a suitcase with his invention, and people wanted him to open the suitcase as soon as possible, and they would see an amazing weapon. The player Jade Green Sky opened the suitcase as the other players asked him to, but he didn't see any elegant and powerful weapons. He only saw broken parts. Everyone gathered around Jade Green Sky. Some thought that the suitcases might have contained some junk that no one wanted. They shouted that they would not have taken it even if it was free. The players thought that only fools could spend money on such useless things, and his friend called him over to watch Jade Green Sky open another suitcase. Jade Green Sky was very worried that he might have gotten the same junk as in the other suitcase. He opened the suitcase slightly, from which a bright purple light burst out. The player opened it completely and found that he had a mechanical suitcase of a black ghost. He got a folding sword, which was of purple quality. Now Jade Green Sky was very pleased with the acquisition. The player behind him said that it was the first time he had seen such a weapon. Jade Green Sky thought it was a very good trade. He was happy that the costs were recouped. Now the players had no doubt that they could get different things, both useful and useless, from the black ghost suitcase, and they had a chance to get a very good thing to resell later. They all rushed to the black ghost with a request to sell them one suitcase. The players were asked not to crowd around him. There would be enough suitcases for everyone. They needed to remain calm. Some of them were unlucky and failed to get good items from the black ghost. They got one useless junk. Some players spent all their money and now they didn't know how to get another suitcase. The girl opened her suitcase in the hope of finding something worthwhile, but she also got useless junk. She thought that if other players got good weapons several times in a row, the winning rate decreased. It became very difficult for her to say more precisely. She thought the winning mechanism was a bit strange. It needed to be refined because many players got unnecessary items. The king of the single could not understand whether the black ghost was getting rid of things because it was part of the gameplay or whether he was just cleaning out his warehouse. This game was very realistic. Each character had a personal mind, just like in the real world. He added that if the black ghost really decided to clean out his warehouse, why didn't he just throw away everything he didn't need and instead sell it to them? And a player standing next to him asked how they could find out the real reason for the sale. The king of singles thought about it for a while and decided to approach the black ghost to ask him some questions. He asked him to tell him how many suitcases he had in total. The black ghost, with a disgruntled face, replied that all the suitcases were after the sale. He had more suitcases left. He did not understand why he asked him this question. The king of the single told everyone that if their number was limited, the black ghost was basically secretly giving them useful things. If it was a prank from the developers, they would have told them what their chances were. The black ghost listened to the king of singles' speech and thought that he didn't remember hiring an actor to encourage players to buy his product. He couldn't understand where the king of singles came from. After the king of the single shared his thoughts with the other players, they became even more eager to buy the black ghost items, some buying one suitcase from him, some buying. Zero was driving in a truck and thought that the players were already used to him selling loot boxes. When they saw him, they immediately followed him to the square. There were many posts about it on the forum. He knew that the more deliveries he made, the more players he would attract. The players were literally delighted to see the black ghost truck arrive at the square, and they were ready to buy almost any of his goods. They talked to each other, asking if any of them were going to buy goods from the black ghost today, and the atmosphere in the square was friendly, and everyone was happy that the black ghost was selling them his inventions. Suddenly, a player with the nickname Poor Only Money Left appeared on the square and shouted to the whole square that he had come to buy 100 loot boxes from the black ghost. 100 loot boxes cost $300 aquamarine dollars, and the players thought he was a money spender, because only large guilds used to take 10 boxes each, and this guy was mega rich. A player who bought 100 loot boxes decided to open them right on the square. He didn't put it off, and when he was finishing, he realized that the last loot boxes were completely sad. He realized that out of the 100 boxes, there was a solid blue outfit. It was very cute. The players admired his courage. It was a ready-made plot for a new documentary called Starry Sea, The Fall of a Rich Man. The black ghost thought that he hadn't set up a mechanism to ensure that such players and guilds didn't buy up loot boxes and monopolize all the winnings. The king of the single said that it was expected. There was no point in throwing away so much money at once. It was enough to observe and think a little to determine the chance of an item falling out. He decided to simply not talk anymore And to demonstrate his ability to choose loot boxes, he looked at the players and said that it was now his turn to see what he could get. The king of singles approached the black ghost and ordered a single loot box from him. The black ghost smiled and handed him his order. He was also curious what he would get. He turned to the players around him and asked them to look closely at the loot box. He was sure that there would surely be a very good thing there. The king of singles started to open the box slowly. The players were expecting to see an unusual item, but when he opened the box completely, everyone saw that he got 3 small pieces. The players said that it was even worse than usual. He told them that it was a matter of probability. If they didn't succeed the first time, they had to try again, and then they would definitely succeed. The king of singles picked up another loot box with full confidence that he would get something special. But when he opened the box, he got garbage again. He started trying again and again, and all the time he was pulling out garbage, and the other players were already doubting that he could pull out something normal. The players recalled that he told them beautifully how to choose the right loot box, but it was all in vain, and his advice did not work. He could not understand why this was happening. He could not believe that he had made a mistake in his calculations somewhere. He thought that the loot boxes were fake, and the whole world was fake. Everything around him was fake too. The player approached the black ghost and asked him if he still had the box. He told him that he only had thousands of aquamarine dollars. The black ghost sold him a box. His friend asked him to open it as soon as possible, and the player said that it was very exciting for him. As soon as the player opened the box, a purple light burst out of it, and everyone around him ran to him. They couldn't believe that he had a purple outfit. His friend immediately congratulated him on such incredible equipment. He told him that he was unrealistically cool. He considered him lucky to have been able to get the purple box. The other players were shocked to hear that there was another lucky player. They thought that this player's luck was clearly beyond the usual. The lucky player looked at his friend and said, what if he bought another box and tried his luck? And his friend encouraged him and said he could lend him the money. He went up to the black ghost and asked him to sell him another box for the same price. As soon as he took the box, all the players ran to see what he got and asked him to open it as soon as possible. The player opened the box and luck smiled on him again. He got the purple equipment again. The observers were shocked with surprise. Not believing in his luck, it seemed to them that luck was his constant companion. All the players ran up to him to stand next to him and soak up his good luck. They couldn't believe he had 2 wins and 2 tries. He suggested he go buy a lottery ticket. The king of the single reacted painfully to the other player's luck. He thought that he had definitely miscalculated. He thought that the purple equipment should have been his. The lucky player was approached by his friend and offered to buy another box. He said that 3 purple-colored outfits were beyond his dreams. The player listened to his friend and went to the black ghost to buy another box of equipment. The envious people were telling him in his back that he could only dream. They did not believe that it was possible to win 3 times in a row. He took his box and slowly began to open it, excited, wondering if he would be able to win the purple gear again. The player opened the black ghost's loot box, and he got a folding saber. He couldn't believe it was real. His friend was also happy for him. He was sure he would have gotten something worthwhile. No one could believe that they had come across 3 purple loot boxes in a row. They thought they were dreaming. It was beyond their comprehension. The black ghost looked at the lucky player and thought that he had put only 3 purple objects in this game, and he was the only one who got them all. A player received an offer to sell all his equipment, and they could agree on a price, but the player abruptly replied that he was not going to sell anything. A player in the morning snow and the twilight frost, hearing the refusal to sell, asked the lucky player if he wanted to join their guild. Everyone recognized the morning snow, the twilight frost. He was a guild master of the ancient dynasty. One of the players said that if you start comparing yourself to others, you could die of anger. Lucky replied that he agreed to join their guild, but he asked that his friend could join their guild with him. Morning snow, dusky frost, said his friend could also join them. He added that their house was near the square. They could come there as soon as they finished buying loot boxes. Their joy was boundless when they learned that they had joined the guild of an ancient dynasty. They could not contain their delight and shouted throughout the square, their voices echoing around the area, attracting the attention of everyone around them. The lucky man's friend hugged him and cried. He was grateful to him, for now they would no longer have to carry bricks. They could do some worthy task. Vasunchik realized that the guilds had usurped resources, so such lotteries were a chance for players with little capital to get back on their feet. They turned around and headed for the guild house, taking their rare equipment with them. And the lucky one turned around and thanked the black ghost for helping them get back on their feet. The black ghost sold all his loot boxes and returned to his home. He was sitting in his chair and saw that a new episode of Galaxy Times was released and decided to watch it while he had time. The hosts lively discussed the topic of the war on the planet Aquamarine, each of them trying to imagine how conflicts and political intrigues influence the fate of this mysterious world. The black ghost was shocked to see this episode about the war on Aquamarine. He couldn't remember this episode ever being released in his previous life. The host said that a lot of events happened on the planet Aquamarine. A war between 6 nations and the embryo organization began, which affected the entire planet. The players managed to survive it. In this issue, they would analyze the main story war. The war lasted about a month, and now the final stage had come. The embryo was on the verge of defeat. The position of the players who joined this organization was unfavorable. They did not know where to go after the war. They wanted to go to the 6 nations. The host said that it was possible to conclude that one of the characteristics of the main storyline was the huge impact and radical changes, as it was very large scale. He added that the players of the planet participated in the storyline of the war, but they had no influence on it. Many players believed that it was rushed. With this idea, their teams collected data from players on the forums and noticed something interesting. The host said that the war could have dragged on to give players time to level up to a high level, and only then would the decisive battle take place. But the derivative storyline had more characteristics of the main one. But what led to this difference? He explained that this difference was caused by the events that were marked in red on the screen, the escape from the embryo, and the leak that led to the collapse of the embryo's base, which were the key turning points that led to the war. The black ghost heard the host say that the key to everything was someone with whom all the players on the planet Aquamarine were very familiar, and that person was himself. Zero was shocked that the host called him the key, and now all the players would think so. He thought he had a wild imagination, but it helped him guess. The host said that it was safe to say that the black ghost played a major role in the storyline. Based on the information gathered by the players, they could make bold assumptions that in every storyline, there would be a player like Zero. The black ghost exhaled and thought that the embryo boss was originally the main character in the story. He realized that the whole plot had developed around him, but now all attention was focused on him as the main character. He said that the main characters were limited by the map they were based on. They didn't know if Zero would have remained an important player, someone who had connections to galactic organizations, could have potential, and could have influenced the future development of the plot. The black ghost nervously closed the episode. The host's words infuriated him. He thought they could have no doubt that he would remain an important player in the future. The player Mad Sword ran into his room and hurried to tell him that there was an emergency, and Gila and Emerald Grass began to fight. The black ghost couldn't believe that Gila and Emerald Grass were fighting, and he got up to go to the lab as soon as possible to resolve the conflict. While the black ghost was watching an episode with important news, Gila came to the Emerald Herb Lab, after which the Mad Sword heard strange sounds. He saw that they started fighting, and he hurried to Zero. Gila couldn't believe that Emerald Grass dared to use her sister's DNA to create a cure, and she threatened to blow her lab to smithereens. The Emerald Grass tried to wrap its plants around Gila's hands so that it could not harm her. It thought that Gila had gone mad, but the plants could not stop her. She was easily able to free herself. A black ghost ran into the laboratory at the right time and menacingly told them to stop fighting immediately. He was determined, and if necessary, he would intervene in their fight. The Emerald Grass was able to take control of Gila's legs and arm again with its plants. She told Zero that she would only let her go after she calmed down. Gila asked the black ghost not to interfere in their fight. The black ghost raised his hand and 2 guns came out from under the floor, which could have shot them both. He told them that they had forgotten whose property they were in. Emerald Grass said she had a headache and let go of Gila, who had already calmed down a bit. She turned to him and said he had promised her to protect her sister. She told them that she had used the DNA obtained from Aurora's hair, which had fallen out of her head, that she had not done her any harm, and that she did not understand why she had to be so angry. Gila looked at her and asked her what else she could have done. This was her little sister who had already suffered enough, and now she would not let anyone harm her. After she said that, Aurora arrived in the laboratory on a chair, and she rushed to her sister when she heard that she was going to destroy the laboratory. She came up to her and asked why she was fighting with the doctor, and she told her that she had given her a strand of her hair to help the black ghost. Gila was incredibly surprised that she had given her hair to her, and Aurora asked her sister not to worry about her. She was not as fragile as she might have thought. She finally calmed down and believed the words of her sister, who definitely could not have deceived her. She breathed a sigh of relief, felt the tension leave her body and her heart fill with warmth and trust. The black ghost asked the guards to clean up the lab, his voice sounding confident and authoritative. He wanted them to hide the weapons again. He had to use. Emerald Grass looked at the black ghost and said that she didn't know there were so many turrets near her lab. She wanted to know if he needed them to keep an eye on her. She saw him think about what to say, and then she added that he shouldn't worry, that she wasn't stupid, and understood that she was just a tool for him, and that he didn't care about her opinion. The black ghost sighed and headed for the exit. The Emerald Grass was furious that he just sighed and left. She didn't understand what that reaction was. She wondered if it was hard for him to say anything to her. Hila left the lab and went to the roof of one of the buildings to be alone with her thoughts. Zero saw her and decided to join her. When Hila saw him, she asked why he came to her. The black ghost told her that he saw her sitting on the roof so late and not sleeping, so he decided to join her and talk to her. But Hila was not in the mood for conversation. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. He looked at her and said that it was obvious that she was nervous today. His calmness contrasted with her anxiety, emphasizing the difference in their states. Hila lowered her head and rudely replied that it was none of his business, her voice full of defensiveness, as if she was trying to hide her vulnerability. The black ghost replied that she spoke well. He would have liked to hear such words when he saved her sister. Hila was silent and immersed in her thoughts. After some thought, she decided to say that she was still confused. Her words sounded uncertain. It seemed that the situation was more complicated than she could express. The black ghost said it was easy to settle. He said she could take her sister and go back to the embryo. He could guarantee that they wouldn't be bored there. Hila explained that she hadn't taken good care of her before, which caused her to go through a lot of difficulties, and she admitted that it was entirely her fault. She said that to protect her sister, she was constantly practicing even now. Remembering the people she destroyed, she did not feel sorry for them. Hila added that the more blood she had on her hands, the calmer she felt, because it was the only way she could prove that she could protect her sister. She told him that in the fetus, they could not see each other for long periods of time. She knew that her sister wanted to live outside those walls. Well, now she had a new life, new friends, and even a favorite pet, and she no longer needed her stories. The black ghost answered her that the pet she was talking about was his. His voice was cold. He was confident. He left no room for doubt. She said that she had dreamed of saving her sister, and now that she had succeeded, her sister no longer needed her protection, and it upset her. She used to spend all her free time training to become even stronger, and now the embryo was on the verge of destruction, and she and her sister were in a safe place. Hila told the black ghost that for some reason, this life, which was like a dream, made her feel confused. He told her that she was constantly in danger, so she could not get used to relaxing. But he was inclined to the other option. She had warrior's blood in her veins, and she craved battles. He thought that peaceful life was not for her. Hila replied that he said she needed to get involved in something so that her feelings would return to normal and she could relax. And he said he needed to say something to calm her down. He said her sister didn't want to see her suffer by suppressing her nature. She wanted her to be herself. He said she wasn't the strongest on the aquamarine. He could handle her, and the universe was full of people who were stronger than him. Hila was surprised by the black ghost's words that he could handle 10 of her kind. She had no idea he was so strong. The black ghost turned around and looked at her menacingly, asking if she wanted to see if he could handle her or not. Suddenly, Hila felt threatened by the black ghost. She couldn't believe that he was serious about fighting her, and she jumped to a safe distance, preparing for a possible attack. The black ghost turned around and said that it could happen that one day he would lock her sisters up like the embryo did. If by then she didn't have the strength to resist him, he asked her to continue her training to keep fit. As Zero was leaving, he told her that if she wanted, he could make training robots for her, or she could look for non-humans to practice with. He added that he hadn't finished his cigarette yet, and decided to leave her his cigarette. Hyla picked up the burning cigarette, looked at it, and wondered what kind of black ghost the monster was. Her eyes reflected deep disappointment, and she took a deep drag of cigarette smoke. She looked out at the sunset and suddenly realized that she was as much a monster as the black ghost, a shadow of regret flickering across her face, emphasizing the gravity of this discovery. The black ghost went to Bennett's first hideout, to which he had summoned him. Zero asked him unhappily why he had rushed him to come to him. Bennett told him that after the official end of the war, a secret council meeting was held to discuss what had happened in recent days. The black ghost sat down on the table and asked him what the situation was like. His voice was calm. but there was a hidden wariness in it. Bennett took the control panel and wanted to show him something important. He told him that the situation was a bit complicated, and he would soon be able to appreciate how complicated it was. He said that the embryo's supporters were destroyed, all available forces rallied around the general staff. He added that 6 nations formed a cordon, but none of the parties did anything to attack, and the front was frozen. The Black Ghost replied that since the embryo had only one general staff, 6 nations could bombard it, and he believed that a few hundred missiles should have been enough to destroy it. Bennett looked at him and said that he was not the first to think of this. The board had considered this option, but it was not possible to do it, so they were looking for another option. He explained to the Black Ghost that the nuclear bombs near the headquarters had already been dismantled, but there were still many of them underground. If they had been released simultaneously, the radiation dust would have made the entire continent of Andrea uninhabitable, and meteorologists believed that it would have ruined the climate on the entire planet Aquamarine. Bennett said this is why the 6 nations disagreed, with Raylan and Theseus suggesting that the consequences in the lives of the hostages be ignored and that the headquarters be directly attacked to get rid of the embryo once and for all. The Star Dragon was still silent. Maple wanted to force the organization to surrender, and Hesla suggested attacking with ground troops, and as for the Horde, they were worried about the climate threat, so they were against the attack. Zero couldn't understand why, after all that had happened, they wanted to back off and discuss making peace. But Bennett replied that it was the last year of the Horde leader's reign, and he needed the war to be re-elected for the next term. The Black Ghost thought it was very foolish of the Horde leader. He looked at Bennett and asked him what the 6 nations were leaning toward. Bennett told him that they were only going to surround the headquarters and try to get the embryo to surrender. They had already sent the embryo their ultimatum, and they had not yet received a response. On the continent of Andrea, near the embryo's general headquarters, fierce fighting was still going on, with many dead, destroyed military equipment, and destroyed buildings. In a secret meeting room of the embryo, the head of the organization gathered all his bosses and asked them what they thought about the ultimatum of the 6 nations and how they could best get out of the situation. The embryo's boss was incredibly angry at the 6 nations organization. He told his subordinates that they should have launched all the nuclear bombs they had in their general staff. One of his subordinates said that 6 nations already had them in their sights, and he believed that launching nuclear bombs was a disastrous decision for them. The boss could not believe that he was hinting at asking for mercy. He asked him not to forget the purpose of their organization. He added that there was no room for defeat and that their death was the only way out. Suddenly, the boss heard that one of his subordinates disagreed with his proposal, and the boss was surprised to see this particular person disagree with his proposal. He looked at all of his subordinates and asked who else was against it, his gaze sliding over faces full of doubt and fear, the atmosphere in the room thickening, and everyone feeling the weight of his words, knowing that their answer could change the fate of everyone present. Megel told him that 2 keys were required to launch the nuclear weapon, and he had only one, the other being with the vice leader who was on their side. The head once again looked at all his subordinates and asked them where the vice leader was, who had the necessary key to launch a nuclear weapon. Magal replied with full confidence that the chapter would not have been able to find a vice leader, his words sounding sharp and confident, causing a slight shock among those present. There was a tense silence in the room. The head listened to him attentively, realizing that they had already made up their minds, and his eyes flashed with the realization that the situation was out of his control. Megal asked the head not to be reckless. He said they still had a chance to rise up as a nation, but suddenly fear appeared on his face. The head took out 2 keys to nuclear weapons. In the room, all the subordinates were incredibly shocked that the head was able to get the second key. They did not understand why he had it. They wanted to know what he had done with the vice leader. The head looked at them with contempt and said, "Don't seriously think he didn't know anything." His words made everyone freeze. They felt cold fear, realizing that the head was much more perceptive than they had anticipated. He looked at Megel and said that he had been in secret contact with the Maple the other day, his voice icy and accusatory, making everyone present feel betrayed. The head of the organization said that Dorios had secretly negotiated a compromise with the Horde, and Dorios was shocked that the head knew about it. He added that Raylan promised to take him under his protection, and they felt that the situation had become even more confusing and complicated. The head of the embryo asked them not to pretend to be righteous people. If they needed the key, they could take it. Taking it by force, he was ready to fight his subordinates. They rushed to attack him, surrounded him from all sides. They They took out their weapons and were ready to destroy his head. They understood that he could not be allowed to launch nuclear weapons. The head of the embryo was ready for their attack. He began to demonstrate his abilities to them, emitting dark blue, ominous energy. He told his charges that he had sent them to the same place he had sent their vice leader. He managed to defeat all of his charges whom he ran to destroy, and made his way to the scanner to complete the scanning of his fingerprints. After scanning his fingerprints, he had to scan the irises of his eyes, after which the system was able to identify him. The head of the embryo inserted the encryption keys. The system switched to waiting for the launch of nuclear warheads, and he was ready to press the red button and end the world. But suddenly he saw a request for communication on his tablet, a black ghost calling him, who looked around and saw scattered bodies. And then he realized that the boss had already decided everything. The head looked at him, smiled, and asked him why he had called him. He thought the black ghost wanted to convince him not to release the nuclear warheads. He asked him not to waste time because he had taken everything from him, and he would not humiliate himself in front of him. He added that he should have destroyed him back then. Zero replied that it was too late to talk about it. The black ghost saw that the embryo's boss was ready to launch missiles, and he told him that he would not interfere with his decisions, but that he would like to ask him a few questions before doing so. The head of the embryo thought that he could delay launching the missiles. He was curious what the black ghost wanted to know, and he allowed him to ask him a few questions. The black ghost's face changed. It became serious, and he asked the first question, wondering what had happened to the child of destiny. The head of the embryo replied that he was a miserable nothing. He could see the future and change fates, but he could not control his own life. He was born to be used by others. The head said that Zero could also share his fate. The black ghost handed him a cigarette and said that his fate was not his boss's concern, and asked him to tell him about himself. He mentioned that he knew he was from Gollum. The head of the embryo realized that they already knew everything about him. He confirmed that he had once been a citizen of Gollum. He realized that there was no point in hiding his origins anymore. He told him that during his youth, a mimic organization was created, and he joined it to save his homeland from a rotten government. But suddenly war broke out. His country fell under the onslaught of internal and external unrest. His government was destroyed, and his country no longer existed. The boss said that the Gollum was destroyed. They were persecuted as those who caused the riots. All his friends were sentenced to death. He recalled that a few managed to escape, and he was among the lucky ones. He recalled that at that time he was a simple guy. He didn't know what to do. I felt like a walking dead man. He realized that his old life was over. The embryo's boss added that when he saw the flag of his country, Gollum, burning, it was as if he woke up from a dream and realized what his true destiny was. He said in a black ghost that Gollum was not a perfect country, but it was still his homeland, which he loved, where he was born and raised, and which was so easily taken away from him. But for the blood shed there, he made a promise that he would repay them in the same coin. His words were full of vengeful determination. He could not forgive them for the destruction of his country. The embryo's boss said that he had anger in him, and he had to leave the city and go to the wasteland to find refuge. He knew that without strength, he would not be able to take revenge. So he began to live in the wilderness, fighting beasts to temper himself like indestructible steel. The embryo's boss began to lose control of his emotions. He was angry again at those who had taken away his homeland. He said that the price of his power was the scars he had earned in the wilderness. The black ghost was quite surprised that the embryo boss had once been a really ordinary person, a discovery that shocked him, reminding him that even the most sinister entities had a past full of pain. The embryo's boss could not understand why he was surprised by the black ghost. He did not see anything special in it. His gaze was still unperturbed. He told him that he had killed the mimic's leader and renamed the organization an embryo and was slowly building its power, with its influence growing every day like a steadily growing germ, ready to break through to its goal. The boss said that many people had lost their homes because of the war, so he brought together those who hated their oppressors, and the embryo drew strength from the war and grew quickly, like a tree. He added that the black ghost knew the rest of his story very well himself, and now the secrets of his past had been unraveled, and he had nothing to add. The embryo's boss accused the black ghost of putting an end to his organization, to which he replied that after assessing the damage it could have caused in the future, he decided that it would be safer for the environment to destroy his organization. He said that he underestimated it because it was created experimentally. He understood that defeat was destruction. 6 nations would not have received the secret knowledge that the embryo had accumulated over the years. The black ghost said that a nuclear explosion would only worsen the condition of the entire planet, It was not beneficial for anyone. He asked him if he was sure he wanted it. The embryo's boss replied that he understood why the black ghost had contacted him, to try to convince him not to release the nuclear warheads. The black ghost replied that this was not why he had contacted him, but the man across from him had asked that he try to change his mind. Zero thought that now Bennett would not bother. The embryo's boss replied that he would take all people with him to the next world so that this world could experience all the pain and injustice for itself. He told them that if he hated this world, why should he care about it? He said that the 6 nations would win, but they would have to pay a heavy price. The black ghost acted as if he wasn't listening. He said that the deadline for the 6's offer would not be here soon. He asked why he shouldn't wait a little while with the destruction of the world. The embryo's boss replied that he would prefer to choose when he went to the next world, his eyes sparkling with determination, as if he had already accepted the inevitable, but was ready to control his fate to the last. Exhaling cigarette smoke, the black ghost asked for his real name, his eyes never leaving the other person, peering into every reaction as if trying to read the hidden thoughts and secrets that lay behind the outward calm. The embryo's boss replied that it didn't matter anymore, and he didn't tell the black ghost his real name. He smiled, realizing that he had already made his choice, and now he couldn't back out. The black ghost said that he was right, and it didn't matter now, and said goodbye to him. Bennett tried to persuade Zero to talk to the boss again, but Zero had had enough of the conversation. Embryo's boss said goodbye to them, then, without flinching, pressed the red button, releasing the nuclear warheads, the cold determination in his eyes, saying that he was ready to go all the way, leaving a trail of destruction and chaos in his wake. An alarm was sounded at the 6 Nations base, and everyone was warned that high-speed moving objects were taking off from the embryo's headquarters. All the soldiers panicked. They were afraid that the embryo had launched nuclear missiles at them, and they decided to immediately activate air defense. Air defense began to fight against the missiles, shooting them down. While still above the water, explosions were heard in the sky, and debris fell into the sea as the defenders tried to minimize the damage to their city, preparing for the possible consequences. But the defense forces could not hit so many missiles fired by the embryo, and soon there was a huge, powerful nuclear explosion. All the soldiers witnessed the aftermath of the nuclear warhead explosion. A fireball erupted on the horizon, and a powerful shockwave rolled across the ground. The silence that followed was filled with anxiety and awareness of the scale of the destruction. Bennett said it was overkill. He said the embryo boss was crazy. He knowingly fired missiles that could have ended their world. After the embryo boss destroyed himself and his soldiers, the black ghost thought that it was finally over, and now he could complete the main task. He noticed that he was highly praised for completing the task, even given a medal, which was given only after completing the main story. It increased all attributes by a percentage, and after collecting medals, you could exchange them for one special one. With the help of a special medal, he could ensure a percentage increase in all attributes. Suddenly, he discovered a new legend, and that his reward quota increased again. The black ghost thought that with such a grade for the task, he would surely be given many good things. His lips curved into a slight smile, anticipating the reward he would receive for completing the task. His first reward was a few summoning cards. He could summon the embryo boss, the child of destiny. He could summon the Aurora and her sister Gila. These powerful cards could dramatically change the course of any battle. When he saw the child of destiny calling card, he wondered if this ability could predict where he should go, so he decided to try to find out. As soon as he used this card, images appeared in his mind, and it was quite astonishing for the black ghost, as if a secret had suddenly been revealed, giving him access to power and knowledge he could not even imagine. A black ghost saw an airplane crash. It was falling at a terrifying speed, leaving a trail of fire behind it. The ship was flying directly to their planet. He realized that looking at the future did not give him such an answer. He could only see the general picture. He thought that he needed to find a place, this place, and wait for the ship to crash. The black ghost decided to see what the next reward was. Now he was given the opportunity to choose one of the items. He had to think carefully before making his choice. He chose a liquid that increased the potential for becoming an Esper. It was extremely rare, and Esperians were willing to give up everything they had to acquire it. The black ghost looked at it and thought that the liquid had a very high potential value, regardless of whether he would sell it to the players or not. He noticed a notification. The system was offering him to create a dungeon. The black ghost thought that when he completed the main story with a high score, he could interrupt his story into a dungeon story. The black ghost thought that this was great news. And if he could create dungeons for different events, the players would be even more interested in him. Bennett couldn't understand why he was smiling. He said that now that the greatest enemy of the Six Nations had been destroyed, it was time to deal with the rest. The Black Ghost realized that they needed to deal with the catastrophe caused by the nuclear explosion. The Six Nations could use the situation to take in more refugees, expand the project with shelters, and increase the influence of the Darknet. He added that by taking advantage of the opportunity, they would become stronger, and then the Six Nations would have to think before wanting to subjugate them. Bennett was delighted with his idea and immediately accepted it. The helicopter landed on one of the roofs of a building, and Huang Yu said that one of the Black Ghost's relatives had come to see him. The Black Ghost could not understand which relative Huang Yu was talking about. He thought it must be someone from the Illumer family. He asked to be brought to him. He went to the reception area of the third shelter and waited for his subordinate to bring his relative to him for a conversation. And after a while, the two of them came to the Black Ghost. He was approached by a relative who was obviously nervous, sweating profusely, and didn't know where to begin. He said that it had been a long time since they had last met. Zero asked him to call him a Black Ghost. He was surprised that he came. He asked him why the Alamera needed him. The relative became even more worried because he did not recognize his former name, which was a bad sign for him. He said that his father was worried about him and wanted to see him to explain everything. The Black Ghost was outraged by what he heard from his relative, and he told him menacingly that they did not understand how things really were. The Black Ghost added that if his father wanted to see him, he had to come to him himself. Huang Yu noticed that the Black Ghost was getting very nervous. He asked his relative to follow him. He needed to get him out before Zero lost control. Zero took out a cigarette, thinking that the Illum wanted to strengthen his position by using his family ties to him. But he had a case for them. If he could get the Illum to move to the third shelter, there would be even more non-game characters. When the relative left the waiting room, he thought that the Black Ghost scared him to death. He was giving off a strong, oppressive energy, and suddenly his phone rang in his pocket. He received a call from the head of the Illumer. He accepted the call and said that the Black Ghost wanted him to come to meet him personally, and he would not talk to him. He kicked him out of the door. The head of the Illumer could not believe that the Black Ghost had rejected his offer. He sadly realized that it was time for him to pay for his sins that he had committed in the past. He stood up and said that it was time to apologize and make peace with the Black Ghost. His eyes were determined, and this step seemed to him the only way to make amends and restore the lost trust. The Black Ghost was standing near the residential area of the third shelter. He saw the players approaching him. He was waiting for them. They were his guinea pigs trying out a new role. He asked them to come to him. He had something interesting for them. They ran to him joyfully, realizing that his call was not accidental, with smiles on their faces and excitement in their eyes, knowing that there was an important reason behind it that could change their lives for the better. The ghost took out one crystal that was meant for them. Its light shimmered with magical hues, and he held it with care. This gift was not just a symbol, but a powerful artifact that could change their fate. They were shocked that the Black Ghost gave them the crystal of the dungeon. They took it carefully. They felt the powerful energy coming from it, and realized that it carried great possibilities and responsibility. The players realized that no one had ever passed the dungeon crystal, so they thought of asking a player from the first team of the Heavenly Territory to join them to make sure they passed the test. They had carefully studied the details of the test and what they were to do. They were determined to complete it successfully. They were ready to prove to the Black Spectre that they were worthy of his trust. By crushing the crystal, a portal opened in front of them, through which they all went together and their test began. They did not know what awaited them, but they were confident in their abilities. They couldn't understand why they were wearing the clothes of embryo soldiers. One of them, noticing something strange, asked the others to pay attention to what was in front of them, and they saw the conditions of the test and his reward. The players read that their mission was to defend the Dark Raven Valley base as best they could. Their test would begin in minutes. They were surprised at how high the reward was for this mission. Bon Heat Dog told them that the higher the reward, the harder it was to get, and he was sure that this mission was incredibly difficult. Mad Sword couldn't understand why the dungeon mission was starting in minutes, but they could already move around, which alarmed him. Minutes passed, and one of the players saw them and could not understand why they were walking around and chilling. He ordered them to go patrol the area immediately. They smilingly told him that they were immediately going to the territory to continue patrolling. The player could not understand why they were so cheerful. Ban Hidog took up his weapon and said it was time to get down to business. On the first day of the evening, the Mad Sword could not understand why there were no enemies anywhere. On the second day, they also patrolled the territory, but there were still no enemies, and Mad Sword thought that the invaders would not have come because nothing had happened during the day. But suddenly he heard a loud sound that made all the birds around him fly away. He received a notification that his comrade Banhidog had been destroyed. Mad Sword decided that he needed to find shelter. As soon as he hid, he received a second notification that his comrade Hao Tian was also destroyed. He couldn't understand what happened to them. He opened the map and wanted to know where their enemies were. He saw that all his comrades had already been destroyed, but he could not understand who could destroy them so quickly. Mad Sword received a notification that Hao Tian's squad had been completely destroyed by the Black Ghost. He was shocked that their enemy was the Black Ghost itself. As soon as he thought about it, he was immediately destroyed. He went back through the portal, where Hao Tian's entire squad was waiting for him. He told them that he had not found the Black Ghost, and he was destroyed. They realized that they hadn't been careful enough, and wanted to try again. Zero heard what they were talking about and thought that the players liked the dungeon crystal, but it couldn't be sold. So he started thinking about how he could make money from it. But suddenly a brilliant idea came to him, and he realized that he had been thinking wrong. He would not have had to sell those crystals. The Black Ghost came to the town square of the Third Refuge, and the players immediately noticed his presence and immediately formed a line for the loot boxes. Before players had time to line up, they already received a new task. They were surprised that it appeared immediately. They had to spend contribution points to get it. They read the notification and found out that they could get a bonus reward in the form of a dungeon crystal for buying an item, learning an ability, or buying a loot box. So they thought it was very simple and decided to buy loot boxes. A few minutes later, the queue for the Black Ghost was incredibly long. Everyone wanted his loot boxes and wanted to learn his abilities. Some players even tried to get through without waiting in line. The Black Ghost had been selling for several hours. It was getting dark. He was incredibly tired, and all the players were incredibly assertive and kept buying loot boxes from him. He watched those who received his bonus crystals. He saw players returning back through the portal and saying that the dungeon was too difficult and they could not complete the mission. One very tired player leaving the portal said that on the second day of patrolling, a Black Ghost destroyed him in a second. The players thought that they didn't have to follow orders and go on patrol. They just had to find a room where no one was and sit there. One player added that it would be great if they could finish the main task, but they also knew that there were bonus tasks that they could also complete. The Black Ghost was sitting by his merchandise, and he noticed that there was a very lively conversation among the players, their voices buzzing as they discussed something important, and he realized that it could be about his merchandise or the tasks they were about to complete. He thought that since they couldn't manage, he could definitely make good money if he developed special equipment for sale. The Black Ghost went to the shelter to quietly develop the necessary equipment. He managed to make a helmet that protected against long-range shots, boots that accelerated walking in the forest, and a disposable shield. He was pleased with the work he had done. He knew perfectly well that this equipment was specially designed for dungeons, and he understood that he would be able to make good money with it. The Black Ghost saw that he had received a call on his phone. He picked up the phone and was told that people from the Illumer family had approached the gates of the shelter. He was asked whether to let them in or not, and Zero gave the command to let them in. They were met by Huang Yu, who pointed to an open door and kindly asked them to go through, gesturing that the way was clear. The first to enter was Xiao Jin, who greeted the Black Ghost, his relaxed demeanor seemingly unusual in such a tense environment. The Black Ghost was sitting on the couch, not paying attention to them, and he seemed completely absorbed in his thoughts. An aura of cold indifference emanating from him that made everyone around him feel insignificant and invisible. Xiao Jin didn't understand why the Black Ghost didn't react to them, but he soon raised his head and asked them what their purpose was. They didn't know where to start and couldn't say a word to him. So Zero got up in anger and said that if they had something to say, it was time to start doing it and not waste his time. Xiao Jin stopped his assistant and said that he himself would start this dialogue, his confident tone and decisive step attracting the attention of the Black Ghost. He said that the embryo had been defeated, and now the Six Nations had no major enemies left, so sooner or later they would decide to destroy them. The Black Ghost replied that this is exactly what would have happened, except that they would have found a serious patron who could have held back the Six Nations. Xiao Jin said that he was not sure that the Black Ghost would want to be their patron. His words sounded confident, but a bit of doubt slipped into his voice. The black ghost replied that he had apparently forgotten who had helped Xiao Jin to his current position. Xiao Jin looked at him and asked what he wanted, and the black ghost calmly and confidently replied that he wanted his money and his men. The black ghost said that Xiao Jin could give up everything he owned and take his entire family and move to his shelter. Xiao Jin realized that he had no choice and that he could only accept his offer, otherwise the Six Nations would have destroyed them. But with the black ghost, he did not have to fear this, and he agreed to its terms. In the Black Pine colony, an anonymous call was received. The field commander took it. He heard a strange voice saying that the Illumira would no longer cause him inconvenience. The commander could not tell who was talking to him. The voice said that he knew that the field commander and the alum had a conflict, but now they had joined him so he could make them leave him alone. He added that the Six Nations would have no more enemies, there would be fewer wanderers in the future, and all field commanders would be destroyed. He listened carefully to everything the unfamiliar voice said, and when their conversation came to an end, he told him that he would think about what he said. This call to the Black Pine colony was made anonymously by a black ghost. After the conversation, he thought of Old Man Lu. He decided that if he helped his son, he could count on his 4 valuable drawings. As the evening came, all the shops in the Star Dragon began to close. The streets were filled with the soft light of lanterns, creating an atmosphere of calm. The sellers locked their doors, and passers-by hurried home. A customer walked into Lu Jian's shop. She greeted him and asked what he needed. She looked at the man carefully, feeling that there was something more behind his arrival. The man replied that he had come to her shop to order a small mechanical statue. He had come to her on the recommendation of his friends. He was a black ghost who had changed his appearance so that she would not recognize him and would not suspect anything. She replied that she was ready to place his order. She looked carefully at her tablet and thought about something. Her eyebrows moved slightly, as if she had discovered something unexpected. Lu Jian thought that there was still 1 more hour left in the day and she didn't want to stay late in the store. So she smiled and asked the customer to come and pick up his order tomorrow. He replied that he had to leave town tomorrow and needed the statue tonight, and he was a little upset that she couldn't fulfill his order today. Lu Jian replied that it would have taken her about 2 hours to create the statue, but by then it would have been dark outside and she would have been afraid to go home alone at night. He turned around and headed for the exit, saying that in that case, he would have to look for another workshop, adding that he wondered if anyone would agree to do it for thousands today. When she heard about such big money, she stopped him and said with a smile on her face that she could have stayed longer, and asked him to wait for his statue in her shop. He sat down on the couch and thought that Lu Jian still loved money. He thought it was too easy to change her mind. Another customer walked into Lu Jian's store. He greeted her and said that he would like to buy home appliances and asked her what she had on sale. She told him that he could buy everything that was in the window and showed him where he could find the equipment. She apologized and said that she was a little busy at the moment and asked him to look at the goods himself. The black ghost saw him at once, noticed that his gait was confident and thought that he was obviously trained in the army. He did not know whether he was from the 13th unit or not, but he tried not to draw attention to himself and continued to wait calmly for his order. He was sure that this man was definitely watching him, so he couldn't go looking for the drawing he needed. So he got a small spider robot and sent it out to find it. Zero pulled out his tablet to follow the spider robot's movements. He also kept an eye on Lu Jian and the man who was pretending to pick out appliances. The robot completed its task, and he found the blueprints. They were in a room on the 2nd floor. He approached Lu Jian to ask where the restroom was. She turned to him and said it was on the 2nd floor and was going to show him. He stopped her and told her to continue working on the statue. He could find the restroom himself. The man who was choosing the equipment said that he also needed to use the restroom. The black ghost was not surprised that he would follow him. The black ghost went first. He hid behind a corner on his way to the restroom and waited for the man. As soon as he approached him, he struck him with a powerful blow that knocked him to the floor. Zero said goodnight to him. The man was unconscious and could no longer continue to watch him in the shadows of the room. Zero smiled, knowing that his plan was going well. The black ghost headed to the room where his little robot spider assistant was waiting for him. He approached the safe and thought it was good that he remembered the password to it. He opened the safe and took out the blueprints he came to this store for. He achieved what he wanted, despite the man who could have ruined his plan. The black ghost decided to replace the drawings with ordinary ones, and even if a player tried to complete this task, he would not be left empty-handed. He took the blueprints and went downstairs to Lu Jian. She saw a man unconscious on his shoulder and asked what happened to him. Zero said that he wanted to use the toilet with him. He found it disgusting and he hit him for it. The soldiers watching the store tried to get in touch with their agent, who was supposed to be watching the black ghost. They tried again and again, but there was only silence in response. They realized that they had lost contact with their agent. They thought something had happened in the store. The anxiety was growing, and they realized that they needed to act immediately. The soldiers were put on full alert. They took their weapons and hurried to the store. The seriousness of the situation was reflected in their faces, and the tension in the air was becoming more and more palpable. The black ghost said that their family's workshop had been here for a long time, and he wondered how their sales were going. And Lu Jian replied that the location was not good, so the business was not doing well. He pulled out a cigarette and said that despite the location, she was very busy when he entered. His voice was calm and confident, and he waited patiently for an answer. Lu Jian replied that she was the only one working here. There were a lot of orders, so she always had something to do. She had almost no time to rest, but despite the difficulties, she enjoyed her work. The black ghost stepped aside and asked her if she wanted to hire an assistant, in which case someone could help her cope with this amount of work. Lu Jing lowered her head and sadly replied that she had already hired one assistant, but he had left, and the black ghost noticed that her voice was quiet and distressed. The black ghost decided to diffuse the tension and said that maybe he left because she didn't pay him enough, and he found a job with better pay. Lu Jing was quite surprised that this could be the reason for his departure. She believed that money was not the most important thing in life, and her eyes reflected the bewilderment of his actions. The black ghost said that since business was not going well, it might be a good idea to move her store to some other area. But she flatly refused. She couldn't move to another place even if her business was booming because this was her home and she couldn't leave it. Their conversation was interrupted by soldiers who ordered them to stand still and put their hands up, saying they were from the Star Dragon's Strategic Defense Unit and needed to identify him and asked him to come with them. The black ghost smiled, and without answering, he made a sharp attack on their weapons. The soldiers were shocked that he was able to cut through their weapons with such speed and dexterity. The black ghost heard that they were asking for reinforcements and attacked them. He knew that the guards were completely outnumbered. He hoped that what happened would force the unit to strengthen security, but it would have been better if they hadn't even let the players in. Lu Jing was shocked at how strong he was. She noticed that he didn't have a single scratch on him. She looked at him and asked if they had met him before. The black ghost confidently replied that they had never met before, and this was their first meeting. He turned around and left her store. Lu Jing wondered if it was Zero or if she was mistaken. Zero was able to develop sound spheres. He thought that these trinkets, which were made according to Old Man Lu's drawings, might look ugly, but thanks to them he would have a unique fighting style. After holding them in his hands for a while, the black ghost decided to test them in action, throwing 3 sound spheres to test the stun effect on his robots. He noticed that the sound sphere produced a high-frequency sound that caused dizziness, disorientation, deafness, and more, all of which lasted for seconds. The black ghost took out 3 more sound spheres and threw them at the other robots to test the splitting effect, which was already accompanied by a powerful explosion. He was impressed by the effect of the sound spheres, his eyes sparkling with wonder. He noted that their damage was quite powerful, but still he was confused. The black ghost heard the players sitting on the bench and calling other players to them. They were in a hurry. The first season of the Pro League was about to begin. They noticed that the venue was on the planet Winter Frost in a canyon crevice, and on the planet Aquamarine, it was the 3rd hideout of the black ghost. The players were excited. They knew that all the players could come to the qualifying round. One of them offered to try his luck, but they were in the water division with Hao Tian. The Sleepy Winter player told him that the club had already selected the members and sent them to him to practice tactics, and gave him a list of 3 other members and 2 substitutes. Hao Tian said that there were no problems with the lineup. They had been playing for a long time, and after a little training they would work well. Sleepy Winter asked if Hao Tian had registered for singles, to which he replied positively. Sleepy Winter added that Mad Sword had joined the Rivervale Club and said that he should not have underestimated his strength. At the Riverwalk Club, Mad Sword was quite angry. He had been denied registration so many times that he didn't know what the reason would be this time. He didn't understand why he couldn't register for singles. The leader of the Rivervale Lone Crane Club replied that he was their trump card, and if he showed what he was capable of in singles, the others would be able to develop tactics against them to defeat them. Mad Sword wanted to ask something else, but the leader said that he had joined their team to show off. He didn't understand how he dared to disobey his orders. He could not even hope for it. He would not have succeeded. Suddenly, a director walked into the leader's office, whom the leader hadn't noticed, and he was confused and couldn't understand what made him come to him. He said that the Mad Sword could have participated in singles. They took it to make their team a good name. As a leader, he had to pay attention to the main goals, not the little things. The leader could not disobey the director. He nervously replied that he would do as he told him, despite the fact that he personally did not want the Mad Sword to participate in the singles. Mad Sword went up to the director and thanked him for his trust and the opportunity to prove himself, saying that he would try his best not to let him down. All the players who took part in the singles went to the square to buy equipment for the battle, the vendors calling them, assuring them that they had the lowest prices. Two players thought that they had arrived too early. One of them said that the Black Ghost would sell his loot boxes before the competition. A good thing could fall out of them, and if it was not useful, it could be sold to another participant. They were standing there discussing the competition. They were thinking about buying some loot boxes when the Black Ghost arrived, and one of the players turned his head and noticed something coming towards them. The players noticed that a Black Ghost vehicle was approaching the square and was ready to offer them its mysterious goods. A crowd of players rushed to his car, hoping to be the first to buy a loot box that could give them the necessary equipment for the upcoming competition. The players who participated in the competition tried to go to the Black Ghost first and asked other players to let them pass without a turn, but the regular players did not let them pass. They decided to go to the forum and tell everyone what item the Black Ghost was selling today. He decided to sell his energy blast. The players knew that this ability was of an advanced level. The players exchanged information about what was written on the forum, that the Black Ghost decided to sell advanced knowledge to advance in the class. They knew that the Black Ghost was the head of the mechanics class, and they were confused that he had advanced knowledge for other classes. The heads of the other classes ordered their contestants to quickly send their competitors to the Black Ghost, all of them wanting to get ahead of their rivals so that they could buy the best goods first. Some players were driving, others were riding bicycles so that they could quickly outrun their cars, and they were hurrying to the square to meet the Black Ghost. A few minutes later, the square was already crowded with players rushing to the truck with the Black Ghost's loot boxes, all wanting to be the first, and all wanting to learn advanced skills. Suddenly, they heard the sound of approaching helicopters. They looked up and saw 3 helicopters hovering over the square, and they realized that someone very important had arrived to buy the Black Ghost's goods. The helicopters landed right on the square, and players who were experts in their classes came out of it, and all the players decided that they were the first to buy from the Black Ghost. The girls surrounded Li Gay, asking him to give them his autograph, some of them asking to take a photo with him. All of them were crazy about him, and all of them were in love with him. They approached the Black Ghost and said that they would like to buy an energy blast. They were still looking through his goods, and they were thinking about what skill would be most useful to them in the competition. The experts couldn't understand why the Black Ghost suddenly decided to sell powers, but it was a great opportunity for them to enhance their abilities, and they couldn't miss this chance. Li Jie from the Temple of God thought that his guild had exhausted all their resources to help him before the competition. They had originally planned to use a trump card in the competition, but suddenly all the players had them. The second prince of the dynasty was sure that with an expert like him, the dynasty could easily reach the final of the competition. But other experts doubted his words. They knew that the center of the dynasty was the King Admiral. Li Jie put his hand on the second prince's shoulder and said that his confidence was impressive, and he hoped that everyone would hone their skills because he would need an assistant to defend China's honor at the competition. One of the experts did not like Li's words, saying that he was always standing out at the expense of others, and it made him angry, and he asked him to speak only for himself and leave others out of it. Li Jie told him that the most important thing in the competition was not to let him win too easily, as they had a personal dislike for each other. The king, an admiral from the dynasty, told the second-rate to go with him to train, to which the second prince of the dynasty was very angry and asked him not to call him that. After the second prince's words, the king's admiral approached him and took him by the ear, saying that he would no longer call him that. The second prince asked him to reduce his arrogance. He was sure that one day he would answer for his actions. Some players laughed at the second prince and thought he was stupid. They didn't believe he could beat the Admiral King, but there were those who thought he could take first place this time. Li Jie said that it was time for everyone to go to their training. He thought that in this competition, he had to defeat the King Admiral and take first place. The players were shocked that experts could pay thousands for an ability. They understood that they were very wealthy, But they paid nothing themselves, the league was about to start, and it was very stupid for them not to buy the ability. Experts borrowed money from each other so that they could also buy abilities. In this world of power and magic, everyone wanted to become stronger, and no one was above using any means to achieve their goals. One expert approached the Black Ghost and said that he would like to buy knowledge to advance in the class, and those behind him wanted the same thing. Banhidog was reporting. He said that the forum was telling the truth, and now it was indeed possible to buy an ability from the Black Ghost. He would leave information about updates. He hoped that his data would help prepare for the league. The Black Ghost noticed him and thought that he reacted quickly to all the events. He realized that with his help, even more players would have come to his shelter. But he was pleased that he was able to earn millions in a day. And he thanked the embryo that stored advanced knowledge on his server for this, and the profit for it was fabulous for him. The Black Ghost woke up in his bed from the sharp and strong explosions of fireworks. He realized that the league had started, which meant only one thing, a time of battles and trials, where every step could be the last. The host said it was time to start the opening singles battle and asked the audience to welcome the first participants. He said that the person on the right was already familiar to all the spectators. He was a veteran who had fought in the esports ring for years, the owner of many combat honors, the head of the Long Sky Club, Hao Tian. The player on the left was not so well known to the audience, but he was also a veteran of his sports. He belonged to the Temple of God, but now he was back for his old glory and victory, and to sign a contract with the Temple of God again. He was a star chess player. The host turned to the audience and asked if they liked the two players they had chosen for the opening battle, and the entire arena literally exploded with emotion. The player from the Temple of God said that he was in good shape and was confident that he could compete with any opponent. He returned to the professional arena only to find new promising players. He wanted to pass on his experience to them. The audience noticed that the star chess player was praising himself. They realized that he had squandered all his money after retiring, and now he hoped that he could earn money again. The host said that it looked like both players were ready to start the battle. The host added that he would expect a fair fight from them. He started the countdown and all the viewers froze in anticipation of the upcoming battles. He said that the players could start using all their skills and abilities against each other, and the match was officially started in front of hundreds of spectators. The players did not wait long and began to delight the audience with their abilities and skills. Their every move was filled with magic and skill, and the crowd roared in delight, anticipating epic battles. The player from the Temple of God launched the first heavy attack on his opponent, but his blow hit the defense, failing to produce the desired result. Hao Tian's defense glistened in the light of the arena, reflecting the power he had to overcome. Experts who commented on the battle said that since both players were fighters, everything went steadily, each of them using an A-level ability to scout the enemy. They added that the health of both players was still above percentage, and it looked like they wanted to find each other's weakness to use a combo attack on it. The host noticed that Hao Tian was in an unstable position. They thought he had stumbled when he dodged his attack, but he continued to fight and did not give up. The player from the Temple of God saw that Hao Tian had big problems with his leg, and he thought that this was his chance to defeat such a serious opponent. He decided to use a fiery stroke to finish off Hao Tian with a single attack, unleashing all his powerful energy to end the fight with a single blow. Hao Tian decided to avoid a direct attack and used levitation to move away to a safe distance. The host was shocked to learn that the star chess player was hiding such a trump card as a fire move. The commentator said that he was really well prepared for the competition, and he kept coming. While Hao Tian was in the air, he had no strength to resist. The star chess player was attacking more and more furiously. His attacks were doing a lot of damage. He took the initiative. The commentators couldn't believe that he wanted to finish him off in one combo. They knew that before the fight, Hao Tian had been studying an energy blast that could push the enemy away and interrupt his combos by entering a state of rage. But due to the high energy consumption, he could only use it once, and everyone was curious about what he had come up with. Commentators noticed that the star chess player had already taken away his health, and if he had a little more, he would have been able to defeat his opponent, who missed heavy attacks. They were afraid that if Hao Tian did not respond to the attack, he would be in danger. Zero watched the fight and realized that they saw that Hao Tian, while in the air, was on the defense, and if the star chess player stumbled, the situation would change. Star chess attacked him from the ground. He was sure he could teach a good lesson to the youngsters who were too arrogant towards the older players. Hao Tian smiled and thought that star chess was completely relaxed, and was setting himself up for his attack. He was preparing to deliver a decisive blow that could change the course of the fight. Waiting for the right moment, Hao Tian used his ability to return from behind the clouds, and he had already begun to counterattack the star chess player. The commentators were shocked. They couldn't believe that he used the return from behind the clouds. They were amazed that he mastered such a rare technique of evading in the air. They added that the star chess player opened himself up for an attack, and Hao Tian took advantage of this moment to attack him from the air while he was at a loss. Commentators realized that Hao Tian was using return from the clouds to bypass star chess and launch more powerful and accurate attacks. They were shocked that he was dealing so much damage. Both sides were at the same level at first glance. But Hao Tian had invested his experience in upgrading his abilities, so his combos were so powerful. Hao Tian used his energy blast ability, and the commentators saw it and thought he wanted to end their fight with just one punch. Star Chess thought that after using the energy blast, he should have only had enough power for one ability, and he still had health, so it was impossible to defeat him in one hit, and he considered himself a winner. Hao Tian quickly approached him and dealt him an incredibly strong blow, which caused the star chess player to fall to the ground. The crowd roared. The host held his breath. This blow could have been decisive in the fight. Star chess couldn't believe how this could happen. How Hao Tian could deal him such an incredibly strong blow that took away almost all of his health. He fell to the ground unconscious. The host, shocked by the spectacle, announced Hao Tian's victory, and the audience burst into loud applause. The competition also included team qualifiers, which took place in an area unknown to the players, one of which was a desert. Lone Crane, the leader of the Riverwalk team, said that it was an open desert area, and the opponent was full of long-range players, which was very bad for them. The Mad Sword said that they had to keep their spirits up. It was the last round of qualification. If they had done well, they would have qualified. The team leader said that their chances of winning were too low. The Mad Sword didn't like the leader's words. He asked him not to talk like that because he was the team captain, and his words were lowering the morale of the whole team. The team leader smiled and asked if he had any ideas, and he waited for the answer with interest, hoping to hear something useful that could help the team defeat the opponent. The Mad Sword said that since the enemy was strong at long range, they would lose if they ran forward recklessly. They had to use the terrain flexibly. They needed to ambush the enemy by pretending to run away. He said that he had 2 oxygen masks. He suggested that one of the fighters hide with him in the sand, and if the enemy took the bait, they would attack them from behind and be able to surround them. The team leader said that it was his idea, and if they had lost, he would have been the only one to blame, and the Mad Sword was ready to accept any outcome, knowing that he had done everything possible to win. Isaac, the captain of the Electrolux team, said that the Rivervale team tried to hide the most, and he was happy about that, knowing that they had the advantage. He told his team that their opponent was a small club with short-range players and terrible chemistry, and he suggested that the team attack them from afar. The leader of the Riverwalker team and his men tried to run away from the enemy's attacks as much as possible, but they noticed that their attacks were strong and tried not to get hit. The captain of the Electrolux team suddenly stopped his men and ordered them not to chase them. He noticed that 2 of their team members were missing and it could be a trap. Rivervale's players noticed that the enemy had stopped and thought they should slow down and continue to lure. But the leader said they should keep running. He believed they had already fulfilled their role as bait. The rest was not their concern. The leader of the Riverwalk team thought that if they had lost, it would have been the fault of the Mad Sword alone, and then the club's leaders would have been disappointed in him. The team captain was surprised that they kept running. Even when they stopped, he thought it didn't look like a trap. It was such an open area that it was impossible to set up an ambush. And then he decided that he had to continue to chase the fleeing Riverwalk team, and his men had to start chasing them again. They started attacking them from a long distance to knock them down. The Riverwalkers told the leader that they were chasing them again. They were pretty sure their plan had worked. As soon as the Electrolux team approached the ambush site, a Mad Sword popped out from under the sand and immediately began attacking them, its blade glittering in the air, threatening every member of the enemy team. The captain of the Electrolux team told his players that first, they had to deal with 2 opposing players who were in an ambush. The Mad Sword replied that he could only dream of destroying them. He was sure that his team would be able to defeat a difficult opponent. He furiously attacked the opposing players, telling them that they were too slow for him and that he could easily have finished them off. The players of the Electrolux team began to run back to the safety of the distance. They did not want to engage in close combat because they were too weak for it. They needed to attack them from a long distance. But it was too late. They were attacked by a mad sword. His teammates were amazed that he was able to destroy 2 players in a matter of seconds, and now the enemy was outnumbered. The leader decided that they had to go back and fight back. He assessed the situation and realized that they had to be more active in resisting and regaining control of the situation. The team had to act quickly and decisively. The Riverwalk team surrounded the opponent, who was down to 3 men, and they had no choice but to accept the fight, realizing that they had virtually no chance of winning. They started attacking them. The team acted in a coordinated manner and quickly disabled 2 opponents, leaving only their captain, who resisted them as best he could, but still could not defeat them. The Riverwave team successfully destroyed the enemy team. The host congratulated them on their incredible victory, and the Mad Sword was incredibly happy to be able to benefit the team. The team leader did not share the joy with his players. He thought that their plan was incredibly obvious. He was surprised that the enemy fell into this trap. At the Hub Cirrus space station, the ships docked. Captain Kurlot arrived at the station. He was a researcher of the Goddard. He was greeted by a station employee who was surprised to see a purebred Godorian standing in front of him, as he considered people like him to be very rare. The captain of the research team, Godor Kerlad, told him that he was a half-breed, which explained his unique abilities and complex status in a world where blood and ancestry played an important role. The officer asked him to register at the station, specifying how long he planned to stay on the station. He replied that he would stay for a day while refueling the ship, then went to the sector to investigate the anomaly in the lower civilizations. The station officer was quite surprised that he would go to the sector. He knew it was a dangerous place. He said it looked like the captain was given a tough job. The captain replied that the inhabitants of the aquamarine said that a strange phenomenon had occurred on their planet, and it was decided to send him to investigate the anomaly. He added that he had to see for himself what it was like, and he was very curious, so he decided to go to a low-level civilization. The station employee was shocked that the captain was going to personally investigate it. It looked like something big might have happened in the sector. The captain replied that no one knew. Aquamarine technology was so backward that the inhabitants could make a fuss out of nothing. He just wanted to fly to the planet and take a look with one eye. It wouldn't take him long. After their conversation, the employee walked the captain to his ship, told him that the ship's fuel had been replenished, and wished him good luck in his research. In Raytheon's intelligence department, the operator reported to management that satellite radar had detected an anomalous object that was rapidly approaching the atmosphere. The commander saw a huge flaming object approaching the Earth. He thought it might be a meteorite, but the alertness in his eyes betrayed deep concern. The operator told him that the target had been detected by radar minutes ago, and the meteorite could not have been moving so fast, which caused the commander to become alarmed and suspicious. The commander thought it could be an alien spacecraft approaching the Earth at an incredible speed. The operator shouted to him that he was accelerating and falling even faster, adding that, at this rate, he would hit the ground in about a minute. They wanted to know where exactly the unknown object would have landed, and the operator replied that the target was likely to land in a barren mountain range on the northern continent, with the specific location right on their country's border. The commander ordered to immediately notify the troops and cordon off the place where the unknown object would land. They had to set up an ambush before the object would fall to the ground. On the icy mountain range of the northern continent, a black ghost pitched a tent and enjoyed the nature. He drank a hot drink and thought about nothing. The black ghost took an assistant with him, who told him that it was terribly cold in the north and asked him how much longer they were supposed to stay here. He told his assistant to wait a bit. He would soon find out everything, and now he could enjoy nature. But his assistant was not used to sitting in such cold weather. Suddenly his assistant noticed something and shouted for the black ghost to pay attention, pointing to an ominous figure slowly approaching them, his voice shaking and frightened. At that moment, a huge burning ship that reminded them of a meteorite crashed into the ground, lighting up everything around them, and a wave of heat and smoke rose from the impact, forcing them to cover their hands. His assistant was the first to arrive at the scene. He was very scared and did not know what exactly was in front of him. But as he got closer, he saw that it was a spacecraft that had crashed. The black ghost waited for his appearance with a shiver of anticipation. He thought that at last he was here. He thought that with his appearance, everything would change. The assistant looked at the black ghost and asked him what they had to do next. It was the first time he had seen a real spaceship in front of him. The black ghost, wearing a special suit that he had recently designed, told the assistant that he needed to take a closer look at the ship and headed for it. On the spaceship, the system notified the captain that the location had been detected and fixed, and he had arrived at Aquamarine, an interstellar sector. The system added that the level of gravity on the Aquamarine was low, the air temperature was equal to degrees, and the captain could barely reach the receiver to take it closer. The captain found out that the level of civilization here was planetary, the level of danger was low, and the overall assessment of this land was habitable. The system informed the captain that he had 3 fractures, multiple soft tissue contusions, and a mild concussion, and was advised to administer nanorepair fluid. A black ghost approached the ship and noticed a living person. He was surprised that someone could survive after such a wreck. The captain saw him and thought that he was a local resident of this land. He took out a special device so that he could talk to it and turned on the automatic translator mode on it, and he asked the black ghost to tell him what kind of place it was. The black ghost was very surprised. It seemed strange to him that someone could survive the crash of a spaceship, because the prediction did not mention any survivors. He realized that he needed his interstellar communicator to contact the ship and leave the Aquamarine, but there was a question of what to do with the surviving man.